Chapter 101. After the chaos faded, the classroom returned to a tense but manageable silence. The air felt lighter, though students glanced toward Razeal and Celestia every few moments. Everyone expected something. Surely, Celestia would not let that kind of disrespect slide. Nothing happened. No outburst. No retaliation. Just silence. Some students felt disappointed. Others felt relieved. Either way, the tension broke. Professor Thalia did not comment on the earlier situation. She adjusted her glasses and stepped back to the lecture stand. All right. Her voice sounded firm but calm. Let us move on. Today, we will talk about mana. What it is, how it works, and why it even matters. Her tone shifted, carrying a hint of seriousness. Listen carefully. I know most of you already understand how to use mana. Many of you manipulate it better than I do, thanks to your backgrounds and natural talent. But, she raised a finger, just because you can do something does not mean you understand what you are doing, or why you are able to do it. She gave a small, pointed smile. All of you can sit, stand, and run. But how many of you actually know that you can do those things, or how? Some students perked up. Most did not. A few sighed and slumped deeper into their seats, already bored. Thalia did not care. She had something to say, and she intended to say it whether they listened or not. So let us go back to the beginning. What is mana? She paced slowly in front of the board. Most of you were told mana is just a force, or a source of magic. A bridge between you and the world. A tool. A power you can bend to your will. That is true, to a degree. But that answer is shallow. A few heads tilted. A few eyebrows rose. Others still looked unimpressed. And the sad part, she continued. Almost no one bothers asking the deeper question. Not commoners, not nobles, not even most scholars. Everyone just accepts it. They use it every day like it is air. They train with it, they fight with it, they craft with it. But they never stop and ask, why can I even do this? What even is this thing I am using? She folded her arms and looked out over the class. To most people, asking what mana is feels like asking why an apple is an apple, or why it is red or green. Useless questions. A waste of time. Her tone turned serious. They are not. Celestia, Selena, and a few others from the more inquisitive corners of the class leaned in, silent and focused. Arrogance and strength are one-sided, but curiosity and the hunger for knowledge remain the same, even for a saintess or a princess. Thalia scanned the room, but did not address anyone directly. Let us start from the foundation, Thalia said, walking slowly across the front of the lecture hall. Mana is a type of energy. She paused. Energy is not a thing. It is not like a rock you can hold or a tree you can climb. Energy is a property, the ability to cause change. It is motion, potential, and interaction. It is what happens behind the scenes. She scribbled across the board. Energy is a property of things in motion, or something that could, in principle, cause something to move. She spoke slower now, letting her words sink in. Energy is everywhere. Everything you see, everything you do, is a result of energy changing form. Fire, lightning, gravity, and movement are all expressions of energy. Mana is simply one of these types of energy. Alongside it, we have thermal energy, chemical, potential, kinetic, and electric. You name it. Mana fits in this category. It is not separate. It is not sacred like most imagine it to be. It is just a natural part of the system. A few students looked genuinely engaged now, their boredom giving way to realization. But here is the fundamental truth, and it is fascinating. Showing the brilliance of our ancestors, not just to develop, but to even conceive and solve something like this, given the right concepts. It is a triumph of human intellect, truly deserving of appreciation, Thalia said, holding up a hand. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed. She looked around the room. That is the law of conservation of energy. So now, what does that mean for mana? It means the total amount of mana in the world never changes, never increasing or decreasing. A few eyebrows rose. No matter how much you draw from it through spells, rituals, or enchantments, it does not go away. It simply shifts. You breathe it in, channel it, push it into a spell, and when that spell ends, the mana does not disappear. It disperses. It re-enters the world. It dissolves into nature. It rebalances itself. Are you all getting the point? Mana use is not consumption. It is transformation. She tapped the board. Oh, and that is why, despite generations of magic, we have not run out of mana. Because we cannot. It is everywhere. It is everything. It is eternal. Professor Thalia continued. So now, the next question. How do we use the energy? The mana. Your bodies pull mana in naturally. Like how lungs take in air or skin absorbs sunlight. But there are other ways too. Blessings, elemental cores, contracts, enchanted relics, mana stones, elixirs made from alchemical plants, and even exposure to strong mana fields or ley line zones. Every method is just another conduit, another tap into the cycle. She paused, letting it sink in. You do not create mana. You join the flow. And yet most people do not understand any of this. They cast spells, swing swords laced with magic, and channel power through their veins without ever asking where it comes from, or what it is. As my students, it would really be embarrassing if you all did not know either. All right, let me give you an example, or maybe ask you a question, she began, her voice calm but sharp. How are you all able to run, walk, or move your body at all? Where does your physical energy come from? A student in the front raised his hand lazily, arms crossed, but listening with interest. It is food, right? Correct, Thalia nodded. Food. More specifically, chemical energy. Food contains chemical potential energy, stored from various sources, and made available through natural processes provided by the world around us. We consume food, and inside it is energy that has been stored through various means. Plants absorb sunlight, animals eat plants, and the energy is passed down the chain. That is all part of how this world works. You eat it, you break it down, and your body transforms that energy into movement, strength, and heat. Life. She leaned slightly on the podium. Now, let me ask you this. Why are monsters so much stronger than humans? Physically, I mean. Even without training, monsters are naturally more powerful than us. Meanwhile, we rely on mana training, aura control, and years of conditioning just to get close. Why is that? The class stirred. Some students looked at each other. A few muttered under their breath. We all know beasts naturally possess aura, Thalia continued. It is innate to them. For us, aura is a discipline. We train in it. We refine our bodies to channel it. Mana is tied to magic, aura to physical strength. Almost everyone here knows that. She looked at them one by one. But have any of you really thought about why they are stronger than us? And no, because they are monsters is not an answer. There must be a reason, a mechanism. So who wants to try? There was silence for a moment. Then the same student who answered earlier spoke again. Is it their body structure? Their biology? Or maybe the monster cores? We still have not figured out exactly how those work. Maybe that is why they are strong. Thalia gave a slight nod. A good guess. But let us narrow it down. I am not talking about monsters from other dimensions, with elemental alignments, or strange powers. I am asking about normal monsters. The common ones found in our world. Those without elemental affinities or mana sensitivity. Why are they physically superior? At that, the class collectively looked stumped. Thalia smiled. She had expected as much. It is the food, she said simply. The food they eat. That earned a few confused looks. As many of you already know, food, plants, and meat all contain energy. Energy is constantly being transferred. It changes form. When monsters consume that food, they are absorbing that energy into their bodies. It builds their aura. It strengthens them purely physically. Students looked thoughtful now. Some frowned. Others tilted their heads, not fully convinced. Is that it? They wondered. Is it really that simple? Of course, they knew about high-tier monster meat. They knew rare alchemical herbs could boost aura. They had eaten expensive meals designed for physical recovery and enhancement, even specially created portions. But it never seemed to make that much of a difference. Seeing their doubt, Thalia's smile widened slightly. Let me ask you this, she said, her voice dropping to a softer, more curious tone. Do you know how much food an average human consumes over 100 years? Let us say someone who practices aura regularly, maybe even trains for combat. A few students blinked. Maybe 2 or 3 kilograms of food per day, someone muttered. The actual number, she said, tone flat but deliberate, is around 200 to 300 tons of food. That is what a normal person eats over a century. And that is not even someone in serious training, she went on, brushing a strand of her hair behind her ear. That is just your average person going about their normal life. No aura, no combat, no reinforcement conditioning. If you are a professional adventurer, or someone pushing their aura to higher levels, 1,000 tons over a lifetime is not that unusual. A wave of shock passed through the room. 2 to 300, what? A student blurted, like his brain had short-circuit. Tons, Thalia repeated. Not kilograms. Tons. Are we really eating that much? That is insane. What the hell are we? Black holes. Their voices were not loud, but the disbelief was clear. Thalia chuckled under her breath. After some seconds, she spoke again. And now, she said, sweeping her gaze across the room, you will all probably be surprised to know that a 5th-ranked wild bear monster, yes, just your standard forest type, consumes anywhere from 300 to 400 kilograms of food in a single day. A murmur rippled through the students. Some raised eyebrows. A few snickered quietly. But Thalia pressed on. Not a year. Not a month. A day, she emphasized, holding up one finger. And that is just the average. If the bear is slightly stronger than normal, say, an elite within its rank, it can go through 700 to 800 kilograms a day. That is by hunting anywhere from 15 to 20 lower-ranked monsters daily. She paused, letting that sink in. And for comparison, a 5th-ranked bear weighs easily 1 to 2 tons, sometimes even more. Now imagine one of the world's largest sea beasts, creatures we have documented to consume hundreds of millions of tons of organic mass daily. The sheer energy they absorb is enough to level a mountain if converted directly to force. Thalia smiled as some students began furiously scribbling notes, while others looked increasingly intrigued. Think about that for a second. Just try to comprehend how much energy that is. How much fuel its body converts constantly. Is it any wonder creatures like that possess strength beyond comprehension? She gestured slightly. As I have already said, energy transforms. It flows from one form to another. Food becomes strength. Strength becomes aura. Aura becomes dominance. A few students twitched their lips, struggling to take it seriously. It sounded absurd. Ridiculous even. But then again, maybe it was not. They had been fed high-rank monster meat by their families. They had consumed elixirs made from rare beasts. But the quantities were always small, carefully controlled, and hard to digest. Most of the time, special potions had to be prepared just to make it consumable. And they were expensive. Even if the theory was true, if strength really did come from energy intake, then it still did not matter much. Humans simply could not match the consumption levels of massive beasts. None of them could come close to devouring 300 kilograms of flesh in a single day. One student raised a hesitant hand. Professor, even if that is true, is it not kind of impossible? I mean, we physically cannot eat that much food. Those monsters have huge jaws and massive bodies. Thalia nodded. Correct. Your body is not built for that kind of intake. That is why specialized energy synthesizing potions exist, though those, as you all know, are absurdly expensive. She turned, writing something briefly on the board. Still, even if we cannot replicate their intake, we can at least learn something from it. Next time you encounter a monster in the wild, I want you to imagine something. Picture this. Every day of that creature's life was a battle. It ranked up by consuming others. It survived by hunting. Her gaze moved across the room. That means at least one fight a day, likely more. So if that monster has lived 10 years, that is 3,650 battles. And it survived all of them, thereby winning, or by escaping. A stunned silence overtook the class. And most of you, she added with a small smirk, have not even fought 100 live battles outside simulations. Most students looked away. Some just sneered. That is the reality of this world, Thalia said softly. It is a good thing most monsters lack true intelligence and act on instinct alone. Because if they did possess human-level intellect, our chances of survival would plummet. She clapped her hands together once. Anyway, back to the main point. Let me ask you a question. Why is it that we cannot simply absorb mana forcefully? A few students looked at one another. Thalia smiled patiently. I am not talking about regular absorption. I mean, why can you not just force a 6th-ranked mana crystal into a 3rd-ranked body, or have a powerful mage seal their energy inside you and boost your strength artificially? A boy in the middle row raised his hand and spoke without waiting to be called. Because the person's body would explode, Professor. Thalia raised an eyebrow. And why would it explode? The student hesitated. Because the body cannot handle that much energy. Yes, but why? There has to be a mechanism behind it. He blinked, then fell silent. Thalia stepped forward. Let us use an example, she said. Anyone know how old cannons used to work? No one answered, so she continued. Iron cannonball, iron tube, and inside, an explosive powder called explodium. The cannon fires only when that powder ignites, releasing massive energy to shoot the iron ball forward. She drew a quick diagram in the air with mana light. Now imagine if someone used too much powder, or fired the cannon repeatedly without rest. It overheats. The pressure builds. And boom, the cannon explodes. She looked around. That is what happens when you try to force energy into a body unprepared to manage it. Mana does not explode on its own. It is the use of mana that generates heat and pressure. That stress, when too high, rips you apart. Another student raised their hand slowly. So it is not about having mana. It is about not being able to circulate and manage it. Exactly. Thalia pointed at her approvingly. It is not just about storage. It is about movement, flow, and conversion. A narrow pipe cracks if you try to run a river through it. The room grew more focused. Now for the bigger question, she said. Why can some people hold more mana than others? Why can some cultivate vast reserves while others cannot hold more than a bucket's worth? Whispers and guesses flitted around. One girl finally spoke. Bloodline. Yes, it is all tied to talent. More specifically, bloodline. She began to pace slowly. The purer, rarer, or more unique the bloodline, the more mana the body can tolerate. It is in the genes. A body designed by nature to hold more power. But that is not the only factor. She paused. There is also healing capability. See, your body will not explode the moment it takes in too much mana. What happens is damage. Small tears, strain, and breakdowns over time, especially when that mana is used. But if someone has extraordinary healing potential, if their body can recover from damage faster than it accumulates, then they can push much further than the average person. Thalia looked over the classroom one more time. So yes, mana capacity can be influenced. But it is not just about having a large vessel. It is about whether that vessel can survive the pressure. Whether it can heal from the strain. That is what makes the difference between talent and tragedy. Chapter 102. Now, she said, her tone shifting with precision. Let us talk about how elemental affinities are influenced by mana. She paced slowly, eyes scanning the students. First, we need to understand how someone even possesses an affinity. Why do some people have stronger control over fire, others over water or wind, and a few even possess rare dual affinities? She stopped and looked directly at the class. As with many other things, it is tied to your bloodline. Inside your body are unique structures called elemental cells. These elemental cells, unique to every individual, are dormant until they come into contact with mana. Once activated by mana, these cells resonate with specific elemental energies present in the environment, creating a connection between the individual and their elemental affinity. Now, let us be clear. Elemental energies exist everywhere in the world. Fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, ice, and more. The concentration of these elements varies depending on the location. For example, dry and arid regions will have much lower concentrations of water or ice elements due to low humidity, while volcanic areas might have an abundance of fire energy. However, traces of every elemental type are present everywhere. The environment simply affects how easily one can draw upon or manipulate that specific energy. So yes, position and environment matter. A wind affinity user fighting midair 400 meters above ground has a natural advantage over an earth affinity user in the same situation, even if they are the same rank. The environment becomes an extension of your element, either supporting or suppressing your power. Students nodded slowly, the concept starting to click. Now, some people are born with a large number of elemental cells, more than average. These dictate what kind of affinity you have. In rare cases, individuals are born with multiple types of elemental cells. We call that a mutation, and it is one of the rarest traits a mage can possess. She wrote elemental mutation across the top of the board. These elemental cells allow for dual, or even tri-affinities, though that is exceedingly rare. The strength of your affinity depends on two things: the quantity and quality of these elemental cells. They can evolve over time, and yes, they can be strengthened. There are many ways to develop them. Think of elemental cells like muscles. With training, they grow stronger. The more they are used, the more your body begins to adapt, making the affinity stronger. Some rely on effort, others on external aids. But if you are born with talent, your body naturally knows how to grow and balance them. It is what we call innate ability. She turned back to face the class. But here comes the challenge. Elemental cells consume mana to function. If you have too many elemental cells without enough mana to sustain them, they begin to feed on your body's life energy. This leads to extreme fatigue, organ failure, or even death. That is why having a well-balanced body is essential. Talent, again, plays a big role here. Talented individuals instinctively maintain this balance, or they just have such an enormous amount of mana that the number of elemental cells in their bodies does not matter to them. Gasps stirred around the room. So, for those who are not quite as broken, that is why balance is everything. You need enough elemental cells to channel power, but not so many that they burn through your reserves and destroy your body from the inside. She tapped the board again. Now let us talk about elemental particles, and how you can increase the number of these elemental cells. These are the free-floating, natural particles of elemental energy, found in the environment. If you have enough knowledge and precise control, you can absorb them into your body, and the number of elemental cells will grow, or your already existing elemental cells can absorb them and grow. She raised a hand. But be warned. This method is complicated and dangerous. Pulling in too much too quickly, especially more than your body can handle, will lead to internal imbalance and serious damage. The students nodded. It was common knowledge, but knowing exactly why made it interesting to them now. Also, for this, you need a basic level of mastery in that specific element before you can even attempt to draw in external particles. It is not something you try on instinct, which again, brings you to the need for talent and resources. Then she smiled slightly. Which brings us to the most practical method, absorbing elemental cores. The most efficient, safe, and powerful method of strengthening elemental affinity is absorbing elemental cores. These cores are refined crystallizations of balanced mana and elemental energy. When absorbed, they provide energy and elemental strength in a perfectly tuned ratio, helping the body grow stronger without disrupting the internal balance. This is why elemental cores are so valuable. They can be absorbed by beasts and humans alike. In high society, many noble families invest enormous resources to acquire elemental cores for their children. She let that sink in. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. If we are constantly using mana to activate elemental cells and perform magic, does not our mana decrease over time? Does it not eventually run out? She walked back to the center of the room. Let us say you have trained for 10 years and reached the mana capacity of a third-rank mage. You spend it all in a single, desperate battle, exhausting every last drop. Should it not take you another 10 years to recover that mana again? She looked around. But it does not. Most of the time, it regenerates within a few hours or days. She raised an eyebrow. Isn't that strange? Isn't that worth questioning? Silence. Then she smiled. So here is the question. Why does mana come back so quickly, even after full depletion? If it took years to build up, why does it restore so easily? She folded her arms. Anyone smart enough to answer? The room remained quiet for a few moments, until a girl near the front wearing glasses spoke up. It is because mana can be compressed indefinitely, and as it compresses, the body's natural absorption rate increases. Even if we completely deplete our mana, the absorption speed and density remain at the highest level we have achieved. It is like the body somehow remembers the maximum density it once held, though we have not figured out why. Because of that, the size and density of a person's mana pool directly affect how much mana they absorb from the surroundings. The bigger and denser your mana pool, the faster your recovery, the stronger your spells, and the more refined your magic becomes, she said, clearly having studied the subject in depth. Thalia clapped, clearly pleased. Correct, and well said. She turned to the rest of the class, gesturing to the girl. That is also why those with stronger mana pools can absorb mana from their surroundings faster, and in greater amounts. Most of the mana we use comes from the environment, not from within. That is why someone with a vast mana pool might absorb more in 1 minute than someone else will in their entire life. She pointed to the board. Let us say someone has a mana pool of 100 points and absorbs mana at a rate of 10 points per minute. Logically, after 1 minute they would have 110, right? She smiled. Wrong. Because absorption is continuous, happening every second, every millisecond. the real value would be more like 115 or higher. And every second you absorb mana, your pool condenses just a bit more. That, in turn, increases your absorption speed. She tapped the board. And this process is irreversible. You can stop absorbing mana, yes, but your absorption rate itself does not go backward. If you hit 100, it will never become 99. It only moves up. That is one of the most remarkable discoveries of the past generation. And I must say, credit to the brilliant minds who came before us. A hand shot up. But Professor, asked Harley, leaning forward, did you not say earlier that absorbing too much mana can cause the body to explode? Does that not contradict what you just said? Thalia turned toward him pleased. Excellent question, Mr. Harley. But no, it does not conflict. As I explained before, the danger is not from having mana. The danger is in using it. Think back to the cannon analogy. The cannon only explodes when it fires, when it tries to use too much energy at once. She tapped her fingers against the podium. Now, if mana could not be compressed indefinitely, it would be a problem. But it can. And amazingly, it has no mass, at least not in the traditional sense. So no, your body will not explode from storing it. But if you try to use high-density mana beyond your control, then yes, you risk everything. It can shatter you from the inside. Some mages, with flawless control, can use it without backlash. But for most, it is a deadly risk. Harley looked thoughtful, clearly still trying to connect the dots. I see. But if that is the case, then what about absorbing high-ranked elemental cores? He asked. You said earlier that if a third-rank mage tries to absorb a sixth-rank core, they would explode. Does that not also conflict with the compression idea? Another great question, Thalia said with a nod. But it does not conflict either. That is where absorption rate comes into play. She turned to the board and drew two new diagrams. Let us assume your body has a mana absorption rate of 100. If you attempt to absorb a core that pours out mana at a rate of 10,000, you are forcing your system to take in a flood it is not equipped to handle. Obviously, you are pulling in more energy than your body can regulate. The mana might be compressed, yes, but your body does not have the filter or flow control to manage the intake. The class went quiet again. That is why it is safe to absorb same-ranked elemental cores. Your absorption rate and the core's output are close enough. But once you jump ranks, especially multiple ranks, the risks increase drastically. The higher the rank, the more volatile the outcome. Another student raised a hand. But can we not just stop the absorption if it is too much? Yes, Thalia replied. You can. Most trained mages know how to halt the intake process if their body feels unstable. That is a safety mechanism. But remember, no matter how elegant our theories, there are always exceptions. Biology is not perfect. And not every body responds the same. She stepped away from the board. So the core truth, keep your mana in balance. Just because you can absorb more does not always mean you should. That is also why I always say stick to balance. Master your rank, grow your pool steadily. And when absorbing cores, do not chase ranks you have not earned. Harley rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Interesting. Thalia smiled. Magic is full of mysteries. But the rules, they are always there, if you learn to listen. Also, this is why we have a ranking system for both mages and aura users, Thalia continued. Rank 1 being the lowest, and rank 9 being the highest. Of course, we all know there are only a handful of people in the entire world at rank 9, so few you could count them on one hand. I do not think they need an introduction. She glanced across the room, making sure the students were still following. Each time your mana pool condenses to a certain level, it undergoes a qualitative shift. The purity of your mana increases. These stages of refinement define the ranks. And while strength cannot be measured perfectly through this alone, it is still the closest metric we have. Her tone sharpened. The most significant leap comes at rank 4. The first 3 ranks are minimal compared to what happens from the 4th onward. Then again at rank 6. The next major jumps are at rank 8 and 9. Those milestones are where true qualitative changes occur. Same applies to aura users, she added. Their ranking reflects the level of physical enhancement their bodies have reached by measuring color and density of aura, as it has the same concept as mana, but differently, and even quite oppositely. Then she paused, a thought flickering across her expression. Now that we are deep into mana theory, let me throw something interesting at you. Magic objects. A few brows lifted. Yes, objects. Most of you must have wondered about this at some point. Why do certain objects possess mana or energy? You, living beings, can absorb mana, breathe it in, manipulate it, and release it. That makes sense. But how is it that an inanimate object, a blade, a rock, a pendant, can hold mana? They do not move. They do not breathe. They are not alive. The room stirred. Some students leaned forward, intrigued. Others looked lost. It is a fair question, right? Why does an object hold energy at all? Thalia walked up to the lectern and tapped it. This wood is made of molecules. You all know that. Now, if I take fire to this lectern, what happens? It burns, one student mumbled. Right. But why? She asked, eyes scanning the room. What makes it burn? It is not magical, right? Dryness. A girl tried, shrugging. It is dry wood, so, and well, just its properties. Thalia nodded. Sure, but why does it ignite? Why does dryness equal flammability? Let us dig deeper. What gives it the energy to burn? She raised a finger. Where does the energy in this wood come from? Silence. Then she answered for them. The sun. That drew some murmurs. Yes, the energy this wood holds was stored during its time as a tree. Through photosynthesis, the tree absorbed sunlight. That solar energy was converted and stored in the tree's molecular bonds, specifically, as chemical potential energy. She smiled at their thoughtful expressions. That is why when you burn wood, you are not just watching it disappear, you are watching the release of stored solar energy. The heat and flame are conversions of that original potential. When you burn the wood, you are converting that stored energy into heat. Gasps and soft sounds of understanding moved through the room. So, Thalia continued, even non-magical objects carry some form of energy. Now, magical objects, artifacts, enchanted gear, mana-infused relics, are simply items whose molecular structures have bonded with, or absorbed elemental mana. They store it the way trees store sunlight. The difference is in what kind of energy, and how it is used. She paused to let it sink in. Rare magical objects can even store elemental energies or unique mana signatures. That is what gives them their diverse effects: flame projection, healing, illusion, you name it. Meanwhile, in the back row, Razeal leaned back in his seat. He was not especially invested in the lecture. Most of this, he had already learned as a child. The tutors his family had hired were far superior to Professor Thalia, even if she was well qualified. Of course she was. This was a royal classroom. But a duke's household had resources that would put most institutions to shame. Still, he listened. Not because he needed to, just because he was bored. It was also interesting, in a way, to watch these noble heirs around him react. Many of them had never received this level of detailed theoretical knowledge. It was clear from their faces. Even Celestia, Arian, and Selena, despite surely knowing the answers, stayed silent. Razeal squinted. Was it modesty? Or were they simply letting others catch up? Razeal did not know. More importantly, he did not care. All Razeal knew was that he was getting bored. Host, was it really necessary to create conflict with that girl earlier? The system's voice rang in his head, smooth and neutral. I am not questioning your decision. It is yours to make. I am just wondering, was there some profit involved? Something I should know about? Not really, Razeal replied silently, lips barely twitching. I just felt like it. He tilted his head back. I am not powerless anymore. If it had come to a fight, I could have held my own. And I guess, once you start gaining power, you start thinking, why not? I am already fighting half the world. One more annoying fly will not make a difference. That is acceptable. No risk factors, at least. That girl was not particularly important. Whatever, it was not like I started it, Razeal muttered to himself, closing his eyes for a second. Whatever came next, he would handle it. But gods, this lecture was dragging. Chapter 103. Razeal returned to the shop of Levi. He had slipped into his black robe and mask after leaving the academy. The moment he left campus, a sense of eagerness bubbled in his chest. He did not waste any time. He took no detours. He had no unnecessary thoughts. All that mattered was getting back to training. This time, he did not sneak in through the back window. There was no need. The theatrics of his first visit were purely symbolic, a gesture to give the mysterious boss an impactful entrance. That moment had already passed. Without hesitation, Razeal pushed open the front door and stepped inside. Just as he entered, he caught sight of Levi behind the counter, deep in conversation with a customer. Sir Joy, the customer said, his voice respectful, these arrows are truly remarkable. I have never seen anything like them. Would you be willing to share the blueprint or the process behind their creation? I would offer you 40% royalty on every sale I make from my own materials. You would not have to lift a finger, just the technique alone would be enough. And, if necessary, I am willing to sign a lifelong contract guaranteeing you my strength and protection. The man speaking stood at least 6 feet and 2 inches tall with a massive greatsword strapped to his back. His red coat and disciplined appearance made him stand out, not just in size but in demeanor. He had neatly groomed hair and a beard, along with a polished aura of authority. Levi, ever the professional, replied with his usual polite smile. I am sorry, sir, but I do not have the right to reveal that information. I am simply the salesperson. The one who designed these arrows is the actual distributor, and as I am sure a seasoned adventurer like yourself would understand, such knowledge is not something easily disclosed. He paused, reaching under the counter and producing a distinct spatial pouch. A subtle emblem glinted on its surface. The customer narrowed his eyes slightly. He recognized the symbol instantly as the emblem of Arcanvale Academy. A flicker of understanding crossed his face. Imperial Academy, he muttered to himself, realizing the significance. Whoever had crafted these arrows was either a current student or a former elite of Arcanvale. And the fact that such a person had handed over one of the Academy's special pouches to a simple shopkeeper meant Levi was trusted deeply. This was not just a random business relationship. This was someone investing in building a big business, maybe even a brand. You have tested the arrows, Levi said, smoothly shifting the conversation back. So what price do you have in mind? You originally asked for 5 third-rank elemental cores and 5 monster cores, the red-coated man replied. Though I have to admit I was not sure why you included monster cores. I assume it is some kind of enhancement. Still, collecting 2,000 third-rank monster cores would have been nearly impossible in one day. He reached into his cloak and placed a thick pouch on the counter. So instead, I have brought you 5 4th-rank monster cores. They are easier to secure in quality than to hunt thousands for quantity. I figured that was the smarter route. Will it do? Standing near the entrance, Razeal paused. His eyes narrowed slightly beneath the mask. Wait a minute. Did I not ask for just 2 elemental cores and monster cores? Razeal did not recall ever increasing the request to 5. But then again, he was not about to complain. If Levi could get more value for the same deal, it was just more resources for him. Profit was profit. Levi glanced down at the special pouch, unsure of what to do. The boss had clearly instructed him to prioritize quantity, but this was quality. As he hesitated, his eyes landed on a familiar figure standing silently by the door. Razeal stepped farther into the shop, letting the door click shut behind him. "Oh, boss, you are back," Levi said, surprised. He had not even noticed Razeal arrive. "Take it," Razeal said simply, "and meet me in the room after you are done." Without offering any further explanation, he turned and began walking toward the stairs. "All right, boss," Levi replied with a nod, reaching for the pouch to inspect the contents. Jonathan, the man in the red coat, narrowed his eyes at the exchange. "Boss," he repeated quietly to himself. He turned to look at the hooded figure in the black robe. The ghost mask obscured everything but the man-eyes, and even those revealed nothing. Odd. Jonathan could not sense a single trace of mana or aura from him. Not even a heartbeat. That should not have been possible. As a sensitive, high-ranked adventurer, he could usually detect even the most subtle of fluctuations. But here, there was nothing. Absolute silence. This guy is using a concealment technique beyond anything I have ever heard of. It is not just hiding his mana, it is muting his entire presence. What kind of technique is that? If he is the one supplying these arrows, or even the one who created them, it would make sense why he is hiding his identity. As the masked man passed by, Jonathan extended a polite hand. "Hello, I am Jonathan, professional adventurer." But the man did not even glance at him. Razeal walked right past as if he did not exist. Jonathan froze mid-sentence, his hand still extended. Slowly, he lowered it back to his side. His face showed no expression, but his eyes remained fixed on the man climbing the stairs. The arrogance. I am a peak 4th-ranked adventurer. He should be able to sense my aura. Then something clicked. He turned quickly, eyes narrowing. No footsteps. Even the man robe, flowing through the air, made no sound. Not even a whisper. That is not possible. Something moving like that should at least rustle. Just who the hell is he? Jonathan watched until the mysterious masked man disappeared at the top of the stairs. He turned back to Levi, who had already finished counting the cores, and was now silently watching him. They locked eyes. Neither said a word. Jonathan was not embarrassed, just thoughtful. Breaking the silence, Levi spoke. Elemental cores are exactly 2,000. As for the monster cores, you have provided 5 4th-ranked ones. It would be only 4 needed. Consider the 5th a bonus, Jonathan replied. A gesture of good faith, since I could not provide 2,000 3rd-rank cores, like you initially requested. Or, take it as a token of friendship. Levi gave a calm smile and reached under the counter. He pulled out a prepared bundle of arrows. Here, 398 arrows. 3rd rank. 2 were already used during testing. Jonathan nodded and took the bundle, placing it into a specialized pouch attached to his belt. Then he extended his hand once more, this time toward Levi. Levi did not hesitate. He shook it without issue. A brief, silent handshake between two professionals. Business was done. 5 minutes later, Razeal stood in his room, the door shut behind him, holding 5 4th-ranked elemental cores in his hands. Levi had just handed them over. In return, Razeal had used the 2,000 3rd-ranked elemental cores to fuse with basic 1st-ranked arrows via the system automatic blacksmith function, creating 4th-rank arrows. Those arrows went straight back to Levi for sale. Levi looked mildly dissatisfied, so Razeal promised him a decent illusion skill as a reward next time he did a good job. Not that it mattered now. Razeal did not waste any more thought on it. He stared at the 5 dark black cores in his palm, ready to absorb them all at once without hesitation. But then, a memory flashed in his mind. Professor Thalia lecture. Her words echoed. Something about mana overload, explosions, mana regeneration, and absorption limits. System, Razeal asked cautiously, absorbing all these high-rank cores at once. I am not going to explode, right? She mentioned something about mana regeneration issues and all. No need to worry, host, the system answered promptly. Your talent and body constitution are far beyond standard parameters. You possess the highest ranking talent in the entire dark faction. Absorbing dark mana will not harm you. Your resistance and internal control far exceed what these cores can produce. It honestly does not matter for you. Absolute dark genius is a broken talent beyond what you can comprehend now. You will understand this in the far future. However, I must remind you, this world lacks ambient dark mana. You cannot regenerate mana naturally here like others can. Your only sources are monster cores, or time spent in the system space, which contains ambient dark mana. Razeal had been half expecting the system to tell him to go visit the villains inside the system space for consultation, but this was better. Still, the revelation stung. No natural regeneration. That could be a serious problem in a drawn-out battle. If he ran dry mid-fight, there would be no refilling unless he had monster cores ready. Better start stockpiling, Razeal muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and activated the absorption process. Immediately, a familiar cool sensation wrapped around him. It felt like fog rolling over his skin, cold, smooth, and unrelenting. The dark mana surged into him with chilling calm, escaping from these small, tennis ball-sized cores in his hands as they started fading in their dark color. Within seconds, all 5 cores turned into clear, empty husks, completely drained. You have absorbed 5 C-grade monster cores of the 4th rank. Dark mana successfully absorbed. 100%. New affinity unlocked. Blood affinity, light medium. Increased light medium blood affinity after absorption. Increased light medium blood affinity after absorption. Host mana stat updated. From mana, D- to C. 408,236 out of 1 million. Razeal shook off the euphoric haze that always came after absorbing dark mana. His mind snapped to the notifications. What grabbed his attention the most was the mana stat update. He could feel the difference. His mana pool had expanded massively, like a well turning into a lake. The raw size of it felt unreal. His reserves had multiplied hundreds of times, like transforming into an ocean. But something felt off. Wait a second. System, did I not only need 10,000 mana points to rank up from D to C? He tried to piece it together. A normal D rank core gives 1,000 mana points. 1,000 points is supposed to be the entire mana pool size for everyone. That is universal. To reach C rank, he needed 10 times that, which meant 10,000 mana points. So 10 D rank cores, and boom, welcome to C rank. Then why the hell was the system asking for 100,000 mana points just to enter C rank? Not to mention needing 1 million mana points for passing from C to B rank. Razeal frowned, feeling like he had just been slapped with a cosmic tax bill. Is the system scamming me or what? He asked aloud, half joking but only half. Host, the 4th rank is a special threshold. To reach it, people typically need 10 times the mana they would expect to. Yes, you are right. Normally, C rank should require 1,000 mana points to enter. But in reality, breaking into this rank requires at least 10,000 mana points. That is why it is called a qualitative leap. And because your body requires 10 times the mana a normal person does, which is an advantage, not a flaw, you need a full 100,000 mana points to advance to C rank. The mana you required for every upgrade is as follows. F rank, 0 to 100, 10 mana points from 1 F rank core, which is the full amount of mana a normal universal person carries. E rank, 0 to 1,000, 100 mana points from 1 E rank core. D rank, 0 to 10,000, 1,000 mana points from 1 D rank core. C rank, 0 to 1 million, 100,000 mana points from 1 C rank core. B rank, 0 to 10 million. That is your simple progression chart. But in normal terms, it is not cheating. You now possess the mana quantity and density of a low B rank. It is just your official rank label still says C. Razeal narrowed his eyes, digesting the explanation. So I have 408,236 mana points now. Damn. Wait, why is it 408,236? I absorbed 5 C ranked cores, right? Should it not be a perfect 500,000 mana points? Correct, but that would be if all of those C ranked monster cores were at peak rank. But some were lower tier. So even if you absorbed 100% of the mana, you would only get what was inside the core, the system explained. I see. That makes sense. Razeal rubbed his chin. But then he blinked, almost stunned. Wait, how much did I have before again? You had 3,000 mana points with D rank mana, host. Goddamn. That is more than 100 times increase. His heart thudded. Damn, this almost felt easy as beep. He still had 6 days before the duel. With this rate, he could easily surpass 10 million mana points before then. Maybe even hit early B rank or a rank. The thought sent a rush through his chest, but he kept it cool on the outside. Cough. This is kind of embarrassing, he muttered to himself, getting all excited over this. It is just hard work paying off. Then his gaze shifted to the notifications blinking at the edge of his vision. New affinity unlocked. Blood affinity, light, blood affinity. He frowned. That was new. What does that even do? He wondered aloud. A memory popped into his mind, an old piece of literature, or a novel he had read as a kid in his past life. Vampires, blood magic, control over life force itself, night creatures. Oh, now that he thought about it, he had not heard anything about vampires in this world. Did this world not know about them? He blinked. Is this like vampire shit? He asked the system. Go find out yourself, host. TCH. Sometimes I swear you are on your periods, Razeal muttered. No reply came from the system. Screw it, I am too hyped. Let us figure out these affinities first. He had 3 right now. Shadow affinity, necrotic affinity, and now blood affinity. Technically, the strongest one he had right now was blood, since he had just absorbed 5 C rank monster cores with that property. His shadow affinity only came from 1 D rank and 1 E rank core. Necrotic came from a mix of E rank scraps. Still, that was not what was driving him now. What he needed to know, had to know, was what shadow affinity could really do. It had been more than a day and a half since that curiosity had sunk its claws into him, and it had not let go. He was desperate to know what shadow affinity could do. That curiosity was eating him from within. I can increase any affinity I want, he told himself. I just need C-ranked monster cores with shadow affinity. Blood could wait. Shadow came first. First come, first served. That was Razeal mindset now. He turned to the system. Find me an SSS ranked villain space that has the best and fastest growth potential for shadow affinity. Understood, host. Chapter 104. Welcome, host, to the SSS rank Valley of Villi. Villain title, The Greatest Collector. Finally, a normal title, Razeal muttered, though his tone was anything but trusting. He was not buying it. Not for a second. The damn system always had a way of twisting things just to spite him. It loved proving him wrong. Like that one psychotic crazy woman titled as the greatest mother, not even close to what the name implied. Then there was the so-called world killer, who now spent his days tending to flowers in some tiny-ass hut. And how could he forget not a swordsman, the dude who literally sliced a continent in half with a damn sword? No, titles were never straight what they seemed. Still, he scanned his surroundings, expecting the usual chaos like always. But this time, it was not what he expected. Razeal scratched his head. This time, he had not dropped into an open field or the middle of a flowery meadow, those weird, peaceful starting areas that made no sense for an SSS rank villain. But now, this felt right. Well, finally, looks like a real villain actually lives here, he thought as he looked around. He found himself inside an enormous, no, a massive room, a hall, a chamber, whatever it was. The size alone made him feel like a bug inside a palace. All around him, covering the floor in neat rows, were tall glass tubes, each fixed firmly into the ground and stretching around 7 or 8 feet high. Inside these transparent cylinders flowed a suspicious, thick, green liquid, its glow pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. But that was not the disturbing part. Suspended within the liquid were strange things. Razeal squinted. He could not identify them at first, just floating, distorted shapes, but the longer he stared, the more he realized they were organs. Maybe. Or limbs. They looked organic, fleshy, some vaguely humanoid, others more beast-like. Twisted, deformed, unnatural. He could not be sure what creature they came from. Maybe they were not even from the same species. But one thing was certain, they did not belong there. Not like this. They were being stored. Or collected. He did not know. Then, a crackling, bone-snapping laugh echoed through the hall. Oh ho 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 ho. Finally, something interesting has come my way. The voice was deep, playful, and full of unhinged excitement. It rattled like dry bones clacking together. Razeal's body tensed. He immediately turned toward the sound, relying on his high perception. But the moment his eyes locked onto the direction, whatever it was had already vanished from view. He scanned again, quickly. Behind you. Razeal twisted around instinctively, jumping back as a voice suddenly whispered just behind his ear. And there it was. A tall figure stood in front of him, easily 7 feet high, draped in a black and gold robe that shimmered with luxurious fabric and regal patterns. It looked like the kind of outfit a king might wear, if that king was undead. Because what stood before Razeal was not human. It was not even alive. He blinked, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. It was a skeleton, or at least, something that looked like one. The robe concealed most of its body, but the head was completely exposed, a bare, bleached skull with no skin, no muscles, not even a hint of decay, just bone. And its eye sockets were not empty. Inside each socket, 2 faint green flames flickered like cursed will-o-wisps, staring directly at him with unnatural hunger. Razeal frowned slightly. He had seen a lot of things since being thrown into this system hell, but this, a talking skeleton wearing noble robes, with literal flames in its eyes. Normal as beep, of course, he muttered dryly. So beautiful. The skeleton creature rasped, its bony jaw moving as it spoke, accompanied by the unsettling crackle of dry bones shifting. Razeal blinked and pointed at himself, raising an eyebrow. Me, he asked, confused. Ew. Not you, you pile of meat. What is inside you? The creature recoiled slightly, making a disgusted noise. Razeal's brow twitched. Inside me, he echoed, confused. The skeleton leaned closer, rubbing his imaginary chin with one long, spindly hand. Each finger bone was adorned with glittering rings, glinting in the dim green light. Do you even know, if you became a lich like me, the profit would be monumental. Where did you get these bones from? So beautiful bones, skeleton. You have got great potential as a skeleton. You came here to get stronger, right? Want some help? I am really interested. Razeal's lips twitched. Is he talking about the obsidian skeleton part of my body? He looked down at his lower half, which was still intact. Human. Just the idea of turning into a full skeleton made his skin crawl. Yeah, no beeping way. Becoming strong was fine. Necessary, even. But turning into something like this, that was a sacrifice he was not ready or willing to make. No thanks, Razeal said flatly, shaking his head. The skeleton tilted his skull in mock disappointment. What a disappointment. Razeal did not care. Anyways, Razeal did not waste time. I have come to make a deal, he said bluntly. Give me the skills to make me stronger. Tell me what you want in return, and I will try to provide it. The skeleton green eye flames flickered, his skull tilting slightly in thought. Of course, he had already received the silent message that someone would arrive to ask for knowledge and strength. But seeing the boy in front of him, so direct, was unexpected. Even felt a little funny. The lich mused, his jawbone creaking as he tilted his head slightly. You are direct. Good. But I do not deal in trades. These are my collections, not commodities. I do not sell, nor do I lend. But, if one of them chooses you, then it is yours. Razeal raised an eyebrow. That is it, he thought. Weird. The lich just tilted his head. If they want to be with you, they will. Want to be with me. What does he mean? Razeal was confused. It sounded simple. Too simple, right? But Razeal was not going to complain. These villains were weird. I want shadow affinity knowledge and skills. Everything, he asked directly. If the lich was not rejecting him, he should just go for it. The lich green flames flared briefly. I cannot say if it is coincidence, or if you already knew I had what you are seeking. But yes, I possess something perfect for you. Come. Razeal followed, his guard still up. Something about this place twisted his instincts. It was not just the tubes full of grotesque pieces, or the liquid that seemed to glow from within. It was also the eerie feeling he had, like he was being watched and judged from everywhere around him. He did not know why, but it was definitely a disgusting feeling. So where are we going? He asked, keeping pace. And what do you mean by if they want? I want skills, knowledge. I did not come here for objects. I do not teach, the lich said, laughing with an eerie, echoing rasp. Knowledge teaches itself. You asked for Shadow, right? But I am not Shadow. Only Shadow can teach you about what it is. If it chooses to. If you are deemed worthy, it will accept you. If not, you leave empty-handed, or not at all. Shadow can teach me, Razeal muttered, not following at all. The lich gave no more answers. They kept walking. Time felt strange here. Minutes. Hours. It was hard to track. But eventually, they arrived at a different kind of containment tube, larger than the rest. The liquid inside was no longer green. It was a dense, glowing white, thick like milk, and seemingly alive. Suspended in the center was a mass of black. No, not just darkness. This was not absence of light. As if this thing devoured it. A pitch black, ever-shifting heart-like core floated, as if alive. Its surface rippled, pulsed, shifted in unnatural patterns. Staring at it too long made his head ache, like the shadows were moving even behind his eyes. Razeal narrowed his eyes. What is that? The lich tone turned reverent. One of my greatest collections. The Shadow Heart. If it wants to teach you, if it accepts you, it will. I do not interfere. He gazed at the black mass with fascination, as if beholding a god. Razeal stepped closer to the glass, his reflection almost devoured by the sheer presence of the thing inside. The Shadow Heart. Whatever that meant, he could feel it watching him. Razeal did not know what to say. The thing in the tank, fist-sized, formless, pulsing with a darkness beyond black, was hypnotic. His gaze kept drifting back to it. So what do I do? How does this work? Or am I supposed to do anything? He asked, looking over. But the lich was already turning to leave. Hey, where are you going? My part is done. At least tell me how to start. Does it talk? Does it test me? Can it even hear me? What the hell am I supposed to do? The skeleton kept walking, voice drifting behind it. That is something you should discover on your own. Razeal ran forward a step. Then at least give me a hint, he shouted. The skeleton stopped. For a breathless moment, it did not move. Then, touch it. Razeal opened his mouth. But also the lich added, do not touch it. Then it vanished. 1 second there, the next gone, as if the darkness itself swallowed it. Razeal stared. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He yelled into the empty chamber. Touch it but do not. That is not a hint, that is a threat. No reply. He turned back to the tube, eyes narrowed, staring at the floating black core. It looked dead but felt alive. He tried everything. Talking to it, calling it, tapping the glass, even closing his eyes and focusing, trying to feel something. Nothing. Minutes passed. No change. Nothing. Finally, frustrated and drained, Razeal muttered under his breath, screw this. He stepped back, rolled his shoulders, and without hesitation, drew his sword with a sharp, metallic ring. His patience had officially run out. Enough of the cryptic waiting. If this so-called Shadow Heart had something for him, it better start talking, or get broken open. I am breaking the damn thing open, he growled. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip. His muscles tensed, his footing shifted into perfect stance. With D-rank strength and agility backing him up, the sword strike was as smooth and fast as a whip crack, faster than the eye could track. But he was not reckless. He deliberately aimed low, striking the glass chamber beneath the heart so he would not risk slicing the mysterious artifact, or whatever was inside. The sword struck. A shockwave of raw force blasted out from the point of impact. But instead of cutting through like butter as he expected, it stopped. Completely. Click. It was like hitting a mountain. Razeal's eyes widened as the jarring vibration rattled up through his hands and into his shoulders. His sword bounced off, and he stumbled a half step back, stunned. He looked at the glass. Not even a scratch. Ha, he blinked, then leaned in, examining the spot closely. His expression darkened. Nothing. Not even a dent. It looked like he had not touched it at all. You have got to be kidding me. I cannot even scratch this shit. He gritted his teeth and struck again. And again. Minutes passed. 10, maybe more. The floor around him was now littered with broken blades, shattered hilts, bent axes, and busted hammers. It looked like a battlefield, except his only opponent was a damn tube. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His hands were feeling numb. His arms ached. He was down to a dented war axe, the edge already chipped from the last swing. He tossed it aside with a frustrated grunt. It clanged loudly as it hit the pile of failed weapons. What kind of demon is this? Breathing hard, Razeal sat down on the floor, glaring at the unbreakable tube like it had personally insulted him. He ran a hand through his messy hair, muttering curses. Maybe I should just use flow, he said to himself, thinking aloud. He did not understand he was sounding like someone trying to use a nuke for cutting a tree. It was a suicidal technique, trying to use the flow of the whole planet, but if he stood himself against the tube, maybe it would work. I mean, yeah, I would die, but if I just stood next to the glass, and trillions of kilograms of force hit me, the glass would go with me, right? It would fly off too. He exhaled. Embarrassing. Just to crack some glass I need to use a suicide skill. But, then again, who was around to see him? No one. Just this weird-ass lab of floating guts and mystery goo. Still, the thought of slamming himself into glass like some deranged bird did not sit well. He looked at the white liquid inside the tube. Floating within was the shadow heart, an orb of pure darkness, so black it looked like it devoured the light around it. He could not help but feel like it was watching him. His eyes narrowed. He stepped closer, pressing his palm lightly to the cool surface of the tube. You in there? Can you hear me? You black dude, he whispered. It did not move, of course, as he expected. But, suddenly, he paused. A ripple. Razeal froze. He blinked. Did it move? The black mass inside had twitched. It was not his imagination. Then again, a pulse. A slow, deliberate twitch like a heartbeat. Hey, Razeal said, standing taller, instinctively taking a step back. The orb moved. It was no longer still, it drifted. Slowly, eerily, it started to glide toward him through the viscous liquid, like a predator stalking its prey. His breath hitched. It stopped right at the edge, mere inches from where the glass separated them. The shadow heart pulsed again, as if testing something. Razeal heart pounded. Was it trying to reach him? He stepped closer. His hand hovered over the glass. Crack. The sound was deafening. Oh shit. Crack. Crack. The glass groaned. The shadow heart was moving again, fast, now, swirling the white liquid into a vortex. And then, with a loud, piercing crack. Crack. The glass tube shattered just as the black heart touched its inner wall. Shards of glass fell like snowflakes in slow motion, tumbling weightlessly through the air. The pristine, viscous white liquid inside spilled out in a slow flood, washing across the floor. It crept over Razeal boots, soaking the solace of his feet. Cool, almost soothing. He did not flinch. He just stood there, quiet and still. What the? Razeal murmured, eyes narrowing. This glass took everything I had. Thousands of attacks, swords, axes, flow, nothing. Not a scratch. And now it breaks like cheap porcelain. He barely had time to process the contradiction. Because now the heart was moving, floating, drifting. It hovered forward, slow and silent, until it stopped just inches from his chest. No sound. No pressure. Just there. Up close, Razeal got his first real look. And it was nothing like what he expected. It was not flesh or stone or crystal. It looked like a heart made of shadows, layered together in impossibly thin strands, woven, interlaced, braided in ways that defied logic. The shadows were almost liquid, flowing along invisible veins, folding into themselves, blinking with an otherworldly rhythm. What is this? He whispered, mesmerized. He could not look away. Something about it was hypnotic, magnetic, beautiful in a way he did not have words for. Then it began to beat. With every pulse, the shadows in the room shifted. Faint, almost unnoticeable at first. But then Razeal's own shadow twitched on the ground. It curled, twisted, danced, moved. And Razeal did not even notice. All his focus was locked on the floating heart. And without realizing it, his hand lifted. He touched it. The surface did not feel like skin or shadow or air. It felt like touching nothing. Like the absence of space. Yet it was cold. Not icy or harsh, just impossibly still. Then everything changed. Flicker. No sound. No light. No sensation. Then Razeal opened his eyes. Or did he not? Where am I? His voice did not echo. In fact, he did not even hear it. He was surrounded by pure black. Not darkness. Not a room with lights off. Absence. There was no floor beneath him. No wind on his face. No pressure. No weight. Am I even here? He tried using flow sense. Nothing. His heightened perception gone. Even the sound of his own breath did not reach his ears. He tried moving. He could not tell if he was standing, floating, falling, or if those concepts even applied here. He clapped his hands together. He felt them touch, but he did not hear it. Not even the tiniest vibration. This place did not allow sound. Did not allow air. Did not allow presence. He tried turning his head. No orientation. He looked down. No body. He could not see his limbs. But when he reached out, he could feel them. As if his mind registered the presence of his form, but the world refused to acknowledge it. What is this? Panic did not come. It was too quiet for panic. Too nothing. He tried to use his flow senses. The only thing he could see, barely, was a line. A thin ripple of motion. Like a river made of time itself. Flowing in a perfect, straight path across this void. No other flow to be seen. No color. Nothing but that. He turned off his flow sense, instinctively. Something told him he should not use it here. Not now. Not in this space. Was he dead? He did not know. And worse, he could not even feel afraid. Because the emptiness did not allow it. It just swallowed everything. Even fear. Chapter 105. Razeal jolted upright, gasping as if he had just breached the surface of deep water after drowning. His eyes snapped open, darting wildly as they adjusted to the warm light of the room. His back was drenched in sweat, the sheets beneath him damp. His chest rose and fell in rapid waves. For a long second, he did not move, just lay there in the soft bed clutching at the air like someone coming back from the dead. That was beeping terrifying, he muttered, his voice hoarse and shaky. The memory of that place, that void, still clung to him like smoke. The way it consumed every sense, sound, breath, everything, made him feel like he had disappeared. Not died, not slept, just ceased. No sound, no pressure, no time, no self. He shivered, rubbing his arms as if that could wipe away the ghost of that space. His mind knew he was safe now, but some part of his soul still floated out there in that endless dark. He exhaled slowly, eyes still wide. I never want to go through that again, ever. Good thing the system purged any negative psychological effects once he was out, or he might have cracked then and there. Trying to pull himself back together, he sat up straighter, forced his breathing to steady, and focused on the one thing that could ground him. Progress. System, he said, his voice calmer now, or at least trying to be. Show me what I got. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a universe artifact. Name, Shadow Heart. Rank, SSS. Type, Elemental. Description. The crystallization of all shadows across the universe, fused into one. The Shadow Heart is the purest and highest form of shadow ever created, the ultimate sacred artifact of the shadow element. Ability. Absolute Shadow. Grants the user complete and unrestricted control over shadows. The user can shape, manipulate, and command shadows in any way they desire, for offense, defense, movement, creation, concealment, or destruction. The only limits are the user energy and the purity of their shadow affinity. Razeal read the details, rubbing his chin as he absorbed every word. An SSS-ranked artifact. He nodded slowly. Then again, and again. Ha, he finally breathed out. But then the question hit him. The one he had wanted to ask first. System. That heart I saw. It did not replace my actual, original heart, right? He asked, his voice dipping low, half joking, half bracing for the worst. Yes, it did. Your useless human heart is gone. Replaced with a legitimate SSS-ranked shadow heart. You should be happy. Happy my ass. Razeal's lips twitched. Of course the moment he saw the name Shadow Heart, he just knew something was going to be messed up. He touched his chest lightly, fingers pressing over where his heart was supposed to be. System. Just, will this thing work like my real heart did? It is not gonna malfunction, right? His voice was serious now. Not panicked, but cautious. This was not just some limb, it was his heart. Do not worry, host. It is better than your last one. Only difference is the material and color. You could say, you officially have a black heart now. Razeal groaned. Hilarious. Still, he had to admit, it did not feel bad. No discomfort. No pain. Just different. Razeal exhaled slowly. Cannot do anything about it, he muttered. As long as it works, I do not care what is in there. Still, first my bones turned black, now my heart. Why are all my organs being replaced piece by piece? Can I not just keep what I already have? It is just an upgrade, host. Be grateful. Yeah. He rolled his shoulders, stretching a little. Alright, next question. How many times did I die to get this heart? Because that is how it always went. Nothing came for free. He had died 10,000 times just to obtain the obsidian skeleton, which was just S-ranked. This was SSS. And numbers definitely be beeped up. None, host. Your absolute dark genius talent helped. You hold the highest favorability toward dark element items, so your body did not reject it. In fact, it fully accepted it. None, he blinked. So you are saying it just fused into me, without dying 1,000 times in agony. No pain or organ rejection deaths. Yes, the system kept it short. Well shit. That is a first. Good. He did not ask anything else. Not that he was complaining. Just surprised. If it worked, it worked. But now on to the important part. System. This is an SSS rank artifact. Why is there only one ability? He stared at the line. Ability. Absolute Shadow. Manipulate, command shadows. Offense, defense, movement, concealment, destruction. Sure, but that was it. One line. Should not an SSS artifact have, like, many broken abilities stacked together? He asked, raising a brow. Host, please remember, having many abilities does not equal being stronger. A high-ranked item with one ability usually means that one ability is extremely powerful, refined, not bloated. In this case, it gives you complete proficiency over the shadow element. Absolute Shadow gives you complete and instinctive control over shadow itself. That is not a skill. You are not learning to use shadows. You just can. Like a master swordsman, who does not need training to swing a blade, he just knows. But even a master needs a sword and strength to swing it. In this case, your sword is shadow affinity, and the strength is your dark mana. Right now, your affinity is low, so your control is limited. But the potential, it is massive. Keep pushing. The ability is not the thing which limits you, you are. That said, it still needs two things to truly shine. 1. Energy, dark mana. 2. Affinity, your natural connection to shadow. Increase it. Razeal blinked. Alright. I mean, if the system says it is SSS rank, then it must be something very special and unique, right? He scratched the back of his head, unsure whether to trust the screen. Absolute Shadow. Manipulate and command your shadow as an extension of your will. It looked impressive, sounded fine, even, but it felt off. Underwhelming, even, especially compared to the insane, over-explained, universe-bending abilities he had already unlocked. Flow came with a whole thesis on energy movement and combat synergy, killing intent head levels, and psychological breakdowns, and even others, many hidden effects, totally overpowered. And this, Absolute Shadow, that is it. He scrolled back through the description again, just to make sure he did not miss some hidden page or fine print. Still the same lines. Still vague. Still no instruction manual. He exhaled slowly, lips tightening. Villy said it is top tier. He glanced at the glowing system window again. He trusted him, even if this does not feel like it yet. He rubbed his chin. So, how do I even use this? His gaze dropped to the ground. His shadow stretched out beneath him, still and shapeless, cast by the overhead lights. Just a shadow. Silent. Harmless. Dead flat. All right. Let us try something stupid. He pointed a finger at it. Hey, you, move. Nothing. Of course nothing. He did not know any sensing techniques. No training. No control skills. No secret activation words. All he could do was try. Still, it felt ridiculous talking to his own shadow like it owed him something. But then, a ripple, small, subtle, like a single drop of water, had fallen onto a still lake. What the hell? His eyes narrowed. He crouched slightly, watching the dark shape beneath him shift just barely as if it had flinched. Let us try this then. Razeal slowly raised his hand again, twisted it. The shadow responded. From its edge, a thin tendril, blacker than black, slid out like liquid ink. It slithered a few inches, then another, its tip curling upwards. Hey, it is working, damn. Wait, let me try. Left, he whispered. The tendril jerked left, right, up, down. It moved exactly as he said, each motion clean, reactive, obedient. His heart began to race. Okay. Make a hand. The front of the tendril split, shadow peeled apart, stretching and folding into 5 crude fingers. A rough hand formed, still slick and formless like animated tar, but undeniably shaped. Now grinning, Razeal did not speak the next command aloud. He just thought it. Full arm. Make it look muscular. The shadow pulsed once. Then it surged. The tendril thickened, extending and reshaping into a solid, muscular arm, completely black, as if carved from obsidian smoke. It was bizarre, rising straight out of his own shadow, still anchored to the floor, but real, tangible, alive. He paced a half step back, eyes wide. That is actually crazy. Turn into a sword, he said next. The arm morphed in an instant. The fingers closed, flattened, hardened into a sleek black blade. Hammer. Boom. Bulkier, heavier. A shadow-forged hammer now replaced the sword. Trident. Sharp. Jagged. 3-pronged. How about a shirt? The arm melted, shrank, and climbed his torso. Within seconds, an inky black shirt was formed. Smooth. Seamless. Shadowborn. It matched the exact design he had imagined in his head. But it was still black. Always black. And even now, it was still faintly connected to the pool of shadow at his feet like a cable, or root that never quite let go. A low breath escaped him, a mix of awe and disbelief. This thing listens to my thoughts. And it does not just follow commands, it understands them as if it can read my mind. It felt less like a tool and more like a limb waiting for orders. And it is, kinda very interesting, Razeal thought, eyes narrowing. Wait, is this thing touchable? That thought alone set his pulse jumping. Shadows were not supposed to have substance. They were the absence of light, nothing more. Just shapes, illusions. But this was different. This was not some hollow silhouette mimicking his body. It was behaving like its object, or at least liquid which can be controlled. Driven by curiosity, Razeal dropped to one knee and slowly placed his palm on the shirt where the shadow had pulled. Instantly, it reacted. The shadow flickered under his touch, shivering like liquid caught in the breeze. Then it moved. Not just passively shifting, it reached for him. The shirt it had disguised itself as began to melt, unraveling into an oily black swirl that danced around his hand. It was not aggressive, even almost felt playful. A teasing motion, like a cat batting at a string. A cold tingle crawled up his arm, followed by an eerie sensation of movement not his own, but something else. Something like a very, very light liquid. It was not just mimicking life. It was like it is alive itself. Okay, yeah. That is not normal. Razeal muttered aloud, eyes wide. I can feel it. I can actually feel it. He flexed his fingers slowly. The shadow clung like some half-liquid fabric, responding to the slightest movement. Definitely not nothingness. Shadow is supposed to be. Definitely not just absence of light. It felt solid, material, tangible. As far as I know, he mumbled, thinking aloud, a shadow is not even supposed to be a thing. It is just darkness. Wait, can light be felt too, or touched? Never felt it. Beeping cool, he thought, grinning. He stood up and gave a cautious command. Stand up and copy my body. The moment the word left his mouth, the shadow on the floor stirred. It began to pull itself upward, stretching from the base like smoke rising, except this smoke had weight, shape, purpose. 2 feet formed first. Then legs. Tendrils spiraled upward, weaving together like threads pulling flesh from thin air. It climbed up until it reached the waist, and then it stopped. Frozen. Half-formed. Ha, Razeal blinked, his growing excitement colliding with a wall of confusion. What happened? Why did it stop? The shadow did not respond. Hey, form man, or whatever you are, what is going on? Did we run out of shadow, or something? Still no movement. Annoyed now, Razeal pulled up his system interface and checked his mana. Mana. C, 499,560 out of 1 million. He stared. What the beep? Was not that number supposed to be 5 million? Where the hell did all hundreds of that mana go? A sharp pit of unease settled in his stomach. Even if it is just a small number. Does it eat up this much mana? Literally 500 closing mana points just to form a damn little tentacle. Okay, whatever, he grumbled. Even if it does drain mana, should it not at least keep building until it is out? Why did it just stop halfway? He crossed his arms, tapping one foot. Not like I am asking for a full bodyguard here, but at least finish the job. Frustrated, he let out a sigh. All right, Villy. You wanna explain this or what? The system responded immediately, its voice clinical and unmoved. Your shadow affinity is too low, host. You have only absorbed a D-ranked and an F-ranked shadow affinity monster core. What exactly were you expecting? Your current affinity level cannot support more than 3 feet of shadow projection. Strength, length, control, and versatility all scale directly with your shadow affinity. If you want more than this, train for it. Razeal rubbed his temples. 3 feet. What am I even supposed to do with that? It is slow, it is tied to the shadow beneath me, and it is practically useless for mobility. The system did not budge. Please do not complain now, host. Also, let me remind you, fire elemental users at your level can only create a flame the size of a pinky finger after months of training. And that is just enough to light a candle. You, on the other hand, just summoned a half-body construct with 0 training, full control, and no backlash. Why? Because you are holding an SSS ranked artifact. You have been handed absolute control over a beeping high-level element. Total freedom. You can shape it however the hell you want. No restrictions, no blowback, no instability. That is not normal. The only reason it is not doing more is because you do not have the energy to power it or the affinity to guide it. That is on you. So yeah, work for it. Razeal fell quiet, lips pressed in a line. The system voice, as always, was blunt, but it was not wrong. There is a lot you can do with this, host. But you need to put in the work. For both our sakes, system again said, this time in a softer voice. Razeal stared down at the half-formed figure, shadow legs planted firm, and torso flickering like a hologram stuck mid-phase. It was clumsy, incomplete, barely anything compared to what it could be. But still, it had moved. It had responded. All right, he muttered under his breath. I guess we have got a long way to go. He clenched his fist, shadow swirling faintly beneath his feet. But we will get there. Even after the failed attempt at forming a full figure, Razeal was not done experimenting. His curiosity was burning hotter now. Let us try something different. He stood up, eyes grazing the shadow at his feet. Concentrating, he shaped it not into a humanoid, but a flat, solid square, hovering just a few inches above the ground. It was small, barely the size of a stool. Without thinking too hard, he stepped onto it. For a split second, he braced himself, expecting it to collapse, vanish, or something. But it did not. Instead, it held. Solid. Unshaking. What the hell? It is actually supporting me, he muttered, testing it by shifting his weight back and forth, even jumping, but it stayed still. Then something really strange happened. He moved his body slightly, expecting the light around him to shift and change the shadow position beneath him, basic physics. But the shadow platform did not budge. It stayed locked beneath his feet, perfectly steady, like it was glued to him, but still held its own shape. It defied everything he knew about how shadows behaved. No flickering, no lag. Just there. He grinned. Interesting. A thought sparked. Just one word in his mind. Move. Instantly, the shadow beneath him glided forward. No bounce. No drag. Just smooth, silent motion like he was skating on the world's quietest hoverboard. Oh shit. The sensation was unreal. His body was not even moving. His legs were still, arms relaxed at his sides, but he was sliding. Effortlessly. The surface carried him across the room like he was standing on silk, and it responded to his thoughts like it was wired into his nervous system. He tilted his weight slightly. The shadow veered left. He pointed with his finger. It drifted right. He leaned back, and it stopped. This is insane, Razeal whispered, spinning slowly on the spot like a kid discovering rollerblades for the first time. It is like a skateboard, but with a perfect suspension system. No sound or friction, it is just floating. He started zipping side to side across the room, grinning like a maniac. Then the real thought hit him. What if I could scale this up? Make it bigger, shaped like a monster truck. Something massive moving and armored. Wait, could I fly with it? I mean, there is a way, right? The possibilities lit up in his mind like fireworks. But before he could start molding the shadow into anything more complex, the system voice cut into his thoughts like a buzzsaw. Host, shall we move to training now? You can test all of this out in a controlled space. Razeal frowned slightly, still coasting across the floor like a ghost. Also, you are wasting mana here. This is a normal environment. Inside the system training space, you will have time amplification and unlimited mana. You want to experiment without limits. Do it there. TCH, fine, Razeal muttered with a pout, already feeling no mana fatigue or whatever, not even tired. Still, he stepped off the platform, retracting the shadow back into himself. As it vanished, his feet touched the wooden floor beneath with a soft thud, almost silent, like he had never left the ground to begin with. His shadow returned to its natural, static state, hugging the floor like nothing had happened. But his mind was racing. I need to start requesting shadow affinity monster cores in the next deal, he thought. I have been too careless on general mana boosts. It is time I started specializing. And I also need to level up my killing intent skill too. I still have not figured out what effects be unlocked next. Alright, he said aloud, stretching his neck. Send me into the system training function. Confirmed. Chapter 106. Just as the system was about to transfer Razeal to the training ground, he suddenly raised a hand. Wait. Yes. Razeal narrowed his eyes. Show me my stats. I want to see how much I have progressed. Confirmed. With no more words, a dark blue panel materialized in front of him, glowing softly in the air. Host, Razeal. Alignment, true villain, unredeemable. Villain rank, D-. Elemental affinities, shadow, extremely low. Necrotic, extremely low. Blood, low intermediate. Attributes, Strength, D. Agility, D-. Mana, MPC, 498,760 out of 1 million. Endurance, C-. Will, negative. Mental, SS-. Charisma, S. Luck, negative. Razeal exhaled sharply, his shoulders finally relaxing, after what felt like an eternity of stagnation. Ha, finally, he muttered. His stats were no longer stuck in that frustrating flatline of F ranks. Nearly every attribute had seen a jump. Finally, progress. Still, there was no illusion about where his sudden improvement came from. His strength and agility had not risen from hard training or luck. They surged all thanks to the passive effect of shortcut. Killing body, physical stats increase the more you kill. Whatever, I got killed same if not more times to achieve this, he thought. But then his eyes stared at his status window again, drawn to one troublesome corner. Mana. He frowned. Just tapping into his shadow affinity had drained 1,300 mana points. That was not even a massive attack. It was just a small-scale testing. That shit eats mana like a starving beast, he muttered. He shook his head. Cannot even imagine the cost if I went all out fighting with that. Yeah, the system was cool. Brutal, yeah, most likely. And now even skills coming from it drink mana like beep. Sighing, he thought. Maybe just do not trust this fully until he has a billion of something. Dark mana. Back to main consuming things. System. How much to upgrade killing intent? Killing intent, SSSD. Killing points required, 0.08 out of 10,000. To gain 1 full point, you need to accumulate 100 killing points. Each D-ranked monster gives 0.001 point. Therefore, to upgrade, you must kill 100,000 D-ranked monsters. Razeal raised an eyebrow. 100,000, just to level it up once. Correct. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Seconds passed. Then he made a decision. Forget D-ranked opponents. It would be a complete waste of time. If I only fight those on my level, I will stay in place forever. I should maybe aim higher. System, what is your recommendation? D-ranked or C-ranked opponents? Logically, the higher your rank, the greater the return. Right now, if you hunt D-rank monsters, you will need to kill 100,000 just to upgrade your killing intent. Only then will the next effect unlock. Currently, your average stat level is D. D-ranked enemies will still challenge you enormously after all. They will have same stats, if not greater than you. Especially not to say in the later waves numbers of enemies be enormous, but it is feasible since you can always just revive. Plus, inside the system space, the time amplification is 100 times. That is a massive training advantage. It is a massive edge. With that much time, plus your current skill set, your combat scenes will evolve quickly. You will adapt faster. You will win. Still, it will not be enough. You need intensity. Growth demands pain. In C-rank simulation, time amplification jumps to 1,000 times. You would only need 10,000 kills to upgrade your killing intent. Efficiency increases drastically. Furthermore, your healing skill, Major Healing, B, requires severe injury damage to gain even a single point now. Damage at least which could be counted B-ranked. Limbs severed, organs destroyed. Scratches from D-ranked monsters will not count now. D-ranked enemies likely will not be able to damage you at that level, but with C-ranked opponents, the damage will be substantial enough most of times. And it will prepare you for greater challenges. You will face overwhelming foes in the future. Better to gain that experience now. The system paused briefly. My advice, fight stronger enemies. C-ranked. It will push you. Razeal stood quietly, absorbing every word. Makes sense, he thought. Then, without hesitation, all right. But let us not do C-ranked. Take me to B-ranked opponents. If we are fighting to rise, let us fight something worthy enough to be called fighting. A cold smile crept across his face. The system hesitated, rare for something mechanical. Host, I would not do that. If you approach this using planning, traps, manipulation, perhaps you could have done it. But direct combat, face to face, you will be outclassed. Every stat, every ability, every attack of theirs will outmatch yours. Razeal did not care. What is the amplification rate? 10,000 times. 1 hour outside gives you 10,000 hours of time inside. Over 1 year. Then I will use every hour. I believe I can kill a B-ranked opponent even with D-tier stats. And how many deaths do you think it is going to take you to kill one? The system asked bluntly. Razeal fell silent. He thought seriously, then finally answered. 100. I will find a way. Let us say you do. Let us say you kill it after mastering its weaknesses or whatever. What happens when the next wave comes? 10 at once. Then 100. Then 1,000. Will you still endure? Do not worry about that. Razeal closed his eyes. I just do not want to be humiliated in my first real fight in front of the whole world. He opened his eyes. And I will win, he said, a cold, unwavering fire behind his gaze. Silence. Then, very well. Initializing transfer to B-rank combat simulation. Time amplification, 10,000 times. After a few moments, Razeal opened his eyes. His breath instantly turned to mist, the cold air slicing against his skin like invisible blades. A sharp chill crawled across his body, wrapping around him like an icy embrace. Oh, this is cold, he muttered, exhaling again to see the fog of his own breath swirling up. His eyes adjusted, scanning the horizon. White. Endless ice white. He turned in place slowly, taking in the surroundings. Snow-covered plains stretched to infinity, interrupted only by flat stretches of clear, solid ice beneath his feet. There was not a mountain in sight. No trees. No structures. Not even a single hill. Just raw, open, frigid emptiness. Current biome, frozen flats. The system notification popped up. Frozen flats, ha, Razeal repeated, nodding as he crouched to inspect the surface beneath him. The ice was a deep, oceanic blue so pure and transparent he could almost see through it. Is this a frozen river? Or a lake? Damn. He gave a low whistle. It was beautiful. In both his current life and the previous one, he had never seen snow like this. Never stood in such silence. It was serene. He let out a chuckle. Cool. But that moment of awe did not last long. Because then he saw it. The air itself seemed to shift. The wind stopped. The ground groaned. He turned his head slowly and froze. It was impossible not to see it. It towered in the distance like a living monument. Razeal's lips twitched. Haha, system, you are joking, right? This is a prank, right? This is not. We are not actually fighting that thing, are we? He almost took a step back. Not from fear, but from the sheer scale of what he was looking at. His eyes could not fully take it in. He had to tilt his head back to see the top. It stood still, but the countdown timer above its head ticked down with every second. Then the system dropped the info. Current opponent, Glaciermite. Rank, B-ranked Juggernaut-type monster. Category, Ice Affinity, Polar Colossus. Mass, 170 tons. Height, 13.6 meters. Known habitat, Whitebane Flats. Frozen expanse of Sector 44V, Galaxy 6736. Razeal blinked slowly. Well, that is not going to help anything, he said blankly. It will begin attacking in 4 seconds. Host, the system warned. Yeah, I can see that, he replied, eyes locked on the towering monstrosity. The beast was a nightmare of cold and fury. A polar bear-like monster, the size of a 3-story building. Its white fur rippled in the wind, matted with frost. Its back and shoulders were dotted with jagged ice crystals. Its claws were longer than swords, glinting like frozen razors. The creature face was a grotesque combination of power and primal menace, its mouth and eyes still closed, yet it radiated an overwhelming pressure. Razeal felt a strange, deep-rooted psychological terror that came from seeing something massive. Are B-ranked monsters always this beeping big? Razeal asked, half in disbelief. Not particularly. This one is a juggernaut type. They are uniquely built to rely on their massive size and brutal strength. Of course it is, he muttered, exhaling slowly. He pulled out a system-provided sword, thin, sharp, and slightly curved. Not ideal against something this size, but it would do. He cracked his neck, flexed his fingers, then started walking, each step faster than the last. From walking to jogging, from jogging to sprinting. His boots slammed against the ice with increasing speed, forming small cracks beneath him as he pushed harder. The Glaciermite remained still, its system countdown nearly reaching 0. Its breath steamed from its nose even while sleeping. Razeal looked like an insect charging toward a mountain, but he grinned. Let us see how it feels to pick a fight with a beeping building. To any outside observer, the sight was absurd. A lone figure, barely human-sized, sprinting full force across a frozen wasteland toward a monster 80 tons heavier and tall enough to block out the sun. I have the advantage here, Razeal shouted over the wind. I am fast, you are big. That means your body is a wide-open target. Let us see how good you are at stopping a supreme villain you cannot even track. Razeal ran. Every muscle in his body fired like a machine, his momentum building with every step as he raced across the frozen flats toward the towering beast. The countdown burned above the monster head. 3. He was 10 steps away. Close. Just close enough. 2. 5 steps now. His grip tightened on the hilt of the sword the system had granted him. He bent low, ready to launch his entire body into a precision strike. 1. Razeal twisted his body mid-run, angling to dive behind the beast's ankles. His eyes locked on the target. Thick, massive legs like tree trunks, but he knew the weakest point of any colossus was its foundation. Just as he brought his sword arm back, preparing to slice. 0. A deep, shuddering boom exploded from the creature. Its eyes shot open, crystalline blue, like ancient ice given life. And in that exact instant, whoosh, a burst of freezing wind blasted out from the Glaciermite, a shockwave of elemental force. The sheer air pressure alone was enough to rip Razeal from the ground. Whoa, what the actual beep, Razeal yelped as he was hurled skyward, flipping through the air like a tossed ragdoll. Spinning uncontrollably, he instinctively activated his flow ability to stabilize himself. His body jerked upright midair, but not before he had already climbed nearly 20 feet high. That is when his eyes met the beast's eyes. Time slowed. The Glaciermite mouth opened wide, frost dripping from its jaw. And then, crayock, a massive ice pillar began to form in its maw. Within seconds, it was fully shaped, like a missile carved from glacier stone, and launched skyward directly at Razeal. His eyes widened. What the beep is this shit? He had no time to dodge. He did what only a madman with no survival instincts would do. He grabbed his sword with both hands, twisted in the air, and with all the strength in his core and arms, screamed into the sky. Ahaha. He swung the sword. The result, crunch. The blade shattered like glass. +1 injury point. The school bus-sized ice pillar struck him dead center. Boom. He flew. Not just a few meters. He tore across the air like a cannonball, vanishing from sight. A full kilometer away, the ice pillar slammed into the frozen surface with an earth-shaking crash, sending a shockwave of ice shards and snow flying in every direction. The echo thundered across the flatlands. Chunks of ice scattered. The pillar, no longer supported, tipped sideways and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. 30 seconds passed. Then, Uyich, Razeal's voice groaned from within the massive crater. A bloodied hand emerged from the hole. Then another. He dragged himself up, bits of cracked ice sticking to his skin. His clothes were shredded, his armor completely ruined. He glanced down. His body looked like raw meat. Veins had burst. Muscles had ruptured. His skin was split in several places, blood pouring out in rivers. And yet, not a single bone broken. I really thought I would be able to cut through that ice. Razeal laughed bitterly. It was 100-year-old ice. Stronger, denser, magically reinforced. It was not normal ice. And even if it was, do you really think you could cut through a bus-sized chunk mid-air with a basic sword? The system replied, voice dripping with sarcasm. Razeal coughed up blood, still smiling. Well, at least I did not die, right? I am still standing, kind of. His legs trembled. Blood was still flowing from multiple open wounds. Bits of flesh were barely clinging to his ribs. But even so, his healing factor had kicked in. Slowly but surely, the bleeding stopped. His muscle fibers were visibly knitting back together. He tapped his foot on the ground experimentally. I really thought that ice pillar would break and drop me straight into the water underneath. You are standing on 17,000-year-old ice, formed from high-density mana during a polar epoch. That kind of ice is used to measure ice magic strength. Older ice equals stronger structure. I see. That is pretty neat. But do you not think it is kind of cheating for that walking ice fortress to be that big and have ice elemental attacks? You asked for a legit B-ranked opponent. Yeah, I did say that. Razeal rolled his shoulders. They cracked audibly. His regeneration had finally stabilized. Muscles were reconnecting. The wounds across his body were closing rapidly, flesh bubbling back into place. Had his bones not been freakishly dense, he would have been vaporized. But they had absorbed most of the impact. And now, he was moving again. Not perfectly, or quickly, but still he was alive. And improving. So, the system asked curiously, what is your plan to kill it now? Razeal cracked his neck. I do not know yet, he said honestly. But we will figure it out. Yeah, idiot. Razeal ignored the system. And with that, he started running again. Toward the monster that nearly killed him. Because that is what villains do. They rise. And with that, Razeal charged again. +1 injury point. +1 injury point. +1 injury point. +1 injury point. He barely made it within 200 meters before the next barrage came. From its distant perch, the glaciermite let out a low, guttural growl, and then began its assault. Ice pillars the size of siege towers launched through the sky like ballistic missiles. Thud, thud, thud. They smashed into the frozen ground all around him, each hit sending shards of ice flying, each one capable of ripping a normal person in half. Razeal dove, rolled, spun, slid across the slick ice, trying to dodge the unrelenting bombardment. But there were too many. One smashed the ground beside him and threw him across the surface. Another clipped his side, shredding his skin in chunks. A third exploded next to him, the shockwave hurling him face-first into the ice. Clothes, gone. Pants, obliterated. He now stood, if you could call it that, in nothing but torn, frostbitten underwear, and that 4 holes in it. Blood trickled from a dozen new cuts, his skin a patchwork of bruises, scrapes, and half-healed gashes. Still, he got up, sword trembling in his hands. He pointed it at the massive beast in the distance, the ice titan that looked like a walking apocalypse. Beep you, he roared, his voice echoing across the flats. If you are born of one beeping father, then fight me like a man. What the hell is this coward-ass sniping bullshit from 2 football fields away? His lungs burned. The cold ripped through him. But Razeal's fury was hotter. The monster did not respond. It simply remained still for a beat, then launched another volley. Razeal dove again. Thud, thud, thud. Ice cracked. The ground trembled. The distance between them was not just meters. It was a gap of power, of raw destructive scale. And yet, he was still there, still trying, still shouting into the void, still running toward the impossible. Because no matter how many times it knocked him down, he refused to stay there. And well, he has all the time in the world. 10,000 hours inside as one outside. That is just. Chapter 107. Razeal muttered as his body knit itself back together. I am not going down without messing this bastard up. Veins realigned. Flesh bubbled back into place. The bleeding slowed. At least I am not dying this time, he thought, pressing his back against the thick ice pillar that had slammed into the ground just moments before. The thing was taller than a giant truck and wide enough to block out the sky. Razeal had dodged, barely. A second slower and he would be a red smear. He glanced up from behind the frozen barrier. Glaciermite stood a good 100 meters away, arms crossed, frost coiling around his body like smoke. That smug beeper had not even moved after launching that attack. That thing is really not taking me seriously, damn oversized snowball. He is clearly playing with me. Razeal rubbed his chin, calculating. The air was thin and sharp. His boots slid slightly as he shifted weight. This surface is slippery as hell, but the ground is smooth and featureless. No traction, no grip. Running would be suicide. I would fall on my ass before I made it halfway to Glaciermite. I need to be faster, he muttered, eyes locked on the enemy. Faster than him. But my feet are already maxed out and this terrain is a death trap. He tested the ice with his boot, scraping it slightly. Zero friction. It was like trying to sprint on polished glass. I wish I had wings, he muttered, sighing. Or could fly. The thought barely passed through his mind before something clicked. Wait. Why the hell do I even need to run? His eyes widened. A grin cracked across his face. He did not waste time thinking it through. The shadow beneath his feet twitched, responding before he even consciously willed it. It spread outward, stretching unnaturally, flickering like liquid flame. It was like moving a part of his own body. Controlling shadow felt natural, almost like an extension of his own self. Let us ride, he smirked. Shadow affinity might suck up my mana, but this is system space, so who cares? The shadow warped upward, solidifying into a flat, wide platform just centimeters above the ice. A dark hoverboard. Its edges rippled like oil under moonlight. He stepped onto it, his balance instinctively adjusting. It floated without sound, without resistance. No wheels, no friction, just movement. Honestly, it felt like standing on a cloud. Razeal crouched slightly and nodded to himself. Okay, let us see what kind of speed this bad boy has. He shifted forward. The board responded instantly. No startup lag. No need for momentum. Just pure acceleration. He jerked backward as the force slammed into him, pure inertia. Wind clawed at his face, numbing his skin almost instantly. His eyes watered from the cold as the board rocketed forward. 40 kilometers per hour. No traction needed. No delay. Just movement over the void. He curved around the edge of the ice pillar he had been hiding behind, now racing into the open. Then he saw Glaciermite, still watching, still unmoved. The moment Razeal came into view, the creature opened its jaw again. Oh, for beep's sake, Razeal spat. A monstrous, jagged ice pillar fired straight toward him like a freight train launched from a cannon. Let us go. He leaned left. The board veered instantly. The massive ice column slammed into the ground behind him with a deafening crack, sending up a cloud of sharp mist and shattered ice. He was gone before it landed. Razeal board streaked across the ice like a bolt of black lightning. His half-ripped underwear whipped violently behind him as he adjusted posture, crouching low to reduce drag. Damn, this is fast. He could not even hear his own voice over the wind anymore. 50 kilometers per hour, 60 kilometers per hour, 70 kilometers per hour. The board did not care about terrain. The ice could be cracked, sloped, or bumpy. It glided like a ghost. Also, the connection between him and the shadow felt symbiotic. Like it wanted to move. Like it shared his intent. He steadied his breathing, heart pounding with adrenaline and cold. I could get used to this. But speed came at a cost. The faster he moved, the harder it became to balance. Air resistance was starting to become a problem. He was practically flying, and there was nothing to hold on to. Balancing on the board was becoming harder with each passing second. The wind pushed against him like a solid wall. He leaned into it, dropping his shoulders and tucking his body tighter. Less drag, more control. The wind screamed past his ears. The speed was getting faster by the second, all because of one command. Go as fast as you can. Razeal squinted as the freezing wind battered his face, his hair whipping behind him like loose wires. The cold had turned his eyebrows white, and his skin was starting to go numb. And the shadow beneath him obeyed. With no hesitation, no limit, no brakes. System, Razeal voice shook, eyes barely open against the wind pressure, fluttering like torn flags. Just how fast can this thing get? As fast as the mana you can provide, and as much as your body can handle. The system responded, tone cold and matter of fact. Then it added something worse. Currently consuming 8,062 mana points per second. And rising. Razeal blinked. He heard it all, but only one thought exploded in his brain. What the beep? That is insane. He shouted into the wind. Do you even realize a typical D-ranked person total mana is supposed to be 1,000? The numbers were so ridiculous, they almost made him cry if he were not seconds away from becoming a human smear on the ice. 80 kilometers per hour. 90 kilometers per hour. The acceleration never stopped. If I fall at this speed, he muttered, shielding his face against the ice wind, which now felt like razors across his cheeks. One sharp stick in the wrong spot, and I am a dead man. And it was not just the cold. Inertia. Momentum. His own body was seconds away from betraying him. Even worse, he could not even turn. At this speed, even a slight shift would launch him sideways like a ragdoll, bones first. But just as this thought crossed his mind, thud, a massive ice pillar crashed into the ground just meters ahead. Towering, 24 feet tall, nearly 15 feet wide. Another followed. Then another. Thud, thud, thud. Glaciermite had spotted him. That big dumb polar bear beast actually had a brain. If it could not hit the target directly, it would just target the road ahead. Cut off the path. Box him in. Crush him in motion. Razeal's stomach twisted. This is going to be embarrassing now, he muttered, hands clapping together instinctively. He could already see it in his mind, smashing into the pillar face first like a goddamn idiot. And there was no way to steer. 100 kilometers per hour. No brakes. No control. No escape. The ice pillar rushed closer. A goddamn wall. Razeal tensed, bracing himself for a face-snapping impact. But it never came. Instead, the shadow slid straight up the ice. Vertically. No slowdown. No friction. No physics. Like it was a literal ghost gliding across reality. What the? Razeal whispered. The shadow climbed the ice wall like it was nothing. Smooth. Seamless. Speed intact. It did not give a beep about gravity. Because gravity did not apply to it. It is a beeping shadow. Razeal jaw dropped. Wait, it can climb walls too. It was amazing for 2 full seconds. Then he realized something important. The shadow might not obey physics, but his body definitely did. The moment the board shifted direction, his momentum stayed the same. His body started to lurch backward. Weight. Inertia. Gravity. They all came crashing back at the same time. Shit. He was going to fall off. But then his instincts kicked in. Without thinking, he reached for his shadow. The black shape beneath him responded instantly. It expanded, reshaping beneath his feet, morphing mid-flight. In a split second, it formed into a chair-like construct. Small tendrils extended from the sides, wrapping around his legs, his waist, even his chest. They gripped him tight, not painfully, but firmly, just enough to keep him locked in. His body stabilized. The fall stopped. And now, Razeal was sitting on his own shadow, flying vertically up a 90-degree ice pillar at over 100 kilometers per hour. Woo-hoo-hoo, he shouted, wind blasting into his face, laughter mixing with adrenaline. This is so dope. The ride was smooth, seamless, no vibration, no drag. He scaled the massive pillar like it was nothing, hit the top, dipped over, then descended the other side, still fast, still rising in speed, still controlled. And just like that, he repeated the same maneuver on the next pillar, up, over, down, like he was skiing on skyscrapers made of ice. There was no friction, no resistance, just raw speed and momentum. The Glaciermite watched him from afar, clearly dumbstruck. Maybe, just maybe, if it had any real intelligence, it would have said, "What the beep is this shit?" But it was not smart. It was just a dumb, oversized bastard, frozen in place like an idiot statue. Meanwhile, Razeal, blazing toward it at breakneck speed on his custom-built shadowboard, was grinning like a lunatic. 130 kilometers per hour, just 50 meters away now. And yes, he was sitting on what looked like a shadow-formed chair, in a half-ripped pair of underwear, half covered in ice, flying through sub-zero winds like it was the most normal thing in the universe. This is going to work just fine, he muttered, voice barely audible over the roaring wind. His lips fluttered violently from the pressure, but the wind was strong. Also, with this speed, with this momentum flow, I can cut this bastard to pieces. Razeal slowly began to rise. The shadow seat beneath him responded, tentacles that had previously wrapped around his stomach and chest now uncoiling. Instead, two thick, pipe-like pillars of shadow formed along behind his legs, supporting his thighs and waist like a dense exosuite. From there, new tendrils spiraled tightly around his limbs, locking him in a secure upright stance on the shadowboard. Now standing fully upright, he looked like a silhouette in motion. The swirling black shadow against the ice wasteland made him look like a dark specter. System, he barked, sword. A sword materialized in his right hand instantly, long matte black steel, with a slight sharpness across its edge. Razeal tightened his grip. He started channeling. He concentrated every ounce of movement flow, every beat of the speed, every vibration from the board beneath his feet. He focused it all into the blade, guiding the flow into it. It was a trick he had learned during those endless hours fighting Skulltrites. Let your momentum become your strike. He had done this before, back in the Skulltrite battles, but never at this speed. Still, it felt natural. Right. The Glaciermite stood still, unmoving. Its frost-colored eyes tracked him with a quiet, primal stare, almost like it was curious, intrigued by the tiny insect daring to charge it. 140 kilometers per hour, 20 meters away. 146 kilometers per hour, 10 meters. Razeal smirked. He drew his sword back, ready to release everything in a single, devastating slash. His target was the front of the monster left ankle. Bring the giant down. But then, a warning flashed. Warning, shadow support pillars will collapse in 2 seconds. The force being applied by air pressure exceeds your shadow affinity stabilization capacity. Your mana pool, though infinite, cannot sustain structural integrity under this wind resistance any longer. Shadow supports will break. Razeal absorbed the message in a flash. Terrible timing. He did not even have a second to curse properly. He was already clocking in at 150 kilometers per hour. The Glaciermite massive leg, more like a tower, was just 5 meters ahead. No way to stop. No way to slow down. If the shadow pillars shattered now, the air pressure alone would yank him backward like a broken doll, send him spiraling off course, sword flailing, strike ruined. He would either crash or just revive, losing this opportunity. His thoughts raced, but instinct took over. Do not resist. Flip it. Use the fall. Use inertia. And right then, he made his move. With a single, silent command, he deactivated the hoverboard under his feet, not before taking a jump, of course. It vanished. The instant it did, his body rocketed forward, flung by the sudden release of build-up speed. Every atom of inertia that had been held back by the hoverboard force dampeners now launched him like a bullet. Air howled in his ears. His spine burned. His flow surged wildly through him like electricity through a cracked cable. No control now. Just speed. Just violence. One shot. He did not even try to stabilize. He did not bother adjusting his body or refining his grip on the sword. He embraced it, all of it. The Glaciermite still had not moved. Its frost-colored eyes blinked slowly, as if realizing too late what was about to hit it. Take 150 kilometers of inertia, bitch, Razeal bellowed, voice ragged, wind-shredded, but defiant as hell. The sword, black, humming, charged with raw flow, rose into position. And then, slash. The blade screamed through the air with a clean, almost whisper-like swish. Then came the fall. Razeal body shot past the Glaciermite like a high-speed bullet, sword arm fully extended from the force of his slash. The follow-through was too fast to control. He did not just land, he crashed. Thud. He slammed into the ice 30 meters away, bouncing once, then skidding. His body raked across the frozen surface at breakneck speed, friction tearing into his skin. flesh tore open. Blood smeared behind him like red ink on a glass canvas. His right side was almost completely flayed from the grind of ice. He finally came to a stop. Naked. Literally. Even the remnants of his frostbitten underwear had been obliterated from the sheer friction. But despite the blood pouring from half his body, he was grinning like an idiot. Lying on the cold ground, chest heaving, eyes squinting into the bright white sky, Razeal held up the sword hilt still clutched in his hand. The blade was gone. Shattered. Splintered into a million tiny fragments during the final strike. But he chuckled anyway. Check your leg, bitch, Razeal coughed, laughing through cracked lips. Blood spilled between his teeth. Behind him, the glacier mite had remained motionless, at least for a few seconds. Then it twitched. Its head turned. Its body stiffened. And then, flourish. A geyser of dark, hot red liquid erupted from its lower leg. The monster ankle, that massive pillar of frozen muscle and reinforced bone, had been severed clean through. The cut was surgical, unnaturally clean, as if someone had taken a scalpel to a glacier. Even hairs around the body were cut off perfectly. The beast swayed. A faint trail of mist curled from the wound where icy flesh met open air. Blood and steam poured together, sizzling on the ice floor. Even the ice beneath it bore the mark, a single, razor-thin line cut deep into the glacier floor. Barely visible, but real. 1700-year-old ice. The delayed pain finally hit. Error. The scream shook the world. The roar was so loud it cracked nearby ice pillars and nearly blew out Razeal eardrums. He covered his ears too late. Blood poured from them. Razeal winced, covering his head with his arms as the sonic pressure washed over him. Ugh, shit, that scream could crack mountains. It was not that it was painful, but very irritating for him. The beast reeled backward. Its massive arms swung out in agony, one of them slamming into the ice with enough force to send fissures spidering across the surface. Its balance broke. It staggered and began to fall. A slow, heavy topple, like a skyscraper collapsing. Boom. The entire landscape trembled from the weight of its fall. Chunks of ice launched skyward. A shockwave blasted across the flatlands, nearly flipping Razeal onto his back again. Still bleeding and fully naked, he forced himself up on one knee, grit in his voice. Yeah, cry about it. He coughed again, wiping blood from his mouth as his lips curled. Worth it. Chapter 108. Razeal forced himself up to his feet. Every inch of his body was bleeding, torn, or bruised, but his regeneration was slowly kicking in. It was very slow, but steady. Torn flesh began knitting. Fractured nerves reignited. Still naked, he looked like a walking corpse, but he was a corpse that just made a mountain bleed. The glacier mite, toppled on the frozen plains, lay still. System, Razeal muttered with a cocky smirk, still swaying on his feet. How would you rate my performance? 4 out of 10, the system responded dryly. Razeal blinked. That low. You did manage to damage a B-ranked juggernaut-type opponent. That alone is a feat, but the drawbacks are clear. Excessive build-up time. Over-reliance on straight-line speed. Inability to chain attacks, and currently, you are entirely naked. Razeal looked down. Yeah, fair. Also, you injured yourself more than the enemy. Not sustainable for extended combat. Razeal did not argue. He was too busy trying to stabilize his shaking legs. But then, something shifted. A hum of ice magic buzzed across the battlefield. He turned his gaze to the glacier mite, and his stomach dropped. Where the beast leg had been severed, a sudden burst of cold magic surged. The ankle, once dripping blood and steam, was now freezing over. Thick layers of jagged ice crystallized and twisted, forming a new artificial limb. An ice foot. No, Razeal whispered, his smile gone. The glacier mite head turned. Its glacier blue eyes looked colder than ever. In Razeal mind, they might as well have been red. The monster roared. A scream rumbled across the plains like an avalanche. Razeal instincts screamed for him to run, but he could not. His legs barely worked. He summoned his shadowboard beneath him. It formed instantly and lifted him gently above the ground. Without hesitation, he turned and rocketed in the opposite direction. But the monster had had enough. No more games. From behind him came a massive sound like thunder cracking in reverse. Razeal did not need to look to know, but he did anyway. There it was. A building-sized ice pillar, easily 10 or 20 times larger than any before, shot through the air like a divine hammer. Oh, come on. This is just overkill. He had just enough time to stare up at the falling monolith, his shadow eclipsed beneath it. Host, you have died. 50 attempts later, he had tried everything. Speed, timing, precision. But the result was always the same. The best he ever managed was severing a limb once, an arm, another time a leg. But it was never enough. He died again and again. So eventually, he had to accept it. No matter how many times he repeated the process, it would not change the outcome. That path led nowhere. Frustrated and worn down, Razeal finally abandoned the technique. It simply was not enough. If he truly wanted to defeat this monstrous being, he had to rely on something else. An ability that might actually stand a chance. The flow. Razeal knew what he had to do. But knowing was not the same as understanding. The flow was not just a power. It was a state of being. It meant moving with the rhythm of everything around him. But every time he tried to use it, he could not align himself with it. He could not flow with it, at least not without harming himself. The truth was brutal. The moment he invoked the flow, the entire force of the natural current of the planet itself rushed through him. It struck him like a tidal wave, shattering his body in an instant. He was not ready. He was not skilled enough. His control was crude. He could not limit the intake. It was like trying to drink the entire ocean in one breath. What he needed was restraint. He could not draw on the flow of the whole world, not yet. Maybe if he could tap into a smaller portion, say the wind in just a 10-kilometer radius, a fragment of the area, then his body might withstand it. That was what the old man had advised him about. He had to start small, learn control, learn to survive the flow, piece by piece. With that realization settling in his chest like cold steel, Razeal took a deep breath and stepped far back across the battlefield. He planted his feet and began to swing his sword through the air, not with rage or forced force, but with the intent to flow. Across the field, the glacier might stood still, massive, unmoving, arrogant. It watched. Then, as if irritated by Razeal's persistence, it raised its frost-covered arm and began launching massive ice pillars toward him like a mountain god bored of waiting. Razeal stood alone on the scorched plateau, eyes locked onto the ice pillar before him. A towering spire of frozen magic thrust into the earth like the god's own blade. Wind howled around him, spiraling from every horizon. But he did not flinch. He had done this tens of thousands of times. And every time, he exploded before his sword could even taste the pillar surface. That was the problem. The wind was not just wind. It was the planetary flow, the unending circulation of energy wrapping the globe. Every time he tried to tap into it, the whole force came rushing in. 100%. Always. No filter, no control. A god-tier torrent that tore him apart from the inside out the instant he opened himself to it. Host, you have died. Again. Host, you have died. He did this tens of thousands of times. Still, Razeal kept trying. Again and again and again. Just like that, before he could even feel time moving, 100 days had passed. 100 days of death, of detonation, of failure. He started wondering if maybe effort alone was not enough. Maybe the universe did not care how hard he tried. Because, truthfully, there was not much progress to show. That was when the system finally spoke. Correction. You are no longer absorbing 100% of the planetary wind flow. The current uptake has been reduced by 0.25%. Total intake, 99.75%. Razeal stared at the screen, expressionless. So you are saying I died 12,643 times, to reduce 0.25% of wind input. Correct. He sighed, blood still dripping from his regenerating jaw. This is hell. It did not feel like training anymore. It felt like banging his head against a divine wall. 0.25%. It was a joke. An insult. He had sacrificed everything, and all he had gotten was a footnote. But he did not stop. He could not. Even when the wind turned him into fireworks, he kept trying. Because if he could master the planetary flow, he would become a living storm, a weapon that could rival natural disasters. Maybe that is the way to his victory. Yet, progress slowed. It was like trying to tame the rotation of the entire planet. Each step forward took a mountain of pain. Eventually, he cracked. He screamed. He cursed the sky. This is so beeping slow. He was done chasing planetary wind, Coriolis force, planetary flows, too vast, too volatile. No sword technique could survive being fed raw kinetic fury from an entire atmosphere. So he stopped, and he started looking down. If not wind, what else flows? That was when he felt it. A slow, brown-hued pulse beneath the crust. A tectonic drift. It was faint, barely a ripple, but it was there. And unlike the winds, it was steady, predictable, and monstrously heavy. He asked the system for data. Tectonic plates range from tens to hundreds of millions of square kilometers. Weight estimated between 40 septillion to 200 septillion kilograms. Movement rate, 1 to 10 centimeters per single full planetary rotation. So small, so slow, but so dense. If he could tap into that movement, ride the inertia of the planet bones, the kinetic energy would be terrifying. Not as chaotic as planetary wind, not as strong as that fully, but definitely stable and easier, as the power is definitely small. That was when he began crafting a new technique. Tectonic drift strike. There were no flourishes, no flashy moves. He simply stood there, held his blade, and tried to move with the flow of the tectonic plate itself. The plates moved just centimeters per year, barely perceptible. But that slowness masked a truth. Massive objects moving slowly still generate unfathomable force. The first time he tried, he exploded again. Every time he synced with the drift, his body absorbed all of the kinetic energy behind the continental shift, like trying to swing the momentum of a continent through a single slash. He obliterated himself, over and over. But this time, it felt different. He was not frustrated. This was something he could work with. It did not roar like wind. It rumbled, patient and deep. The explosions still came, sure, but his spirit could match its pace. Razeal committed. Days turned to weeks. Weeks into months. And then, the system updated again. Tectonic drift uptake, 97%. Reduction of 3% achieved. 3%. It sounded like nothing, but it was enormous. An object as heavy as a tectonic plate, even a 1% change in absorbed energy, meant the difference between total vaporization and a survivable hit. And yet, in practice, he still exploded every time. Same second, same instant, still torn apart by the force he tried to wield. But he did not stop. Because now, for the first time since learning this ability, progress had a pulse. He just needed more time and practice. Maybe after some time he could just control it fully. He did what anyone would do. Keep trying. Just like that. 7,000 hours vanished like nothing. He had not killed a single monster in all that time. Not even scored an injury point. Dying instantly did not count. And worse, he had not improved any other skill. Not even one. All he did was die. Again and again. Obsessively focused on mastering one thing. Flow. Every attempt, a failure. Every revival, another reset. But still, Razeal stood up, trained, and died again. He did not know why he even wanted it so badly. Maybe because he had never had power. Maybe because this was finally his shot at it. Maybe he was just too stubborn to give up. Tectonic drift uptake, 70%. Reduction of 30% achieved. The notification hit as Razeal died again, and reappeared in the system training space. Gasping softly, he muttered, "Good." But the truth was nothing felt different. The second he activated the skill, the same thing happened. Massive buildup, sudden overload, boom, instant death, over and over. And worse, the closer he got to mastering it, the harder each step became. "Host, good work," the system said, though it rarely commented on such things. Razeal was truly giving it everything. Months had passed. He never stopped. Inside the system space, there was no fatigue, no stamina drain, no psychological stress. But even with all those burdens removed, it still took something more. Will. To focus on a single task for this long, without losing interest, without giving up despite almost zero visible progress, that was rare. The system was not affected by the perception of time. It was an omnipotent entity. But for a human, time hit differently. Holding yourself together under those conditions, that was something else entirely. Maybe it was hunger, power finally within reach. All it required was effort. And that, Razeal had always been willing to give. He had never had power. Not once in his life. So now, with a real chance to grow stronger through pure hard work, he refused to waste it. From the system perspective, Razeal had proven himself worthy to be its host. Not everyone could handle this kind of training. This system did not hand out shortcuts. Nothing came free. Everything had to be earned. And Razeal, he always paid the price. From the smallest skill to this moment now, he worked for every inch. Because just acquiring a skill is not enough. Earning that skill, grinding for it, bleeding for it, refining it through your own effort, that is what truly matters. The system was satisfied, deeply satisfied with his progress. As for this particular skill, taking years to master it with little to no progress is entirely normal. It was not surprising if you really thought about it. Flow, an SSS ranked skill, was not just huge, it was massive. And he was not just learning to handle one stream, like the flow of a tectonic plate. He was learning to manage every possible application of flow. The larger the flow, the more brutal the grind. But this skill would be worth it. One day, it would be his greatest strength. And so, he continued. Razeal kept going. No matter what. Thousands of hours passed. Tectonic drift uptake, 60%. Reduction of 40% achieved. More deaths. Razeal cursed aloud, his face twisted in frustration. Beeping brutal. He stopped to breathe, though he did not need to. It was just habit now. 2 whole years. For this. For barely 40% reduction. His voice cracked. If this had been real time, he would be a skeleton by now. But thankfully, only 2 hours had passed in the outside world. 1.6, to be exact. That fact alone kept him going. Tectonic drift uptake, 50%. Reduction of 50% achieved. The halfway mark did not feel like a win, because it only got harder. Tectonic drift uptake, 40%. Reduction of 60% achieved. Tectonic drift uptake, 20%. Reduction of 80% achieved. Each percent took more time than the last 10 combined. Eventually, tectonic drift uptake, 1%. Reduction of 99% achieved. And then, nothing. Still dying. Still the exact same explosion. Still the same catastrophic kinetic blast that shredded him in a blink. What the hell? Razeal roared, throwing his sword down to the ground, bubbling up with frustration. 17 years. More than 150,000 hours. All for 99% perfection. And it still was not enough. This was madness. He collapsed backward, panting despite having infinite stamina. He did not need to breathe, but his mind still felt the pressure. How the hell did that old man even learn this? Razeal could die and revive endlessly. No fatigue. No psychological trauma. Infinite stamina. And yet it still felt impossible. The old man did not have any of that. So how? How did he do it? Either he had some secret technique he refused to teach me, or he was just a different breed altogether, Razeal muttered. There was no way a normal person could master this while risking their real life every time. But no matter how much he raged or questioned, it would not change what had to be done. So Razeal stood again, reset, focused, and kept trying. Because if this was the price of mastery, then he would pay it. All of it. Even if it took 100 years in here. Because outside, only 17 hours had passed. Chapter 109. Host, it is morning. Your body has gone over 20 hours without nutrition. You require sustenance. Also, it is a new day, and you have the academy today. The system chimed softly, trying to pull Razeal out of his intense, trance-like training. But he did not even look up. Leave it. I am busy, Razeal muttered, sighing. He had not slept or eaten. All he had done was die. Die, revive, and train. You are going to skip the academy? The system asked, genuinely surprised. The system paused. It was not surprised that he wanted to skip. Razeal never cared for the lessons, the ranks, or the staff. But he always went for one reason. To keep appearances. He could not let people think he had given up. But this time, he had other priorities. Razeal did not pause. The people who need to know I did not run away, Razeal said, already know I am here. Or they will soon enough. His voice was flat, resolute. As for those who will misunderstand, let them. They will hear my name, loud and clear. On that day, when it matters. He exhaled slowly, making up his mind completely. I am not wasting even one more minute. Very well, as you wish. However, I recommend you at least eat something. Your biological body, despite your physical body being stronger now, still requires maintenance, if not more than before. Starvation impairs training. It is not like I have not been hungry before, he said with a shrug. Not to say it is just one day. Then he paused. Wait, monster cores and elemental cores should have arrived by now, right? He turned away from his training ground and accessed the external interface, exiting system space briefly to handle business. He appeared in the shop, where his assistant, Levy, was already waiting. Delivery is here? Razeal asked bluntly. Levy gave a half scowl. Yes. The 10,000 third-rank elemental cores and 24th-rank monster cores. Good. After that, Razeal converted the 10,000 third-ranked elemental cores into third-ranked fire arrows and told Levy to sell them again. Levy flinched. Did you not promise me an illusion-type skill this time? Razeal did not even blink. Not yet. I am busy. The coldness in his tone made Levy back off. Dissatisfied or not, he knew better than to argue. Razeal did not explain himself. He had no reason to. Razeal did not care about the feelings of his employees. To him, Levy was basically a slave, for now. Not that Levy knew. Razeal grabbed the 20 monster cores and turned. Also, he said over his shoulder, get food ready. Something high protein, high energy, no delays. Levy nodded reluctantly. Before leaving, Razeal issued one last command. From now on, only collect monster cores from stealth or assassin-type monsters. He could not outright say shadow affinity, because the concept did not officially exist in this world. But thanks to system intel, he knew stealth and assassin-type creatures had the highest chance of carrying it. Back in his private room, Razeal absorbed the 24th rank monster cores. System confirmed the result. Absorbed 20 C-ranked monster cores. Affinity gained blood affinity. Increase low medium. His face fell slightly. TCH. All blood affinity? Again? Not even one shadow? His luck continued to spit in his face. Still, there was some gain. His blood affinity ticked up more than it ever had before. But the real prize was mana. Plus 2 million MP gained. Mana pool. 2,499,560 out of 10 million. Rank up, mana B rank achieved. The surge of power pulsed through him like adrenaline. He grinned slightly. Not bad. He did not linger. He grabbed the food Levy had left at the door, ate quickly with one hand, and returned to the system space without hesitation. No wasted movements. No distractions. Time was a currency, and Razeal refused to spend even a second on anything. Inside system training space, tectonic drift uptake 1%. Reduction of 99% achieved. It sounded like success. It should feel like progress. 99% of the kinetic pressure removed, that was a miracle. But even with just 1% of that monstrous force flowing through him, he was barely holding on. Razeal wiped sweat from his forehead. Still gonna explode, even with just 1%, he muttered. Because that 1% was not a joke. Tectonic plates did not just move, they heaved. Each one carried the weight of continents, septillions of kilograms in motion. Even 1% of that energy was like holding the raw inertia of a falling moon in his spine. He tried sinking with the flow, letting it pass through him, trying to ride it, but it kept turning him into a ticking bomb of kinetic feedback. Feels like I am trying to balance on a nuke while it is mid-flight, he grunted. It was not even about control anymore. The math alone was killing him. Every moment, his body had to calculate exact directional flow, speed variance, gravitational angle, and mass conversion. And one wrong decimal meant system reboot. He was training inside the system space, because the real world would have vaporized him by now. System advisory detected. Depends on if you can take the burden and pressure of this host. If you were highly proficient in flow ability, it would not have mattered. You could have synced with any movement perfectly, so no pressure, no burden. But with your current level, the system voice had no emotion, but Razeal could still feel it judging him. Even a trillionth of a miscalculation would result in death. That is the price of this technique. Yes, it is powerful, and yes, it grants immense advantage, but the disadvantages are just as lethal. I recommend you stop trying to force the percentage down. Instead, perfect your flow handling. Right now, you are brute forcing it, reducing the weight instead of improving your ability to carry it. Even if you reach 0.1%, your body might still fail when it counts. Eventually, the energy required for later stages will be so immense that no physical body, no matter how enhanced, can withstand it. Your current advantage is your physicality, but that will stop mattering. If your flow proficiency does not improve, you will cap out and die. Right now, your flow usage is below basic level. If you reach intermediate, you might be able to truly carry this burden, not just suppress it. Razeal did not argue. He just let out a long sigh. Yeah, I get it. But even that pathetic 1% is enough for now. He stood up again. What the hell would I even do with a full-powered tectonic drift slash? Crack open a continent? Slice off a piece of atmosphere? I am a villain, sure, but I need a planet to live on too. I am still not fighting gods yet. It is just a 16-year-old, or maybe someone around 30. I am going to fight them in a few days. I do not believe I need that much power this fast, and this is the fastest way to get it. You think I do not know what path I am on? I am trying to rely on my body to get it fast. I know it is the wrong way, but it is the fastest. He laughed quietly to himself, a bitter edge to the sound. And maybe 1,000,000 kilograms of force, that is more than enough for now. Hell, that is enough to send a mountain flying. He cracked his neck and walked back, holding his sword, swinging at the incoming ice pillar. No countdown, no reset, just him and the relentless, crushing pressure of tectonic motion. No shortcuts, no hacks, just pure grind. He positioned himself again, closed his eyes, reached for the flow. It came like a tsunami of force. He let it touch him, not consume him. Let it skim across his awareness, like a blind man feeling the shape of a god with his fingers. He felt his heartbeat sync with the rhythm. His knees buckled, veins bulged, blood leaked from his ears. But he stayed standing. Let us go again, he whispered. And just like that, for days passed in the outside world. In the real world, that was nothing. A weekend, a nap. But inside the system space, where time is 10,000 times the outside, 4 days felt like eternity. He did not even know how much time exactly had passed. And still, Razeal was standing. Flow was slightly improved. Taking a deep breath, Razeal suddenly steadied himself, reviving just seconds after being completely perished. Just as he appeared, a massive ice pillar, the size of a tower, erupted toward him from the direction of the glaciermite. It roared through the air with lethal precision, freezing the wind around it as it closed in fast. But Razeal did not care. He exhaled slowly, calmly, as if the living mountain monster was not throwing a building-sized projectile at him. He closed his eyes, tuning everything out. No sound, no wind, no weight of reality. Just that faint, pulsing ripple, the brown flow, that ever-present tectonic rhythm that had become his obsession. His entire focus funneled into it. He did not think. He did not resist. He flowed. The moment that ripple passed beneath him, he moved. His sword swung, not too fast, not too slow. No effort wasted. It was a perfect curve, a match to the invisible pulse only he could feel. It was as if his blade had slipped into a groove carved into space itself. The tip of his basic training sword tapped the oncoming ice pillar. Tap. A soft, almost pathetic sound. Like a stick brushing a stone. And then, silence. Time stilled. The massive pillar, mid-flight, hovered like it had forgotten what it was meant to do. Then came the unraveling. A slow shiver cracked through the structure, like a string of glass fracturing under moonlight. The entire ice pillar began to crumble, not shatter, but disintegrate. Fine, dust-like particles peeled off from its edges. And then light. A vertical beam of white burst from the impact point, shooting skyward. A seamless line of pure kinetic fury, invisible until the air itself responded, roaring upward in a cyclone of light and force. It was not just destruction. It was erasure. As if reality refused to remember the pillar ever existed. Razeal stood motionless, eyes still closed. But the corners of his lips curled. It is starting, he whispered, his voice barely audible beneath the dying howl of air. Finally. But then, crack. He felt the weight vanish from his hand. Razeal opened his eyes. His sword, was gone. Not broken or dropped, but disintegrated. The handle, the hilt, the blade, all of it had turned to floating cosmic dust, consumed in the very moment it struck. There were no surprises here. And not just the sword. He looked down and froze. His right arm was gone. No, not gone. Transformed. From fingertips to shoulder, all that remained was sleek, ink-black obsidian bone. No muscle, no skin, no blood. A skeletal arm made of obsidian, the material darker and scarier than death itself. For a moment, he could only stare. No pain, no bleeding, just absence. It was the first time he had ever seen his own bones so clearly. They shimmered in the light like polished jet. Beautiful, terrifying. He flexed the fingers, what was left of them, and watched the black joints shift with eerie silence. The strike took my arm with it, he muttered. His voice was dry. He should have been panicking, but he was not. There was only focus. It was just temporary. It would return anyway. Maybe I need to tone it down a little more. He let out a tired chuckle. It will be perfect when it does not erase part of me every time I swing it. He clenched the skeletal fist. The power was real. Now, he just had to perfect it. Chapter 110. After 10 more brutal hours, Razeal finally exhaled a long, ragged breath that barely counted as relief. He was not a master. Not yet. But he could do it now. And by do it, he meant surviving the process, mostly. Sure, sometimes a limb vanished. A hand reduced to bare bone. A chunk of his arm missing. Skin, muscles, and veins clean off. Minor details. But that did not matter. What mattered was this. Razeal could hit now. Hard enough to break things that should not break. At least not by the gentle and beautiful-looking hands of his. Ask how much force he was ignoring just to keep his body from turning inside out. Try this. 100 million times. Not one. Not a 0.1, or even a 0.001. Nope, not even a millionth. 100 million times less than full output, and even that pushed his body into full system atomization. It was absolute nonsense. Because what he was trying to harness was not some magical wind or sword slash. It was tectonic energy. Continental-level kinetic force. A continent-sized slab of Earth crust, moving with the force of shifting planets. Now imagine if someone could harness all that kinetic energy, compress it into a single punch, a single strike. A weaponized continent in motion. Now that is insane. Imagine someone grabbing a house and hurling it at your head. Think about the weight, the mass, the impact. Now imagine the house is moving at high speed. The strike is focused, tight, and fast. The blow from a superhuman being. You do not just lose. You get erased. Now scale it up. What if someone could throw a tectonic plate at you? Even from just 2 feet off the ground, the mass alone could knock the planet out of alignment. The planetary balance would collapse. Oceans, weather systems, gravity, all of it, thrown into chaos. And that was the kind of force Razeal was learning to tame. Even if he could only tap into 1/100 millionth of it, that tiny fraction was still monstrous. Still enough to make any god ask the impossible question. Where the hell is all this strength coming from? Anyways, to the current Razeal. He cracked his knuckles, eyes scanning the frozen horizon. Hundreds of meters before him stood the beast. Glaciermite, a mountain-sized juggernaut. Like a walking iceberg with a polar bear rage. Its body towered over the frozen wastelands, a living fortress of muscle, fur, and elemental frost. Razeal smiled. Yeah, my strike is strong enough now, he muttered. Let us level up the killing intent now. Definitely strong enough to punch holes in castles, maybe even go toe-to-toe with monsters weighing over 170 tons. Razeal muttered the words under his breath, eyes still locked on the massive creature looming ahead. Glaciermite. The beast body was vast, covered in a mountain worth of ice-crusted fur. Its breath alone turned the air to a haze of frost. Standing there, it looked less like a monster, and more like a moving natural disaster. Razeal grinned. I guess my strike is finally strong enough, he said, stretching both arms. Yeah, I can definitely fight with this monster now. No more hesitation. No need for build-up. With one shift of weight, Razeal launched forward at full speed, his shadow hoverboard igniting beneath his feet. He blazed toward Glaciermite like a black comet tearing through snow. His eyes stayed calm, focused. There was no rage left. No panic. Not even adrenaline anymore. Just a razor-sharp drive honed by dying a million times over. Now his focus was narrowed to 5 things. Battle experience, killing points, healing efficiency, flow refinement, and shadow magic. Meanwhile, as he reached there, he looked at his skill panel. Major healing, B rank, 806,757 out of 1 million. Killing intent, SSS to D, 0.08 out of 10,000. Yeah, Razeal got wrecked this time. He glanced at the healing stats and scoffed. Over 800,000 in damage, and that was only counting the fatal ones. Anything below B rank level damage did not even register. Cuts, small blown limbs, wounds too minor to be noticed. Only the kind of wounds that should have ended him made the list. Who could imagine that? If it were not Razeal, it would be a psychological burden to anyone. And these were injuries that only happened from misses. After all, he was supposed to die always in a suicide experiment bomb. He was still completely messed up. Most of the time, he had just self-destruct and it was an instant kill. So when did he get time to get injured? Honestly, it was really messed up. Still, to him, it was just spare change. Casual loss. Just the price of breaking through. And now was the real test. This fight was going to be legendary. It had to be. His eyes scanned Glaciermite. Its breath unleashed entire towers of frost. The air grew sharper with every second, the very atmosphere trying to freeze him in place. A whale-sized polar bear, covered in layered plates of living ice. Razeal blood surged, but not with fear. Excitement. Finally, a real fight. No shadows. No simulations. Just a raw, head-to-head clash against something that could kill him for real. He smiled. This was it. Time to push past the edge again. And with that, Razeal charged the towering Glaciermite head-on. For all this time, he had kept his distance, 200, sometimes 300 meters away, just practicing flow. But this time, he was not. He slid across the ice with precision, shadow hoverboard slowing as he closed the final gap. Just a few meters now. Time for payback. For the 800,000 plus injury points. Sliding forward, Razeal gradually slowed as he closed the distance. His eyes flicked to his mana stats too. Mana, S rank, 1.562 billion out of 100 billion. Yeah, he had grown. A lot. Over just 4 days. The trade business had been booming. Those D-ranked fire arrows were selling like wildfire. And with the profits, came power. Not just mana, his shadow affinity had surged too. He had sold 1,512,000 D-ranked fire arrows. In return, he received 7,810,000 elemental cores, and 15,620 monster cores, from which all the elemental cores he passed straight back to Levy, after converting them back into more arrows. And yeah, he directly absorbed all 15,620 monster cores at once. The result? A dark surge of mana unlike anything before. Over 1.562 billion mana points gained, and a direct infusion of shadow energy. Yeah, he did not explode as he should have. But anyways, his shadow affinity, which had lingered in the low ranks for so long, now burst into low intermediate directly. All this, from just 4 days of trading. It was insane growth by anyone's standards. In terms of magic potential, Razeal had now officially entered the S rank in mana capacity. And with his affinity reaching the intermediate stage, the possibilities with shadow magic were staggering. There was just one catch. The system made it clear. He would have to unlock and understand the techniques on his own. Everything was there, he had already mastered it, but he needed to discover it for himself. So the knowledge was already within him thanks to Shadow Heart. Now, it was just a matter of unlocking it. Whatever. That could wait. For now, or just unlock now while beating this dumb beast. Razeal stepped silently off his shadow hoverboard, landing with precision. His eyes locked on the monster ahead. Let us see how strong you really are, he muttered. A glint of steel flashed as he drew his sword with his right hand. Glaciermite did not react at first. But the second Razeal stepped forward, the beast moved. As if insulted by the challenge, the giant beast stirred from its glacier-born stillness. Its 170-ton body shifted with grinding weight, and when it stepped forward, a tremor ripped through the frozen ground, shaking it with a deep, groaning rumble. Its massive, glacier blue eyes locked onto the tiny figure before it. To Glacier Might, he was an insect. Insignificant, but not ignored. The Colossus lifted its arm slowly, massive bear-like claws curling into a fist. At first, that seemed just to be it, but then the air changed. Ice began to gather at the raised arm, drawn in by force, by power, by will. Energy crackled and danced around it, the frost spiraling into a gleaming, massive claw of pure, condensed elemental ice. It radiated power, and if that claw came down, Razeal might die before he even realized what had happened. Still, he watched it, unimpressed. It is really slow, he muttered, letting out a low whistle. Yeah, being the size of a fortress definitely makes you a bit sluggish. He grinned. But just as the words left his mouth, Glacier Might struck. In an instant, that towering behemoth moved with impossible speed. The ice-armored fist plummeted toward Razeal like a falling star. The fist, now wrapped in raw elemental ice, blurred toward him with terrifying speed. The air pressure hit first before the attack even landed. A concussive blast of wind surged outward, threatening to flatten everything in its path. Razeal dug in, his feet skidding slightly, his muscles straining. The force was staggering. Damn, it is fast, Razeal whispered, his voice nearly drowned out by the howl of displaced air. His body, still only ranked D in raw stats, was not built to take that kind of assault. But his obsidian-reinforced skeleton held. He did not tremble, did not drop. He stood straight even as the pressure clawed at his skin, pulling at him like gravity had just tripled. Tension, absolutely. But fear, no. Not even close. Two thoughts shot through his mind in a heartbeat. Option 1. Meet the blow head-on. Use tectonic slash. Cut off the monster arm mid-swing. Direct. Brutal. But no. Too straightforward. Too obvious. Too plain. No style. Option 2. Something new. Something he had waited to try. He made his decision before the punch even landed. A grin crept across his face. Shadow manipulation, he whispered. It was time to put those 15,000 monster cores to work. Beneath his feet, the shadows churned. Dozens of tendrils exploded outward like liquid snakes. Chapter 111. Dozens of tendrils extended out from the shadow of Razeal, stretching out beneath him with more weight, strength, and brilliance than ever before. They did not look like some hazy, fragile thing anymore. This shadow felt alive, solid, responsive, ready. And as if reading his thoughts, they moved before he could command. A thin, dark platform formed just under his boots, lifting him from the icy ground. Then, like a sudden gust of wind, silent, fast, and fluid, it carried him swiftly to the right, skimming just centimeters above the frozen surface. But it did not stop there. The tendrils continued stretching outward, longer, broader, rising high like roots reversed, becoming a scaffold beneath him. Before Razeal could process it, he stood on a platform almost 25 feet above the ground, held steady in midair by snaking shadow tendrils that connected all the way down to his reflection on the fractured ice below. They moved with precision, wrapping and adjusting to keep his elevation stable, as the whole construct adjusted to the chaos below. Boom! The ground where Razeal had been standing not seconds ago exploded with force as the punch of Glacier Might slammed into the earth. The impact sent shockwaves in every direction. The 1,700-year-old ice floor, frozen solid for eons, shattered like glass, sending shards and massive chunks flying outward. In an instant, a massive crater was carved into the ground, wide, deep, and jagged. It looked like a meteor had struck. Yet the shadow tendrils that had sprouted from that same location reacted instantly. The moment the punch struck them, they rippled violently like thick bamboo reeds hit with a hammer. But instead of snapping or vibrating up to Razeal, the shadows adapted. More tendrils shot outward, lengthening and reinforcing the structure, balancing it midair like a self-adjusting suspension system. The base tendrils slid deeper into the crater, extending like anchor roots. No shake, no tilt. Razeal did not even feel a single jolt. He looked down at his feet. A thin, inky platform shimmered beneath him, barely visible, yet fully solid. It held him as if gravity was just a suggestion. It was not like his old hoverboard. This was better. This is nuts, he muttered, eyes wide. It is like I'm flying. And he was. This was freedom in combat form. What impressed him most was not just the maneuvering or balance. It was how intuitive the entire thing was. Every move the shadow made, every curve or contraction, had been guided by just his thoughts. He had not worked out any calculations or logic. He had simply imagined it. Take me up. Make it solid. Be flexible. Withstand force. That is all. And the shadow had obeyed perfectly. Even when the punch struck with enough force to destroy concrete bunkers, the shadow did not shatter. It did not even crack. It flexed. It adapted. It rippled, yes, but that was it. No break. No collapse. Just silent obedience. Razeal grinned. Shadow manipulation, huh? This is way better than I expected. He felt fast and protected. And now, it was his move. Without hesitation, Razeal raised his sword, its blade shimmering faintly with contained pressure. His eyes closed for a heartbeat, steadying his breath as the familiar hum of tectonic flow returned. It was subtle but massive, like the distant groan of mountains shifting under earth. He felt it. Tectonic slash, he whispered, more to the sword than to himself. The platform of shadow beneath his feet rose silently, carrying him to the height of the elbow of Glaciermite. From there, the sheer scale of the beast became even more surreal. The arm before him was a mountain in itself, easily thicker than 5 of Razeal stacked side by side. Compared to it, his sword was nothing more than a sliver of metal barely the width of a single hair from the snowy coat of the creature. Still, he swung. The sword did not move fast or violently. It moved with precision, with synchronization. As it cut downward in a perfect arc, Glaciermite instinctively reacted, covering its entire arm with thick, glimmering ice, an armor of magical frost. But it did not matter. The moment the blade met the forearm of the giant, there was no resistance. The sword passed through flesh, bone, and enchanted ice as if they did not exist. A clean line formed in its wake, and then, crack, a massive gust of wind followed, a shockwave from the force of the slash that left a deep trench extending 100 meters into the ice floor. For a split second, silence. Then, thud. The severed arm of Glaciermite crashed to the ground, sending up a tremor as sharp as a minor earthquake. The monster let out a guttural, piercing roar that echoed across the frozen wasteland. But Razeal did not flinch. He did not even smile. His arm, the one that had delivered the slash, was already disintegrating. Skin vaporized, muscle stripped away, revealing obsidian black bone underneath. Beep, again. Arg. He yelled, frustrated. He was not dissatisfied with the power of the slash at all. Honestly, he could feel it. If he had swung it at the stomach or chest of this monster, he could have cut it right down the middle. A whale-sized monster cut in the middle like butter. But then again, that would be a very painless death. This fellow deserves more. Still, he stood. I have a fun idea, he muttered to himself, flexing what was left of his skeletal hand. Instead of waiting for regeneration, which was still slow even at B rank healing, he shifted focus. He had more tools now, more weapons. His shadow. He gave the mental command, and instantly, dozens of tendrils burst from the shadow cast beneath his feet. They surged forward like a wave of liquid black steel, slick and glossy, but thicker this time, stronger, more alive. They did not just lash out. They formed around him, spiraling upward and outward like a blossoming tree. Then they extended toward the legs of Glaciermite. At first, they appeared like elegant wisps, thin, slithering, almost gentle. But they thickened rapidly, 2 feet wide now, coiling and wrapping like monstrous serpents made of ink and gravity. To any observer, they looked like threads of hair trying to bind a mountain. But they were much more than that. Still, Razeal frowned. Space, it is too narrow, he muttered. I need more surface. Chapter 112. He realized the problem instantly. The flow of shadow, no matter how vast his mana pool, was bottlenecked by one simple limitation, the source. His current conduit was his own shadow, and as dense and deep as his mana had grown, that tiny space limited output. It was like trying to drain an ocean through a straw. He needed a bigger shadow, but he could not seem to expand his own. He just tried, but it was as if it could not. Maybe other shadows. Could he? That was when he looked down. There it was, stretched wide, massive, cast across the shattered glacier by the towering body of Glaciermite. Its silhouette painted the ice like a blanket of darkness. A grin split across the face of Razeal. He already felt it. Let us see what happens, he said, his voice calm, but electric with anticipation. He extended his control, commanding his tendrils to slither across the ice toward the shadow of Glaciermite. As soon as they made contact, something shifted. The moment his own shadow connected to the shadow of the monster, the limit vanished. The flow changed. This would not be pulling from a faucet anymore. This would be tapping into a river now. And Razeal was about to drown his enemy with it. Rise. Razeal narrowed his eyes, his voice low and cold as he commanded. His gaze locked on the massive shadow cast by Glaciermite, and the moment he spoke, it responded. Dozens of thick, serpent-like tendrils erupted upward from the shadow of the beast. Each was as wide as the torso of a man, black and oily, pulsing with energy. They slithered and twisted through the air like limbs of a deep-sea leviathan summoned from another plane. Razeal grinned. He had tapped into it. The shadow was not just reacting to him, it was obeying. Congratulations, host. You have created the skill, Shadow Link. Congratulations, host. You have created the skill, Shadow Giant Tentacles. The voice of the system chimed in his head, but he barely gave it attention. His focus was absolute. He raised his hand and closed it into a fist. The tendrils lunged. They coiled around the legs of Glaciermite first, anchoring and squeezing. Then more wrapped its arms, neck, back, and gut. The monster roared, thrashing and smashing its limbs wildly. But the shadows only thickened and multiplied, responding to every struggle with tighter binds and more layers. It was like trying to fight a black tide. A darkness that adapted, that multiplied, that wanted to consume. Glaciermite clawed at the tendrils, yanking and tearing, but every ripped strand birthed 2 more in its place. Its frost-charged claws and brute strength meant nothing. The shadows were neither fully solid nor liquid, shifting under force, reforming instantly. Then, in desperation, the beast summoned its elemental energy. From every inch of its massive frame, ice spikes exploded outward in a desperate, final flare of resistance. Useless. The shadows wrapped around them too, suppressing the ice as if it was nothing more than breath in cold air. The ripples of pressure shook the tendrils, but not one snapped. The black limbs just expanded further, crawling up and over the icy protrusions like ivy devouring a dying tree. More notifications rang in the mind of Razeal. Congratulations, host. You have created the skill, Shadow Bind. The eyes of Razeal lit up with cold satisfaction. Before him, the mountain-sized monster was gone, swallowed entirely into a writhing black cocoon. A pulsing, shifting sphere of shadow, shaped like the original form of glaciermite, but coated in living, seething darkness. 1,000 coiling tendrils flipped and twisted across its surface like snakes drunk on power. He let out a low whistle. This is beeped up. It was almost effortless. He was not swinging swords. He was not dodging blows. He was not even moving his legs. He was puppeteering a black storm, molding it with a thought. No logic needed. No calculations. He simply willed it into existence. Said wrap it, and it wrapped. Said hold it, and it crushed. He laughed, quiet but giddy. Shadow manipulation might be the best damn thing I have ever thought of before. And then, as if cued by arrogance, the voice of the system snapped back. It looks easy because you possess the SSS ranked artifact, Shadow Heart, a universe-class relic. Do not forget that. Without it, your current control would take years of meditation, training, and elemental synchronizing. And that is with your absolute dark genius talent. Thank the relic, it was a shortcut for you. Razeal rolled his eyes but said nothing. Also, you may feel like a god now, but look at your mana. Do you think this power is free? What you are doing is the equivalent of flooding everything with gunpowder and lighting a match. It works, yes, but that does not make it smart. The system was not wrong. This was not finesse. This was brute force with elegant dressing. Razeal was soaking the battlefield in shadow, flooding it like an amateur with infinite resources, overwhelming the enemy with scale and size instead of precision. Maybe you are right, Razeal murmured, watching the cocooned beast still twitch under the weight of the tendrils. There might definitely be an art to doing this. Exactly. There are better ways, tighter, cleaner applications. You are using a warhammer where a scalpel might suffice. He exhaled. Well, one step at a time. Still, even if this was not the peak of what shadow manipulation could do, it was damn close to feeling invincible. And now that glaciermite was bound, writhing and helpless in a coffin of living shadow. Still, he went silent for some time. He just stood calmly, his obsidian skeleton partially visible beneath the worn edges of his skin, which was regenerating, as his eyes locked onto the massive cocoon of writhing shadow. Beneath him, the shadow platform floated higher into the sky, now lifting him far above the towering bulk of glaciermite. The monster, still thrashing against the black mass engulfing it, could no longer be seen, only the outline of its giant body remained beneath the snaking, suffocating tendrils. Also, I know that from the very beginning that I am using it the wrong way, Razeal murmured as the voice of the system echoed in his head, warning him about mana cost and wasteful execution. To create something that massive, control it, bind it, and crush it, of course it takes insane energy. His gaze never left the writhing, suffocating mass of shadow tentacles that cocooned the monster far below. But that is what energy is for, to be used. And I honestly do not care what it costs, he muttered. Not now at least. After all, I am just testing, learning. I am not here to conserve. I am here to evolve. I want to learn that art, become a stronger version of myself, so no one dares to call me weak. Then he smiled, cold, emotionless, like a scientist looking at a rat in a cage. Let us start killing, shall we? With a snap of his fingers, thumb to middle finger, the shadow platform surged upward like a silent elevator, rising higher and higher until he hovered above even the towering frame of glaciermite. From here, he could see the entire cocoon of shadows he had crafted. It writhed and pulsed like something alive. Inside, the beast thrashed. The ice-armored body of glaciermite cracked with strain as shadow tentacles continued to wrap tighter around him, digging into his muscle, suffocating his breath, cutting off every movement. Razeal lifted his hand and snapped. Congratulations, host. New skill created, shadow spike engagement. The air stilled inside the shadow cocoon for a second. Then the shadows convulsed. From every direction, inside and out, massive shadow spikes materialized, shaped like jagged, twisted rebar the size of tree trunks. They did not emerge slowly. They appeared inside the cocoon, already formed, their sharpened tips positioned against the body of glaciermite. Then they pushed. A guttural, pained roar tore from the throat of the beast, muffled by the dense shadow wrapping his snout. The spikes pressed inward, slow, deliberate, cruel. The body of glaciermite resisted. His flesh was dense, reinforced by years of ice affinity reforging. The spikes did not tear through like blades. Instead, they compressed his body like 1,000 hydraulic presses, grinding inward. Thick, deep red blood began to ooze between the cracks in his hide. His muscles bulged against the pressure, veins straining, but it did not stop. Thousands of spikes moved at once, impossibly coordinated. Each punctured a different point: legs, back, spine, abdomen, throat. His body shook from the pain, but the slow pace made it worse. It was not an execution. It was a message. Razeal stared in fascination. This thing's body is thick like frozen steel. It is quite dense, he said aloud. I expected it to explode instantly. But no. This thing is built like metal. Guess reforged ice has its perks. Then his expression darkened. But I do not mind, he said, voice cold. You have screwed me over too many times. So yeah, call it revenge. A twisted smile pulled at his lips as he lifted his hand again. Call me evil. The cocoon twitched. Suddenly, the back ends of the shadow spikes started to extend outward, emerging from the body of glaciermite like nail heads. The points stayed buried inside his flesh, while the blunt ends rose above the shadow cocoon like tall, black stakes. Then, boom, more shadows gathered. Hundreds of massive hammers formed above the nail-like spike ends. Each one looked like it weighed a ton, forged entirely from compressed shadow essence. Even the system blinked. Host, this is just barbaric. Revenge should be cold, Razeal muttered, eyes never leaving the beast. I took over 800,000 hits from this thing. This is mercy. Then he gave the command. Swing. In perfect unison, all the hammers slammed down onto the nails. Bam. Well, the impact was thunderous. The spikes drove deeper into the body of Glaciermite, forcing their way through meat, muscle, and bone. Holes burst open across his torso. Ice crystal armor cracked. Internal organs shifted under pressure. The scream of Glaciermite echoed within the cocoon, resonating like a funeral bell in the frozen valley. Continue, Razeal commanded. Bam, bam, bam. The hammers struck repeatedly, each hit punching the spikes deeper. The cocoon of shadows rippled with energy. Blood sprayed from every wound now, staining the inside of the tendrils. From far above, Razeal watched. His expression was unreadable. There was no hesitation in his posture, only focus. This was not a fight anymore. It was an execution. And Razeal was not done. Push it further, he whispered to the system. Until he stops moving. Warning, target vitals are rapidly destabilizing. Good. And after several long minutes of brutal execution, a series of system notifications cut through the blood-soaked air like sharp bells of victory. Congratulations, host. You have killed rank B Glaciermite. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 killing points. Killing intent, SSS to D, 10.08 out of 10,000. Congratulations, host. You have cleared the first wave. Second wave approaching, 10 Glaciermites. Prepare yourself. Razeal did not react immediately. He simply stared down at the blood-soaked battlefield, the cratered ice beneath his floating shadow platform still trembling from the aftermath of his relentless cruelty. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes shimmered with dangerous focus. And then, just as the next wave approached, 10 Glaciermites charging like angry titans, Razeal lifted his hand, and the massacre began again. The bloodbath continued. Third wave, cleared. Fourth wave, cleared. Congratulations, host. Fifth wave cleared, killing 10,000 Glaciermites. Sixth wave approaching, 100,000 Glaciermites. Razeal stood tall, new wounds, regenerating, but standing. He had turned his battleground into a forge of death, of battle, and of endless experimentation. While slaughtering waves of monsters, Razeal did not stop at just killing. He learned, he adapted. With every strike, he created. He forged over 10,000 new shadow-based skills during the course of these battles. He refined his tectonic flow slashes to such a degree that his body no longer sustained damage upon execution. The once destructive kinetic backlash that reduced limbs to bone was now a whisper of its former wrath. Flow mastery, near complete. His healing, it evolved. Major healing, B rank, 1 million out of 1 million. Upgraded to superior healing, a rank, 0 out of 1 billion. Super fast regeneration. Whole body now regenerates 10 times faster than before. All A rank and lower diseases are now completely ineffective against host. But it did not stop there. Killing intent, SSS to D, 10,000 out of 10,000, upgraded to killing intent, SSS to C, 0 out of 100,000. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new effect of this skill. Chapter 113. Killing intent, SSS rank, C rank. Killing points required, 0 out of 100,000. Due to the first effect of killing intent, your physical stats have increased. Killing body. Physical stats increase as you kill. Strength D to C. Agility D dash to C. Progression alert. Killing intent, SSS rank, has risen from D rank to C rank. New effect unlocked, killing intent. Skill name, killing intent. Type, active or passive. Category, psychological, assassin, or warrior. Skill description. Killing intent is the embodiment of pure bloodlust sharpened through countless battles, forged in near-death struggles, and intensified by the total number of beings you have slain. It is both a weapon and a presence, terrifying and overwhelming. Skill effects. 1. Bloodlust or killing intent. Emits an oppressive aura that instills raw, primal fear in all living beings within range. Weaker enemies freeze, vomit, or collapse from the sheer pressure. Animals flee. Spirits wail. The brave hesitate. 2. Killing illusion. Targets are dragged into a vivid hallucination of their own death. Throats slit, hearts crushed, heads split, or mimicking the final moments of the beings the user has slain. Causes temporary paralysis, disorientation, or extreme mental shock depending on the psychological strength of the target. Especially effective against those with unresolved fear, trauma, or guilt. A very interesting effect this time. Razeal rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His eyes were half-lidded in amusement, even as colossal shadows loomed all around him. He twisted midair, narrowly evading a giant icy paw that slammed into the ground with earth-shattering force. He was not just dodging, he was dancing. To an outside observer, it would have looked like an ant weaving between titanic elephants, always just out of reach, yet never still. The landscape had become a surreal battlefield. A frozen expanse stretched endlessly, with nearly 100,000 Glaciermites trudging toward one small point. Razeal. Each one was a mountain-sized beast, thundering closer at an agonizing pace. And there he was, the purple-haired teenager, almost playing. But make no mistake, Razeal was killing them. Slowly, methodically, and with style. He was not only using shadow or flow anymore. No, his entire approach had shifted. He had been sharpening every sense, refining battle instincts, upgrading his perception, fusing his shadow manipulation with flow rhythm, and experimenting in real time. His hearing was acute. His flow sense was impeccable. At least within a 40-meter radius, he was practically untouchable. He knew when an attack would come, even before the air shifted. This omniscient sphere of awareness gave him absolute control. And now he had something new. Killing intent, he muttered to himself. His eyes briefly flicked open. The corner of his mouth curled. The second effect was what intrigued him most. Intent manifestation, psychological warfare, mental illusions, making his enemies see death or the deaths Razeal had given until now. It was not brute power. It was fear. Pure, distilled, soul-shaking fear. Razeal was still marveling at the potential when the system pinged in his head. Host, your body is in need of nutrients. You have not eaten for over 20 hours. Tomorrow is your duel. Time remaining, 11 hours. I advise you to exit the training space and recover. Also, your daily trade collection from Levy is pending. You might want to check on it. Mana and shadow affinity can still be boosted. Wait, seriously. What time is it? Razeal asked, mid-flip as he parried a claw from a glaciamite, with a slash of compressed shadow. It is just about to be night in the real world. He clicked his tongue. I must have gotten way too into training today. I almost forgot about trade and food. Another beast lunged. Razeal sidestepped effortlessly, sliding across a thin sheet of shadow under his feet. He did not even glance at the glaciamite as it slammed into the ground, where he had stood milliseconds ago. So less time we have now, Razeal muttered mid-motion, his voice low but steady. Let us do that, but before that, he grinned. Let me try out the new skill, shall we? His eyes narrowed as a wicked smile stretched across his face. Blood still dripped from the corner of his mouth. But he did not care. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Bloodlust, he said aloud. And the moment the word left his lips, the change hit. His eyes flared. No. Cracked like blood-red lightning had struck inside his irises. Veins along his neck and temples pulsed black, and red as a dark crimson fog began seeping from his skin. Not pouring, seeping. It oozed from every pore, like a pressure valve just barely holding back something violent. The fog clung to him like steam off boiling blood, wrapping around his shoulders, his blade, his boots. It was thick, heavy, and real. He could feel it. His own condensed bloodlust formed from every death. Every life he had taken, drop by drop. Then, in a whisper that shook the air more than his tone should have allowed, Razeal said, release. The red fog burst outward, detonating in a sphere of psychic force. A visible ripple of killing intent exploded from him, light red and translucent, almost like a shockwave made of liquid hate. It passed through the ground, over the ice, across the sky. It did not damage anything, not physically. But when it hit the surrounding glaciamites, those mountain-sized polar behemoths, something odd happened. For a fraction of a second, they paused. Barely a blink. Barely noticeable. Just a stutter in their movements, a flicker in their giant eyes. No collapsing. No screams. No visible effect. And then, as if nothing had happened, they kept moving. Charging. Roaring. Swinging. The eyes of Razeal twitched, but his expression did not crack. It will not work on them, host. The voice of Villy rang out in his mind. Like every other effect of the killing intent skill, it is directly tied to its current rank. The system window floated into view. Killing intent, SSS rank, C rank. Killing points required, 0 out of 100,000. Effect, too weak to affect rank B monsters. Strength gap too wide. I figured as much, Razeal exhaled, not disappointed. He flexed his fingers as the blood fog began receding slowly into him again. Still, that ripple spreading in all directions. That might come in handy when I am facing a crowd. Or maybe during a siege. He rolled his shoulders, dismissing the disappointment. The idea of sending a mental death wave across a battlefield. That had potential. But for now, it was not enough. All right, Villy, he said, spinning on his heels as shadow tendrils lifted him into the air. Kick me out. Let us head back. Affirmative. Exiting system training space. And in a blink, the frozen battlefield dissolved around him. The towering glaciamites vanished like dust in the wind. The storming winds of bloodlust and death curled inward and fell silent. Ah, man, I am starving, Razeal muttered as his eyes blinked open. The moment his feet touched the floor, his stomach grumbled in agreement. He did not waste a second. No stretching, no fixing his hair, no checking the system skills or anything. Just a lazy shuffle down the stairs. To his surprise, the shop downstairs was still open. Night had fallen outside. The sky was dark, yet the shop was bathed in a warm glow from the lights. Behind the counter, Levy sat. He did not greet Razeal. He did not frown or even smile. He just looked up, locked eyes with him briefly, and without a word, he bent down and started pulling items from under the counter as if looking for something. Razeal was not surprised by the cold reception. This had been going on for a few days now. The mood of Levy had shifted. He was acting more distant, colder, clearly dissatisfied. Razeal knew why. He had not kept his word. He had promised Levy the illusion skill, said he would hand it over once he had done the deal, but that promise kept slipping day after day. But it was not like Razeal was slacking off. He had just been caught up in training. Finding a villain skilled in illusions and making a deal with them would take time, maybe too much time, so he had not done it yet. Here are all the cores, boss, Levy finally said. He placed a special pouch on the counter with a quiet thud. Sold 6,250,000 fire arrows. Got 31,250,000 third-rank elemental cores. And 62,500 fourth-rank monster cores. Razeal nodded, his expression unreadable beneath his mask. Levy continued, his tone firm but calm. That was the last stock of first-rank arrows from our main buyer. They cannot provide more right now, and I do not have any more in reserve either. So if you are thinking of transforming these elemental cores into more arrows for the next deal, it will not work. So maybe this might be it. Levy stood slowly from his chair and walked over to Razeal, extending the special pouch toward him. I see, Razeal said, taking the bag from his hand. He began quietly transferring the monster cores directly into the system space, the Xenocide Zone. It had become his personal storage space these past few days, and it was working quite well for him too. The room went silent for a few seconds. Levy spoke again. Tomorrow is the last day of our deal. After that, we are done. I see, Razeal replied again, still focused on the bag, his hand moving inside as he finished the transfer. Another pause. Then Levy finally said what he had clearly been holding in for a while. There is something I should have said days ago. Levy began, his tone direct. He paused, then added, maybe we could have been better, longer-term partners if you knew how to take care of your partners, boss. I mean, maybe next time actually pay them what was promised, respectfully. Levy shrugged, a small smile on his face as he looked Razeal in the eye through his mask. He was not the type to play the pushover. If he felt like he was being looked down on or treated like a pawn, he would speak up. Next time, treat them better if you really want genuine, loyal business, Levy said, straight to the point. Honestly, Razeal had gone back on his promises. At first, he said he just wanted a place to stay, and Levy would handle food and the basics. Razeal had given around 700 or 800 elemental cores to him, but later took back 400 of them himself to make iron arrows, leaving almost nothing behind. Then came the talk about starting a business. He promised to give Levy an illusion skill, but kept postponing it day after the deal was done. To Levy, it was straight up disrespectful. When had he ever let himself be taken advantage of like this? Sure, he liked his life, but not enough to stay quiet when he was being disrespected. Razeal finally paused mid-transfer, his gloved hand hovering above the pouch. His eyes met those of Levy. Oh, that is a misunderstanding you are having, my friend. You were never meant to be a partner in the first place, Razeal said coolly. Levy remained silent, unmoving, his eyes fixed on Razeal as the masked figure stepped closer. And even if it was about getting a partner who could be bought with money or profit is not worth having. Razeal extended the special pouch back to Levy with a smirk. Here is the payment for this week is work. Enjoy. He gave a casual pat to the shoulder of Levy, turned on his heel, and began walking away. He had taken all the monster cores he needed. As for the elemental cores, they were irrelevant now, at least to him. Levy looked down at the special pouch in his hand. He opened it. Inside were 31,250,000 elemental cores, over 300 million gold coins worth. A fortune. Enough to become one of the small wealthy individuals in the capital. His life was set materially, at least. But no smile crossed his face. It was never about the price, Levy said quietly, his eyes following Razeal. It was about words. Razeal paused mid-step. You might not be worthy enough to get any skills from me, he said without looking back. That amount in your hands now should be enough for you to buy a decent illusion skill. Buy it, and my word will be fulfilled. That was final. He began walking again. But then, worthy, the voice of Levy shifted tone. It was calm, but carrying weight. He lifted his right hand, slowly taking off his glasses. His eyes, cool and unreadable, locked onto the eyes of Razeal. Then let me show you why I compare myself to a god. Chapter 114. In the next instant, the consciousness of Razeal flickered. He blinked. He was no longer in the shop. The air smelled like flowers. He stood in a sprawling garden, vivid and blooming, petals dancing in the wind, sunlight shimmering through golden leaves. It looked peaceful. Illusion, Razeal muttered, rubbing his temples lightly. He could feel it immediately. This illusion was too weak compared to his mental resistance. Super S-rank mental stats were not just for show. He could shatter this illusion with brute force alone, without needing any counter skills or techniques, which of course he did not know. But still, he did not. So he watched, waiting. Maybe there was some hidden complexity, something suspicious, something that might try to tamper with his thoughts, or slip in and manipulate him quietly. But there was nothing. Just nothing. This is not how illusions are supposed to work, Razeal muttered under his breath. He stood in the middle of a beautiful garden. Flowers bloomed in neat rows. Trees swayed gently. It looked familiar, too familiar. He remembered this place vividly. But this image, it should not be shown like this. Like it is a memory of his, not of the caster, or a thing he could know. Illusions were not just visual tricks. They were psychological weapons meant to dissolve mental defenses, blur memories, and confuse thoughts. They crept inside the mind, rewrote perceptions, and made the victim question reality. But showing things this clear, things not meant to be known by others in any way, just how? Also, Razeal could tell right away this was not real. That alone broke the first absolute rule of illusion craft. Make it real. So real that everyone and anyone believes it is real. And this did not even try to hide. As if the caster did not care, or just wanted him to know it was fake. How stupid, Razeal thought. Already certain this was done deliberately by Levy. For what reason, he did not know. But as far as the knowledge he had about illusions studied from a young age at Virulence, this was a major flaw. A clear misuse of illusion art. Anyways, shaking his head, Razeal stepped forward, already expecting what this illusion was about. He walked deeper into the strange space, his boots making no sound on the soft, glowing ground. The air shimmered faintly with warmth. Unlike the cold hostility of battle, this place felt almost wholly serene. Too serene. That alone was already suspicious. Ahead, a gentle scene unfolded. There, sitting in a small, sunlit meadow, were 3 children. A tiny girl with platinum hair sat among blooming wildflowers, her delicate form glowing faintly, as if wrapped in the golden afternoon sun. She looked no older than 4 or 5. Flowers floated gently around her, some caught mid-air, suspended in the warmth of the scene. In front of her sat a teenager, maybe 16, with deep royal purple hair cascading down her back. She was watching over the other 2, a calm, gentle smile on her lips. Then, from the side, another child also about 4 years old skipped forward. She had radiant golden hair, styled into loose curls, and a crown of daisies sat atop her head like a mark of innocence. Her body exuded a soft, ethereal light, as if she were a being of warmth and light itself. The golden-haired girl looked straight at Razeal and sprinted toward him with outstretched arms, her giggles like the chiming of bells. Without hesitation, she leaped to embrace him, but passed right through him. Razeal did not flinch. He kept walking. The little girl, oblivious to her intangible state, laughed and continued running around him in playful circles. Meanwhile, the 2 older girls turned their heads, mouths moving as if speaking to him. He saw them, but he did not stop. His face was an emotionless, unreadable mask. How does he even have these memories? He muttered to himself. His footsteps slowed slightly. To show illusions of this detail, this precision, these were not just guesses. These were real moments, intimate, fragile memories. Ones no ordinary person should have access to. Even for the sake of an illusion, one could not create something so accurate without having seen it firsthand, or without being inside the mind of the person. High-tier illusions can do it, but require either direct access to memories, or an intricate blend of illusion arts, mind reading, and deep psychological imprinting. The mind stat of Razeal was Super S rank. That level of access should not be possible, especially not for Levi. And yet, this illusion felt real. Every movement, every scent, every emotion, it was too precise. Then how did he do it? Still walking, Razeal kept his expression still, but his mind spiraled through possibilities, like a machine trying to decode a paradox. The illusion changed. Scene after scene flickered around him, days from a life long gone. Laughter, games, small hands tugging on his sleeve, innocent smiles that meant the world. Moments he never thought he would see again, now paraded before him like bait on a hook. He did not react, not even once. But then everything stopped. Now, the flowers faded, the children faded, and in their place stood a tall woman with royal blue hair, her back turned to him. Razeal froze. He knew this woman. His mother. She turned slowly, her face glowing with the same loving warmth that haunted his earliest memories. That smile, that voice. "Ah, my little featherball is here," she said sweetly, extending her arms as if to embrace him. Something inside him twisted. It was not pain. It was irritation. The sharp, familiar sting of something. His lips tightened into a thin line. "This is annoying," he said under his breath. Razeal raised his hand, fingers clenching the empty air in front of him. With a sharp tug, he ripped through the very fabric of the illusion, tearing it apart like wet parchment. The dreamlike world around him shredded and collapsed in on itself, dissolving into static. Back in the real world, he stood face to face with Levi. His posture was relaxed, but his eyes told a different story. If someone had been close enough to see behind the mask, they would find a deep, cold annoyance flickering in his gaze. Levi flinched, clutching the left side of his chest. He winced slightly as if struck by some invisible weight. "You are heartless," Levi murmured, his voice low and pained. Razeal smirked. "You know nothing," he said, his tone dry, dismissive. "It is black now, and not the same heart either now." The brows of Levi furrowed. He did not catch the reference. But Razeal did not elaborate. He did not need to. Still he stood there, arms loosely at his side, eyes half-lidded with curiosity. "Though I must say, I am curious," he muttered, watching Levi with faint amusement. "Such a stupid way to use illusion. You basically ignored the first universal rule of illusion craft." The head of Levi snapped up, his tone cool but unshaken. "I do not believe in that rule. I believe an illusion should be so beautiful that even when someone knows it is an illusion, they still choose to live in it." The expression of Razeal twitched, a flash of intrigue in his eyes. "Interesting philosophy. And quite interesting. I will give you that. Want me to show you mine?" Levi blinked. "Ha." He instinctively took a step back. Something felt wrong. Too late. "Killing illusion," Razeal whispered. Time around Levi seemed to halt. His movement froze mid-step. It was as though the world locked around him. Inside the mind of Levi, the illusion took form, nothing like the warm garden from earlier. This was memory, raw and untamed. An older version of himself was kneeling, one hand resting over his heart, the other placed gently on the shoulder of a child who shared his eye color. "This is not a sacrifice, my son," the older Levi said softly. "This is a gift. From your father." The child sniffled, then wept. "I know. No crying. This is our fate. A curse we carry." His eyes dimmed, not with fear but with memory. He had once stood in the place of the boy, felt the same grief. The boy broke into full sobs, collapsing into the arms of the older Levi. The illusion bled grief, but it was the future. Outside, a single tear rolled down the cheek of Levi. Then another. His sky-green eyes shimmered with sudden emotion, as he remained statue still. Razeal stood there, silent, observing. "I wonder what kind of death he is seeing." One he fears that much. Must be brutal, Razeal muttered. Cannot be the girlfriend thing, right? Last time he was dramatic about not having one, he added, smirking slightly, then shook his head. It is just an illusion. Anyways, he shrugged it off. The skill had worked perfectly. Levi was locked in place. Razeal could have ended him 100 times over. But he did not. Moments passed. Suddenly, Levi inhaled sharply, a gasp like surfacing from deep water. He stumbled slightly, breath catching, chest heaving. Ha, ha. Razeal did not react. He merely turned away and started walking toward the stairs. Well, that was illuminating. But then, here, take this. I do not want it. The voice of Levi cracked as he tossed the special pouch of elemental cores toward the back of Razeal with hard force, as if furious. He was trembling. Razeal caught it without looking, then turned slowly. His brow furrowed. What happened now? I do not need it, Levi replied. He wiped his cheeks with the back of his sleeve, adjusting his glasses with trembling hands. Keep it. For a second, Razeal looked like he might actually ask why. But then, with a soft scoff, he tossed the bag right back into the arms of Levi. You are not the only one with principles, Razeal muttered. The two stood there for a moment, a common dude and a trickster, staring at each other. Keep it, big boy, and get me something to eat. Remember, that was the job I gave you, Razeal said, casually tossing the special bag of elemental cores back at Levi. Consider it your payment. Levi caught the pouch again, fingers tightening instinctively around the weight of it. He looked down, not at the wealth inside, but at what it represented. 31 million third-ranked elemental cores. Enough money to buy a small town. Enough to retire and never work again. Enough to live like a king. And yet, without a word he threw the pouch. Not at Razeal. Not even toward him. He flung it across the room, hard, where it hit the wooden floor, and rolled into the corner near the door. The thud echoed, louder than it should have been. The silence afterward hung in the air like fog. I said I do not need it, Levi muttered, straightening his suit collar with slow, deliberate hands. And as for your food, do not worry. I gave my word. And when I give my word, I keep it. Razeal stood there for a moment, eyes resting on the corner where the pouch lay still. A single special bag holding more power and money than this dude was going to earn in his whole life. That kind of pride was not bought. It was carved into the bone. The expression of Razeal did not change, but his gaze lingered on Levi, quiet, unreadable. Then finally, I see. Do as you like. With that, he turned around and walked back upstairs. Silent footsteps, no further words. The bag remained in the corner, untouched. Chapter 115. System notification. Congratulations, host. Your skill, Superior Healing, a rank, 1 billion out of 1 billion, has updated to Divine Healing, S rank, 652 out of 100 billion. Divine Healing, S rank. Classification, Miracle Type Healing Skill. Description, heals near-death conditions, reverses physical trauma, regenerates organs, cures curses, and restores soul and consciousness damage, up to B rank attacks. Survivability clause. Death only occurs if 70% of the body is destroyed, including both the heart and brain. Note, to gain healing experience now, host must suffer near-death or body-wide catastrophic damage. System update. Congratulations. Host skill, Keen Hearing, has advanced from intermediate to advanced. Host can now perceive micro-vibrations, subsonic pulses, and directional audio sources across long-range environments. System alert. Killing intent, SSS, C, 100,000 out of 100,000, upgraded to B, 7,626 out of 1 billion. New effect unlocked. Killing Aura, SSS tier. Type, active or passive. Category, Aura type, Reaper type, Slayer, or Warrior. Description, a deep red aura, saturated with pure killing intent, manifests as the embodiment of the user will to kill, a suffocating force born from a lifetime of relentless slaughter. This aura type skill envelopes the entire body and all physical extensions, amplifying every aspect of the user physicality. Strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, all heightened to brutal extremes under its oppressive influence. Effects. Body reinforcement, boosts physical strength, speed, and endurance. Aura armor, coats the user in dense, invisible energy, grants high resistance to physical and magical attacks. Aura weapon coating, envelopes weapons or limbs, making them sharper and able to cut even non-physical matter, like energy, magic, illusions. Razeal whistled as the storm of system notifications finally faded from view. He stood in his room again, alone, vibrating with energy. The silence after exiting the training space felt heavy, like walking out of a war into an empty cathedral. It felt boring. 10.5 hours. That is how long he had stayed locked inside. Not in the beginner spaces either, like C or B rank. This time, he pushed into the A rank system space, and after that, he touched the edge of S rank. A rank training space, time amplification, 100,000 times. S rank training space, time amplification, 1 million times. He had spent nearly all 10 hours inside the A rank zone, fighting non-stop, honing every sense, pushing his abilities to the edge. But it was the final stretch, less than an hour in the S rank realm, that carved something new into him. He had not chosen monsters or put selection on random this time. No oversized beasts. No elemental titans. This time, he chose a humanoid opponent his own size, but terrifyingly advanced. A pure physical fighter. No magic. No cheat skills, just fists, movement, combat instinct, a master duelist. The man Razeal had chosen as his training opponent inside the A-ranked system space was no ordinary fighter. He was a battle master, a living encyclopedia of war, hand-to-hand combat, swordplay, spearwork, daggers, whips, axes, throwing weapons, close-range brawling, long-distance pressure, ambush response, reactive stance breaking, 20 different weapons, dozens of styles, and countless ways to kill. He knew how to handle any fighter, up close, from afar, fast or slow, direct or deceptive. His body was a weapon, his instincts ironed from centuries of simulated war. And Razeal, he faced him again, and again, and again, until he became one himself. Now, Razeal could say it. He was a battle master, not in name, in substance. The kind of skill he now possessed. It was not something people his age even dreamed of touching, not even most veterans. It was the kind of experience earned in lifetimes of war and battlefield, concentrated into years through sheer, unforgiving time dilation. He did not just fight that A-rank opponent. He destroyed him, thousands of times and thousands of them together. Every duel, every death, every defeat carved something new into his style. And in the end, Razeal defeated the A-rank battle master across every weapon and form: fist, blade, kick, grip, hand-to-hand, mastered, swordplay, refined, multi-stance, seamless. He could even claim the title of weapon master, though not in the traditional sense. His opponent had the edge when it came to conceptual weapon energy, the deep, symbolic power of blade aura, spear aura, and technique-bound forms, aura-infused strikes. Attacks that were not just physical, but philosophical. Razeal could not do that. But what he could do was something far more different than that way, but dangerous in its own way. He created his own weapon flow, a fluid, formless, ever-evolving style that did not rely on stance or set technique. He moved like water, cut like lightning, and adapted faster than thought. His transitions were too fast, his rhythm unreadable. He took the advice of the old man to heart. Do not limit yourself with stances or styles. Be free. Use skills like tools, nothing more. Razeal had lived those words. He had died millions of times in the amplified realm of the A-rank system. At first, he was pulverized, crushed, dismembered, humiliated. But little by little, inch by inch, he turned the tide. He learned. And then, he dominated. Anyways, he surpassed A-rank strength as much as he is aware now. But he did not stop there. When the A-rank was mastered, he entered the S-rank system space. There, he met a different kind of monster. His opponent, a woman, beautiful on the surface. But beneath the elegance, a full insane-blooded psychopath. Magic, physical attacks, blades, aura, martial technique, curses, regeneration. She had it all. An absolute all-rounder. Razeal fought her for months. He never managed to kill her, not even once. He came close, cut off limbs, crushed bones, but she regenerated every time. If not for that ability, maybe he would have beaten her 7 or 8 times. Still, it was defeat. Thousands of them. But he learned. From her, he refined his combat instincts. He sharpened his reaction time, defense, and skill combinations. He learned how to push past his limits, how to fight at the edge of death for hours on end. He was convinced she was at the absolute peak of S-rank, maybe even beyond it. But now, he could stand toe-to-toe with S-ranked opponents. Beating them might still be hard, but he had new advantages, especially now that he had divine healing, half immortality. As long as more than 30% of his body remained, heart and brain intact, he would not die. Not truly, not easily. It is time for your duel, host. You should get going. The crowd might already be waiting. Yes, I know, Razeal muttered, shaking his head. He ignored the new skills. The system had already shown them to him in the simulation space. If anything, he was already used to most of them. I will get ready, Razeal said, raking a hand through his long violet hair. He paused. But first, he smirked, show me my stats. Let us see how far I have come. The system shimmered. Status. Host, Razeal. Alignment, true villain, unredeemable. Villain rank, A++. Attributes. Strength, B. Agility, B-. Endurance, S-. Mana, MP, S rank. 7.812 billion out of 100 billion. Will, B. Scales with aura skills, currently tied to killing aura. Mental, SS-. Charisma, S. Luck, negative. Elemental affinities. Shadow, low intermediate. Necrotic, extremely low. Blood, low intermediate. Artifacts. Shadow heart, SSS. Skills. Obsidian skeleton, S. Divine healing, S. Minor strength, F. Shadow step, a rank, non-upgradable. Keen hearing, S. Advanced. Flow, SSS, basic. Killing intent, SSS, rank B. Killing intent, SSS, effects. 1. Killing body. Physical stats scale with confirmed kills. 2. Killing perception. Intent sense, detects all hostile presence and directional threat. Fear resistance, immune to suppression or fear auras. 3. Killing intent. Bloodlust and killing illusion. 4. Killing aura. Aura of pure bloodlust. Increases strength, speed, endurance. Grants aura armor and weapon reinforcement. We will definitely win this duel today, Razeal whispered, eyes scanning the floating screen. The raw stats. Maybe yeah, they are not much impressive. Not compared to those monsters he is going to face, and that too the people who are standing lowest on that list. maybe high ones, his stats not even close. But the truth was simple. His true power lived in his arsenal. Without it, he might be a high B rank, maybe scratching a rank in raw stats. But once his skills came into play, he jumped tiers, entire leagues above others. He was made of systems, effects, tricks, and destruction. Flow gave him vision and strength. Shadow affinity gave him speed and creativity. Divine healing made him unkillable. Obsidian skeleton made him unbreakable. And killing aura was the storm. Literally most of his stats were all thanks to it, not to say the effects it has. Also looking at his will stat now, he noted the change. B rank, finally. It was rising directly with his mastery over killing aura. The more control, the more pressure. The more pressure, the more devastating it became. The potential applications, endless. Every movement enhanced. Every reaction refined. Every swing of a blade hit harder, faster, more precisely. Also, he glanced back at his mana pool, 7.812 billion. The result of absorbing every single monster core he had. It was not just a stat boost, it pushed his shadow affinity up as well. Medium intermediate now. That meant more flexibility, stronger manipulation, faster reshaping. He was not just using shadow as terrain anymore. He was weaponizing it mid-combat. He exhaled, long and slow. Excitement buzzed in his blood like voltage. Not anxiety, not nerves, anticipation. Today was not just a fight. It was a message. Today, he was going to slap the entire empire in the face. He would stand in front of nobles, warriors, scholars, peasants, royalty, and declare the one thing none of them wanted to hear. Victory. Chapter 116. Razeal came down the stairs, his footsteps slow and even. He had washed up, tied his shoulder-length hair back, and tossed on his usual worn black robe, pulling the ghost mask over his face. The shop was quiet. No hum of customers, no rustling of books, no clinking of potion jars. Just the low creak of old wood under his boots. Levi sat where he always was, behind the counter. He slouched in the same chair as yesterday, and probably the one before that. His head rested on one hand, his elbow propped up, and his eyes remained fixed on the street outside. He did not bother looking at Razeal. He did not speak either. Razeal said nothing. He walked straight toward the exit, but he stopped suddenly. Something snagged the edge of his attention. Lying by the corner of the wooden gate, half in shadow, was that spatial pouch. The one from yesterday. His gaze lingered on it for a second. He rolled his eyes, muttered something under his breath, and kept walking. "Want me to get something to eat?" Levi asked. His voice remained barely above a whisper. He still did not look at him. "No need. I will buy it myself today," Razeal said. A hidden meaning lay behind his words. He reached for the door, his hand on the latch, then paused. Something pulled at his attention again. Or, he remembered something. His eyes shifted to the corner of the shop. There, almost lost in the cluttered shadows of crates and hanging herbs, stood a massive owl statue. It stood at least 4 feet tall. Its feathers were sculpted in immaculate detail. Each strand was carved with such precision that it looked as if they might ruffle at any moment. The thing looked real. Too real. Razeal narrowed his eyes. "Also, there is no need to hide your little pet," Razeal said coolly. His eyes remained fixed on the owl statue. "You are just hurting it, forcing it to act like that. Feed it something. It is starving." With that, he turned and moved to leave. Levi gave no reaction. He did not offer any reply. He just sat there, his head still resting in his hand, his expression unreadable. But Razeal knew better. This fellow was still stewing over yesterday. Maybe that illusion went too far, Razeal thought. He did not care much. It could not be that scary. Dying was not that scary. Not after he learned to know it better. He was an expert in this field. The door opened. Razeal stepped out into the morning. "Good luck," Levi said coldly behind him. Razeal paused his step. He did not turn around. He just walked out. His lips pressed into a thin line. The words left his mouth slow and dry, more a tired breath than a farewell. But even as he said it, his face soured again. Displeased, haunted, exhausted. That damn illusion last night. It had eaten into his mind. Levi had not been able to sleep all night. The images still clung to the corners of his mind like mold he could not scrape away. No dream, no potion, no meditation had been able to clear it. Worst of all, he could not understand how Razeal had done it. What he had shown him should not have been known. "Did he read my mind and get my memories?" Levi muttered. He sat alone in the shop, rubbing his temples with cold fingers. "Or does he have something like he does? Or just something else? Damn bastard," Levi muttered quietly. He closed his eyes, letting the silence press in. The heaviness returned to his chest. His hands started to shake again, just slightly, as the memories clawed their way back up. Then, a soft weight landed on the counter. Feathers brushed his cheek. Something warm nuzzled its round face against his temple, gently, rhythmically, as if trying to smooth the panic right out of him. The owl. It no longer acted as a statue. It was real, alive, breathing, huge, with piercing amber eyes and feathers soft as a midnight wind. It had come to him without a sound, as if it had been waiting for the right moment. Levi did not look up. He just lifted his arm, and the owl leaned in. Its head pressed firmly into his shoulder. Levi, tired and shaken, but quietly grateful, wrapped his arm around it. "I am fine," he whispered. "Really?" He held it tighter than he needed to. The two of them just stayed there, resting on the counter in the stillness of the shop. Two strange, quiet creatures trying to survive in a world that would not stop showing them things they were not ready to see. Razeal walked in silence. The street ahead was nearly empty. The sky above dimmed with the early shades of dusk. It should have been busy, loud, crowded with people making their way home or heading toward the Academy Coliseum to watch the duel. Instead, it was dead quiet. A cold wind passed through narrow alleys, brushing against walls lined with giant posters. They were ugly, hand-painted things that screamed at anyone who bothered to look. Razeal, the disgusting pig. The rapist of Saint Blood. The sinner of sinners. Come witness his last breath. Pray for a most painful death. Razeal's face was plastered across each one. They were exaggerated, drawn like a demon with bloodshot eyes and cracked lips. He stopped in front of one and stared. These insecure beepers. The poster flapped once in the wind. His eyes narrowed. They do not even want a duel, he thought. They want a goddamn execution. A show. A final act with me as the bleeding finale. He felt his blood stir, pressure rising behind his temples. For a second, the temptation pulled at him. Ditch the duel. Hunt down whoever was behind this and teach them a different kind of lesson. He shook his head. Razeal continued walking. Calm down. Calm the beep down. He inhaled slowly through his nose, held it, then exhaled through clenched teeth. Whoever is behind this, he whispered under his breath. You better hope I am in a good mood after this duel. Because if not, you are going to regret not killing yourself first. A few people scattered and walked past him in the distance. One couple crossed the road when they saw him standing still, wearing a heavy black robe and a ghost mask. A little girl clutched her father's sleeve, whispering. They did not recognize him for sure, but they were definitely wondering. Is it him? Is that the monster? Why is he hiding his face in daylight? In a crowd, they might have ignored him. Today, he was too obvious to overlook. That right there pushed him over the edge. Razeal felt the stares, but did not care. Then, something changed. His shadow flickered. From beneath his robe, his shadow stirred beneath his feet. It writhed like a puddle of oil catching fire. Then hands. Dozens of small, delicate, black hands crawled up his sides from the shadow like silent spiders. They reached up his back and front. They gripped the edges of his robe and tugged gently. They peeled it off. The ghost mask lifted clean from his face. His cloak slowly slid back like silk through fingers. He did not pause. He did not blink. He just kept walking, his pace steady. The few people who had dared to look at him now froze. Their mouths parted. Their eyes went wide. Some stumbled back, gasping. What kind of spell was this? The shadows pulled the robe and mask fully off, folding them with almost mechanical care. Then, with perfect timing, the hands sank back into the ground, sliding into Razeal's own shadow as if it were liquid. No ripple, no sign of magic. The robe and mask vanished, swallowed whole. The spot behind him held nothing, just plain stone, as if nothing had happened. The two onlookers stood frozen for several long seconds, completely unable to process what they had just witnessed. Then, the sunlight broke through the clouds, hitting Razeal's exposed face. His sharp features were now fully visible. Pale, angular, defined like stone. No emotion, no warmth, just a calm, unreadable, unbothered expression. It is him, a man said. He stepped forward, recognizing the figure instantly. That is the one set for execution today. He is going to be slain by Aryan Dragon Wevar in front of the entire empire. He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly struck by the expressionless face of the man he pointed at. Disgusting, another voice spat from beside him. The man stepped toward Razeal with growing anger. He opened his mouth to shout, but the moment sound escaped his lips, it was already too late. Razeal looked at him. With bored, detached eyes, Razeal casually turned his head in the man's direction while still walking. Their eyes met. Only for a second. The man froze mid-step. Something about those eyes, dark, bottomless, black, felt like they were pulling him in. They were not eyes at all, but voids. Suddenly, he felt it. He was not just looking at a man anymore. He was standing in front of something deadly, something that did not see life or death as meaningful, something to which killing was as mundane as blinking. He felt it deep in his gut. No, he gasped. Before he could process anything further, his body convulsed. His heart pounded. Adrenaline shot through him like a lightning strike. His limbs trembled violently as primal fear overtook him. Foam bubbled from his lips. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground. Razeal did not even pause. It had all happened in a single breath. He glanced at the man, curious, then kept walking as if nothing had happened. Others who had been about to speak, to confront him, now hesitated. They had seen something. A flicker, a shadow like black liquid hands rising from the ground. Whatever courage they had vanished. They stopped in place, watching the man who had fallen. Did that monster kill him just by looking at him? Someone whispered. Their eyes darted between the unconscious body and Razeal's retreating back. He had been the reason they thought they could speak out. Now they were not so sure. One of them knelt beside the collapsed man, checking his pulse. No, he is just unconscious. But what was that? And those dark hands, was that magic? Does he know magic? Another muttered, unease growing in his voice. Fear spread through the group. Not loud panic, but cold, quiet dread. They spoke in hushed tones, the fear behind their words unmistakable. Do not be afraid, someone said, trying to reassure them. He will not be around much longer. His execution is today. No need to fear. Then why are you trembling? Another asked, frowning at the man. The man did not answer immediately. He just knelt, trying to lift the unconscious body. I do not know, he whispered finally. But I feel like something bad is about to happen. What? No reply. The man's face was pale. His fear was unmistakable. While Razeal was walking, he asked, what happened to him? He was not sure himself why the man had fallen. You have killed so many, host. It is obvious now. Your eyes are a killer's eyes now. The fear someone feels when stared at by someone who does not see life as life is natural for the weak, especially when you looked him straight in the eyes. I see, Razeal muttered. He did not react much. He just kept walking, lost in thought. As he passed, people paused. They noticed him. Some whispered, but no one spoke up. No one dared to stop him. Even those who recognized him said nothing. They simply began to follow, a quiet procession forming behind him. The direction he was heading was clear. The Colosseum at the Academy. The place where duels were held. People continued whispering among themselves, but Razeal did not care. His mind was elsewhere, probably already deep into what came after the duel. After a long walk, he finally stood in front of a massive stone structure. Ancient, towering, scarred by time. The Colosseum. He kept his head up and walked forward without hesitation. High above, a figure hovered in the sky. A girl with long, flowing hair and a slim build. She looked down at him, watching. He is here, she whispered, as if she had been waiting. Her voice was soft. Not excited, not afraid, just observant. So this is the guy you are going to fight? Asked a small creature perched on her right shoulder. Its eyes were sharp and judgmental. I feel weirdly repulsed by him, it continued. But it is not a bad feeling. I do not dislike him, either. Maybe go easy on him. A gentler voice came from her left shoulder. Another small being. I felt something weird too, it said, echoing the sentiment. What do you mean? I did not feel anything, the girl replied, glancing at her left shoulder. We do not know, both creatures said, shaking their tiny heads in sync. Chapter 117. The Colosseum pulsed with roaring excitement. Cheering voices filled the air, as if the very stones of the arena were trembling from the energy radiating through them. Today, the heart of the empire beat here. People from every district of the capital and empire had gathered here, nobles, commoners, travelers, and even outsiders from beyond the borders of the empire, all drawn by one event, the duel. The reason, the public disgrace of a young man who had dared to challenge the pride, honor, and integrity of the prestigious Dragon Wevar Duke household by slapping the air and demanding a duel of honor. That act alone was enough to stain his name forever. For many, it was shameful, unforgivable. Most of the spectators in attendance were fervent believers of the Church of Light. They had come with righteous fervor, eager to see the downfall of the sinner, the one who dared defy her holiness, the saintess. To them, today was not a battle. It was a divine sentence being carried out, the judgment day. Others, fewer in number but sharper in interest, were here for a different reason. They wanted to see whether the Dragon Wevar family would truly go so far as to extract the bloodline essence from a true direct Virulin. That possibility alone had caught the attention of political minds and silent observers alike. Then there were those who came for simpler reasons, to see the shame of the empire erased. Razeal, in their eyes, represented disgrace, and today he would be erased. But strangely enough, despite all their different motives, no one seemed to be here to witness an actual duel. That detail was almost forgotten. Whether drawn by religion, politics, vengeance, or curiosity, every last person in the Colosseum had come for one thing only: to watch Razeal die. They treated the event not as a fight between two equals, but as an execution. The outcome, in their minds, had already been decided. Has he arrived yet? He did not run away, did he? Someone murmured from the lower stands. I do not think that is possible, another replied. You cannot just walk away from a duel of honor, especially not one involving a duke household. They would hunt you to the ends of the continent. They would not let him escape. That much is certain. No, you do not get it. I heard he has been absent from the academy for 5 days straight. No one knows where he lives. No one has even seen him all these days, said another voice, frustration in their tone as the delay dragged on. I would disagree, a man argued, shaking his head. Just because you and us ordinary people do not know where he is does not mean no one does. The Duke families, the imperial household, even the church, they all definitely know where that shit is hiding. And if he had really fled or died, do you think today's duel would still be going forward? Would all 4 Duke households have sent representatives here? One, even herself, is present here today. Even the imperial princess herself is present. She personally announced her attendance as the official representative of the imperial family. He gestured upward, pointing toward 4 elevated viewing chambers, each positioned precisely at 4 corners of the circular Colosseum. Each one bore the distinct banner of a Duke house, flanked by armored knights standing at attention. Directly opposite the imperial chamber flew the flag of the empire, surrounded by an elite guard. The positioning of the chambers was no accident. Balanced, equidistant, and steeped in symbolism, they marked the political gravity of this duel. All around the arena, conversations buzzed. Nobles, adventurers, travelers, merchants, and commoners sat side by side, their voices overlapping in a chaotic yet strangely unified chorus. Speculation, gossip, and rumors filled the air. Some whispered that Arian, the Dragon Wevar heir, had been undergoing secret training, explaining his recent absence from the academy. But no one could understand why such a prodigious heir would need special preparation to face someone like Razeal. Still, the rumors persisted. On the other side, he is so late, Riven muttered, slouched in one corner of the arena stands. With both palms pressing against the sides of his face, elbows resting on his knees, he stared at the arena floor in a haze of theatrical boredom. Then suddenly, click, click, The sharp, deliberate sound of polished shoes stepping onto the arena floor cut through the hum of the crowd. A figure had entered. He wore a sharply tailored tuxedo-like suit. His long, royal purple hair was tied neatly behind his head, and a silver circlet rested across his brow. His every step radiated calm arrogance. He made no dramatic gestures. He simply walked toward the center of the arena, posture straight, expression unreadable, and the crowd fell silent. The silence grew so thick it pressed on the ears. The only sound was the crisp echo of his footsteps against the smooth stone floor of the arena. Riven was the first to snap his gaze toward his eternal best friend, and the moment he did, his hand slipped from beneath his chin, nearly sending him tumbling off his seat. Beep. Creation God's wife. What the actual beep? The curse slipped out of his mouth before he could stop it. Not that he cared. Even gods were not supposed to curse openly. But right now, none of that mattered. All of his focus was locked on Razeal. More specifically, on the glowing red numbers hovering above the head of Razeal. 35,636,076. His pupils dilated. His mind froze. 35 million deaths. What in the absolute hell did this kid do? When? How? Who survives that? Just how much pain? How many resets? How many deaths could one soul endure? Was he even mortal anymore? Is he the actual son of the creation god, or something? Shock rippled through the usually bright and playful god. He blinked hard, forcing composure as he instinctively reached out with his divine senses, searching for the threads of fate, the outcome of the match, something, but nothing. A flicker of darkness clouded his divine sight, like an oil slick spreading across the lens of his power. What is this? He whispered, his voice barely audible, stunned. The all-seeing divine vision of a preserver. The very tool meant to pierce the veil of time and space, blinded. Shut out. No matter how many times he tried, the result would not appear. Only that roiling, moving darkness swallowing all insight. The shock on the ever-so-cheerful face of the god was now unmistakable. Pure, speechless disbelief. The man seated beside him cast a weird glance his way, confused by his reaction, but quickly dismissed it. Their eyes remained focused on the surprise unfolding in the arena below. He is here, someone whispered, almost involuntarily. But before the crowd could react, before the boos, the curses, or the shouts could erupt, a voice rang out. It was commanding, confident, not loud, just undeniable, and flawlessly professional. Ladies and gentlemen, please. The words, spoken in impeccable received pronunciation, sliced clean through the tension like a scalpel through silk. The voice sounded young, no older than 15 or 16, but carried with it a composure well beyond its years. Then, a shimmer appeared above the center of the Colosseum like a veil of heat distorting the air. A figure descended slowly from the sky. The crowd tilted their heads upward as a woman hovered high above the arena floor, framed against the sun. She had silver gray hair, cascading in soft waves, and clear gray eyes behind refined blue spectacles. Her dress was a simple, elegant blue, flowing to her ankles in a single unbroken line, the kind of quiet dignity that spoke louder than gold. A faintly glowing crest pulsed at her chest, marking her as a neutral representative of the Imperial Arbitration Council. Silence. The word left her lips gently, but it struck like iron. Her voice was cool, articulate, and unwavering, a scholar's precision wrapped in quiet steel. Not loud, but every syllable carried clearly through the arena, the amplification crystallizing her tone into perfect resonance. The crowd heard it not just in their ears, but in their bones. You will observe silence during all official proceedings. This is a sanctioned imperial duel of honor. You now stand in the presence of high nobility, duke representatives, ministers of state, and Her Imperial Highness herself. Interruption, insolence, or any display of uncouth behavior shall be treated as contempt of court. She turned slowly, surveying the vast terraces with the patience of a storm choosing not to break. Her gaze carried weight, not anger, but understanding. She had sensed exactly what the crowd had been about to do. So, if I may, manners. And the hush that followed was total. Those who had opened their mouths to curse upon seeing Razeal on the arena floor found themselves falling silent. Their anger did not dissipate, but they somehow just closed their mouths up. The very air changed. Her presence made the stone walls of the Colosseum feel like a cathedral. Only then did she turn to the arena floor, where Razeal stood, quiet and still, as if ignoring the entire commotion. With both combatants present, we may proceed. She adjusted her glasses with exacting care. Though Arian had yet to appear on the arena floor, she knew. The Dragon Weaver family was already seated in the upper chamber. His entrance, she understood, was only a matter of formality. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Selphira Kane, Magistrate of the Supreme Court of Imperial Justice, 3rd rank, appointed under the writ of martial procedure, and authorized by the Honor Codex of year 984. By decree of the High Council, with binding consent from the Duke Houses and the High Church, I have been selected to oversee this duel in the capacity of referee and legal witness. She paused, letting her presence settle across the arena. As the appointed arbiter of this duel, she continued, her voice calm and precise, I shall ensure the integrity of every motion, the legality, the rules, the safety, and above all, the honor of the duel itself. Her tone was plain, serious without embellishment, without the need for it. Somewhere near the arena floor, a young man swallowed audibly. Wow, I cannot believe she is just a 17-year-old girl, one guy on the ground said, clearly feeling the weight of authority. The words she spoke carried power, her presence was magnetic, like she could attract anyone and control them with a mere glance. She definitely deserves to be a low magistrate at the Supreme Court, he added, wiping his forehead. What do you expect? She is the granddaughter of the headmaster of Arcanvale Academy after all, not to mention one of the greatest geniuses the Empire has ever seen, another voice chimed in. The young man's eyes sparkled as he looked up, filled with admiration. I believe she will be the greatest scholar of this generation. If this world respects power, she is the type of person who can make you respect her, even if she were weak. It is not just her intellect, it is the sheer weight of her scholarly knowledge, the guy continued, clearly in awe. It is said that she is the best rune language expert in the entire empire right now, a feat even the Imperial Highness herself has admitted. Meanwhile, Celestia slowly descended to the arena floor, her feet touching the ground with all the grace of a falling feather. She came to a calm stop just before Razeal. Greetings, she said evenly, keeping her manners in check. Her gaze met his, not aggressive, not deferential, just neutral. She was here as an arbiter, not a participant. And no matter what she thought of him personally, she would not allow herself bias. Razeal did not return the courtesy. My opponent has not even stepped into the arena, he said, hands in his pockets, voice cool. And you are already declaring yourself the overseer of the duel. Celestia paused, not at the words, but at the tone. Rude. Needlessly so. Still, her expression did not change. She refused to let one disrespectful duelist rattle her professional detachment. Turning toward the far side of the arena platform, she frowned. Aryan Dragon Weaver had yet to appear. Then she raised her voice, not louder, but clearer. Will the contender Aryan Dragon Weaver kindly present himself in the arena? Should he fail to appear within the next 28 minutes and 26 seconds, the match shall be declared a victory in favor of the opposing party by default. The crowd shifted, their gazes directly turning towards the Dragon Weaver VIP stands. Razeal glanced sidelong at her, studying the way she stood, her posture exact, her expression unreadable. He gave the slightest nod to himself. So I will not be judged unfairly today. That is something, at least. Of course, he recognized her. Chapter 118. Of course, he recognized her. Celestia Kane. She was one of the female leads of this novel. She was an intelligent, self-contained, scholar-minded girl with a sharp tongue, and an even sharper intellect. She was the type of person who did not care about anything or anyone within the plot. It was said she possessed one of the most creative minds in the Empire. He believed it. While the tension thickened and Celestia's words rang across the sands, Razeal turned and scanned the Colosseum. Faces surrounded him. Some beamed with anticipation, excited for the spectacle. Others sneered, clearly waiting for him to fall. Some tried to hold back the urge to shout, restrained only by the presence of the silver-haired magistrate beside him. In the middle of it all he stood alone. But he remained unshaken. Razeal could not help but be impressed by how Celestia had silenced an entire Colosseum with just a few carefully chosen words. He cast another sideways glance at her. What do you think, system? He asked inwardly. Will I be able to beat this woman? The system provided an honest answer. Cannot say for sure, host. Her ability is not really that special, but it is her own nature that makes it into something overly powerful. Especially her rune language combined with her affinity. She can reach a different level. I cannot judge based on her skills and affinity, but as for how strong she is, all I can say is that if you gave her abilities to someone else, they would never reach her level. Maybe not even you. Of course, that is if you did not have the help of the system. I see, Razeal murmured to himself, still watching her with genuine curiosity. Celestia felt his gaze linger far too long, and turned her head. Her sharp gray eyes met his. Is he checking me out? She thought briefly, puzzled. She did not flinch or speak. She simply met his stare, passive and unreadable, testing his intentions. Razeal did not look away either. His stare remained steady, his expression blank, neither curious nor polite, just uncaring. They stood like that for a moment, two minds behind unreadable masks, neither breaking the silence. Celestia narrowed her eyes slightly. He is weird, she thought to herself. She turned her attention away as the air shifted. Two presences approached. She turned, and the entire Colosseum turned with her. Then, as she did, she froze. Not just her. The entire Colosseum stilled. Breath caught in thousands of throats at once. A weight fell over the crowd like a wave of heat. From the upper chamber, two women walked toward the center of the arena with measured steps. Your Grace, Lady Arabella, Celestia said, bowing with practiced grace and respect. A woman approached, radiant and powerful, with a wide smile playing on her lips. Her crimson hair flowed like fire in the wind as she moved, her long combat robe fluttering around her legs. On the back of her robe shimmered the crest of the Crimson Dragon, wrapped around a sword. It was proud and unmistakable. It was the emblem of House Dragonever. She wore a sleek black combat pantsuit, formal yet clearly built for battle. Her presence was magnetic, dangerous, and regal. Lady Arabella was one of the four duchesses of the Empire of Etherion, the matriarch of the House of Flames, and reputed to be the most hot-headed noble the Empire had ever known. She was beautiful, dangerous, and entirely unpredictable. At her side walked a younger woman, a mirror yet an opposite. She was a girl cold as winter steel. She had icy white hair, cascading like frost down her back. Her expression was perfectly composed and unreadable. She wore a tailored white and crystal blue combat suit, nearly identical to her mother's in design, but colder in tone. Her hand rested calmly on the hilt of the sword at her waist. This was Nancy Dragonever, the younger daughter of Arabella. The Duchess smiled broadly as she reached Selphira. Ha ha ha, greetings accepted, Arabella said with a laugh as she reached out and playfully ruffled Selphira's silver hair, completely ignoring protocol. The young magistrate stood still and silent, allowing it without complaint, her face impassive. She offered no resistance. Arabella did not spare the boy a glance. She strode forward with absolute disregard for everything else around her, her crimson hair trailing like a living flame, and her presence alone warping the air. She did not look at Razeal, at least not yet. Nancy stopped just beside her mother, her icy gaze fixed straight at Razeal. She said nothing, just observed. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if trying to read something off his face. Razeal felt his confidence falter. For a moment, his heart practically leapt into his throat as he saw the Duchess in a combat suit. That is not what I think it is, right, system, he muttered inside. The system responded, a rare unease beneath its tone. I do not know, host. I am just as surprised and concerned by her appearance as you are. However, I doubt she is replacing your opponent in this duel. More likely, it is Nancy Dragonever who is stepping in. Look at her. She is observing you closely. Most likely, the Duchess is only here to formally announce the withdrawal of Arian, maybe. Let us hope so, Razeal muttered, swallowing thickly. Because if she suddenly declares a blood feud on behalf of her son, we are really screwed. Agreed. If she acts on a personal insult, we are, what is the word, yes, utterly, royally, and fatally beaked. Razeal barely had time to collect himself before a voice boomed across the arena, bold, wild, and completely unfiltered. You have grown up a fair bit, nephew. Taller than I remember. Her laughter echoed through the Colosseum like rolling thunder, raw and uncontained. The arena stirred. Razeal blinked. She stood directly in front of him now, taller than him, fearless, and absolutely dangerous. Be respectful, host. I am warning you. She is not to be played with. If you piss her off, you might not just die, you will vanish. Atomically, spiritually, existentially. The warning of the system screeched in his mind like a blaring alarm. But Razeal did not listen. He never did. With a slow smirk, his hands still buried deep in his pockets, he replied casually. Hey, auntie. Long time no see. If she was going to play games, he would too. The system exploded internally. You beep ing moron. Gasp. Both Selphira and Nancy jerked slightly, their eyes wide. Even Selphira, the unshakable scholar magistrate, audibly gasped at the audacity. Nancy's lips parted. Her expression, normally so cold it could kill frost, cracked into visible shock. Arabella paused, then tilted her head with a grin that was half predator and half playful madness. Oh, big balls you have grown, kid. Want me to polish them for you? Her voice sounded almost amused. Razeal did not flinch. With your mouth, why not? They all froze. You mother beeping psychopath. Host, what the actual beep is wrong with you? A collective gasp rippled from Selphira and Nancy. Selphira's hand flew to her mouth, open in complete, stunned silence. Even Nancy turned toward him sharply, her icy composure shattered. Her mouth hung open, her eyes wide with pure, unfiltered energy. Arabella just smiled wider. Nancy took 3 instinctive steps backward, silently distancing herself from her mother. It was not fear. It was a survival instinct. She could already feel it. An explosion was brewing. He is dead, she thought grimly, her eyes fixed on Razeal like she was watching a man walk into a volcano. Arabella, meanwhile, smiled sweetly, a perfectly measured noblewoman's smile. It is just that your mother would be very disappointed, my dear nephew. If it was not for that, I might have taken the liberty to teach you some manners myself. She smiled as if talking in code. Razeal's smirk did not flinch. Wow, he thought, old people really are built different. She took all that cursing, and she is still standing here smiling like we are sipping tea. Still, just to be sure, he activated his killing perception. Nothing. Not even a flicker of bloodlust from her. No intent. No malice radiating. Just an eerie, vast stillness. How is my good friend doing, auntie, he said. The sarcasm was practically audible. His smile widened, the sarcasm dripping off his words. Selphira, standing to the side, stared between the two with growing tension. The expressions were civil. Their tones were friendly. But she knew better. As someone seasoned in politics, she could see the cracks behind the masks and see the tension winding tighter by the second. This was not a conversation. It was a battlefield of cursing each other's mothers. Nancy, on the other hand, looked stunned. Her eyes were wide and her breath was shallow. Her brain seemed to short-circuit while watching this surreal exchange. Arabella kept her tone pleasant and child-friendly as ever. Oh, nephew, I truly underestimated your abilities, given your childhood achievements. But now that I think about it, you are just like those foxes your inbred house keeps breeding, always playing these kinds of filthy tricks. Truly disgusting. Auntie, I am hurt. I really do not know what you are talking about, Razeal replied, smiling even more broadly than her now. His tone was pure innocence. His face was utter mockery. Oh, you know exactly what I am referring to, you little cunt, Arabella replied with her ever-friendly smile. What you did to Arian, it was masterful. Repulsive, but masterful. You remind me so much of your sister. Conniving, cold, clever. But let me assure you, my dear little piece of shit, you will pay a very, very heavy price for today's little performance. Razeal blinked, all false innocence. Oh no. Did something happen to my dearest brother, Arian? Is he ill? His voice was laced with mock concern. I would send flowers, but where to find them? For a brief second, just a flicker, the expression of Arabella froze. Razeal's smirk faltered too, because he saw it. A thin red mist, like bloodied smoke, momentarily coiled around her form, then disappeared, swallowed by her body, as if it had never been there. Holy shit. I am dead. I am so dead. She is going to obliterate me. Still, his heart raced with something else too, exhilaration. Damn, this is kind of thrilling. Maybe I am really going crazy. The fingers of Arabella twitched, but she reined herself in. She had made a promise to the Virulent family, and she would keep it. Control yourself. Control yourself. She turned her face away from the smirking face of Razeal. If she stared any longer, she might actually kill him, and she was not ready to clean up the fallout. Instead, she turned to Selphira. She faced Selphira, her voice calm though her hand trembled slightly. Girl, Arian is severely injured. He cannot participate in this duel, so yeah. The mouth of Selphira dropped open. Wah. But she caught herself, quickly adjusting her posture. Your grace means he is forfeiting. She hesitated, clearly trying to tread carefully. But Arabella cut in before she could say more. Yes, it will be automatically declared a victory for this shit, Arabella said flatly, her voice devoid of emotion. But only she knew the storm she was holding back. Inside, it was like lava crawling beneath ice, anger barely restrained, and fury grinding against the walls of her pride. It was a disgrace to her family name. It was a blow to the prestige of House Dragonever. And the fact that she could not even retaliate. It was suffocating. Selphira opened her mouth hesitantly, but Arabella cut her off sharply. Just announce it already. Her fist clenched at her side, her knuckles white. Her eyes, however, shimmered with a thinly veiled madness. That boy, that thing, had poisoned her son. The moment Arian recovers, he is getting more than just a beating. Selphira took a breath, steadying herself. Even under pressure, and even stunned, she remained composed. That was her training. She turned to face the crowd and raised her voice. A golden rune flickered to life at her throat, amplifying her tone across the entire Colosseum. By decree of the dueling accord, let it be known, Arian Dragonever, owing to a state of illness and physical infirmity, has formally withdrawn from the contest. In accordance with the rules governing honorable combat, the duel is thus concluded by default. Victory is thereby granted to the opposing duelist, Razeal. As stipulated in the terms of the wager, the sacred promise shall be duly bestowed upon him as the rightful prize. For 1 full second, the arena stood in absolute silence. It was like the breath before a scream. And then, with the actual beep, the entire crowd exploded. Chaos, shock, roars of disbelief and outrage rang out in waves. He won without even fighting. What kind of rigged match is this? Where is Arian? Why did he not come? Razeal did not even lift a damn finger. Of course, the crowd had not heard any of the conversation taking place at the center of the arena. From their seats, all they could see was Razeal exchanging quiet words with the Duchess, followed by the Duchess speaking directly with the official referee. They had no idea what had transpired since they could not hear anything from that distance. And now this. A forfeit. A victory by default. Madness. The world had gone mad. Meanwhile, Razeal stood in the center of the storm, his hands still in his pockets, and his eyes half-lidded. A slow smirk crept up his lips. Victory. But before the expression could fully settle on his lips, a sharp voice rang out across the arena. Do not get cocky, Arabella snapped coldly, her eyes narrowed. You may have won the bet, but we can still invoke substitution. So tell me, boy, do you have the guts? She had not even finished when, no, I did not forfeit. Chapter 119. No, I did not forfeit. The voice roared through the Colosseum like thunder, and Arabella let out a deep, weary sigh, shaking her head, already knowing the source. Razeal leaned to the side, glancing over her shoulders toward the source of the voice, and then he saw him. Arian. Razeal let out a low whistle. Damn, he is in deep trouble, he muttered, eyes narrowing. That old dragon really used some quality poison. So cruel he was. Arian was walking, but just barely. His body twisted unnaturally, his face a sickening shade of blue. Veins bulged grotesquely across his face, and his entire body, pulsing with agony. One half of his face looked deformed, as if fire itself had scorched and fused with his flesh. Flames burned out from his skin, not just igniting it, but feeding off it, as if his very body was fuel for the fire. The flame was not ordinary. It burned high and erratic, wild like his unstable form. Also, from the right side of his skull, a single massive dragon horn jutted out, its tip ablaze like a cursed torch. He looked half dead. Yet, impossibly, he stood. Through sheer force of will, the entire Colosseum fell silent, every voice, every breath, stolen by the sight. This was the Prince of the House of Fire, appearing in a condition so horrifying, so inhuman, the crowd could not process what they were seeing. Arian looked barely alive. I have not given up. The roar tore out of his throat, hoarse and cracked, a cry of agony and defiance. His voice trembled as much as his limbs. Another step forward, he stumbled but did not fall. He caught himself, planting his massive greatsword into the ground for support, gripping it like an anchor. Razeal raised an eyebrow, watching the approach of Arian, his bloodshot, burning red eyes, his blistered, flame-licked skin, that unnatural blue hue. Definitely protagonist material, he thought grimly. He is just built different. The fearvine poison is meant to paralyze even dragons with agony, yet here he is, standing, walking, screaming. You bastard, Arian roared, pointing his trembling sword at Razeal. You poisoned me. Razeal blinked, then slowly raised his hands in mock innocence, his expression the picture of offended virtue. Me poison. I did not. What are you even talking about? Nancy and Selphira turned sharply toward him, rolling their eyes. Did he not just admit it himself earlier, they thought. Now he has the gall to wear that face. No shame at all. Arabella, meanwhile, said nothing. Her gaze remained fixed on her son, steady and silent, watching him endure. This all began 4 days ago. The body of Arian had started acting strangely, random pain, surges of energy that did not feel right. By the 3rd day, he could not even stand. That is when Arabella was informed. She had expected side effects from the dragon heart implantation. It made sense, something as volatile as a dragon core would always come with risk. But she checked it herself. The heart was stable, transplanted perfectly, no irregularities. She ordered the healers to run deeper diagnostics. They did everything, spells, sacred runes, physical scans. What they found only made her more concerned. His body was in full system overload, every nerve ending screaming. His pain sensitivity had been amplified over 300 times. He was feeling everything, every breath, every movement, every heartbeat, as if he was being tortured from the inside. She even summoned the church, hoping their sacred techniques might ease his suffering. Nothing worked. Arabella even summoned the saintess, the most sacred healer under the divine order, to examine him. If anyone could unravel the cause of the torment of Arian, it would be her. But something was wrong. The saintess had come, laid her hands upon the burning skin of Arian, and after only a moment of silence, shook her head. I do not know the source, she said, too quickly. Arabella knew her instincts at that time. The words of the saintess were too clean, too rehearsed. And that subtle flicker in her expression, it was not ignorance. It was a lie. She was hiding something. Arabella did not press her, not openly. To accuse the saintess would trigger backlash far beyond politics. It would be offending the whole Duke family, and the church itself. At worst, she could just drag Arian to the chamber of the sacred fire, deep within the volcanic sanctum, to burn away the impurity by force. But well, that was risky, so she did not go that far. The saintess simply left, and she let her be. Still, Arabella got more honesty from her own healers. After hours of empty rituals and useless theories, they gave her something real. And after hours of tests, scans, divine checks, and endless speculation, they finally stopped pretending to know. It might be poison, one finally admitted, but it is untraceable. There is no magical signature, no residue. We do not know what kind. Invisible but real. Arabella did not need tests. The moment the word poison left their lips, her mind turned to Razeal. Who else had motive? Who else stood to gain from crippling Arian days before the duel? Who else handed him the dragon heart, almost like a gift? Of course it was him. On the battlefield, the flame of Arian roared higher. The fire burning on his horn surged violently, matching the fury building behind his bloodshot eyes. Every nerve in his body screamed in agony. He stared directly at Razeal. Liar. The voice of Arian rasped like grinding metal. You bastard. His body trembled. The pain was unrelenting, but the rage carried him. You put something in the dragon heart. I know you did. This, he coughed hard, blood splattering the ground. This was your plan all along. He gripped his sword tight, raising it with all the strength his shattered body could give. Is this why you challenged me? He roared, voice cracking. You could not win fairly, so you cheated. Disgusting. You are not even worth hating. The Colosseum erupted in gasps. What? He poisoned him. Disgusting. That is not just cheating. That is what a rapist would do. The arena erupted into chaos. Now they understood the cocky smirk Razeal wore that day. The misplaced confidence. No, that shit-eating arrogance. Even daring to slap Arian. Everything made sense. The way he had acted like victory was guaranteed. They had all been played. A woman sitting in the stands leaned forward. That boy is vile. Absolutely despicable, she whispered. Then blinked. Her expression shifted, but brilliant. She remembered how his elder sister exposed his plan, called it nothing more than a delay tactic, an extension of his defeat. But it worked. He won. She blinked, realization dawning. There was awe in her voice now. He won a match he had zero possible chance of surviving, and the fight had not even started. She shook her head slowly, her vibrant blue ponytail swaying behind her with each nod. A strange expression crossed her face, half impressed, half amused. What a brilliancy this kid possesses. Her lips curled into a small, thoughtful smile. The son of Dragon Wevar just kicked the wrong plate this time. But maybe that is not the worst thing. Maybe he will learn something from it. Her tone held no malice, just observation, amusement, intrigue. But beside her, Maria frowned, arms folded tightly across her chest, eyes locked on the battlefield below. Something about the tone of the woman irritated her, deeply. He just cheated, Maria snapped. No need to glorify it, mother. Her words were laced with bitterness. A person without any real power or ability, what can he even do except cheat? Schemes and tricks do not last. They fall apart in front of true strength. Her mother did not respond immediately. She watched Razeal, still standing in the center of the arena, calm, unreadable, but unreasonably confident. Then she spoke, voice soft but sure. Oh, she said. But at the end of the day, Maria, what matters is winning. It does not matter how. It does not matter why. She glanced sideways at her daughter. And I am not praising him for cheating. I am impressed that he survived, outsmarted, outmaneuvered, and outplayed someone stronger than him, with nothing but his mind and words. Her tone sharpened slightly. He is 16, just like you. No legacy, no awakened bloodline, no backing. And he outsmarted someone who had all of it, and more. She looked back to the field, where the fire still raged around the broken form of Aryan. Can you imagine how far he could have gone if he had awakened the power of Virulin? She said quietly. If he had passed the ranking ritual. She let out a breath, half impressed, half afraid. He could have stood shoulder to shoulder with the heirs of dukes. Whatever. I do not care. Maria sneered, arms crossed tight against her chest, irritation rolling off her in waves. A man who can only stand on his feet by screaming or lying is not special no matter how many victories he pulls out of his ass. Her tone was ice cold, but the frustration bleeding through her words was anything but subtle. Her mother glanced sideways, lips tightening in a faint smile. She just shook her head slightly, the faintest hint of a sigh escaping her lips. Maria had always been overly intense, always proud. She had the talent for a future politician, no doubt. But maybe that was exactly what made her dangerous. Not unqualified, just unstable, emotionally volatile. And yet, moments like this made her wonder, do I really want to pass the entire family to her one day? Does she have the restraint for it? The long vision? Would she ruin the family if given power? The thought lingered, unspoken. I remember, her mother said calmly, turning her head slightly toward Maria, her expression unreadable. You have a duel with him today too, do you not? What was the bet you two made again? Chapter 120. You have a duel with him today too, do you not? What was the bet you two made again? Maria stiffened. She paused, clearly debating how much to reveal. Then she exhaled and answered with practiced nonchalance. If he lost, I would get the right to use his body. She shrugged. I plan to crush his bones into powder and have them made into a stepping stone outside the Grave family manor. She said it flatly, like a line rehearsed, meant to impress. When her mother gave her a slightly raised eyebrow, half questioning, half judging, Maria quickly added, he disrespected our family. That was the only answer he deserved. Her mother did not comment on the cruelty. Her silence said enough. Instead, she asked, almost idly, and if he wins? Maria froze. Her eyes flicked away. Her lips parted, but she did not speak. She closed her mouth. Her jaw clenched. If he wins, I will be his bitch. No way in hell I am saying that out loud, she thought. She could barely stand the words even inside her own head. Saying them aloud would be suicidal. She sighed inwardly, running a hand down her face, fingers pressing hard into her temple. Gods, I really lost my head that day. It is because of that bitcha princess. Then she remembered his words. That look. You are not even worthy of that. Her blood boiled again just thinking about it. Arrogant bastard. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. I swear, I am going to scatter his ashes when this is over, she cursed in her head. She waved her hand dismissively, brushing the thought away like dust. Forget it. It is nothing important. He is not going to win. That part, she said aloud with confidence she did not fully feel. Better to hide her regret and certainty than let it show. Her mother studied her for a beat longer. The hesitation had not gone unnoticed. But she did not press. She knew the pride of her daughter too well. Even if the bet was a disaster, refusing would have brought even worse shame. If only she knew just how recklessly her brilliant daughter had backed herself into the worst kind of corner. Just be prepared, her mother said quietly. I have a feeling you really might be fighting today. Maria frowned. I doubt it. He still has to fight a substitute for Aryan. That is how it works. Her mother raised an eyebrow. He can reject that. He will not, Maria snapped. Why do you think so? She leaned back in her seat, arms crossing over her chest as she looked down at Razeal in the arena with obvious annoyance. He is crazy arrogant. He will accept it. Just watch. The brows of her mother furrowed at the tone in her voice. Oh, you seem to sound like you are familiar with him, she asked, half curious, half concerned. Elsewhere, high VIP chamber. Nova sat in silence, legs elegantly crossed, her chin resting lightly in her hand as she watched the chaos in the arena unfold below. A smirk slowly curled on her lips. I really underestimated you, little brother, she murmured to herself, the amusement in her voice laced with something colder. She had spent the entire week annoyed and furious, just that their mother had allowed this duel to happen. She had thought it reckless, pointless, a mistake waiting to explode. But now she felt satisfied. No, more than that. Calm, cool, impressed. She watched Razeal standing firm in the middle of the storm, untouched, unreadable. He had played the entire field, turned the odds, crushed expectations. Even she had not seen it coming. Her calculations, meticulous as always, had been wrong. Entirely. Normally, that would have eaten at her, made her furious enough to punish herself for the oversight. But this time, she smiled. Sigh. I really went too far last time, did I not? Words like he was nowhere near the level of Aryan, not even close. There was no hope of winning. She almost called him strengthless. The word had nearly slipped from her lips. Now she looked shaken, truly shaken, stressed in a way that cracked through her usual composure. How should I deal with this? She muttered, almost to herself. Should I apologize to him? Her fingers tangled nervously together, a helpless fidget she could not stop. She did not know how to handle any of this. All she had was one belief, one anchor in the chaos. Today, they would take Razeal home. No matter what. Her mother had promised her. If her mother said it, then it would happen. It had to. It is going to be fine, she whispered, inhaling deeply, trying to push the fear down and summon even a shred of confidence. She was just sitting there, stranded in this massive, echoing room, drowning in her thoughts and desperation. It was maddening. Gods, it is so irritating, she hissed, pressing her palms to her forehead. I wish I could just go and kidnap him. If only. She cut herself off, shaking her head hard. Her hands clenched and unclenched in her lap, her body betraying the chaos within. Across the citadel, in a lavish chamber, Selena had been slumped in her oversized velvet chair for what felt like hours. The silence clawed at her. Her legs trembled. Her jaw locked. She looked disturbingly disturbed, eyes wide, unmoving, breath shallow. Then, suddenly, she leapt to her feet. He won. Her voice cracked. Good, good, very good. She clutched the edge of the chair for balance as her thoughts spiraled. He has the holy promise now, which means if he asked for the world to forget, to forgive what happened 5 years ago. She swallowed. They might. They actually might. No, they will have to. Under church law, he would be protected. Her voice thinned. He would not have to run anymore, or hide his face. Her throat tightened. Her eyes burned. Emotion cracked through her chest like ice underfoot. What should I do? She whispered, pacing. Should I speak to him after the duel? I should. Yes, I will. I have to. Then her confidence faltered. But what if he rejects me again? What if he looks at me like he did before? Like I am something to despise? She spun in place, gripping her arms, circling the chamber like a caged thing. I do not know. I do not know, but I will try. I have to try. That is fine, right? She forced herself to stop, to breathe. He cannot stay angry forever. I will apologize. She closed her eyes. Yes, I will. No more running. I will face him. I will. Back to the center of the arena. The ground was cracked. The silence, brittle. If you were a man, Arian snarled, voice shaking with fury, you would have fought with honor. But you are nothing. Despicable. Razeal tilted his head, lazily pouting. Yeah, cry about it. Maybe do not be so greedy next time. Was this bastard seriously trying to pin everything on him? Arian's rage boiled over. You, he roared, voice echoing through the open sky. I swear it here and now. I, Arian Dragonever, declare you my eternal enemy. For the cheating, the insult, the disgrace I have suffered today, I will have my revenge. I will bathe in your blood if I must. If not now, then later. If not here, then somewhere. But you will pay. No matter the time, no matter the place, you will pay. Razeal barely reacted. His expression was still a smirk, mocking, effortless, cruel. Arian could not stand it. His body trembled. Flames surged from the right side of his face, his horn glowing violently as his rage became uncontainable. His crimson hair lifted behind him, whipped by unseen winds, and one of his eyes, now completely consumed by fire, looked like a burning socket of fury. His body was shaking, cracking, burning with more power than it could handle. He was unraveling. More than anything, Arian was angry at himself. His limbs refused to move. Every breath stabbed through him with unbearable pain. His muscles spasmed. Even the smallest twitch sent waves of agony through his frame. If his body had listened, if it had just moved, he would have torn Razeal in two by now. He would have ended this. Razeal looked at him, quietly. A slow smile curved on his lips. You are always welcome to try, he said, shrugging like none of this mattered. Come at me any time. His gaze sharpened slightly. But remember this, your current state. It was already decided. Before you even took me as enemy. He tilted his head, eyes gleaming. So now imagine what I will do, now that you have declared me your enemy. He said it like Arian was already defeated. That smugness broke something in Arian. I will beeping kill you. The scream tore out of him like the final roar of a beast. With every shred of will he had left, Arian forced his body to move. Just one step toward Razeal. Blood burst from his eyes as the veins across his body ruptured. Tiny red explosions streaking across his skin. He took that step, and the floor beneath him darkened with blood. The eyes of Razeal lit up with something wicked. A twisted smile crept over his face. Oh, come on then, he whispered. He shifted slightly, one hand sliding into his pocket, his body leaning ever so slightly forward, like a predator inviting the kill. Then, softly, murderous aura. As he said it, his pupils contracted. His eyes glowed a deep, unnatural red. And then, chic, boom. A thin, invisible wave of red energy, containing killing worth of hundreds of thousands of beings, pulsed out from him in every direction like a sonic vibration made of heat and hatred. It moved so fast it almost was not seen, but it passed through everything. Every stone, every person, every barrier. Nancy blinked, frozen mid-step as she tried to back down. But it was too fast. The face of Selphira turned cold with alarm. The eyes of Arabella narrowed as the ripple approached. To her, it moved in slow motion, a distortion in space itself. She saw it coming, and chose not to stop it. The pulse passed through her, through them all, through Arian, through the entire Colosseum, rippling across walls, stone, and air. And then, Chapter 121. The pulse of murderous intent tore through the Colosseum. It was not sound, but every person felt it like a sudden, invisible storm. Hair snapped backward as if struck by a violent gust of wind. The atmosphere shifted. Something primal screamed in the blood of every living thing present. Thud, thud, thud. People in the stands began to collapse, one after another, like dominoes. Some slumped over the railings. Others crumpled onto each other. Their eyes rolled back. Foam pooled at the corners of mouths. A few were locked in silent screams, paralyzed, pupils dilated with raw terror. It was as if fear itself had manifested into a force and struck them down. Everyone below the third rank, those of D rank and lower, were instantly knocked unconscious. Their minds could not withstand the wave. Even the C ranks staggered, gripping their heads, grimacing, swaying under the pressure. Some vomited. Others blinked rapidly, hallucinating, struggling to separate reality from illusion. This is killing intent, Arabella whispered. She stood closest to Razeal and felt it deeper than anyone else. The air around him shimmered faintly, as though reality were being bent by his presence alone. What kind of spell is this? She reached out toward him. The invisible pulse passed through her fingers like smoke. There was no impact, no heat, nothing physical, yet every nerve in her body clearly felt it. It bypassed the flesh entirely. It was not a physical assault. This was mental, psychological, a direct assault on the will. Arabella swept her gaze across the arena. The spectators were crumbling, some frozen in terror, others passed out cold. A few of the lower ranks, perhaps some strong second or third rank, remained conscious, though barely. She narrowed her eyes. So it was not just strength, it was willpower. Those who endured had stronger minds, not just stronger bodies or rank. The majority who fainted were simply weaker mentally, emotionally. The stronger spectators, in contrast, were mostly still upright, though not untouched. She could see the strain in their faces, the discomfort, the grimace of something clawing at their minds, trying to dig in, but unable to fully break through. I have never seen a skill like this, she muttered, channeling mana in an attempt to dispel the wave. But it was useless. There was nothing to dispel. The force was not made of mana or matter. It did not exist in a way magic could touch. Invisible, intangible, unstoppable. Interesting, she thought. But someone else was even more intrigued. Selphira did not flinch or panic. Instead, her eyes sharpened, and she calmly adjusted her glasses, the lenses glinting with analytical curiosity. Fascination lit her expression like a slow-burning flame. What an extraordinary use of killing intent, she murmured to herself, her voice just above a whisper. How is he doing this? How did he convert pure intent, the emotional drive to kill, into a force that can strike en masse, that can breach mental defenses like a weapon? She closed her eyes briefly, letting the wave wash over her again. This was not how killing intent typically worked. Traditionally, killing intent was just primal, instinctive. It was not a spell or aura, it was more like a feeling, a chill at the base of the spine, a sudden, inexplicable dread, the gut-wrenching certainty that someone near you wanted you dead. Humans and animals all felt it. It was tied to survival, baked into evolution. But this was different. This was calculated, focused, amplified. It was not just the feeling of someone wanting to kill. His was a totally different concept. Her eyes opened, slowly narrowing again. It is the memory of having done it. A weight, a history. He has collected it, condensed it, and turned it into a wave of psychological force. It is not energy or magic. It is something deeper, more primal. It is not a type of energy or concept she had ever heard of. Under this new wave, Selphira could feel the difference. But if this is real, then how did he gather all that and shape it into something like this? A mental assault, a will-based attack. It was working. Thousands of spectators across the arena were collapsing like dominoes, eyes rolling back, bodies convulsing, foaming at the mouth. Not a single wound was visible, yet they were out cold, their consciousness snuffed like candles in a storm. She turned her head, her gaze landing on the back of Razeal. And just how many people do you need to kill to cultivate killing intent of this magnitude? The question fell from her lips in a whisper. Her eyes narrowed, her thoughts racing. But wait, was this boy not supposed to be talentless, mana-less, practically crippled in a world of aura and arcane? Her pupils suddenly dilated as realization hit her. Did he create this himself? A technique that bypasses mana, one that does not rely on innate talent. If that was true, then he was not just smart, he was brilliant. Her entire perspective tilted. She had already been impressed by his tactical brilliance. The way he constructed his plan to win the duel had been masterful, almost too methodical, but this was something else, creating an entirely new combat field. This was not just genius. This was revolutionary. She always considered herself a genius, though deep down she knew she was simply a fast learner, a seeker, a scholar who stood on the shoulders of giants and peered into new possibilities through knowledge. But now she imagined, what if she had been born with no ability, no mana, no aura, nothing? Could she have carved out an entirely new path like this? Could she have invented a concept like this from nothing? He may have just opened a brand new field of magical application, weaponizing killing intent as a mental assault. Her curiosity erupted like wildfire. How did he manipulate it, control it, condense it into something this precise and devastating? Her analytical mind caught fire, racing to decipher the mechanics. The more she thought, the more her chest felt like butterflies flying around her. It was like watching someone break open a sealed door in a dead-end corridor and finding an unexplored road beneath. She leaned forward, eyes locked onto Razeal, studying him with a mix of awe and fixation, as though he were a living equation waiting to be solved. Elsewhere, high above the spectator stands, Maria asked, "What is this, mother?" Her voice was unsteady, her face pale. She gripped her stomach as a wave of sickness rolled over her. It was weird, even for her. She felt like she was in the middle of a mountain of dead bodies, with blood everywhere. She felt nauseous. Her mother's eyes, normally calm and regal, were now sharp as blades. "I do not know," she murmured, "but it seems he is not as talentless as they all believed." A moment of silence fell between them. It is like discovering an entirely new application of the way. Across the chambers, 3 young women reacted with equally intense, yet wildly different energy. Nova's reaction was the most explosive. The ornate chair she had been sitting on shattered beneath her as she jumped to her feet. Her eyes were wide, her expression a wild mix of disbelief, exhilaration, and relief. She stormed toward the edge of the balcony, both hands gripping the stone ledge as they cracked. She leaned forward to get a closer look, Her heart pounded, and her voice trembled. He did it. He finally found something. Tears threatened to gather in the corners of her eyes, but she blinked them away. Nova had been among those most quietly burdened by worry, fearful that Razeal would remain strengthless forever in a world that did not forgive the weak. And now, before her eyes, he was no longer that helpless figure. Selena, standing nearby, was nearly bouncing with joy. Her whole body radiated happiness, so pure it was impossible to fake. I knew it. I knew he had found a way. She cried, clapping her hands together. He finally got something of his own. There was no jealousy, no hesitation, just raw pride in her voice. Celestia was happy too, but at the same time, she frowned as she rubbed her chin. He can do that. But this killing intent. How many people had he killed? And how did he kill such a large number to create this immense killing intent? Where did that strength come from? She could also distinguish between ordinary killing intent and this new, refined application of it. It did not take her long to grasp the concept, causing her frown to deepen. Did that mean he had other skills? At the very least, enough to kill so many people to generate such overwhelming killing intent. Back to Arian. He could barely breathe. His entire body was already damaged, blood spilling from torn and ruptured wounds. The pain was constant, burning, aching, but even that was eclipsed by the murderous intent directed at him. It pressed against his skin like a storm, unnatural and overwhelming. It confused him. Something about it felt off, different, like it was not just killing intent, but something more. But Arian did not have the energy or presence of mind to care. It did not shake him, not really. His thoughts were singular, focused. He was still consumed by fury. Even while barely standing, his blood pouring freely, his eyes blurred with exhaustion, his gaze never left Razeal. Arian's own eyes burned with killing intent, fierce and unwavering. He was ready to fight, no matter how broken he was. A soft sigh broke through the tension. Arabella shook her head slowly, her expression a mixture of disappointment and concern. He is only hurting and embarrassing himself, she whispered under her breath, her voice laced with quiet sorrow as she looked at her son. Her gaze shifted to Nancy, who stood to the side, staring at Razeal with narrowed eyes. She too had noticed the strange evolution in the killing intent, and was clearly confused. But the moment her eyes met her mother's, she understood. No words were needed. Nancy vanished. In a blink, she reappeared behind Arian. Her speed was so fast it felt like teleportation. Her presence barely disturbed the air. You should rest now, brother, she whispered softly, placing a gentle hand behind his neck. A precise chop. Arian's eyes widened, then faded white as unconsciousness took him. His body began to collapse. Nancy caught him effortlessly, cradling him with practiced ease, though his body was still convulsing due to the pain he was in. Meanwhile, Razeal, who had been watching silently, gave a small shrug, and let his murderous intent dissolve into nothing. Well, I guess no one is going to let me have my moment, he muttered with a slight pout, scratching the back of his head. And with that, the whole audience went silent. They stared as Arian fell, and Razeal was declared the winner. Was that it? Was it really over just like that? Just as the crowd began to murmur, Arabella silently walked over to Selphira. She whispered something to her. Selphira nodded once, twice, again, listening carefully. Then, after a brief pause, she gave a final nod, as if understanding everything. With that, she rose into the air, floating high above the arena, and gently opened her mouth to speak. Esteemed attendees, in accordance with the sanctioned regulations governing this duel of honor, it is my duty to announce the following. The designated combatant, Arian Dragonev, has been officially withdrawn from the duel due to injuries sustained prior to commencement. As stipulated under Article 76D of the Duel Charter, such withdrawal, whether voluntary or due to incapacitation, confers immediate victory to the opposing duelist, Razeal. Furthermore, as per Article 77DL, participants unable to engage for valid reasons are permitted to request a substitute. A request for substitution has been duly submitted. I now ask Razeal if he will accept. She was abruptly cut off. Oh, do not bother. I am the substitute, I will ask him myself. The voice came from above, light, carefree, and completely unbothered by the tension in the arena. A girl drifted down from the sky, her long sky-green hair rippling behind her like silk in the wind. She landed lightly, one foot touching the ground before the other, as if gravity itself had been waiting for her to finish, her slim figure framed by the sunlight, as if she belonged on a stage. Chapter 122. Razeal face-palmed the moment the green-haired woman stepped into the arena. Ask for shitty luck, and it answers, he muttered, laughing under his breath. Then came a long sigh. Sometimes, I do not even feel good when my plans go exactly how I wanted. Maybe I should have just let Arian fight me. He winced internally. That would have been 1,000 times easier. Regret stabbed through him. Poisoning Arian had seemed smart at the time, tactical, but now, it just felt like a totally bad idea. If he had known the system had a training function, he might have built an entirely different plan. But at the time, it had not been an option. And now that it was too late. No more could-haves. Not with her standing in front of him. She landed gracefully at the center of the arena, as if the ground bent gently to catch her. Her sky-green hair floated around her like silk in the wind, catching the sunlight in hypnotic waves. She wore a tight, embroidered outfit of deep green and gold that shimmered like leaves in morning light. On her chest rested the unmistakable crest of House Fairlith, an ancient tree in full bloom, encircled by drifting spirit wisps. Her eyes, those piercing, sky-colored eyes, locked onto Razeal. Curiosity flickered behind them. She remembered the killing intent he had released moments before, and while she did not seem impressed, something in her gaze hinted at interest. Not that it mattered. She was not here to play games anyway. Silva Fairlith had a job to do, and honestly, she hated it. The only reason she was even here was because of her mother. Duchess Fairlith had forced, her to step in. Otherwise, Silva would never waste her time on something so beneath her. She was not fond of bullying the weak, and this definitely felt like bullying. Her gaze drifted toward Duchess Arabella in the stands, the woman who had begged her mother for this favor. Silva frowned, her cheeks puffed slightly in an involuntary pout. Can they not just send someone from their own damn family to fight the kid? Her eyes fell on Nancy, standing loyally at the side of Arabella. She could have fought him. She could win too, so why not? Silva was not stupid. She knew exactly what this was. This was politics. The Dragon Wevar family was trying to pull the Fairlith house into their mess publicly and strategically. By using her, they could claim Fairlith support. After all, if a Fairlith stepped in, it was not just the Dragonevers beating down some overconfident kid anymore. Now it was two ducal houses. Dragon Wevar will not be accused of bullying, Silva thought bitterly. At least not directly. They will just say they accepted a substitute, and they beat the kid, not them. And Fairliths will say we agreed to the terms and conditions Dragon Wevar asked us to. They will call it a duel, nothing more. At least the Virulins will not be able to directly pressure one family alone now for their not-so-kicked-out son. Whatever. She would fight, win, and leave. Simple. But to the crowd, her entrance was anything but simple. The moment Silva Fairlith touched down in the arena, the Colosseum erupted into chaos. Wait, is that Lady Silva? Is she the substitute for Arian? Holy shit, this just got better. Cheers, gasps, curses, and wild chatter filled the seats as spectators exploded with excitement. Whispers turned to shouting. Bets were remade in real time. She is stronger than Arian. She is going to destroy that arrogant bastard. It was pandemonium. Meanwhile, deep in a quiet chamber elsewhere in the stadium, Nova watched the chaos unfold through a projection screen. She shook her head slowly. He will not accept it, she murmured. It was obvious. Taking a substitute fight after winning the prize was pointless. There was no benefit, nothing to gain, and from what she had seen of Razeal, he was not the kind of fool to do that. He was intelligent and definitely knew what was best for him. She watched the arena below, confident in her assessment. Most people were thinking the same. But Razeal, he was somewhere else entirely, lost in thought, lost in himself. Whatever was running through his mind, nobody could see it. Not yet. Just give up, host. Maybe we would have had a chance if your opponent was Nancy, or someone else. But her. The system voice cut through the air like a cold blade. I do not think I need to explain. Let us not waste time. Razeal stood there, silent, even as the words of the system sank in like stones in water. He had poured everything into this moment, decades of obsession, preparation, and sacrifice inside the system space. And now, the system was telling him to walk away, to give up. We are not losing anything, the system added, softer this time. It is just the smart choice. Razeal did not respond. Instead, he asked his own question, his voice low. What is her rank? There was a pause. Then the system replied, more cautiously. Forget it, host. You know that her rank is not fixed, she keeps changing it, masking it. And whatever she is at now, your odds of winning are effectively zero. The unique bloodline abilities of the Fairlith family, the system trailed off. You are outmatched. Still, Razeal did not respond. He simply stared at Silva Fairlith, standing calm and collected in the arena, her eyes raised ever so slightly, waiting for the words she expected to hear. I forfeit. That was what she assumed was coming. Instead, she saw him smile. A slow, cocky grin curled onto the face of Razeal. All right, he said, loud enough for the arena to hear. I agree to the duel. Silva blinked. Ha, Nancy raised a brow. Even Selphira tilted her head, surprised. No one had expected Razeal to accept. He accepted. Silva narrowed her eyes, then gave a small, amused snort. At least you are not a coward. She nodded toward him in acknowledgement. All right, I guess. But do not expect me to go easy on you. I have been very well paid to beat the hell out of you. She said it without malice. Just facts. Then she casually began stretching her arms, rotating her shoulders like this was routine. Selphira, still neutral, spoke up. Are both parties prepared? There was really no need to say more. They had all agreed. But before either Razeal or Silva could respond, another voice cut in. Selena Luminous. Everyone turned as Duchess Arabella stepped forward, positioning herself beside Selphira. Her eyes rose to the Luminous family chambers high above the spectator stands. The crowd buzzed quietly with confusion. Even Razeal blinked, uncertain why the Duchess would interrupt now at the edge of battle. Up in the stands, Selena Luminous stood still for a moment, clearly puzzled by the sudden call. Her brow creased, but after a few seconds, she gracefully stepped out from the private balcony of her family and began making her way down. She did not know why Arabella had summoned her, but with eyes across the empire watching, she had no choice. She had to keep the dignity of the Duchess. The audience whispered, but none spoke loud enough to disturb the tension. Everyone was waiting. Hello, Auntie, she said, politely. Her voice was respectful, but her eyes questioned, and were clearly puzzled. Arabella did not return the pleasantries. I want you to give your blessing to Silva, she said, her voice smooth, too smooth. A sly smile danced on her lips, but before Selena could even respond, the voice of Silva snapped through the air. No. She cut in instantly, her voice sharp. I do not need a blessing. That would be disrespectful. I am not some helpless novice standing here. Her pride bristled at the very idea. Arabella turned her eyes to her, calm and unwavering. Do not take it personally, dear. But you are fighting on behalf of my son. As his substitute, I have every right to make such requests. The expression of Silva darkened. Her jaw tightened. Do you think I cannot defeat him? The words came out low, cold, and direct. Her eyes burned into the Duchess. Are you doubting my strength, Duchess? Respectfully, of course. Gasps fluttered through the crowd. But Arabella did not flinch. Not at all, she said sweetly. There are few in the Empire who can match you. I have no doubt you will win. This is not about you. She let the words linger, her voice velvet smooth. It is about making sure he pays the price for the disgraceful trick he pulled. You see, my son has taken some pain and setbacks. Silva frowned but did not say anything. Whatever deal the Duchess had made, it must be big enough that even her mother agreed to show resistance against the virulence, which might have even dissatisfied them. Silva simply exhaled, calm but slightly annoyed. It is just some buffs, she muttered under her breath. What did it matter? He was going to go down in one move before. He would still go down in one move now. Nothing had changed. Though a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed her face, she just crossed her arms and said nothing more. On the side, Razeal pouted slightly, his eyes narrowing. Ah, the classic noble playbook. The so-called duel of honor was supposed to be a pure, rule-bound contest where both fighters stood equal. No tricks. No interference. Whether you were royalty or commoner, you fought the same way. Straightforward. But nobles were not fools. They knew how to twist the system in their favor. And so they created loopholes. No limits on weapons, potions, enchantments, or blessings. Anything a fighter brought into the field was considered part of their own capabilities. Convenient, was it not? And now, they were using exactly that against him. Razeal did not react. Let them do whatever they want, he thought. Host, you still have time to back out of this pointless fight. The voice of the system echoed in his mind again, now more anxious. You could die. You know how absurdly powerful she is. I will win, Razeal said quietly, without looking away from the arena. No matter how. This was not about her. It was not about anyone. This was about himself. He had trained for decades, fought battle after battle, died millions of times for this. It was not for nothing. It was not to step back now. He had always stood against those more powerful. Always. And he would do it again. He would win. Sigh. Do whatever you want. The voice of the system softened. I will be with you always. Just, do not do something stupid. Chapter 123. Back on the other side, Arabella watched as Silva offered no further protest. That smug little silence was enough to make her smile. I want you to bless her with 7th-tier blessing spells, she said, turning toward Selena. Her tone was light, almost sweet, but her words carried the weight of a command. Prepare yourself. I have already spoken to your father. She smiled, soft, superior, and shining with the confidence of someone who believed she had already won. Her eyes slid sideways toward Razeal. He is going to regret this so much. Selena went quiet. She looked at the Duchess, Arabella Selphira, one of the strongest pillars of the Empire, a sovereign-class powerhouse. Then she turned to Razeal. He stood there, completely still, no fear or hope in his expression, just calm, as if her answer was already known to him, as if he expected nothing from anyone. A soft, almost tender smile appeared on the lips of Selena. Let me prove you wrong, she thought as she turned to Arabella, who was already lost in thought, mentally crafting blessings for Razeal as if everything had been decided for his worst. No, Selena said softly, the smile never leaving her face. Just like that. The word dropped like a stone in water. Arabella blinked. The eyes of Silva shot wide. Even Selphira froze, stunned. They had all been expecting an obedient yes. Anything less had never crossed their minds. She rejected her outright, Silva muttered, eyebrows raised in disbelief. Impressed. Refusing the direct request of a duke. In public. With witnesses. This was not defiance, it was suicide. Silva had showed her dissatisfaction too, but outright rejection. That was a level of boldness she had not dared attempt. Arabella narrowed her eyes slightly. What was that, girl, she asked, voice calm, almost playful. Did not quite hear you. The smile of Selena did not fade. Her eyes did not waver. I said no, I will not. The stare of Arabella turned colder. Her smile did not move, but something behind it twisted. This girl already lied about the treatment of her son, and now this. Look, girl, she said calmly. This is not a game. And no, I was not asking. I was ordering you. She took a step forward, voice low and amused. As I said, your father gave me his word. That you would. So you will. But Selena did not move, did not blink. And for the first time in the entire arena, Arabella Selphira felt something crack in the perfect little performance she had built. Make me. Selena crossed her arms behind her back, gaze locked unflinching with the gaze of Arabella. Her voice was calm, but it struck like steel, daring, defiant. Nancy gasped, unable to mask her shock. Even she was not foolish enough to challenge her mother to her face. Even Razeal glanced to the side, eyes narrowing. What the hell is she doing? Has she finally lost it, he thought. Is she really playing this kind of game here? With her? It made no sense. Arabella was not just anyone. She was the matriarch of the Dragonweaver family, an SSS-ranked powerhouse known across continents for her craziness. Fighting her was not just reckless, it was suicidal. Sure, the mother and father of Selena were both SSS ranked themselves, and she had even studied personally under the Pope. But even with all that, this was madness. Silva, standing to the side, leaned forward slightly, her beautiful green eyes flickering between Selena and Razeal. Is there still something going on between those two that I do not know, she wondered. Standing up like that just to cast a blessing spell. Either she has gone insane, or there is something deeper at play. Still, Silva could not help but admire the spectacle. A girl from the Luminous family standing up to the 9th-ranked matriarch. That was bold. Stupid, but bold. Yet, considering the weight the name of Selena carried, maybe she could get away with it. Maybe. The Luminous family was just as powerful, if not more so, than the Dragonevers. She might escape with a few political bruises, but still, going head-to-head like this was reckless. No matter who you were. And then, silence. Selena and Arabella stared at one another, wordless. The tension in the air was suffocating, an invisible pressure crackling between them like the prelude to a thunderclap. And then, a voice echoed inside the mind of Selena. Daughter, do not be childish. Do as she asks. Father. Her brows furrowed slightly, a mix of confusion and anger flashing in her eyes. But she did not budge. Her jaw tightened as she replied aloud, voice low and firm. No, I will not. And return whatever she paid you for. You do not understand, the voice of her father returned, gentler now but unmistakably firm. Yes, I apologize for making decisions without asking you, but it was sudden. And there is no room for debate. You have 10 seconds. Do as she says or I will cast the blessing myself and mine will be an 8th-tier spell. He knew her too well. Even if others could not read her, he could see it clearly. She was worried. And it was about him. That boy. And this was the only way. The eyes of Selena narrowed. Will you really, she thought, silent tears threatening to rise. He was using her emotions against her, manipulating her sense of duty, of fear, of care. He was not wrong. He did understand her feelings, too well. But using that understanding to push her, manipulate her, was a betrayal. Do it. Or I will. The voice was harsher now, final. Selena bit her lip. Her hands trembled behind her back, as she turned toward Razeal. For a moment, sadness flickered across her face, real and raw. If I do not, he will just get dragged into this deeper. She closed her eyes briefly, then opened them, cold and unreadable. Do not ever speak to me again if your profits mean more than me, she whispered, emotionless, speaking only through the mind link. This is the end of it. There was silence, then the voice of her father, quiet, almost pleading. My lovely daughter, please, try to understand. But she shut him out. She turned back to Arabella, took a deep breath, and said firmly, I will. Her voice was calm, detached. She did not look at Razeal. She did not have the strength to. The lips of Arabella curled into a pleased smile. She clapped twice. Good. Very good. From the side, a quiet chuckle escaped Razeal. The sound was soft, barely audible, but every woman standing around him turned toward him. He did not return their looks. He just shook his head slowly, the corners of his mouth pulled into a wry, amused smile. Women and their dramatic performances, Razeal scoffed inwardly, his face unreadable. She must be here for another show. Just like that day, trying to heal me in front of everyone. Typical Saintess behavior. Always pretending it is about duty, sympathy, compassion. The truth is, it is all theater. Selena did not dare lift her head, but her body trembled the moment his low, mocking laugh echoed in her ears. That laugh. It tore something inside her, as if to say, I knew it. You were never going to help me. Even now, I cannot help him, she thought, her stomach sinking. The urge to disappear, to end it all, screamed in her bones. But she was here, powerless, trapped, useless. Then came the voice of Arabella, gentle and calm. Put the crux of suffering blessing on her, and, well, give her one more. Any 7th-rank blessing. I will let you choose. What? The eyes of Selena widened, the blood draining from her face. Even Silva turned, shooting Arabella a sharp side glance, clearly unsettled. What a cruel woman, Silva muttered under her breath. She sighed, shoulders tensing. Now I have to carry the weight of torturing someone who cannot even fight back. What a bully I am. No, that is. Selena stepped back, voice trembling. Her entire body shook. She knew what the crux of suffering was. It was no ordinary blessing. It was a curse wrapped in divine light. It amplified all pain dealt by the attacks of the bearer. Every cut, every hit, magnified 40,000 times over. It did not just hurt. It shattered. A single strike would hurt 40,000 times more than it should. A torment spell, sealed in divine light. And now Arabella wanted it cast on Silva so she could torture Razeal. The heart of Selena sank, horrified. Her breath hitched. Her thoughts immediately went to him, Razeal. Was he the one who would take this? Was she about to condemn him to this living hell, with her own hands? Again, her legs buckled slightly. Then, the voice of her father came again, steady, cold, and commanding. Daughter, do it. This is the last time I will ask. Next time, I will cast the blessings myself and believe me, mine will be an 8th-tier blessing. 100,000 times amplification. Selena broke. No, please. Her voice almost vanished. Her resolve shattered. I will do it, she whispered. I will do it. Her body shook as she stepped forward, caught between guilt and obedience. Every movement felt like betrayal. She walked to Silva slowly, each step heavier than the last, like marching toward a guillotine. She raised her hand. A golden glow flickered into existence, bright, holy, and cruel. She touched the arm of Silva. The blessing surged forward. Silva stood still, silent, letting it take. And just like that, it was done. Selena lowered her hand, shoulders collapsing slightly. Her face was pale, lips pressed tight. I am sorry, Raze, she whispered under her breath, eyes closed tightly to hide the storm inside. I had no other way. But she did not stop there. For the second blessing, she made her choice. A 7th-tier holy healing spell. A rare, nearly mythic blessing that grants near immortality, unimaginable regeneration. But critically, no offensive advantage. It was the only move she could make to offset the cruelty of the first. Silva glowed softly as the spell settled onto her. Selena sighed. That was all she could do. Her small rebellion, buried in mercy. Arabella watched from the side, pleased. She clapped softly again, lips curled in smug satisfaction. Razeal. He did not care. He stood, detached from it all, expression unreadable. None of this mattered. Not to him. Not anymore. Meanwhile, high above, in the balcony chamber, the hands of Nova gripped the stone railing so tightly it cracked. And then, with a soft crunch, it turned to dust in her hands. Her royal purple eyes blazed like lightning storms behind glass. Is this what the dragon of our family has stooped to? She whispered, barely audible, dragging the heirs of the other 2 Duke families into this circus. Her gaze stayed locked on the platform below. They got our warning. And they still did not take it seriously. Her voice was a knife, calm, lethal. Every cell in her body screamed to jump down, to end this farce, to burn the stage and shatter every smug expression she saw below. But the only thing holding her back was the voice of her mother, echoing in her mind. If not for that, she would have already been down there, turning this duel into a war. Chapter 124. Selena finished giving her 7th, ranked blessings to Silva, her glowing hands hovering for a moment before she drew them back. The light clung to her skin like mist, dimming with every inch she retreated until it was gone completely. She stood still, head bowed, silence pressing around her like a weight. Guilt or something dangerously close to it lingered in her expression. She felt she had done something wrong. But what else could she have done? She could not go against her father. Silva flexed her fingers, eyeing the faint, nearly invisible gold shimmer clinging to her hand. It was such a low light. Her lips curled into a sharp, irritated line. TCH, what a bother. The crux of suffering blessing, yes, she could understand that. But healing, really? Did the Saintess forget that the Fairlith family was the strongest in the Empire, second only to Luminous and the Church, when it came to healing? No, she did not forget. She knew. Which meant she had done this intentionally. That this so-called blessing would not matter to her in the slightest. With the faintest sidelong glance, Silva studied Selena still standing there, head lowered, looking almost ashamed. So protective over that boy, she thought, her curiosity sharpening. But she kept her observations to herself. All right, preparations are complete. Shall I officially begin the duel? Selfira voice rang out over the arena, cutting through the tension. Yes. Silva and Razeal spoke almost at the same time, though Razeal's voice carried an edge of impatience. Magnificent, Selfira lips curved in satisfaction. At last, the duel could begin. So many unnecessary delays. But just as her relief began to settle, wait. The single word was quiet, almost fragile. It came from Selena. What now? A collective groan rippled through the onlookers. Arabella sighed. Nancy sighed. Even Razeal himself exhaled, long and heavy with irritation. A dark vein threatened to surface on Selfira's temple, but she swallowed it down, forcing her composure to hold. She turned, her referee smile locked in place. It is not permitted, Saintess, Selfira said with a professional calm. Only the participants may decide to halt a duel. As the appointed and honorable referee, I cannot allow outside interference and... She did not get to finish. Selena moved past her, past Silva, still with her head bowed, her voice silent, but her presence cutting through the air like she did not care. Silva's eyes followed her. What happened to her now? But as her gaze tracked the path of the Saintess, a quiet "oh" slipped from her lips, her curiosity sharpening into that delicious, drama-loving interest only teenagers seem to master. Selena walked with measured, heavy steps until she stood directly in front of Razeal. She did not look up. Her gaze stayed fixed on the ground, as though even meeting his eyes would cost her something. Razeal's irritation was immediate, his expression tightening like a man confronted by an unwelcome ghost. What does she want now? To mess with me? Annoyed beyond reason, Razeal started to step aside, wanting nothing more than to avoid her entirely. But the moment he moved, Selena mirrored him, sidestepping just enough to block his way again. Almost losing it, Razeal turned toward Selfira, not even wanting to look at Selena, let alone exchange words with her. I am being delayed, or interfered with, he said, his voice cold, stripped of patience. Handle this. Selfira sighed at this. Saintess, please, what are you? Selfira's voice faltered. Selfira hesitated, unsure how to proceed. She could not just call out the Saintess in front of everyone, could she? Her gaze swept the arena, taking in the sea of thousands watching from the stands. If she said the wrong thing, anything that could be taken as disrespect, it was impossible to tell how the crowd would react. In the worst case, they might rush the stage and tear the duel apart. Selena, for her part, did not acknowledge the hesitation at all. She simply stepped forward, silent, and raised her hand, slow, tentative, as if to touch the hand of Razeal. Razeal recoiled instantly, taking a deliberate step back. His eyes narrowed, as though her outstretched hand were something filthy. Selena's fingers hung in the air for a heartbeat longer, before curling back toward herself. She exhaled, deep and shaky, gathering every scrap of composure she had left. Slowly, she lifted her chin again. "Let me bless you," she said, barely more than a whisper. The words were careful, controlled, almost tender. She forced herself to meet his gaze, even though every instinct screamed to look away. Her voice softened into something kind, her lips shaping the gentlest smile she could manage. Celestia froze at the sound of the tone of Selena. "Ha," she muttered under her breath. Arabella's eyes narrowed, studying her. Nancy and Silva exchanged glances and both were the same expression, wide-eyed, almost girlish curiosity. "Ew. No." Razeal's reply came sharp and immediate. "Why not? I am not here to hurt you. It would only help." Selena's voice trembled faintly due to his tone, though she fought to keep it steady. "Please, just let me do this." Her hands, now hidden behind her back, twitched, small, nervous spasms betraying her desperation. Razeal did not care. His expression stayed utterly cold, those flat eyes locked on her without an ounce of warmth. "There is no reason," he said, tone clipped. "I just do not take anything from people like snakes." The insult landed with precision. Selena's breath caught, but she pushed forward. "I beg you, I will not ask for anything else. Just let me help. Just this once or I might not be able to take this." Her voice cracked at the edges as she clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture. Her knuckles whitened from the pressure, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. She could feel tears building hot and heavy until they slipped free, tracing uneven paths down her cheeks. Still, she kept looking at him, even as her pupils shook and her body trembled. Razeal regarded her for a long moment. His gaze traveled over her tear-streaked face, and then he sighed. "You know what?" he began. Selena's heart lurched. Finally a reaction. For the first time, his cold indifference broke, and he was looking at her. "Yes," she breathed, hope sparking in her eyes. Her mind raced. Was he going to ask why she had done it? Demand an explanation? Give her a chance to apologize? Maybe, just maybe, even ask to end the duel. 1,000 possibilities tumbled through her thoughts in the space of a heartbeat. She readied herself for anything. Selena leaned forward, every muscle tense. "Go beep yourself, traitor." The words hit harder than any blade. Selena's face slackened, and for a moment it was as if her soul had been yanked out of her body. I just wanted." "Wait, traitor," she stammered, the word catching in her throat like a shard of glass. Her knees wobbled, her chest constricting in panic. Her lips trembled, her eyes wide, but no coherent words would come. Her body reaction was faster than her mind, a complete breakdown of composure. "Ouch," Silva murmured, wincing at the sheer cruelty of it. "Please, Saintess, you must not disturb the duel." Celestia's voice was firm, but beneath it she felt the pressure mounting. The drama unfolding before her was already dangerous. If she let it continue, the situation could spiral beyond her control. The wisest move was to remove Selena before the tension snapped. But Selena did not respond. She stood motionless, tears spilling silently down her cheeks, eyes fixed somewhere far away. Celestia's expression tightened. She glanced at Arabella, who was watching the exchange with an expression that could only be described as entertained. Yet even Arabella seemed to acknowledge that this had crossed into disruption. With a languid grace, she tilted her head toward Nancy. "Escort Saintess to safety," she murmured, her tone smooth but laced with a subtle, knowing smile. "It is time for prayers." "Yes, mother." Nancy did not hesitate. She crossed the arena floor with quiet urgency, coming to stand beside Selena. But Selena was rooted in place, as if her feet had sunk into stone. Her body was still, her mind still replaying the moment, the rejection, the coldness, the word traitor. Nancy reached out, gently taking her hand. "Come," she said softly, guiding her away. Selena allowed herself to be led, her steps slow and mechanical. Her face was hollow, expressionless, her mind spiraling around one bitter thought. He rejected me again, even when I begged him. The Saintess was gone from the arena. Arabella followed soon after, leaving only Silva and Arian standing at opposite ends, and Celestia positioned between them like a pillar holding the structure of order in place. Razeal had not reacted at all. No shift of expression, no flicker of interest. The crowd, however, seethed, eyes burned with killing intent. Some spectators surged forward in rage, only to be restrained by others. None of them truly knew what had been said, but the sight of their Saintess leaving in tears was enough to set their blood boiling. They wanted his head. They wanted to drink his blood. But reason and the heavy presence of knights held them back. Attacking now would accomplish nothing but chaos, maybe even make the death of this disgusting thing late. No, they would remember this. They would find another time, another way, to make him pay for what he had done to her. For now they prayed. Thousands of voices, low and fervent, murmured blessings for the well-being of their Saintess. The stadium took on the feel of a crude, improvised temple, a cheap, trembling parody of sacred devotion. Celestia, steady as ever, lifted her voice. "Both sides are prepared." Her tone carried the weight of discipline and the authority of ritual. "The duel of honor shall now begin officially." She drew in a breath, her voice sharpening like a blade. "Representing House Dragonever, Arian Dragonever, heiress of the Fairlith House of Spirits, crowned princess of the sacred spirit forest of Silvasil, her Lady Silva Fairlith." She extended her hand toward the right side of the arena. Silva, standing there, rolled her eyes at the grandeur of the introduction, though the crowd roared with excitement. Turning to the other side, Celestia continued, facing her by rules of the honor duel, an independent combatant of no listed house or order, Razeal. Her arm lowered toward him. Laughter and murmurs rippled through the stands. No titles, no grand lineage even anymore, just Razeal. the son of the strongest duke family being lineageless. He gave no reaction, save for a slight roll of his eyes. Let it be noted, Selfira voice cut through the noise, all duelists stand under the sacred laws and regulations of the duel of honor, and will be judged by them alone. She paused, letting the silence hang heavy. This duel shall proceed until surrender, disarmament, or incapacitation. Death is not required, but is permitted under the Code of Full Right. Her eyes moved between the two combatants. Neither showed any visible reaction. Contestants, Selfira began. As is the custom of the duel of honor, you are invited to greet one another with a handshake, a gesture offered not to the person, but to the principles of respect, courage, and fair contest that this arena upholds. Selfira voice carried across the arena, her gaze fixed pointedly on Silva. Silva did not move. She stood perfectly still, chin slightly lifted, emerald eyes cold and unblinking. No, she said, without the faintest hesitation. No matter the ceremony, no matter tradition, there was no way she would clasp hands with him. Respect. For what? She felt none, and she was not about to pretend otherwise. The crowd murmured and laughed at the blunt refusal. Selfira faltered for a fraction of a second, her lips pressing into a thin line. She gave Silva the chance to explain, but none came. Turning, she met the gaze of Razeal, but his expression was unreadable, neither offended nor eager. Rules were rules. The duel of honor allowed a combatant to decline the gesture. It was customary, not mandatory. Selfira could not force it. She let it go, though the tension it left in the air was almost audible. From where he stood, Razeal gave Silva a flat look. Not that I wanted to shake hands, he thought, shaking his head faintly. Just screwing with her. Selfira voice rang out again, steadier now, cutting through the hush. By the will of the Empire, and the law of honor, I, Selfira Kane, appointed to oversee this duel as referee and legal witness, declare this duel commenced. Her final word rose like the crack of a whip. She floated up and back, taking a vantage point at the edge of the arena where she could see every movement. The Colosseum seemed to hold its breath. Spectators leaned forward, the air charged and sharp, as every stray murmur fell away. In the center, Razeal and Silva faced one another, silent. You forgot your armor or weapons, Silva said first, her voice smooth and dripping with disdain. She flicked her vivid green hair over her shoulder in one effortless motion, her eyes narrowing in mock concern. Are you not being a little disrespectful toward me? Razeal mouth curved faintly. I could say the same. His gaze swept over her, noting the form-fitting green dress, no armor, no visible weaponry. She arched a brow. Oh, me. Her lips parted in a slow smile. I am Silva Fairlith. She said it as though the name itself was a complete explanation. Pride radiated from every syllable, her tone a quiet proclamation of invincibility. Razeal did not reply. Instead, he cracked his neck, a faint pop echoing in the still air, shifting into readiness. Seeing his lack of reaction, Silva raised an eyebrow. You look confident. But before Razeal could respond, a voice rang inside the head of Silva. Do not waste time. I promised the Fairlith family I would help them with the 8th rank fire spirit. You know what to do. And also remember, do not kill him. Do not. Arabella's voice rang in the mind of Silva, reminding her of her agreement with her mother. Silva narrowed her eyes, but did not answer. She did, however, glance toward Razeal with a flicker of understanding. Apologies, she said aloud, almost idly, turning her gaze fully on Razeal. It seems I will not be able to entertain you for long after all. The instant their eyes met, the ground behind her split open. A massive vine, as thick as the torso of a grown man, erupted upward with the force of a launched spear, its surface gleaming with fresh sap. It whipped toward the face of Razeal at bullet speed, the strike so sudden and violent that dust swirled in its wake. Silva was certain it would be enough. One hit and her job was done. As for the hint from Arabella about torturing him, it had not interested her. Such cruelty was beneath her, just a disgusting thing to do to someone weaker than her, even if he was a disgusting kind of person. She did not care about that, unless it was directed at her or her people. The massive, twisting green strike of Silva tore through the air with a violent whip crack, the sound alone sharp enough to make the front row flinch. Dust trailed in its wake, the sheer velocity compressing the air around it until it sang with a low, murderous hum. She watched intently, curious to see how Razeal would handle this. Will he dodge, she thought, amused at the idea of him trying to leap aside from something moving this fast. But instead of moving, Razeal stood perfectly still, his gaze fixed on the massive vine whipping toward him. Rather than stepping back or avoiding it, he raised his right hand, index finger poised over his thumb in a flicking gesture. What is he doing? Is he planning to take it head on? It was madness. She could sense no mana from him, no aura, no trace of any reinforcing spell. That meant he intended to face it with nothing but his physical body. And that flicking posture, was he trying to act cool? High above, Selfira drifted in the air, adjusting her glasses. Her eyes narrowed, focusing on every micro-movement. Will he use the killing intent, a different application like this one before? That must be it, if he has developed something new. That could be the only reason he accepted this already won duel for himself, and why he looks so confident and unbothered. The crowd, however, saw it differently. Most believed Razeal was about to be flattened by Silva. But then he moved. The vine, thick as a pillar, and moving with brutal speed, closed the last meters toward him. Just before it struck, his finger flicked it. Tectonic kinetic flick, Razeal whispered, a faint smirk curling his lips. And boom. The sound ripped through the arena. An invisible force slammed into the vine, launching it back the way it had come at hundreds of times its original speed. It thrashed violently, its flexibility the only thing keeping it from snapping in two. But its flexibility only made it more dangerous, like a serpent flung into a frenzy. The ground beneath Razeal blasted with sharp cracks. A shockwave erupted outward, visible and deafening, tearing through the arena floor. Stone shattered. The once smooth stage crumbled to rubble, fractures spider webbing to the very edges as the invisible force rippled outward, pulverizing everything in its path. Silva's eyes shone suddenly as she put her hand before her eyes because of the coming strong wind. "Oh, this might not be boring after all," she said with a grin, voice barely audible over the roar. An intrigued smile touched her lips as the wind of the shockwave lashed her hair back. She stood firm, unshaken, but glanced down at the wreckage under her feet. "Cool," she whistled softly. But the wave did not stop at the edge of the arena. It slammed into the spectator stands, rattling seats, scattering dust, sending people stumbling into each other. And the vine. The vine Razeal had struck was no longer the weapon of Silva, it was a missile. Oh no. And this vine now was hurtling toward the crowd like a green missile. She moved. One moment she was high above, the next she was in front of it, appearing between the vine and the terrified spectators. No hesitation. No wasted motion. Halt. Her hand came up, fingers open, calm eyes locked on the strike. She had done this 100 times before. She knew she could take the hit. The vine connected. Bam. The sound was like a cannon blast. Her body was ripped from the air, flung backwards with brutal force. She slammed into the lower Colosseum wall, stones splintering on impact, debris tumbling into the seats below. Her glasses split, one lens cracked into a spider web of glass. The world around her was still shaking. Chapter 125. The sound resembled a cannon blast. Celestia lacked the time to react. The force struck like an invisible sledgehammer, sending her hurtling backwards. Her shoulder and ribs screamed in protest as the world became a blur of stone, dust, and sky. She hit the lower Colosseum wall with a thunderous impact. Stone cracked and splintered beneath her. The ancient reinforced masonry broke apart. Chunks of wall exploded outward, tumbling down into the seats below. Dust swirled into the air in thick clouds, blotting out the sunlight. Her glasses slid down her nose from the shock. One lens split with an audible crick, a spiderweb fracture racing across the glass. The world around her continued to tremble. "Oh my," she murmured. Her tone remained playful despite the sharp pain radiating through her frame. A low smile tugged at the corners of her lips. "Didn't think it would be this hard." Her voice stayed calm, but her body told a different story. The heavy impact caused significant pain, yet her durable constitution prevented even a single scratch. She stepped out from the hole she had created in the wall. Broken chunks of stone crunched under her boots. Crackle. Her spine straightened with slow deliberation, joints popping one after another as she put herself back together. Dust rained from her hair and clothes in small bursts as she shook the rubble away. Pieces of stone slid from her shirt and clattered to the floor. She brushed herself off without hurry, her face betraying little more than mild irritation. She reached up, sliding the glasses from her face. Her gaze fell to the fractured lens. The crack shimmered in the arena light, jagged and ugly. Around her, the crowd murmured. Murmuring felt like an inadequate word. It was a boiling mix of shock, disbelief, and chaos. The earlier cheer and noise had vanished, replaced by a feverish buzz. The famous genius, Celestia, had just been knocked down. She had been blasted into the Colosseum wall like a ragdoll. The attack had not even been aimed at her. What the hell was that? Someone shouted from the stands. Was that just wind? Another voice called out, confused. "Ah, my back," an older spectator groaned. "I hit the wall too hard when it struck." "You mean the shockwave?" "Wait, did he just deflect Lady Silva's attack with a flick?" No, that is impossible." "Oh gods, look, the referee," she got launched. The attention of the crowd splintered in a dozen directions. Some people tried to piece together what had happened, while others remained stunned into silence. Many stayed shaken, holding on to railings or steadying companions as they regained their bearings. Celestia heard it all, but did not bother to respond. The words of the masses were not worth her focus. She stepped forward, ignoring the sting in her ribs, ignoring the eyes fixed on her. Her gaze swept across the scene. The arena floor was unrecognizable. The once pristine, reinforced marvel of stonework, crafted to withstand even high-tier duels, was fractured beyond repair. Thick spiderweb cracks radiated out in all directions, some splitting entire slabs clean in two. Chunks of marble lay scattered, crushed into dust where the force had struck hardest. The destruction was so complete that, for a moment, she forgot to breathe. Then her eyes found him. Razeal stood at the epicenter. He was not tense or even breathing heavily. He just stood there, lowering his hand slowly from where he had made the motion, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. His finger was not even injured. A shallow crater spread beneath his feet, the ground warped and sunken from the sheer force of the moment. Spectacular. The word bloomed unbidden in the mind of Celestia. Her curiosity flared to life, overpowering the small ache in her body. She did not care about the fact that she had been thrown into a wall. She did not care about the reaction of the crowd, or the fragments of her glasses still clutched in her hand. She wanted to know how. She replayed the moment in her head, again and again. She had sensed no mana flare, no elemental signature, no arcane spike. She had been watching carefully, as she always did, and she felt certain. It was only physical, just a flick of his finger. Yet, that flick had not only stopped the attack of Lady Silva, it had overpowered it. The result was not a mere parry. It had unleashed a shockwave powerful enough to shred the reinforced arena floor, send spectators reeling, and slam her into a wall from across the arena. Even if it were possible to counter a high-level offensive spell physically, the sheer power required to do it like that was insane. The impact was not just defense, it was offense on top of defense, and an overwhelming one at that. Her rational mind told her it was not possible. The numbers did not add up. Her knowledge lacked a slot to fit this in. And yet, she had just experienced it firsthand. A scholar who cannot find an answer is a scholar who cannot rest. The mystery claws at the mind, biting deeper and deeper until the itch to understand becomes unbearable. That itch was already eating itself. Kane. She needed to know. Her lips curved into the faintest of smiles as her gaze stayed locked on Razeal. Yes, she would find out. Her eyes narrowed with an intensity that bordered on obsession. A spark of intrigue glimmered there, an almost hungry interest in understanding how a man could do what she had just witnessed. It was not merely curiosity. It was the kind of fascination that takes root when someone encounters the impossible. He possessed no mana, no aura, and no trace of any energy she could sense. Yet he had done that. Something that, in her vast knowledge of magical theory, should have required at least one form of power. He had acted as if it were nothing more than a physical movement, purely bodily, without supernatural aid. Her mind reeled. How? I want to see more, to find out the reason, she murmured under her breath, so softly it was almost lost to the noise of the crowd. Maybe, if I study his body and movements more closely, I will understand. Her lips curled into a thin, self-amused smile. I really underestimated him. She had thought this job refereeing an exhibition duel would be dull. A simple assignment, just watching fighters swing at each other, trying to kill, barbaric and nonsensical. She had assumed she would learn nothing of value, and simply be bored out of her mind. But now, that assumption had been obliterated. Her fingers twitched slightly as her smile widened into something sharper, a grin that carried both an obsessive lust for knowledge and a gnawing desire for answers she could not yet form. The arena beneath her lay in ruins, cracks spider-webbing across the stone, sections of the ground caved in from the sheer force of the combat. She shook her head at the destruction. Then, without another thought, she began to rise slowly into the air. Her boots left the platform as she drifted upward, positioning herself high above the battlefield. What a shame, she thought, if I cannot see them go all out just because the space is too small. Her voice, low and almost conspiratorial, slipped past her lips. If I want to see more, I will have to help them a little. And it is rather embarrassing for the referee to stand by, unable to prevent even unintentional strike attacks nearly hitting spectators. As she spoke, sheets of paper began to manifest out of thin air around her fingers, drifting lazily before she directed them toward the glasses in her hands. One of the lenses bore a hairline crack, the glass weakened. The paper touched it gently. Then the transformation began. Like tiny shards of white snow, the paper disintegrated into minuscule fragments, so small they seemed almost like dust before seeping into the cracks of the lens. As they merged with the glass, glowing runes appeared briefly along their surfaces, like faint inscriptions of light, before fading from sight. In seconds, the damage vanished. The lens was flawless once more. Celestia lifted the glasses to her face. By the time she set them in place, they looked brand new, clear, smooth, without the faintest imperfection. She smiled faintly, brushing an idle strand of hair behind her ear. Let me help you both out, she said aloud now, her voice carrying enough for those nearby to hear. Such interesting strength deserves better conditions. Small squares and strips of paper began swirling around her body, dancing in a controlled cyclone. Anyone close enough to see them in detail would notice the markings, delicate, intricate characters of an ancient rune language, each no bigger than the grain of salt particles. Hundreds existed, each one inscribed with painstaking precision. Extending her right hand toward the arena, Celestia let the papers drift downward, moving as if they possessed wills of their own. Paper transformation, she whispered. The air shimmered. A sudden, vast burst of paper fragments appeared, thousands, then tens of thousands, flickering white and gold in the sunlight. They swirled outward in all directions, filling nearly the entire sky above the Colosseum. The crowd gasped, their attention snapping away from the clash of Razeal and Silva to focus on her instead. Her voice rang out over the hushed silence. Apologies, but as the referee, I will need to alter the arena grounds, for the safety of the spectators, and to give our participants room to fight without restriction. The floating papers began to glow with the runic inscriptions etched into them. Then, like a tide, they flowed downward, spiraling toward the ruined battlefield below. Wherever they touched the broken ground, they fused to it, piece by piece, layering themselves in perfect alignment. As they settled, the transformation began, each sheet shifting, folding, and altering at a level too small for the eye to follow. The stone beneath was replaced by a pristine, seamless surface of white marble. It gleamed under the arena lights, its finish so flawless it seemed almost unreal. A faint glow of runes flickered briefly across it before fading, leaving only the smooth, shining structure behind. Razeal watched the change unfold beneath his feet. I will admit, he whistled, eyeing the flawless surface, that is impressive. And honestly I want power like hers too, he muttered under his breath. That is absurdly useful. He lifted his boot slightly, noting how the marble formed beneath it, replacing the fractured terrain in an instant. The paper spread like water across the arena, covering every inch, erasing all trace of the damage that had been there moments before. At this moment, he remembered her specialty, Celestia. She was the wielder of one of the rarest and most unique forms of magic in the known world. Paper Magic. Chapter 126. She could create, manipulate, and control paper in ways that defied conventional magic theory. It was not a simple elemental talent. It was the product of a fusion of elements, with a perfect blend of earth, water, and wind. She had been hailed as one of the Empire's most gifted mages. And yet, she had not been content with what she had been given. She had pushed it further. She had broken the boundaries of her own talent. Paper transformation, a skill she had invented and refined herself, allowed her to alter the molecular and magical structure of any paper she created or controlled. She could reshape it into anything. The rarer or more magically potent the material, the greater the mana cost. But the potential was limitless. In simple terms, if she knew the exact structure and magical composition of a substance, she could recreate it perfectly, infinitely. Gold, platinum, mithril, adamantine, materials so valuable that entire wars had been fought over them, she could produce at will, so long as she had the mana to fuel the transformation. And if someone thought that was extraordinary, they had no idea. Celestia had taken this gift and combined it with something else, something equally rare, and even more dangerously convenient. The rune language. A structured magical script. That was how the ancient scholars had once described the rune language, a system in which each individual symbol represented a fundamental concept, element, force, or command embedded in the fabric of reality itself. Runes were not spells. They were the blueprints from which spells were born, the bare, unfiltered commands that could shape how magic itself behaved. When woven correctly, they could channel, manipulate, and store magical energy in ways that even the most advanced incantations could never match. To Razeal, it was eerily familiar. If anything in his past life came close to explaining it, it would be coding. Just like a programmer in his old world could create entire systems by writing strings of commands, rune masters could create effects by arranging these symbols into functional sequences. Each symbol was like a command line by itself, too simple to do much. But when combined with hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of others, the result could be a qualitative leap in complexity and power. Celestia had the perfect pairing for it. Her paper magic served as the ideal medium, and her mastery of the rune language served as the ideal tool. If rune mastery was programming, she was not just a coder, she was a full-stack developer, systems architect, and hardware engineer rolled into one. With paper as her limitless operating platform, she could literally write reality to behave as she wished. And now, standing high above the arena she had just remade, Celestia was putting that mastery on full display. Razeal narrowed his eyes. His curiosity finally outweighed his restraint. System, he said silently, scan what she just did. I want the details. The familiar blue notification flashed instantly in his vision. Scanning. Results. The structure contains a total of 56,577 runes inscribed and combined across all paper components. Though appearing separate, they function as a single, unified magical circuit. Primary effects. The floor's surface hardness is 19 times greater than the average diamond. Structural resilience reinforced with multi-layered binding runes. Auto-repair. The arena can reconstruct itself within seconds after damage. Adaptive terrain shift. Surface can alter elevation, slope, or texture on command. Integrated color shift enchantment. Hidden surveillance. The arena surface will record and remember every contact point, every step, strike, or movement, down to microscopic detail. Water absorption capacity. Total saturation immunity. Shock absorption efficiency. 707% above the norm. Vibration nullification to prevent resonance damage. Additional composite properties. The surface mimics traits of multiple high-grade materials simultaneously, increasing durability and resistance to elemental damage. Final effect. Using over 50,000 runes in combination, she has imbued the floor with autonomous mana absorption. It will continuously draw mana from the surrounding air and environment, sustaining all functions without cost to the caster after initial activation. As long as it is not destroyed beyond repair, or cut off from ambient mana, it will maintain itself indefinitely. Razeal blinked. So she basically pays once, and it runs forever. Correct. Overall evaluation. 7.87 out of 10. Comment. Quite impressive. The system's report took less than a second to display, but Razeal still found himself blinking at it. Over 50,000 runes, just for this one stage. His lips twitched upward. Interesting. Very useful. She is not just powerful, she is efficient. And if I remember correctly, she is not completely insane like other heroines either. He filed the thought away. If the day ever came when he decided to form a permanent power base for himself, people like Celestia would be worth recruiting. Her abilities might not have been given much spotlight in the original story, but he remembered a scene from the novel. A rare moment where Celestia's name took center stage. The aura farming chapter, as readers had called it. An 8th-ranked dimensional portal breakdown. Millions of monsters spilling into the borderlands. Celestia had been there, alone. With nothing but her paper, she had built an entire functional fortress, brick by brick, tower by tower, reinforced with enough layered enchantments to hold back the endless tide. The fortress had stood, unmoved, for 7 full days until reinforcements finally arrived. By then, the ground around her had been buried under the corpses of beasts that the automatic functional shooting fortress had cleaned up. She literally created mana cannons, and even a giant castle of mass destruction. That was the level of resourcefulness she brought to the field. Back in the present, Celestia was still working. While Razeal had been mulling over her potential, she had moved past reconstructing the arena floor, and was now erecting the second layer of her preparations. A protective barrier sphere of glass-like clarity rose around the entire Colosseum, floor to ceiling, isolating the fighting grounds completely from the spectator stands. Its surface shimmered faintly when the sunlight caught it, and the hum of embedded runes was just audible if one listened closely. To the untrained eye, it was a perfect, transparent dome. To anyone with magical perception, it was a wall of layered commands designed to stop, redirect, or neutralize any stray attack before it reached the crowd. But she did not stop there. Tiny paper constructs began to drift into place, small spheres at first glance, but when they rotated in the light, they revealed themselves to be floating eyeballs, each made entirely of folded and layered paper. Dozens of them hovered at even intervals around the inside of the dome, their lenses tracking Razeal and Silva with unwavering focus. These were more than just cameras. They were living scrying devices, each directly linked to a set of massive, transparent screens she conjured next. The displays materialized all around the stands, giving every spectator a perfect, zoomed-in view of the fight from multiple angles. The crowd erupted in excited chatter, pointing at the new screens as they adjusted to focus on the two combatants. And still, Celestia kept layering. Razeal could see it in the way she worked, how she shifted between conjuring new sheets of paper and inscribing different rune sequences onto them with almost unconscious precision. She was layering magic and chemical construction principles together, manipulating the molecular properties of her conjured materials and fusing them with enchantments, then fixing the command into the object as a permanent function. Each paper creation was not just an object. It was a worker with a job. A glass panel knew it was a barrier and would behave like one. An eyeball knew it was to track and display movement. A piece of flooring knew it was to repair itself. It was manual programming, in the purest magical sense. She finally lowered her hands, her work complete. The Colosseum had been transformed in less than 5 minutes. A flawless arena floor, harder than diamond. A full protection dome. Surveillance and broadcast systems in place. Environmental enchantments to absorb shock, cancel resonance, and prevent elemental spread, all powered indefinitely by the mana siphon she had embedded at the start. The crowd did not just see her as a referee now. They saw her as an architect, a controller, someone who could bend the battlefield to her will. Razeal tilted his head. She is not that bad, I will give her that. Celestia adjusted her glasses and looked down at him through the dome. Her eyes still carried that same glint of obsession she had had earlier, burning with the desire to understand his techniques. Most of the crowd thought the floating eyeballs, giant screens, and layered protections were simply to keep them entertained and safe. They did not know the real reason. Every single floating eye was recording. Every angle, every twitch, every ripple of mana. It was all being stored. Not in the screens or only public archive, but inside Celestia's private collection. She would study it later, dissecting movements frame by frame, until she understood exactly what had happened. If there had been no need for her study, she would not have gone through the trouble of making this many recording constructs. The thought of missing a detail gnawed at her, so she over-prepared. Always. Now, however, the preparations were done. The arena gleamed under the sunlight, reinforced beyond comprehension. The dome shimmered faintly, sealing the fighters in. The floating eyes locked on target. Celestia spoke in a calm, but authoritative tone, her voice carrying across the enclosed space. Now you can continue the fight. Please go all out, without any fear. Her gaze shifted between the two below. She was not asking. She was giving permission. Silva did not answer. Neither did Razeal. The only sound for a moment was the quiet hum of the enchantments, the faint rustle of Silva's vine moving, like a serpent beside her. Was that a physical attack just now? Silva finally asked, her tone as casual, as if she were commenting on the weather. Her eyes told a different story. The vine she had just fired earlier, thick, green, and alive with a faint magical glow, stood perfectly still beside her, waiting for her next command like a loyal beast. Maybe. Who knows? Razeal replied with an edge of amusement. His eyes lingered on the vine. It looked untouched. That should have been impossible. His earlier strike, casual though it was, carried enough raw force to shatter reinforced stone and crush through a fortress wall. Against a living construct like that vine, it should have exploded into fragments. But it had not. Instead, it had absorbed the blow, whipping back violently from the force, only to recover a moment later, as flexible and stable as before. Razeal narrowed his eyes slightly. Yeah, she is such a cheater. He knew her abilities after all. Silva noticed his gaze lingering on the vine. She tilted her head, smiling faintly, as if she could read every thought in his head. The vine shifted slightly under her control, almost playfully. It coiled and uncoiled like it was alive, radiating a strange, contradictory mix of danger and charm, cute, but lethal. Get ready, Razeal said suddenly, his voice low but carrying enough weight to cut through the stillness. I am coming. Do not say I did not warn you. Silva's smile widened just slightly. Oh, is that so? Razeal did not waste another breath. He raised his hand into a sharp chopping motion, his stance tightening in a way that made the air feel heavier for anyone sensitive to battle intent. Silva did not react seriously. Not yet. Then, tap. The sole of Razeal's boot pressed against the marble floor, and a sound barely louder than a heartbeat resonated through. It was perfectly measured as to how far, and to where the sound would travel, creating a perfect directional flow, traveling with the speed of sound. Celestia's eyes narrowed sharply, feeling something. Razeal let himself ride this flow completely. He caught that pulse perfectly, his body flowing into motion as if guided by it. This was a technique he had honed until it was as natural as breathing in combat training inside system space. And then, swish, his body blurred. To the crowd, it looked like he had vanished. To Silva, it was like the air itself had shifted and spat him out somewhere else entirely. Not even the Celestia cameras, flawless as they were, could track the intermediate steps. His movement was not simply fast. It was compressed, as though the space between where he started and where he ended had been folded in on itself. In less than a fraction of a second, he reappeared right behind her. His hand was already raised in a striking motion. It came down in one smooth, perfect arc, the strike already halfway to its target, before Silva even registered his new position. She tried to react, her senses screaming danger, but there was no time to fully turn. Razeal had chosen his angle deliberately. This was not a frontal clash or a flashy strike. It was precision, a diagonal cut aimed at her back shoulder, one of the most difficult spots to defend in close combat. No clean way to dodge or block. His speed and positioning cut away her usual options. Ducking would not help. Sidestepping would only feed her into the path of the strike. Even her vine, already slightly out of position, would not be able to intercept in time. His voice was calm as he spoke the name of the move, almost like those protagonists he had seen in anime. Tectonic / 3.0. The words were swallowed instantly by what came next. Boom. The moment his hand descended, the world erupted. Chapter 127. Tectonic / 3.0. The words left the lips of Razeal like a whispered verdict, gone almost as soon as they were spoken. And then, boom. The instant his hand descended, the world seemed to break. It did not sound like flesh striking flesh. It sounded like a shaped explosive detonating at point-blank range. A controlled demolition charge tearing through reinforced stone. The pristine white marble floor, flawless just moments ago, caved in beneath the blow. A crater bloomed instantly at the point of impact, spiderweb fractures racing outward in jagged lines. The enchanted surface resisted as best it could, the runes flaring faintly under the stress, but even the reinforced design of Celestia could not entirely absorb the sheer physical force. Air exploded outward in a concentric shockwave, rippling visibly like heat haze. It slammed into the protective dome of the arena with a low, thrumming resonance, the sound vibrating through the stands. Spectators flinched instinctively, hands going up to shield their faces despite knowing they were perfectly safe. The barrier held, the transparent dome shimmering under the impact, before settling back into stillness. Celestia did not even blink. Her glasses caught the reflection of the blast, lenses flashing briefly with the light from the runes. Around her, the floating paper eyes rotated and darted, adjusting angles to capture every conceivable perspective, the crater, the dust, the microsecond aftershock of debris tumbling in the air. But even with all that, the center of the arena was a storm of dust and displaced air. From the outside, nothing could be seen. No one could tell if the strike of Razeal had connected or not. Both combatants were invisible inside the swirling haze, their outlines swallowed by the churning, opaque air. Hit, miss, no one could say. Far above the arena, in one of the private balconies, a single voice broke the silence. What the beep? Nova stood at the railing, her mouth slightly open, purple eyes locked on the chaos below. The last time she had been this stunned was during that absurd moment, when Razeal had flicked his finger, and produced an impact strong enough to shock the entire arena. And now, again, even without seeing the result, the sound alone told the story, the pressure, the way it resonated. The kind of raw power you could not fake. How did he become this strong? Her thoughts immediately jumped to the most obvious explanation. Did he finally awaken his virulent bloodline? But then she caught herself. No, that could not be it. Even if he had, it would not explain this. The awakening of the virulent bloodline was not something that happened by accident. It required the purple ceremony. Her gaze dropped to his eyes, or rather, the memory of them before the dust swallowed him. Still black, not the violet blaze that marked the ultimate state of the virulent. So no, he has not awakened it. She pinched the bridge of her nose. What am I even thinking? Without the ceremony, there is no way to awaken. And even if he somehow had, even if the rules had been broken, it still would not explain the nature of what she had just seen. The virulent bloodline had its strengths, yes, but this was not how it manifested. No virulent possessed this kind of raw, overwhelming physicality, certainly not at his age. If anything, her thoughts drifted unwillingly to another name. It is more like the Dragon Weaver body. And that, at least, would explain the impossible physical power. Dragonevers were one of the few bloodlines whose raw physiology could rival, and often exceed the destructive force of their magic. Their bones, muscles, and tendons carried the latent strength of their draconic heritage, allowing them to produce staggering force even without channeling mana. Wait. Her eyes narrowed sharply. Could it be that mother? The thought slammed into her mind like a bucket of ice water. Could it be that mother had some kind of relationship with a male from the Dragon Weaver family? Her lips pressed into a thin line, the idea almost too bizarre to hold. No, that is ridiculous. She nearly slapped herself. That woman had never so much as looked at another man in that way. Not in any way that was not laced with contempt. She had literally killed her own husband for the crime of having kids with him, just because he was her brother. The thought of her voluntarily being with any man outside the twisted confines of their family. Impossible. Stone. Maybe. Yeah, she could believe her mother might fall in love with a rock before she believed in her taking a male partner. Nova exhaled sharply, shaking her head. Gods, I am letting myself spiral into nonsense. The truth was simpler, she just did not have an explanation. And that fact alone was unsettling. She was happy for him, in a way. Surprised, yes, but proud. Still, beneath that lay a gnawing discomfort. Because she did not know how. Because she did not know where. Because in her mind's eye, 5 years of the life of Razeal were a complete blank. What had he done in that time? How had he trained? Where had he found this path no one else had ever walked? She could only imagine the hard work, the pain, the struggle, the sheer willpower it must have required to push himself this far without the aid of a bloodline awakening. And the truth was, that mystery bothered her more than she wanted to admit. Back in the arena, the roar of the explosion still echoed through the arena when the air began to change. At first, it was just a subtle shift, the chaotic swirl of dust no longer climbing higher, but slowly beginning to sink. The whirlwind lost its fury, its spirals collapsing in on themselves. Particles hung in the air like drifting ash after a wildfire. And then, the view began to clear. Through the settling haze, the first thing visible was not the face of Silva, nor her green vine. It was a wall. Thin, almost absurdly thin, no thicker than a sheet of paper, small enough to fit between the hands of a man. It looked like it should not even be there, and yet it was. A flat plate of earth, perfectly smooth, suspended in the air like a defiant fragment of the ground itself. It had no cracks, no chips, no sign that anything had touched it despite the fact that the strike of Razeal had slammed into it from point-blank range. The hand of Razeal still rested against it, stopped mid-swing. His eyes widened for a moment. Not shock, he had seen strange defenses before, but genuine surprise that this was what had blocked him. From zero distance, against the swing he had thrown using flow, the shield did not even tremble. But instead of frustration, his lips curled into a grin, because the reason he had gone for that strike in the first place had nothing to do with whether it would hurt her. And what he had wanted, he had gotten it. Quite a slow reaction, he said, his voice carrying easily through the thinning dust. If I had really been using a sword, like you kept suggesting. He tilted his head slightly, eyes locked on hers. Maybe your head would have flown off by now. The body of Silva was still in the middle of turning toward him, her movement only half complete, when he had appeared behind her. If she had not conjured that earth plate, placed perfectly behind her at the last second, she would have taken the hit full force. Her elemental control had saved her, her body certainly could not have. Feyrolith bodies were not built for close combat. Physically, they were weak, fragile, even. That was common knowledge. And that was exactly why Razeal had gone for the strike in the first place, to test whether the rumors were true. And now, it seemed they were. Her speed and reflexes could never match his. Only her magic had. But Feyroliths, they were famous for something else entirely. The head of Silva turned the rest of the way. She looked down at his hand, still frozen against her shield, and then met his gaze with a faint smile. Slow reaction, she said lightly. I admit, your speed surprised me. Even I will applaud that much. Her voice was calm, but her green eyes were sharper now, glinting with an unspoken edge. But I think, she continued, you have forgotten something. Razeal narrowed his eyes slightly, saying nothing. Feyroliths, Silva said, her smile deepening just enough to show the confidence behind it, are never defeated by speed, or by reaction time. She leaned forward just a fraction, the green in her eyes brightening like light passing through a gemstone. And there is a reason for that. Her lips parted, voice dropping just enough to make the words feel like a whisper. Feyroliths possess absolute defense. Oh no. The words left Razeal almost instinctively, not because he did not understand, but because he did. He did not even need to hear the rest. His perception, honed to an almost unnatural degree, had already read her intent in the smallest shift of everywhere around him. He did not hesitate. The moment her voice finished the last syllable, his heel clicked against the marble floor once, sharp and clean. And in the same instant, boom, swish, click, bam. The ground where he had been standing erupted. Hundreds, no, thousands of attacks slammed into that single spot, detonating in a layered storm of violence. They were not uniform, or even orderly. They were everything. Fire roared outward in waves, its heat so intense the air shimmered. Shards of jagged rock burst upward like fangs from the ground. Blades of wind scythed through the space, carving the air itself. Water coiled in high-pressure jets, snapping and thrashing like whips. Lightning crackled, snapping through the haze with blinding arcs. Metal spikes drove forward in relentless thrusts. Sand whipped into razor storms. Vines lashed and twisted, sprouting from the ground in a violent tangle. Explosions bloomed like chaotic flowers, their force shattering what little marble remained beneath. It was as if an entire army had unleashed everything it had. Every weapon, every element, every possible angle on that one location. Razeal was no longer there. He stood now 500 meters away, the distance between them stretching across the massive expanse of the arena floor. The place where he had been was nothing but a smoking, cracked crater, steam, and dust rising from its center. The massive space, 2 full kilometers across, meant even this distance still kept them within sight of one another. The lips of Razeal twitched upward, but the smile was not quite humor. It was more irritation mixed with understanding. Absolute defense, my ass. Of course he knew about it. Everyone who studied bloodlines knew the term. But despite the name, it had nothing to do with standing still and blocking attacks. Feyrolith absolute defense was simply this. A complete, unrelenting area denial. They did not bother to parry, dodge, or even guard. They just made it impossible for anyone to be near them, drowning the surrounding space in such overwhelming, unpredictable force that physical engagement became suicide. It was not defense in the traditional sense. It was erasure. Razeal rolled his shoulders, feeling the faint hum of residual energy from the attack even at this distance. It was a strategy that had worked for Fairliths for generations, and Silva was executing it perfectly. And not to say Silva Fairlith was considered one of the greatest prodigies in the long and storied history of the Fairlith family. She was not merely talented, she was terrifyingly gifted, born with mastery over nearly every elemental affinity known in the world. Where most mages would spend a lifetime honing control over one or two elements, Silva could call upon them all with casual ease. It was said that her absolute defense was among one of the strongest the family had produced, leaving her untouched. Razeal had heard the rumors, but seeing her in person was something else entirely. His left eye twitched involuntarily as he took in the sight before him. The place where he had just been standing moments ago was gone. Not damaged, not cracked, gone. The marvel stone beneath his feet, feigned to be 19 times harder than diamond, had been blasted into glittering dust, scattered into the air like powder, and the one responsible for that destruction was now calmly brushing her hair back behind one ear, as though she had merely swatted away an insect. Silva exhaled, her posture relaxing. The storm of power that had erupted a moment earlier seemed to fade as she turned her gaze toward the spot where Razeal had reappeared. "You are quite fast," she said with an amused tilt to her lips. Her smile was gentle, almost warm, but her eyes held the calm of a predator. The lips of Razeal twitched again. It was not the compliment that bothered him. It was what surrounded her. Behind the back of Silva, the air shimmered with lethal intent. Hundreds of weapons of pure elemental magic floated in the space around her, each one honed, perfect, and ready to strike. Razor-thin spears of polished wood, flaming arrows crackling with searing heat, blades of water so sharp they could split stone, wind crescents shimmering like invisible guillotines, and, hovering just slightly apart from the rest, spears of condensed lightning that hissed and popped with lethal energy. Every single one was aimed directly at him, and from the way they trembled ever so slightly in the air, he could tell they were not just for show. At the smallest command from her, they would strike, all at once, faster than the eye could follow. "How about you just give up," she said, suppressing a yawn with one hand over her mouth. "We can finish this quickly. I go home and you, well, can go wherever it is you want to go. You see, I hate wasting time." Her casual tone did not match the battlefield at all. Even after witnessing his earlier demonstration of strength, she seemed utterly unbothered, more annoyed at the inconvenience than concerned about any threat he posed. Razeal rubbed his chin, eyeing the wall of mixed elemental death floating behind her. "How about, no?" She raised a brow. "No. I mean," he said, fanning his hand dismissively. The smirk of Silva returned, lazy but dangerous. "Then you should at least prepare yourself a good suit of armor. This is going to be painful." She tilted her head toward the hovering barrage, gesturing with her thumb as if the hundreds of attacks were merely an afterthought. "Oh, don't worry about me. I have quite some relationship with pain," Razeal replied, stepping forward and planting one foot firmly on the ground. His posture shifted, weight settling into a stance he had developed himself over countless years of training. His arms extended outward, ready. "If anything," he said, eyes narrowing, "you should worry about yourself." Chapter 128. If anything, he said, eyes narrowing, "you should worry about yourself." The smile of Silva flattened. "Trying to fight me in hand-to-hand combat. How useless." She sighed, almost disappointed. "Well then, time for you to sleep." Her finger snapped. The air exploded. The instant her hand moved, the hovering arsenal obeyed. Hundreds of elemental projectiles screamed toward him in a single overwhelming wave. The sound barrier cracked. The pressure alone made the air tremble. The grin of Razeal widened. This was nothing. He had trained under the simultaneous assault of tens of thousands of fighters, all of them at a rank or higher, each one striking with their full skill. He had endured far worse storms than this. He had done so for decades in the relentless, timeless grind of the training space. This, just a few hundred attacks at once, felt almost leisurely in comparison. His stance shifted. Sound flow. This was the technique he developed. Through long experimentation, Razeal had discovered that switching between different flows, combat rhythms, and energies at the right moments served as the most efficient way to fight. Of all of them, sound flow remained his fastest. Where other speed techniques pushed the body to its limits, sound flow surpassed them by riding the shockwaves of generated sound. By producing sharp, controlled bursts, a clap, a tap, a stomp, he could create flow and ride that force to propel himself far faster than muscle and body alone would allow. In this mode, his body could reach 100 to 200 meters per second with ease. When perfectly concentrated, he could hit 300. Most importantly, it did not harm him, unlike some other flows that tore muscle and shattered his body. He had refined it to perfection. After decades of practice, he no longer needed to rely on environmental sounds. That was the wrong way to use it, as he came to know later. Why use other complicated methods when he could generate his own, precisely calibrated for distance and direction? Every movement, every tap of his foot against the ground, acted as a measured burst of flow. It carried him exactly where he needed to be. The first barrage hit, or rather, it missed. Razeal moved. His foot tapped the ground once. In the next instant, his body blurred, vanishing from where he had been. A flaming arrow split the air where his head had been a heartbeat earlier. A wind slash ripped through his afterimage. To the untrained eye, it looked like teleportation. One moment he stood there. The next, he existed across the field, already slipping between a spear of lightning and a spinning blade of water. His movements remained sharp, precise, and continuous, like the rhythm of a drumbeat too fast to follow. Each dodge stayed no more than inches from disaster, yet his expression remained calm, almost playful. The gaze of Silva tracked him. Her smile faded as the barrage continued. Elemental weapons streaked past him, detonating against the ground and sending plumes of fire, shards of ice, and gusts of cutting wind into the air. The battlefield became chaos, but in that chaos, Razeal danced. Tap, move, slip past, tap again, change angle, vanish. Watching him felt like watching a shadow in a thunderstorm. He proved impossible to pin down, impossible to corner. As the storm of attacks from Silva continued, he began doing something that made even the most battle-hardened spectators blink in disbelief. It was not enough that his body blurred between the incoming projectiles. He also met some of them head-on with his bare hands. At first, the display looked reckless, insane, even stupid. Then they noticed what actually happened. When a wooden spike, thick as the arm of a man and sharp enough to punch through steel, came screaming toward his chest at near-sonic speed, Razeal simply angled his palm toward it. No block occurred. No brute force clash. Instead, his hand guided it with a subtle push, almost like brushing away an annoying fly. The path of the spike twisted in an instant, veering harmlessly past him, embedding itself into the ground yards away. Then came the vines, snaking toward him with crushing force. A twist of his wrist, a shift of his stance, and they slid past as if they had lost interest in their prey. The absurdity did not stop there. Wind slashes, invisible blades that could cleave stone, were deflected with a casual sweep of his fingers. Lightning spears, deadly enough to vaporize flesh, were touched and redirected mid-flight. Blades of water, moving with such speed that the air screamed around them, were brushed aside like falling leaves. It looked impossible. It almost was impossible. Yet it happened over and over again in front of thousands of witnesses. From her vantage point above the arena, Celestia adjusted her glasses and focused on the fighter below. The speed of Razeal was difficult to follow even for her. His movements blurred between positions, not just evading the barrage of Silva but interacting with it in ways she had never seen. He was not blocking or overpowering the attacks. He was redirecting them with the smallest motions of his hands or arms, as if turning the course of a river. Her brows drew together. Elemental projectiles, wind slashes, lightning spears, blades of water, did not behave like solid weapons. Even if one possessed the strength and speed to intercept them, physical contact without proper barriers or enchantments should have been catastrophic. Yet Razeal made contact without harm, shifting their trajectories with precision, often sending them back toward their origin at full force. She activated the runes in her lenses, letting the enchantments slow and break down the movements for closer study. The detail only deepened the mystery. His timing was exact, down to the fraction of a heartbeat. He met each attack at an angle that caused it to veer aside, rather than clash directly. The deflections were efficient, almost economical. No wasted motion, no unnecessary force. The question remained, how was he doing it at all? There was no visible magic field, no reinforcement spells, no artifact to channel elemental resistance. And yet he made contact with forces that should have been impossible to touch barehanded. The mind of Celestia sifted through every known discipline, weapon techniques, elemental counter methods, manipulation arts, and found no match. It was not luck. It was not reflex. It was deliberate, controlled, and repeatable. She remained deep in thought. As for the spectators, they were simply lost. Gasps and shouts echoed through the arena as the reality set in. Many of them had assumed Razeal would die before he could even react to the overwhelming barrage of Silva. They had heard the rumors about him, the talentless, powerless man with nothing but stubbornness, disgust, and curses to his name. They waited for the execution to come. But now, they watched him survive. He was able to fight. Each redirection sent the attacks of Silva crashing into the ground, the protective shield, some even colliding with each other mid-air. Explosions of lightning clashed with bursts of fire. Water slashes hissed into steam against burning arrows. A spear of lightning embedded into the ground, crackling wildly, while the earth itself split where redirected wind blades struck. Spectators turned, looking at the faces of their neighbors. They remained utterly confused. "What is happening right now?" one whispered. "Was he not supposed to be useless?" another muttered. "I thought this was over in the first minute." The crowd had obviously come expecting an execution. At least, that was what they told themselves on the way here. An overwhelming display of power, a foregone conclusion, Arian wiping away this disgusting thing before he could even raise his head. But now, the murmurs were changing. The roars of early excitement had faded into something quieter, sharper. At first, they mourned the fact that this man had already been declared the victor, which meant the holy promise was his by right. Now, all their prayers funneled into one desperate hope that Lady Silva would kill him. If she failed, they would lose even the right to curse him, to whisper prayers for his destruction. That felt unbearable, considering what he had done to their holy saintess. Desperation rippled through the stands. The audience shifted in their seats. Their spines straightened, hands tightened on the railings, eyes narrowed as the truth settled into their bones. This was not an execution. This was a duel. A real, genuine fight. On the elevated spectator seat, the mother of Maria sat with her arms folded across her chest, her gaze fixed on the arena floor. Her expression remained unreadable, but her tone sounded serious when she spoke. "He is keeping up with that Fairlith girl," she said. Her voice remained low but firm. The hands of Maria curled into fists at her sides. She did not lift her eyes from the floor below, but her jaw tightened. She could not deny what she was seeing, and yet, she could not quite accept it either. Was he hiding this all along? You would have lost, her mother continued, her gaze still locked on the fight. You have no chance against him. Now tell me, what bet did you make with him? She turned her head toward Maria. Her tone shifted from observational to interrogative. The head of Maria snapped up, her eyes flashing with defiance. No, I would not have. It is just physics. Strength. Nothing much. She lifted her chin slightly, as if that alone could make her words true. I have affinity. I have mana. It is not possible for someone to defeat a high-ranking affinity user. Even as she said it, a small part of her, the part she was trying to silence, knew the truth. If he landed a blow with that kind of force, if he moved at that kind of speed, she might not even be able to react at all. She would not admit that, least of all to her mother. The stare of her mother did not waver. I asked what bet you made. Chapter 129. I asked what bet you made. Maria looked away, breaking the eye contact. Why are you making that face? I told you, it is not a big deal. And look, he will not be able to win. Most likely he will just die by her hands. She gestured toward the arena, with a quick flick of her wrist, her tone sharpening. She has not even used what the Fairlith family is truly known for yet. You are not seriously expecting he can win over her, are you? Chill. The mother of Maria did not answer. Her silence carried more weight than any argument could. The resemblance between them, in posture, in stubbornness, was almost comical, though neither would ever admit it. Far above, in the imperial chamber, Celestia leaned forward in her seat. The golden runes inside her irises shifted and turned, so small and intricate they were almost invisible, flickering in response to the scene unfolding below. I am impressed, she murmured, her voice carrying a note of genuine admiration. I will give you that, Raze. But you chose the wrong opponent. Why not Arian? With this kind of strength, you might have had a chance to beat him. She shook her head slightly. But her. No. You have made this harder than it needed to be. She was not mocking him. If anything, she sounded almost regretful. She wanted him to win. But knowing what she knew, she could already see the outcome, or thought she could. Still, something flickered in her eyes when she saw the way he moved now. The shift in his stance. The precision in his timing. A strength she had not seen before was awakening in him. This is fighting experience. Like he has been at battlefield for years. Still, it is not enough, she whispered to herself, the words meant for no one else. In the stands, not far from the edge, Riven had his hands tangled in his own hair. His face was pale, his voice an unsteady mutter. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. He repeated the words like a mantra, as though they might force the world to make sense again. This should not have happened. It should not be possible. He has not even accepted the power he should have had, so how? The voice of Riven cracked, almost breaking into a laugh that never came. The power Razeal was meant to inherit. It was still away, untouched, unclaimed. So how did he? The voice of Riven trailed into a rasp. Where did this come from? How does someone who was already cut off from the world itself gain this? There was no answer, only the sound of the arena below, and the shock it carried. On the battlefield, Razeal moved with ease. He dodged, deflected, redirected. And then, in the middle of it all, he did something that made even Selphira, watching from above, twitch in irritation. He put his hands in his pockets. With his legs alone, he began kicking the attacks of Silva back toward her, the strikes so casual they almost seemed lazy. The murmurs of the crowd swelled at the sight. For a man who should have been fighting for his life, he looked alarmingly at ease. The expression of Silva did not change. She did not look curious. She did not even look impressed. Her attacks kept coming, wood spikes, lightning spears, wind slashes, all moving faster than the eye could follow. But the boots of Razeal met them with effortless precision, turning lethal strikes into harmless arcs that spun back across the battlefield. She reacted quickly, tearing apart anything that came near. Each returned attack was destroyed before it could even form to come her direction. Absolute defense. The name was not an exaggeration. Within 200 meters of her position, nothing survived. No weapon, no spell, no enemy. That was her circle, and anything that crossed into it ceased to exist. Still, Razeal kept pushing, which Silva did not even care about. And now that I think about it, the eyes of Silva followed the movements of Razeal with calm precision. Her mind was as sharp as the enchanted lenses she wore, but for a moment, her thoughts strayed from the purely analytical. He does not look that bad. Her fingers rose to her chin, rubbing thoughtfully. His features were refined, his expression cold yet intensely focused. There was something deliberate in every line of his face, a quiet self-control that drew the eye. If he had not done that, she mused, he might have been popular among the girls these days. Perhaps even I would not have minded. It was not an admission she would ever make aloud. But then, girl, what in the skies are you saying? A sharp, exasperated voice cut into her thoughts, as if screaming right beside her ear. He is not worthy. Absolutely not. I do not agree. Another voice joined in immediately, colder and more measured. Indeed, he is weak. Even if we do not concern ourselves with human affairs, emotions, or petty judgments, weakness is unacceptable. He is utterly without interest. We reject. And then, a third voice spoke, softer, smoother, almost lazy, as if reclining in the warmth of a pleasant dream. You are both missing something. He smells good. The first voice snapped in disbelief. What? 3 different fragrances I never smelled, the third continued. 2 are faint, shallow. But the third, strong, pure, almost intoxicating. I like it. And do not talk to me about strength. He is human. They take time to grow. The second voice gave a sharp scoff. No elemental affinity. The most uninteresting human I have found in decades. Even that golden-eyed princess, yes, the one with the horrid scent, is more notable. Ugh, no. Ew. The third voice sounded almost offended. Her stench is unbearable, like taking every fragrance in the world, mixing them over and over until they are overwhelming, then throwing every remaining scent into the cauldron. It is the single most disgusting smell imaginable. I would rather dissolve into nothing than choose her over him. The first voice quickly rallied in agreement with the third. Yes, finally, something we agree on. And with that, the two fell into a heated back and forth, debating the smell of the princess versus the worth of Razeal, their words colliding in the mind of Silva like clashing blades. Silva did not respond. She simply slid her pinky into her ear, as though cleaning it, her eyes still fixed forward. She knew far better than to get involved when these two started arguing. If she gave them even a single word, the conversation would spiral endlessly. And then, something shifted. It was subtle, a ripple through the air, but enough to make the lips of Silva part slightly. The voices in her head fell silent in unison, their bickering cut short as they, too, felt it. Far above, Celestia, seated upon her throne, leaned forward slightly. The casual, distant look in her eyes sharpened into focus. Oh, this is something new. Down below, in the center of the arena, Razeal had stopped moving. The relentless barrage of attacks, jagged stone spikes, slicing wind blades, arcs of lightning, still came for him without pause. Yet he simply stood there, calm, unflinching. I think, he said in an even tone, this is enough warm-up. From the sidelines, the question spread through the crowd like wildfire. How? By all logic, he should have been torn apart in moments. But just before each attack could touch him, barely 5 inches away, it curved away as if striking an invisible wall. The stone spikes veered off to the side. The wind blades slid past harmlessly. The lightning whipped away, arcing off into the ground. It looked as though his body existed in a slightly different space, and the attacks simply could not reach him. Celestia floated down a little, narrowing her eyes. What is this? It is not even physical anymore. It was not just one type of elemental attack. Everything failed the same way. Earth, wind, lightning. Even a massive 8-meter-wide fireball that roared toward him split cleanly in half at the last moment, the flames passing on either side, without even singing his clothes. The vine whip of Silva lashed forward next. Her control over its speed and precision was perfect. It should have wrapped around his torso before she even blinked. But just before contact, the trajectory of the whip bent, curling away like a ribbon caught in a sudden breeze. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Just how are you doing this? She asked, voice steady, but edged with curiosity. Razeal only smirked, lowering his gaze briefly to his open hand. The skill I created, he said, his tone calm and certain. I call it untouchability. Around his body, there was a barely perceptible zone, no light, color, or visible magic, but anything that entered it was instantly pushed away, redirected, or split apart. It did not matter if it was a weapon, a spell, or raw elemental force. Nothing could touch him. He stood there, completely unharmed, as if surrounded by an invisible dome that rejected the very idea of being hit. Chapter 130. The skill I created, Razeal said. His voice was steady, his expression calm. I call it untouchability. Silva tilted her head slightly, one hand going to her chin, as she repeated the word in her mind. Untouchability, she said it aloud, tasting the sound of it. Nothing in her vast knowledge brought up a match. No record, no theory, no historical precedent. Still, just from the name alone, logic told her it meant exactly what it implied, a skill that made him untouchable. She narrowed her eyes. So, the skill that makes you untouchable, right? Then, without missing a beat, her lips curved into a mischievous smirk. I mean, were you not already untouchable before this? Tell me, how many girls have touched you or even want to touch you? And now you have gone and made a skill for it. I would not exactly call that an achievement. She arched an eyebrow in mock seriousness. Ever thought about creating a skill called touchability? That would be far more useful for cute boys like you, if you ask me. I mean, her tone was casual, dismissive, as if his display of a completely new defensive technique acted as nothing more than a setup for her teasing. The expression of Razeal did not change. He did not rise to the bait. The joke slid right past him, but deep down, he could not help the faint twinge of disappointment. He had expected something more from her. After all, creating untouchability had not been some lucky accident. It had taken him countless deaths, painful failures, and the kind of experimentation that most people would not even think of. Basic knowledge of flow, the most fundamental truth he possessed, had been enough to open doors. But knowing and creating were different things entirely. He had turned the theory into reality through effort, risk, and precision. And she reduced it to a punchline joke. He did not appreciate the joke. Not at all. Someone else did. Ha 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 ha. The voice of the system roared in his mind, laughing so hard it almost echoed. This is one of the best jokes I have ever heard. Touchability, brutal honesty and marketing potential in one. Host, I think we should actually consider making that skill. Shut up. That was all Razeal gave in response, not in the mood to spar verbally with the irritating voice in his head. He would deal with the system later, when he was not standing in the middle of a battlefield. The reaction he had wanted from Silva had not come, but there were others whose attention was fully captured. And the most significant reaction came from Celestia. Of course. She inhaled slowly, her hands coming up to rest on either side of her face, fingertips pressing lightly against her skin. Her eyes locked onto him, not in awe, but in pure, focused analysis. The thin glint of light reflecting off the runes on her glasses made her gaze all the sharper. Her breathing deepened as she studied not Razeal himself, but the way the attacks interacted with him, or rather failed to. Each fireball, lightning strike, wind slash, and spike of stone either curved away, split apart, or passed harmlessly by, as though the space immediately around his body refused to allow anything in. Intriguing, she whispered, her voice low enough that only she could hear. A faint flash of light pulsed behind her glasses, as she adjusted their settings, the enchantments, magnifying every detail of his movements. Yes, this skill was unlike anything she had seen, and in her mind, a decision was already forming. After he died, because in her mind, there was no if about it, she would collect his body. She would dissect it, piece by piece, to understand exactly how he had done this. She even began forming contingency plans, how to prevent his remains from being damaged, how to preserve the integrity of his brain. The brain would be the most important organ. That was where the foundation of his perception and calculation lay. The thoughts of Celestia quickened, connecting to an old piece of knowledge. Virulins have permanent photographic memory. Even after death, every piece of sensory and learned information could be stored and preserved. The Virulin family had perfected a method to recover data from their dead, a method that required a particular safety measure to be installed when the individual was 12 years old. Razeal had never been there at that age, which meant he likely had not undergone the procedure, which meant his memories would remain fully intact if she got to him first. Yes, the brain was hers to claim. No, wait, why stop at the brain? Analysis already shows his mass is at least 20% lighter than it should be for his frame. His movement speed defies conventional strain limits. That strike he threw earlier, even the flick with his index finger, should have shattered bone. But it did not. No fractures, no strain damage, no tearing. This body is a specimen unlike any other. The lips of Celestia curved faintly. To move at that speed without physical reinforcement, without a visible augmentation, means his internal structure must be fundamentally different. I could study the muscle fibers, the bone density, the nerve conduction rate, and that is without even considering whatever mechanism lets him redirect external force without injury. Her breathing slowed, steady and deliberate. She could almost picture it, the body laid out on a cold table, each tissue sample labeled, every nerve and muscle examined, his nervous system mapped out like a perfect diagram. Yes, she wanted it all. It was for magicology. Maybe she could really find many things. There was an undeniable thirst for his body now. She would examine it throughout, inside and out, very thoroughly. The eyes of Celestia stayed fixed on him, quietly calculating. Sadly, she could not take him now. If she could, she would love to pick him apart and study him alive. But that would be far too difficult. For the moment, she could do nothing but sigh. Down below, Razeal suddenly shivered. A prickling sensation crawled up his spine, and his instincts screamed that someone was thinking about him in a very wrong way. What the hell was that? His eyes scanned the area and locked onto the source almost immediately. Floating above, hands pressed to her cheeks, Celestia stared down at him with a look that was not right. Her lips parted slightly, her gaze roaming his frame in ways that made his skin itch. Then, and he almost wished he had imagined it, her tongue brushed across her lips, slow and deliberate. Even worse, her body shifted in small, strange motions, like she was shivering with contained excitement. Villy, the voice of Razeal in his head was flat. She is not just thinking something wrong, I think she is getting horny looking at me. What is your red? Scanning. A pause. From facial expressions, host, I can confirm yes. She is 100% interested in your body. You should definitely be aware. Razeal frowned. I do not know why, but I am hearing malice in your voice, Villy. You all right? Nothing. The voice of the system carried an edge of amusement, but it did not bother explaining. Let host have some happy moments too. Deciding he did not want to unpack that, Razeal turned his focus away from Celestia. His gaze snapped to Silva, who was still at range, poised with her bow-like weapon, her smirk ever present. I think you have had enough fun sniping, he said, raising his hand and pointing one finger toward her. Let me show you what actual sniping looks like. Silva tilted her head, amused but curious. Oh, and what are you going to do? Throw rocks at me? It was not just sarcasm. She genuinely doubted he could surprise her. Silva had been born with a rare gift, the natural perception of mana, and an instinctive sense for elemental energies. To her, the world was never silent. She could feel the subtle thrum of magic in the air, the faint pulse of fire deep in a hearth, the whisper of water hidden far below the ground. Anything that carried even the smallest flicker of mana or elemental force lit up in her awareness like a lantern in the dark. That gift was also why, earlier, she had not been able to react to his incredible speed. Razeal moved without leaving any magical or elemental trace, forcing her to rely solely on her other heightened senses, most notably, her exceptional hearing, sharp enough to catch the rustle of a leaf or the faintest footstep in a storm. Right now, her perception told her something absolute. There was nothing on him. No mana, no elemental energy, no hidden signature of power. If he was talking about attacking her from this distance, then there was only one possibility left. He planned to use something purely physical, launched from afar. Razeal did not answer her question. Instead, at the tip of his finger, something began to form out of thin air. At first it was a wisp of darkness, like shadow peeled away from the world itself. Then it thickened, swirling in small, hypnotic circles. The shadow condensed, its edges sharpening, its center darkening, until it looked almost like a droplet of pure black ink. But this ink was not liquid, not anymore. It was solidifying, compressing under some unseen force, spinning faster and faster until the air around it began to vibrate faintly. The eyes of Silva narrowed. She had never seen this before. The more she stared, the louder the alarms in her instincts rang. Danger. She reacted instantly, slamming her palm downwards. A massive wall of earth erupted in front of her, thick, layered, dense enough to make it more like a boulder than a wall. Not stopping there, she flicked her wrist again, causing a second wall to grow directly behind the first, this one composed entirely of tightly woven wood reinforced with her mana. Between the two barriers, she was confident nothing could pass. Still, her frown deepened. The alarms in her mind did not fade. If anything, they grew sharper. She did not have time to think further. Shadow bullet, Razeal whispered. The words were quiet, but they carried weight. At that instant, the black sphere at his fingertip flickered and then vanished. For half a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, zzzzzzzzzzz, SSSSSHHHHH. It was not an explosion. It was not a crack. It was the sound of something impossibly sharp slicing through the air at absurd speed. No one in the arena saw or felt anything. Nothing except two people. It began with nothing. Not even a flicker of motion. No blur. No sound. Not the faintest ripple in the air. The shadow bullet had already finished its work by the time anyone might have thought to look for it. Silva did not see it. Celestia did not see it. Razeal barely moved to fire it. Thought after work was done. Silva was the first. Her pupils narrowed, then widened, as instinct forced her to see what her mind refused to accept. There, in front of her, was a hole. Not a crack, not a splinter, an impossibly clean, perfectly circular hole, 4 centimeters wide, drilled straight through the defense wall she had created. A wall 4 feet thick, forged from layers of rock and reinforced wood, sculpted with her own hands and magical, elemental magic. Just a thin as paper earth wall last time was able to take his blow without even shaking, and now, something had pierced it. Something so sharp, so fast, that the cut looked like it had been polished by the world's finest thing. Through the hole, she could see a single finger. The finger of Razeal. Silva lowered her gaze, her hand stiffened ever so slightly, though her face remained blank. Her fingers were coated in flickering arcs of lightning, intertwined with streams of cutting wind. Her elemental coating armor had activated without her command. Did he make me move, she thought. Did my body react by itself? The thought slipped through her mind like a shadow. She was not afraid. She was not even shocked. She was dazed, confused, unwilling to believe what had just happened. The Fairlith family was proud for one reason above all, their absolute defense. They do not dodge or even flinch. They stood still and took whatever came, as showcasing their pride and absolute confidence in themselves. Their way of saying, we are untouchable. For her, the designated heiress, to have her body instinctively shift aside, worse, to automatically deploy her armor, was not a small slip. It was shame. Her eyes swept over the stands. Thousands of spectators. Not a single one reacting. Not a single one aware of what had just happened. And yet her face burned, as though she had been slapped in front of them all. Breaking the confidence of a Fairlith is a wound deeper than steel. And for someone as relentlessly proud as Silva, it was nothing short of humiliation. The question in her mind was not, what was that? Or, how could it be so fast I could not even sense it? No, the only thing she cared about was that her dignity had been stepped on. Your left arm would have been gone if your body had not reacted on its own, came a voice from within her. Silva said nothing. The cocky smirk, the trademark mask of arrogance she always wore, finally disappeared from her face. The second person who noticed was Celestia. She did not see it, exactly. She felt it, a puncture, small and surgical, in the protective barrier she had woven around the arena. It was only 4 centimeters wide, but that did not matter. Her barrier was not made to have holes. It was a dome of pure security, 100 times harder than diamond. It was not supposed to be broken. Yet it had been pierced, though without even a second of resistance. She had felt it. Her first instinct was not analysis, it was panic. She spun toward the section of the stands that lay in the direct path of that hole. Whatever had punched through her shield had more than enough power to put an extra hole through anyone in its path. But, nothing. No screaming. No blood. No panic. The spectators were fine. Her eyes narrowed. Did the attack vanish after piercing the barrier? Or did it lose its energy midway? Yeet. Or did he control it specifically so it should not hurt anyone? She thought, but shook her head as it appeared the thought did not sit right with her. He does not seem that kind of person. Reason, she does not know, but yeah, he does not. Anyways, the vision of Celestia zoomed in on the hole in the barrier, still faintly visible, but rapidly repairing itself under the array is automatic restoration protocols. She made a mental note. I need to make it more harder, just as I thought. At this point of the plot, she still had not accepted the truth of her own power. Silva was caught between the weight of her arrogance, the cracks of her insecurities, and the useless pride that chained her to the image she had built for herself. For Razeal, this was perfect. If she keeps holding on to that arrogance, I will win. Definitely, he said as his gaze fixed on the evidence of his latest attack, a flawless, circular hole bored cleanly through both layers of the defenses of Silva. The massive earth wall she had raised, thick enough to stop siege weaponry, and the dense wooden barrier behind it had both been pierced as if they were paper. Yeah, Silva herself was not injured. The shadow bullet was not able to injure her. He had expected that, but what mattered was that it could have. As for what he had done, the technique was deceptively simple, at least in theory. The shadow bullet began as a concentrated sphere of condensation of shadow, created close to his own body so that it was still within his direct control. Then he would shape and solidify it, compressing it until it was as dense as it could be. Then came the key part, he invoked flow. This time, Razeal used tectonic flow, channeling kinetic energy directly into the bullet, pushing it far beyond the burden his own body could handle. After all, it was not his body, he could pour far more into it than into himself. In fact, he pushed at least 100 times the flow burden he could normally take. All he needed was shadow as the medium and tectonic flow as the kinetic force. The only real challenge was aiming. But it worked. The shot was fierce, penetrating, and fast. So fast that it was almost impossible to track with the naked eye. And as for him shooting so casually at Silva, knowing full well she would escape unharmed, and knowing there were spectators behind her who might get hit, well, Razeal did not care. If they died, they died. The people of this empire had never shown him any sympathy. In fact, everyone here watching the duel had only come to see him die, even praying for it. It was not that he was petty. He was not firing into the crowd just to spill blood, or just kill them. He was simply refusing to hold back. His target was Silva, and everything else was irrelevant. Protecting the audience was the responsibility of the referees, and the arena is defensive wards, not his. Still, his gaze shifted toward the Imperial chamber above the main stands. He knew exactly where that shadow bullet had vanished to, but whatever he could definitely say, it was not him who made it disappear before it could harm the crowd. They can die for all he cares. Razeal shook his head slightly, dismissing the thought for now. But then he heard her voice. I was going to go easy on you at someone's request, Silva whispered. Her tone was no longer playful, it was cold, laced with the promise of pain. But I guess you will have to pay with your body for ruining my mood. Her green eyes glowed, sharp and inhuman in the afternoon light. Then, behind her, something began to form. It started as a rush of wind pressure so intense it bent the dust in the air toward her back. Then, with a violent burst, translucent wings took shape. They were massive, 3 times the length of her own body, and made entirely of condensed, whirling air. The wind currents alone howled with power, but then, lightning began to crawl along their edges. Bolts of white-blue electricity danced across the surface, connecting the feather-like streams of wind into one cohesive, deadly form. The combination of sound was overwhelming, the deep thrumming of air vibrating at extreme speed, and the sharp crackle of charged lightning bursting intermittently. And it was not just the wings. The rest of her body began to shimmer with the same dual elemental aura, a thin, constantly moving sheath of wind and lightning that coated her from head to toe. The air around her distorted from the heat of compressed friction, each spark making the space between her and Razeal tremble. When she spoke again, her voice had none of its earlier levity. And you said something about speed. The wind shifted. Let me show you what speed really is. Her expression was chilling, focused, serious, and unamused. Whatever game she had been playing before was over. In the space of a heartbeat, she moved. No, disappeared. Chapter 131. Let me show you what speed really is. Silva spoke the words low and cold. A thin smirk tugged at her lips. In the same instant, the elemental armor covering her body flared brighter. Lightning crackled across her limbs, wind wrapped around her like a living second skin, and behind her, the massive twin wings of storm unfurled to their full size. The combined roar of electricity and slicing air filled the arena. She did not even bend her knees. One sharp flap of those wings, and crackle, she vanished. To most eyes in the arena, it looked like a streak of green and violet light had simply appeared, and then shot forward in a perfectly straight line, cutting the air like actual lightning falling from the sky. The sound lagged behind the motion. By the time the boom of displaced air hit, she was already somewhere else entirely. But the perception of Razeal told a different story. Oh, you are quite naive if you think I care about someone's speed, he murmured, his voice calm in the face of her sudden assault. His physical eyes saw nothing but empty air. Yet in his mind, through his perception, he saw everything as though the world had slowed to a crawl. The body of Silva, propelled by the violent burst of wind and lightning, flew toward him like an arrow loosed from an oversized bow. In her right hand, energy condensed, shaping itself into a weapon. A sword. Its blade was impossibly thin, the edge almost invisible, yet its form was clear, a seamless union of wind and lightning, glowing green along its body, and lined with snapping arcs of violet at the edges. The air around it warped, shredded by the compressed force in its structure. Her thoughts in that moment were casual, lazy, even. If I hit him with this, the pain will be 40,000 times worse than the actual pain this attack would have brought him. He might not wake up for days, if ever. Where to place the strike? A cut across the chest. Yes, that would leave a proper mark for a man to have. Ruining that cute face would be such a crime. After all, one flap of her wings, and she stood in front of him as though she had teleported. She brought the sword down in a merciless arc aimed directly at his chest. She had already considered his strange untouchability. It could not be true intangibility. If it were, she would not be able to feel the faint wind resistance around his body. And if he truly rejected all contact, then light itself would be redirected away from him, making him invisible to the naked eye. That was not the case. She could see him clearly. And besides, how would he even breathe if that were true? No. Whatever he was using was some kind of calculation-based defense. He was predicting, processing, and rejecting incoming force in real time, which meant there were limits. 2 ways to crack such a system: hit it with an attack so absurdly powerful it shatters the concept entirely, or move so fast he does not have time to calculate and respond. Silva had chosen the latter. Her confidence was absolute. His defense would not work this time. The blade sang as it cut the air, the violet lightning screaming along its length. Her aim was perfect. "Oh, you are quite naive if you think your speed is fast enough," Razeal said softly, still standing exactly where he had been, unflinching. The sword should have landed. It did land on the point she had chosen. Except, it did not. At the final instant, before the blade even made contact with his body, it shifted. No, she shifted. The entire trajectory of her attack bent away, sliding off target as though her sword had struck an invisible curve in the air. The velocity did not drop. It simply missed, carving through the space just beside him. The eyes of Silva narrowed, a flicker of disbelief crossing her face. For less than a second, Razeal caught it, the faintest ugly expression breaking through her composure. His lips curved upward. "Oh, I love proving people wrong." But Silva did not stop. Her momentum carried her past him in a blur, and in the next heartbeat, she twisted in midair. Buzz. Lightning cracked again, bright and violent. She reversed direction instantly, wings flaring to generate an impossible burst of acceleration. She shot toward him once more, aiming for his side this time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The streak of violet-green light tore back and forth across the arena, hitting from the left, the right, above, and below in dizzying succession. Each time she came within striking range, her arc would suddenly bend away, redirected, slipping past his body as if guided by unseen hands. To the spectators, it was chaos. They could only see the streak zigzagging, rebounding, splitting the air like a storm trapped in a glass dome. The sound was deafening, a constant rolling clash of thunder punctuated by sharp, high-pitched snaps. To Razeal, it was all perfectly clear. He stood still, the center of her whirlwind, his perception watching her every motion. Each strike came in, perfectly calculated in his mind, and was turned aside before it could connect. Her attacks painted arcs in the air, and each arc bent at the last possible moment, as though reality itself refused to let her blade touch him. She is relentless, he thought, but she is not adapting. Silva, however, was thinking the opposite. I will hit him. I just have to push faster, harder. One clean touch, that is all I need. The circle they formed became tighter and tighter. The blurred figure of Silva wove around him like a predator encircling prey. Sparks leapt from her wings to the arena floor, searing black scars into the stone. The edge of her sword left after images that hung in the air for a fraction of a second before fading. Every near hit fed her frustration. Every redirection sharpened her desire to break through. Her arrogance refused to believe he could keep this up forever. And yet, Razeal was not even bothering. He had not moved his feet once. Silva was a blur. For what felt like an eternity, she had been whipping around Razeal, slashing from the left, right, above, and below, only for her sword to slide harmlessly past him every single time. Her wings tore at the air, the sound of their flaps drowned in the constant buzzing crackle of lightning coursing through her armor. The count of her attacks had stopped mattering somewhere after the first 50. Now, she was well past 100 strikes. Her lungs drew in air evenly, her stamina nowhere near its limit, but her mind. Her mind was burning hotter than the electricity around her. And then, a voice. Slow, steady, cutting clean through the chaos. Why are you being so stubborn? Her entire body stiffened mid-flight. Her next attack, mere meters from Razeal, did not land. Instead, she halted in the air, boots skimming the arena floor, wings beating once to steady her balance. Have we not taught you not to get caught up in the pride of doing so? The voice continued, each word deliberate, almost scolding. Remember what we told you, do not limit your path with the chains of your own words and thoughts. If it is not working, change it. Silva did not respond, but her grip on her sword shifted slightly. Your strength is not bound to one trick or one method, the voice went on. You are gifted beyond what most beings could dream of. Instead of clinging to one approach out of pride, use every gift at your disposal. It was like a lecture from a master who had seen too many battles to tolerate foolishness. There is never only one solution to a problem. If the first approach fails, do not cling to it just because you chose it first. That is not how an intelligent fighter wins. She sighed. Pride and arrogance, they are the sins of weakness. They might feel good to you in the moment, but in the long history of the races, they have always been nothing more than the mindset of the foolish. Do not let them bind you. Silva exhaled sharply and shook her head. Apologies. I let it get to me again, she said under her breath, as if admitting it only to herself. The crackling of her wind-lightning armor did not lessen, but her stance calmed. From across the arena, Razeal tilted his head slightly. Quite not as fast as me now, do you not think, he said. His tone was cool, edged with mockery. An eyebrow lifted in deliberate provocation. The green eyes of Silva slid toward him. She did not move or argue. Chapter 132. Quite not as fast as me now, do you not think? His tone was cool, edged with mockery. An eyebrow lifted in deliberate provocation. The green eyes of Silva slid toward him. She did not move or argue. Do not take his words to heart, the voice interrupted before she could even decide whether to respond. He is simply provoking you. The weak-minded always seek to pull others down to their level. Rise above your race, your rivals, and even your idols. Only then will you hold yourself stronger than any being. Silva remained silent, her focus drawing inward again. And understand this, you are already fast enough. 500 meters per second faster than the speed of sound. No human, by natural means, could achieve such speed and remain in control. And you, unlike an elemental, have mass, muscle, and a body vulnerable to the air's resistance. Pushing further without balance would tear you apart. She pouted. Speed is not simply about moving faster, the voice continued, patient but unyielding. It is the perfect marriage of movement, perception, reaction, and control. You do not simply need to go fast, you must carry the elements with you, as extensions of yourself, change direction, attack, and of course change directions. If even one of those aspects falters, your speed becomes your enemy. The eyes of Silva narrowed, thoughtful despite herself. Flying is no different, the voice said. A bird takes to the sky only with confidence in its wings. If those wings were liable to fail mid-flight, no bird would risk the air. Understand there are aspects of yourself that must be perfect before you trust them at higher limits. Silva gave an exaggerated sigh, the kind that came from hearing a lecture for the 1000th time. Yes, yes. You have explained this countless times. Her lips pressed together for a moment before she added, almost like a sulking child, and did he not just move at almost the same speed seconds ago, all without the help of lightning or wind? The reply of the voice was immediate, firm. At most, he reached 250 to 300 meters per second. That is far from your maximum. And no, it was not purely physical speed. I still do not know the exact method, the voice admitted. But there are hints. Subtle ones. The pouting expression of Silva faltered. Go on. No, wait. I know, let me guess, you just correct me. She broke the silence first, her voice even but carrying a faint edge of satisfaction. He only moves when tapping the ground. Always. She tilted her head slightly, watching his posture as if dissecting it in her mind. And once he moves, he cannot change direction until his foot touches down again, wherever he planned to land. That is his pivot point. The voice in her head stayed silent, letting her speak. And this is the part I am 70% sure about. He is using sound somehow. She lifted one hand and snapped her fingers, as if marking the thought. Every time. He only appears at the very end of the distance, where the sound from his movement travels, and is about to end, and at that exact point he appears. Like he is measuring by it. Which is weird, even for me. Her wings shifted slightly as she hovered, eyes narrowing in thought. Speed of sound travels somewhere in that range too, so it is logical. But creating a sound that precise, and knowing exactly where it will end, even with my hearing perception which is among the best you will find, I could not do it that perfectly. Then she tilted her head toward the unseen mentor. Oh, I did not miss anything, right? She asked in a deliberately casual tone, almost like a student showing off to their teacher. Also, how is his reaction speed so good? Even if he reaches that speed, awareness is another matter. I can tell his perception is almost equal to mine, maybe stronger. But how does his body react so perfectly? Like it is doing exactly what he wants, every time at that point of speed. I know how hard it is when I move. The voice finally responded. Yes, good. You have noticed most of it. As for his fast bodily reaction and precision, that comes from battle experience. And not just any true battlefield experience. His stance, his movement economy, the way he turns his head without wasting motion, I can tell he has fought as if his life depended on it, over and over again. Armies, duels, maybe both. All physical. A beat of silence. If it came down to a fight without mana, without elemental power, just skill, the voice's tone was brutally honest. He could wipe the ground with your face, possibly the whole of your family, in one go. Together. The lips of Silva twitched, part amusement and part annoyance. That honest, painful truths are still truths, the voice said without a hint of softness. Well, battlefield experience is not surprising here, Silva replied with a shrug. He is from that inbred family, after all. Every last one of them is drilled in combat far beyond what anyone else in this empire can manage. They do not even bother training with the Imperial Army, because they are the strongest martial unit in the empire. Her gaze flicked to the eyes of Razeal. But then again, his eyes are not purple. So how did he use that? By what you are telling me, he should not have this level of battlefield experience with that broken ability of theirs. Not to this extent. How? I do not know that either, the voice admitted. But he has it. Unusual, very high-level combat instinct. That much is certain. The tone of Silva flattened. All right then, let it be. There is only so much experience matters when you are fighting against absolute power. Her eyes cooled. The air around her began to hum. If it is not about speed anymore, a faint, dangerous smile curved her lips, then I will just show him what suppression really is. The lightning cracked once more. Buzz. And she was gone. Razeal did not flinch. His hands stayed in his pockets, his expression mild. But in his eyes, there was a glint of acknowledgement. Oh, they are teaching her well, he murmured under his breath. And she learns fast. The pressure in the air shifted, the presence coming toward him feeling entirely different now. No more frantic zigzags. No more hundredfold wild swings. This attack was focused, deliberate. A predator is strike or a child is tantrum. Silva appeared before him mid-swing, but this time, as her blade cut into the space he called his untouchability, something changed. The sword shimmered. No, shifted. In the span of a blink, the weapon in her hands became a prism of raw, shifting power, its blade carrying not just wind and lightning, but a dozen different elements, each layered at a different density, weight, and velocity. Vines danced along one edge, frost traced the other, earth rippled beneath the metal, while water and fire twined together along its spine. Each element was not just decoration. They were moving differently. Every slice carried conflicting speeds, varying weights, distinct elemental signatures. The brow of Razeal ticked upward in recognition. Oh, the famous rainbow sword of the Fairlith. She had turned her sword into a nightmare of calculations. His untouchability was a matter of mathematics and prediction, factoring velocity, force, and trajectory into a system that redirected incoming strikes. But now, this was not one strike. This was dozens, all layered in the same swing, each demanding its own prediction. He could see the trick instantly, and he knew exactly what it meant. She is trying to fry my brain, he muttered with a dry half-smile. And it might actually work. For a brief moment, his mental formulas scrambled, trying to accommodate the chaos. Too many variables. Too little time too. The sword entered his untouchability space, and for the first time, it did not simply slide harmlessly away. Silva felt it too. That familiar redirected slip stopped, cut off mid-process, like a rope snapping. Her grin widened, a spark of triumph flashing in her eyes. Something between a smirk and a threat. She was so close now, so sure she had him in reach, that her words came out in a low, venomous whisper, more promise than taunt. Got you, cute little boy. I am going to break that cocky face of yours. Her sword, alive with a dozen roaring elements, tore through the air toward him in a perfect killing arc. The air screamed under the weight of it. But before steel and magic could meet flesh, shadow defense activated. The voice of Razeal was soft, almost conversational. The faint curl of a smile tugged at his lips as he said it, as though he were announcing something trivial. Then the floor beneath him seemed to shift. A pool of shadow spread out from his feet, perfectly still for the span of a breath before it rose, smooth and soundless, into a thin vertical wall. It looked like nothing more than an extension of the darkness at his feet, except for the subtle shimmer along its edges that marked it as something other. The brows of Silva furrowed in surprise, but her sword did not slow. Ha! The moment of confusion did not last. Her blade met the shadow head-on, and passed through it like a hot knife through butter. There was no resistance, no shudder, no clash of power, just the clean, effortless glide of her edge through the strange black barrier. The bisected halves of the shadow wall slid apart, already losing shape. Of course it could not hold. Her strike was not just fast, it was packed with so many elemental signatures, so much raw destructive energy, that it would take something absurdly reinforced to block it. And she certainly had elemental advantage over it too. He is only at medium elemental affinity. An attack with that speed and power, filled with dozens of elemental forces, nothing could withstand it. She is probably advanced proficiency in every element she is using, Razeal thought, watching his shadow wall being split apart. And yet, before the halves could fully fall away, something unexpected happened. The shadow did not die. From the severed edge, the darkness rippled like liquid, flowing back together, as if the cut had never happened. The black wall knit itself whole again in seconds, returning to its original, pristine shape. I knew it, his expression giving nothing away. Nothing is to be trusted forever, Razeal thought, looking at his wall getting cut off. But still, looking at the sword coming, he exhaled slowly, almost like he was bored, then spread the fingers of his right hand. A deep red aura, thick as fresh blood, began to leak from his palm. It was not a glow so much as a stain, something alive, something heavy. The air seemed to warp around it, and the ground at his feet darkened as if the color was bleeding into the world. An eerie aura appearing around might as well send shivers to weaker creatures. His palm opened fully, boom, and splattered. Blood splattered in a violent burst, striking the stone with a wet sound as it spread across the ground. A shockwave tore out from the position of Razeal in every direction, a rippling wall of force that made the entire arena shudder. For a moment, even the protective barrier surrounding the arena flickered and trembled, its edges warping under the pressure. Behind Razeal, the stone floor began to crumble. Cracks spider-webbed out from beneath his feet, small fractures at first, then widening until entire slabs split apart, and the ground turned to loose gravel. The destruction spread outward like something alive, devouring the arena floor. Oh, quite strong, you annoying woman. The gaze of Razeal locked onto the eyes of Silva, his voice steady, almost amused. Her eyes were wide, shock flooding them so openly it made her expression twitch. She could barely process what she was seeing. He is a monster. Even the mysterious voice inside her mind spoke in unison with its other echoes, all three breaking their usual composure. An actual monster. The thoughts of Silva blurred into disbelief. Just how? The question stretched in her mind as she stared at the sight in front of her. He had taken her strike with one hand. Her sword, crafted entirely from a complex weave of elemental energies, fast, deadly, and sharp enough to pierce the hide of an 8th-ranked beast, was caught firmly in his palm. And he was not straining, not staggering, just holding it there. A deep red aura coiled around his hand, thick and heavy like liquid blood, the edges of it flickering as if it were alive. His skin was scorched, blackened in some places, with a deep gash splitting the center of his palm. Blood dripped steadily from it, falling to the ground in dark drops. And yet he still held her blade, unflinching. Slowly, her eyes rose to meet his face, and her breath caught. He was grinning, not with madness, not with rage, just that same lazy, cocky grin he had worn from the start. Oh, do not be scared, baby girl, Razeal said, voice calm, almost teasing. You see, I have got some strong bones. A sharp inhale escaped her before she could stop it. Gasp. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears at the sudden realization. 40,000 times the pain at the very least, and he was smiling through it. He is a beeping monster. Chapter 133. Silva gripped the hilt of her sword. She stared at him. Disbelief etched her face. Do you not feel the pain? She demanded. Her voice wavered between outrage and confusion. And wait. Did you just call me baby girl? The sheer nerve of him left her momentarily at a loss. She had struck with one of her strongest techniques. Her rainbow sword, forged entirely from elemental energy, was capable of piercing the armored hide of an 8th-ranked beast. He had stopped it. With one hand. Bare. 40,000 times the pain sensitivity. With even the slightest scratch, most people would collapse screaming. Many would black out instantly. The pain from this kind of deep wound should have dropped him to the ground, writhing or unconscious. Yet here he was. Instead of grimacing in agony, or showing any sign of weakness, he smiled at her. A cocky grin stretched across his face as though he were enjoying himself. Oh, that is not the thing you should be worried about. Razeal used a tone that was maddeningly casual. His voice carried a low confidence that dug under her skin. You see, it is my turn to attack. His words made her stomach clench. In the back of her mind, the questions kept scratching. How did he stop that strike? Even with his bare hand bleeding, he had not so much as flinched. The truth was this. When her rainbow blade had clashed with him, he had relied on his obsidian skeleton to absorb the brunt of the impact. It bore the cutting force without buckling. But that was only half of it. The force of her blow should have blasted him backwards. It should have sent him crashing into the arena wall, maybe even broken his body from the sheer transfer of kinetic energy. Yet he had stood still. That was the work of his flow ability. He had guided the massive surge of potential and kinetic energy through his body. He channeled it harmlessly into the ground beneath his feet, and even dispersed some behind him. To the spectators, it looked as though he had simply absorbed the blow. In truth, he had let it pass through him. Without the obsidian skeleton, his mere B-rank physical stats would not have stood a chance. With it, he could bleed from the skin and still grin in her face. Now, apparently, he wanted to show her something. Let me show you my absolute defense 2.0, Razeal said. His grin widened. It matches yours, but believe me, it is better. The ground beneath her seemed to darken. Silva glanced down and froze. Her own shadow flickered. Her instincts screamed as the darkness warped and bulged. It sprouted jagged, reaching shapes. Then they took form. Fingers. Dozens of them. Twisted, inky black hands forced their way up from the ground. They stretched toward her neck from behind. They moved like something out of a nightmare. Silent, fluid, inevitable. Her wings flared instantly. They were massive and radiant in the dim light. No. With a single powerful beat, she shot backward. The air vibrated in the space she had just been standing. The sound of displacement was sharp and violent. In less than a second, she was 200 meters away. She hovered high above the arena floor. She kept her eyes on him. Her breathing was heavy. Her mind spun at impossible speed. That black thing again. Where did it come from? Her first thought was a magic spell. But no. She had not felt the slightest shift in mana. She had not sensed even a trace of particles moving in the air. Her perception was too refined to miss something like that. Whatever it was not magic. Her brows knit as she considered the possibilities, but she had nothing concrete. What had just happened? While Silva worked through the puzzle, high above her in the spectator stands, the reaction of Celestia was entirely different. High above the battlefield, Celestia hovered in the air. Her long coat fluttered in the wind. Her body trembled, not from cold or fear, but from the overwhelming rush of discovery. Goosebumps ran across her skin like 1,000 tiny sparks. A new element, she whispered. Her voice caught between awe and disbelief. Her sharp eyes remained locked on the black substance that had erupted moments ago, right behind the back of Silva. This time, she had not missed it. The first time it had appeared as a wall stopping the rainbow sword strike of Silva, she had thought she might be hallucinating. After all, she had been too stunned by the absurd sight of Razeal stopping that world-cutting slash with one bare hand. But now, seeing it manifest again, she knew it was no trick of her mind. The thoughts of Celestia raced. She had already run the calculations the moment it appeared. She had felt no mana fluctuation. There were no arcane particles stirring in the air. No magical current shifted around them. For someone like her, with senses trained to detect the faintest whiff of magic, that absence was screaming. Whatever he used, it was not magic. If it was not magic, then there was only one possibility left. It is an element affinity. She breathed. Her voice was almost shaking from the weight of the realization. A brand new elemental affinity. One that has never been documented before. The shock hit her so hard that she did not even spare a thought for how he had taken the blow of Silva without blasting up or collapsing from the pain. The question of his endurance and his pain tolerance did not matter in that moment. Her focus was singular, consuming. That black gas, that viscous liquid, that solid mass. It had shifted forms seamlessly. It obeyed only his will. It had come straight out of the ground. No, more precisely, it had emerged from a shadow. The hands of Celestia were trembling so badly that her glasses kept sliding down her nose. When she tried to push them back up, the motion only made them wobble more. She did not care. She left them crooked. Her gaze remained glued to the battlefield. From shadow, she muttered rapidly to herself. Yes, I am certain. It came from shadow. The closest guess her mind could land on was shadow affinity. But even as she thought it, the term felt too small, too simple. It did not make much sense, as it could be something else. She was not fully sure, but from that, it seemed like it. Her lips curled into a faint, hungry smile. I need him. I need him so badly. While the chaos of the arena unfolded, the reactions from the spectators rippled through the stands like a silent wave. Most people had the same general expression. It was a blend of shock, disbelief, and that strange excitement, which they hate, from watching something you know you will be telling stories about for years. But even within that shared reaction, there were layers and differences. Maria and her mother were no exception. Their faces were stiff with astonishment. Their eyes were wide and their lips were slightly parted. They were unable to comprehend what was unfolding below. Even among the chaos of battle, they could not look away from the duel. Celestia sat in perfect composure. Outwardly, she was the calmest person in the Colosseum. Not a muscle in her face shifted. Not a single gasp escaped her lips. But her stillness was deceptive. Her eyes were razor sharp. They tracked every movement and every flicker of energy. She was not relaxed. She was studying. Whatever conclusions she was reaching, she kept them locked tightly behind her unreadable expression. Nova was much the same. She was calm on the outside, yet there was an almost predatory focus in her gaze. No one could tell what either of them was truly thinking. Perhaps that was for the best. Then came Arabella. The moment the black material had appeared again, she had simply let out a sharp whistle. Now this, she murmured to herself, is getting interesting. Her tone was casual, almost lazy. But anyone who knew her well would see the slight gleam in her eye. She might have looked like she did not care, but the truth was she was more than a little impressed. She was shocked, even though she would never admit it outright. If there was one person in the stands whose reaction was far more intense than the rest, it was not because of the strange new element or the black wall. It was Selena. Her gasp had been sharp, almost painful to hear, when she saw the sword of Silva connect with the bare hand of Razeal. She had been braced for the blow to tear through him, for him to stagger back, screaming in pain. Instead he had stopped it. He was injured, yes, but he was standing. That was not what shook her most. The blessing of Selena was still active on Silva. That meant the moment Razeal was injured, he should have felt it 40,000 times worse than the original wound. He should have been writhing in agony, barely able to breathe. Instead, nothing happened. At first, she wondered if her skill had failed. But no, the magic was still flowing. It was still doing exactly what it was meant to do. It was working. That was the problem. If her blessing was functioning perfectly, and he still was not reacting, it meant one thing. He had felt the pain. He just did not show it. Her shoulders trembled as she lowered her head. This was not the relief she had expected to feel if her blessing had not hurt him. Instead, it made her chest ache with something she could not name. Why did he not react? What was wrong with him? Was he not feeling pain, or was he feeling pain? Her thoughts tangled together until she could not make sense of them anymore. All she could do was watch, and wonder, and feel that gnawing unease grow stronger. Down in the arena, the sharp green eyes of Silva were fixed on the strange, swirling black pool, where she had stood just moments ago. It was thick and heavy, condensed into a strange, oil-like shadow. Small, crooked hands formed entirely from the darkness still reached upward from it. They grasped at nothing now that she had moved away. The thing did not disappear when she moved. That was wrong. A shadow should be tied to the body casting it. But this one remained rooted in place. It was as if it had been severed from her, and made into something entirely separate. Unbeknownst to her, Razeal knew the truth, though even he did not fully understand the limits yet. If he used too much of the shadow of another person, it could detach from their body entirely, becoming his. The moment that happened, the shadow of the victim would reform naturally beneath them, behaving as normal. But the stolen shadow would remain wherever he left it, under his complete control. Once he owned a shadow, it did not let go. "Oh no, you cannot run away from my attack," Razeal called across the arena. His voice carried that infuriating, self-assured tone. His smirk made the blood of Silva boil. Her eyes narrowed. She had already put distance between them, nearly 200 meters, and yet his confidence did not waver. Then she felt it, a flicker beneath her feet, a shift in the air that had nothing to do with the wind from her own wings. She glanced down and saw it. A new shadow was spreading from her feet. It was long and black against the pale arena floor. Her own shadow. The other one, the severed one, still sat in the center of the battlefield. Its claw-like hands writhed. Her instincts screamed. In the same instant, jagged black spikes erupted upward from the shadow beneath her. They tore through the ground like spears. They aimed straight for her chest and throat. With a sharp snap of her wings, Silva vanished in a blur of wind and lightning. She reappeared dozens of meters away. Even as she landed, the shadow beneath her stretched and shifted again. More black spikes shot upward, forcing her to leap once more. Her teeth clenched. What is happening? Where are these attacks coming from? It was as if no matter where she moved, the ground beneath her betrayed her. It sprouted death from her own silhouette. It was not just magic. It was something far stranger. The most terrifying part was that she could not sense the energy source. There was no telltale signature to follow, no current of power to trace back to him. It was as if the shadows themselves had decided to hunt her. Above, the trembling of Selphira had only worsened. The black substance, the constant shifting of form between liquid, solid, and vapor, was the most terrifyingly beautiful thing she had ever seen. The fact that it emerged from shadows only deepened her obsession. "I call it automatic defense mechanism," Razeal whispered under his breath. His lips curled into a faint grin. "It is like forcing your enemy to become their own worst enemy. What can they do? Keep running forever. It is your shadow shooting bullets at you. You cannot outrun it. You cannot hide from it. And the range." He raised his hand and pinched his fingers together. "Almost zero. It is always with you." He tilted his head slightly. He watched Silva dance through the air in frustration. How is she even supposed to defend herself? Sure, she could throw up a wall of earth, or some kind of barrier to block the attacks. Maybe the spikes would not pierce through, but the real question was, would she even do it? Even if she did, could she maintain that defense forever? Her movements were swift, but her eyes told the truth. She was trying to figure it out, not how to survive it, which did not look like much of a problem for her, but what this was. The pool of shadow in the center of the arena was growing. Every time she moved, more of that tar-like darkness collected where she had once been standing. Razeal could not help but admire it himself. Honestly, these shadow abilities are absurdly convenient. Attacking someone from their own shadow was the perfect ambush. It was a cheat code, really. The best part was that it was not even a high-effort skill. This was one of the simplest applications of shadow manipulation he had ever thought of. All it required was a basic grasp of shadow control, and close to medium range. The only limitation was distance. At the moment, he could not influence shadows that were too far away from him. But right now, in the confines of this arena, that was not a problem. He was still thinking about the next step when the voice of Silva cut through the air. "This ability of yours," she said. She hovered just far enough to avoid the grasp of his spikes. "It is quite an annoyance. Attacking from someone's own shadow. And what is this new affinity of yours?" She spoke casually, but her eyes gave her away. They were not just curious. They were fascinated. She had studied elemental affinities her entire life. Even in the middle of a duel, she could not help herself. Part of her mind itched to tear apart this mystery and understand it. She was still in a fight. She could not stop, not to mention that he was attacking her, and not even letting her concentrate. Her expression hardened. Her tone shifted, regaining its sharpness. "It is not that complicated to counter, you know. In fact, it is quite simple. Stay away from my shadow." Her lips curled into a smirk. She looked him in the eye. Her wings gave a slow, deliberate beat. "You seem proud of yourself with this little trick of yours, but I think you have forgotten something." The wings behind her flared. They were vast and radiant, woven from wind and crackling lightning. "These wings are not for show." With one powerful flap, Silva lifted higher. The ground dropped away beneath her. Her shadow on the arena floor shrank smaller and smaller with every meter she climbed. From her new vantage point, she crossed her arms smugly. "And also, from up here, I can attack freely. There is not a thing you can do about it." Without warning, she extended her hand. She pointed a finger directly at him. A bolt of lightning snapped into existence. It hurtled toward him. Its path sliced through the air like a jagged spear. Razeal tilted his head. He smiled faintly. "Oh, you are quite mistaken." The bolt reached him, but he shifted slightly. He let it tear past. His voice carried upward toward her as he spoke. He was calm and steady. "If you think you are the only one with wings, you are wrong." The shadow behind him began to swell and twist. Darkness rippled outward. It condensed into a massive pair of wings. They were matte black, with an oily sheen that drank in the light around them. They were beautiful in a predatory way. Each feather was sharp and defined. They spread wider than the wings of Silva. They did not shimmer. They did not glow. They devoured. As the final feathers formed, the air around him seemed to grow heavier and colder. "Oh," Razeal added almost casually. "And you are not the only one with weapons, either." From the darkness at his side, something long and rigid began to take shape. A blade emerged. It was straight, with no curve. It was almost unnaturally perfect at a 90-degree angle. Its handle was plain, but the entire thing was forged from pure shadow. It was so black it was as if the air itself refused to touch it. He bent his knees slightly. His body lowered into a launch stance. Then boom. The shadow wings flared open. They slammed downward, unleashing a shockwave that cracked the arena floor beneath him. In an instant, he was airborne. He was streaking upward like a meteor shot from the ground. The air rippled in his wake. It was a dark blur aimed directly for Silva. Chapter 134. Fast. Silva muttered under her breath. She narrowed her eyes as she brought her sword up in front of her. Razeal was already closing the distance. He was devouring it. From below, his upward momentum was so rapid that to an untrained eye he would have appeared only as a dark, eerie blur shooting straight toward her. The black wings trailing behind him only made his silhouette more ominous. Midway up, something changed. His black shadow blade began to glow faintly. It did not glow with light, but with an ominous crimson aura. It bled over the sword, then spilled outward. It crawled across his entire body. The aura seemed almost alive. It swirled and writhed as if it were eager to kill and devour whatever remained after him. The black blur now carried a faint red edge. It was a streak of blood-colored menace tearing through the sky. The clash came in a single explosive heartbeat. Boom. Their swords met in midair. The impact sent a gust of wind rippling outward in every direction. The shockwave was sharp enough to ruffle hair and clothing. It even shook loose dust from the arena floor far below. But what surprised everyone was that Silva did not even move. She did not move an inch. Her body did not tremble. Her stance did not falter. She had caught his strike perfectly. She held her sword in a steady vertical block, as though she had been expecting the exact angle of his blow. She absorbed the blow without so much as being pushed back. Strange, she thought. That did not feel heavy at all. It puzzled her. This was the same man who had stopped her sword earlier with the bare palm of his hand. He had been unmoving, like her strength had not even mattered. Now, even with all the momentum from launching himself upward, the strike was light. It was sharp and clean, but it lacked that crushing weight she expected. What is this? Did he hold back? Or did he misjudge his force? Before she could dwell on the thought, the posture of Razeal shifted in midair. In one fluid motion, he pulled his sword back. He twisted his body as he redirected the blade toward another angle. It was an angle that would be far harder for her to defend. The sudden change forced her to retreat half a step in the air. She tilted her body to bring her sword around just in time to catch his strike. Even then, the block was tight. It was barely enough. From that moment, the rhythm changed. Razeal moved like a warrior who had fought in 1,000 battles. His strikes came in rapid succession. Each swing was precise and deliberate. The flow of his movements showed a mastery that went beyond brute force. Every blow was angled to push her defense to its limits. He attacked not with overwhelming strength, but with flawless control. Silva found herself on the back foot immediately. In terms of swordplay, she looked almost inexperienced in comparison. She was like a child holding a blade for the first time. She was scrambling to keep up. The only thing saving her from being overwhelmed completely was her speed and her wings. She could shift position instantly. She could weave up, down, and backward without the constraints of ground combat. Even so, his strikes followed relentlessly. They forced her to block or evade without a single chance to counterattack. She could feel the pressure building. Silva would not deny she was fast. She was faster than most seasoned fighters. Her blows, when she got the chance to deliver them, could be both swift and heavy. In that regard, she had held her own against masters before. But this was different. Against him, she was locked into pure defense. If they were fighting on the ground, with her movement restricted, she could easily imagine herself being defeated outright. Of course, that was assuming she made the arrogant mistake of relying solely on sword combat, which was not her main specialty to begin with. She simply preferred the sword when fighting at speed. It was the most efficient for her hit and run style. It was not as though she had no training. She had sparred under the sword grandmasters of her family, after all. Still, in this duel, training did not seem enough. She darted further back in the air. She twisted into an impossible angle to block a strike aimed straight for her midsection. The effort forced a sharp exhale from her lips. Below, the eyes of Arabella tracked the battle in the sky. Her expression was calm, almost lazy, but her mind was sharp. She was reading every movement. As someone who spent most of her time at the front lines, she could recognize skill when she saw it. That boy has real combat experience. She murmured lazily to herself. Every swing is perfect. Her gaze lingered on the way the strikes of Razeal cut through the air. She watched the subtle shifts of his weight and the precision in his posture and turns, even while airborne. And as a matter of fact, he was just playing with her, Arabella added quietly. Her lips curved into the faintest of smirks. She could tell by how he was now swinging his sword with only one hand. He was not even putting full power into his attacks, as if to show Silva the gulf between their skills. Of course, the physical power he showed before was just overwhelming. This could be the only reason. Why was he doing this? Was he trying to show off his skills? Humph, she muttered, tilting her head. If it were Aryan up there instead, he would not even have a chance to defend himself. Not with those sword skills or even any of his skills. Her eyes flicked briefly to the side. They landed on the unconscious form of Aryan lying on the floor below. Nancy stood beside him, as per the earlier order of Arabella, to throw him to the ground. Arabella turned her attention back to the fight. She watched as the clash above grew faster and sharper. The storm of blades painted streaks of black and red across the sky. But mother, Aryan is a sword master, Nancy said. She glanced sideways while still keeping her eyes on the duel. She had been listening to the earlier words of her mother, but they did not quite sit right with her. He would not. Arabella finished with a slight smirk. She did not look away from the fight high above. I have played with your ever so intelligent elder brother before. I know how precise and powerful his sword strikes are. Her eyes narrowed uninterestedly as she looked at Aryan lying on the floor. Her tone stayed casual. Obviously, it is different when someone dedicates their life to the sword path compared to someone who just learns how to swing one. Aryan walks one of the most important, highest sword paths. It is one that lets him harness sword energy. That is what gives his strikes their weight. His sword aura, when active, makes his blade sharper, heavier, and more devastating. She tilted her head toward Razeal. She followed his movement without losing track for even a second. But what that boy is doing is completely different. If I put it in the simplest, most casual way possible, he is just swinging a sword around, but the way he moves is pure brilliance. Nancy raised an eyebrow but stayed silent. This is pure combat experience, Arabella continued. If you strip away mana, aura, or any harnessed abilities, if this was just a duel of hands and skill, he would destroy Aryan in the most humiliating way. Nancy frowned. Seriously, Arabella did not look away from the fight. I am pretty sure you could not even find one loophole in his guard. Not a single opening. Every step, every motion, and every shift in weight is all deliberate. There is no vulnerability to exploit. And all of that is natural. Her voice deepened slightly. This is what real combat experience looks like. The kind you only get by fighting. Not in a polished training hall, or with choreographed sparring partners. This is war-forged skill. Aryan has never been through war. In a war, do you think anyone will give you time to pull off those flashy, refined sword forms? It is idiocy. She gestured with a finger toward the sky. She pointed directly at Razeal. That, her tone sharpened, is how an actual experienced fighter fights. Nancy let out a short scoff. But she is not even a swordsman, or a close combat fighter, mother. She does not need to be. Why waste time learning to swing a sword when you can just throw all kinds of elements at your enemy from a distance? Arabella sighed and shook her head slowly. That is exactly the kind of thinking that gets you killed. Times change, sure, but principles do not. Close combat will never die out. Nancy crossed her arms. She leaned back slightly. I understand the importance of combat, but seriously, in this age, no one fights like that anymore. The expression of her mother did not change, but there was a trace of amusement in her voice. What do you know? It has only been 15 years since you came out of my womb. You have not seen enough of the world to talk about what is dead or obsolete. Nancy gagged dramatically. Ew. She wrinkled her nose. Did you have to say it like that? Arabella leaned back in her seat. She was completely unbothered. You will understand once I take you to an actual fight. Nancy knew better than to argue further. There was no point. Old people were stubborn and impossible to convince no matter how much logic you tried to throw at them. She just muttered under her breath and went back to watching the fight. Up above, Silva felt the mounting pressure as she blocked yet another strike. Her arms were starting to feel the strain, though her face showed only a thin frown. Where did you learn these sword skills? She asked between breaths. Oh, you are not that bad, Razeal replied. His voice was calm despite the ferocity of his movements. But let me show you something else. In the blink of an eye, the shadow blade in his hand began to shift. It melted, reformed, and reshaped entirely. The weapon was no longer just a sword. It became a spear, then a war hammer, then something in between. It was constantly changing shape and size. Yet, despite these transformations, his control was absolute. The eyes of Silva widened slightly. It was not just the weapon changing. It was him. Each time the blade shifted into a new form, his stance, posture, and grip adjusted instantly to suit it. The transitions were so fluid they almost seemed unreal. He did not swing wildly. He only struck when each weapon type could be used at its most effective angle. And now, fighting him became 10 times harder. Her mind raced as she tried to predict his next move, but how could she? The moment she thought she understood the trajectory of one strike, the weapon morphed mid-motion. It created a completely different attack pattern. A downward slash with a sword became a piercing thrust with a spear. A side swing became the crushing sweep of a hammer. The speed was inhuman. She could not even fathom how his mind worked fast enough to choose the perfect weapon for every single opportunity. He did not just choose it, but he wielded it with such mastery. His transitions were polished to the point where they never broke his momentum. His flow did not pause, not even for a second. Silva gritted her teeth. Just how much experience does he have? She swung her sword desperately. She blocked what she could and twisted away from the rest. Her body was starting to feel numb from the constant motion. She had not trained this intensely in a long time. If not for her natural healing factor and the stamina boost granted by her nature affinity, she knew her body would be in agony right now. She thought it might even be broken. Meanwhile, the spectators far above the battlefield squinted down at the scene. Most could not even see the details of what was happening. All they could make out were two blurs. One was dark and one was streaked with green and purple. They were clashing over and over again in midair. The green-purple blur kept retreating. It was pushed back bit by bit, while the black blur pressed forward relentlessly. The gaze of Arabella sharpened as she noticed the latest barrage of attacks. Her eyes followed the shifting forms in the hands of Razeal. He can use that many kinds of weapons. And he does not just use them, he masters them. She leaned forward slightly. Her curiosity was piqued despite her usual lazy demeanor. And his body shifts perfectly for each one. The transitions are flawless. They are natural and effortless. Her eyes narrowed further. She tried to catch every detail. Even though he is moving so fast, I can still see it. The way his form matches each weapon perfectly. A spear stance here, a war hammer grip there. The balance, the leverage, and the footwork are all spot on. It was rare for Arabella to feel impressed by someone so vastly younger than her. But she could not deny it. What she was seeing was remarkable. I have never seen anything like him in all my years, she admitted quietly. Not at his age. Not even close. She was genuinely amazed, even though she sat casually. Her voice was lazy, as if it did not impress her at all. After all, he was still weaker than her. But to be that skilled at his age seemed impossible. If she had been his age, she doubted she could have become proficient in even a single weapon, let alone the ones he wielded with such mastery. Not even with her talent. Got you, Razeal whispered. His eyes narrowed in sudden focus. His shadow-formed axe dissolved mid-swing. It shrank and twisted until it became a dagger. Without a pause, he drove it straight toward the right side of Silva. More precisely, it was toward her chest. It was the perfect angle. She had just deflected his last axe strike. She had put all her focus into blocking that heavy blow from above. Her guard was committed. Her weight was shifted just slightly off balance. She would not have time to adjust, not this time. The dagger slipped past her defense like water through a crack. The sharp, inky blade was only centimeters away from piercing flesh when, enough. Her voice was cold as ice. A sudden, deafening boom erupted from her body. A raw shockwave of force and wind exploded outward in all directions. The air itself cracked from the pressure. It blasted Razeal away as if he had been fired from a cannon. His body tumbled backward through the air before he twisted mid-flight. He regained control. With a sharp exhale, he stabilized himself. His feet found invisible footing in the air as his shadow wings flickered behind him. The gaze of Silva followed him. Her face lost the last trace of playfulness. Enough playing around. Her thoughts were sharper now. Her irritation was cutting through the usual light-hearted attitude she carried into battle. She had indulged him long enough. She had matched his swordplay for the sake of her own pride. She was not the type to retreat, after all. But now, he was just annoying. You are going to pay for that, she said. Her voice was low but thick with the promise of retaliation. Her eyes narrowed into a glare. Her lips twisted slightly in annoyance. Ugh. I wish I had my period today. Then you would see what real terror looks like. But you are lucky. Her muttering was not meant for him to hear, though the venom in her tone was unmistakable. The usual demeanor of Silva in battle was relaxed, even playful. But Razeal had a talent for scraping against her nerves. He was relentless, clever, and irritating in a way that demanded she take him seriously. That was rare. In her hand, the shimmering rainbow-hued sword she had been wielding vanished. It dissolved into nothingness. In its place, the ground itself seemed to answer her call. Pebbles and loose earth rose from the battlefield. They swirled toward her palm in a slow, deliberate spiral. Piece by piece, the particles compacted and merged. They shaped themselves into a bow. Its form was elegant yet deadly. It was a curve of hardened earth, polished smooth. Veins of faintly glowing mineral ran along its surface. At the very center of the grip of the bow, set perfectly into the earthwork, was a strange mark. It was a hexagonal emblem. It was etched deep, like a seal. The gaze of Razeal locked on the weapon instantly. His lips curled faintly. Oh, getting a little serious now, are we? He murmured to himself. Her eyes never left him as her free hand dipped into her spatial ring. A ripple of light passed over her palm before she pulled something out. A disc. It was made entirely of polished material the color of soft, glowing lavender. The surface reflected light like glass, though it seemed to carry a faint pulse as if it had its own heartbeat. The outer edge was perfectly circular, but at its core was a hollow cutout. It was shaped precisely like the hexagon engraved in her bow. The moment Razeal saw the matching shapes, his brow furrowed slightly. A key piece. You are about to get destroyed now, oi, Silva said bluntly. She did not even try to hide her irritation. Her tone was cold and flat. The casual playfulness was gone. It was replaced by the focus of a predator. She lifted the disc and fitted it onto the bow. The hexagon in its center clicked perfectly into place with the matching groove on the grip of the bow. The moment it connected, a low hum filled the air. It vibrated through the ground and up into the air. A ripple of wind rolled outward from the bow. It was not violent. It was beautiful. The breeze that spread in every direction was soft and cool. It carried the faint scent of blooming flowers and fresh soil. It stirred loose strands of the hair of Silva. It made them dance gently around her face. The bow seemed to glow faintly in her hands now. The lavender disc pulsed like a heartbeat. It was synchronized with her own. The eyes of Razeal narrowed further. Silva, however, did not speak again. Her expression was calm now, almost serene, but beneath it was the clear, sharp promise of something deadly. The duel had just shifted into a new phase. Chapter 135. A power disc. Razeal muttered under his breath, his gaze locked on Silva, as she calmly slid the strange object into the center socket of her earthen bow. The moment the disc connected, the weapon came alive. A soft lavender glow seeped across its surface, flowing like liquid light along the carved edges. In a heartbeat, the glow deepened, pulsing once before sending out a faint pink ripple that washed over the surroundings. The ripple rode a gentle, lavender-scented wind that swept across the battlefield, brushing past the face of Razeal. Then another ripple appeared, blooming directly from Silva. It spread from her hands to the crown of her head, where the energy condensed and hardened into a delicate, flower-shaped headband. The petals shimmered faintly in the air, but the center engraving caught the attention of Razeal, for it was the exact same symbol etched onto the disc she had just placed into her bow. He knew instantly what he was looking at. A disc. In this world, such an item was not a trinket or accessory. It was an ancient, refined tool of war. A disc was a compressed magical command, a physical embodiment of knowledge and power forged into a single object. Discs were conduits for an ancient force known as symbol power, a mystical, primal energy tied to the language of symbols. These symbols represented elements, abilities, or entirely unique effects. The right symbol could channel fire from thin air, shift stone beneath feet, or bend the wind to a will. The art of crafting these had been born in the ancient era following the first rift storms, when portals to unknown worlds tore the skies. The early masters, desperate to control this unstable force, discovered a way to trap commands into stable, physical forms, the discs. Over thousands of years, they had become essential to the most powerful fighters and mages in the world, but their rarity made them treasures beyond anything. Crafting one required resources from multiple realms, expert craftsmanship in both magic and metallurgy, and the knowledge to inscribe a perfect, functioning symbol without flaw. The slightest imperfection during creation rendered it useless or worse, unstable. For most warriors, even seeing a disc in person was a once-in-a-lifetime event. And when used, they did not simply add more power. They focused it, refined it, simplified its complexity. If Razeal were to explain it to a novice, he would call a disc both a magic battery and a precision lens. The symbol carved into it became the channel, feeding the energy of the wielder through the disc, mixing it with the ancient force stored within, and releasing it in a sharper, denser, and far more devastating form. It was like forcing water through a pressurized steel pipe. What came out the other side was not just stronger, it was concentrated enough to cut through stone. But the strength came at a cost. The greater the output, the more the disc drained both from its own reserves and from the stamina of the user. The magic needed to handle such an item was not something an amateur could muster. A disc did not make the weak strong, it only made the strong stronger. Still, the advantage was undeniable. Complex techniques became effortless, limitations could be bypassed, and the results were often catastrophic for anyone standing in the path of the wielder. The eyes of Razeal narrowed. He recognized the symbol engraved on her disc. His black shadow wings fluttered slightly, as if responding instinctively. Gale. A wind element amplification disc. This is overreaction, honestly, he muttered to himself. Silva did not reply. Her focus was absolute. She raised the bow, her left arm extending in a steady line toward Razeal. Her right arm moved into position, where an ordinary bowstring would be drawn, though at the moment, there was only empty space. Then, the disc pulsed. The symbol at its center glowed, sending a faint ripple of light racing outward along the limbs of the bow. As the ripple reached the edges, it shimmered, and something began to form in the air. A bowstring, but not one of fiber or sinew. It was faintly visible, woven from pure light, and motes of pink-tinted wind magic swirling together, almost transparent. She drew it back. With that pull, the air between her fingers began to twist. The wind itself condensed, spiraling inward with a soft hum. Slowly, a shape began to appear on the invisible string. At first it was nothing more than a spinning blur, but as more of the energy collected, the form became clear, an arrow. It was not a mundane arrow, but one entirely forged of wind and speed. Its shaft was smooth and sleek, glowing with a soft pink aura. The arrowhead spun at a blinding speed, like a miniature hurricane trapped in place, the rotation so fast it sliced the surrounding air into faint ripples. Tiny motes of condensed wind element magic bled off its edges, vanishing into nothing as they scattered. The eyes of Razeal narrowed further. He felt the air pressure around him shift. That thing would not just pierce whatever it hit, it would rip through it. Silva smirked faintly. Now, she said, her tone carrying just a hint of mockery, try stopping this with your hand, like before. Without hesitation, she released. The string snapped forward with a whip-like crack, and the arrow blurred into motion, vanishing from sight almost instantly. The air it displaced roared in its wake, forming a visible shockwave that spread outward. The instant Silva released the bowstring, it was as if a beam of condensed light and wind exploded from her weapon. The pink arrow did not fly, it appeared. One moment, it existed between her fingers, the next, it was only centimeters from the chest of Razeal. The sheer speed made it feel like teleportation, as though the arrow had simply skipped the space in between. The instincts of Razeal screamed before his eyes even registered the danger. His body shifted a fraction to the side, a movement born not of conscious thought, but of his ridiculous, razor-edged perception. The arrow passed so close that he felt its wind shear against his ribs, a whisper of annihilation that chilled him to the bone. If not for that instant reaction, he would be dead. Gods, so fast. He did not dare blink, because even blinking might have been too slow. It was not just speed that made it terrifying. This was not a solid projectile to block or deflect, it was wind itself, broken into countless microscopic blades, all spinning together at a speed that defied sense. Tens of thousands of kilometers per hour, each particle a cutting edge. Even with his inhuman durability, the thought of intercepting it with his bare hand was laughable. His bones were strong, yes, but this was not the kind of force that struck once. It was constant grinding, billions of wind particles chewing through everything in their path. If he tried to block it, his flesh would vanish in an instant, stripped to bone. And while his skeleton might remain, his arm would be nothing but a grisly relic. Even his shadow shield, reinforced with killing intent and battle-hardened aura, would not withstand that torrent. The particles would slip through, grinding away at the structure of the shield until nothing remained. Maybe if I could forge a shield from obsidian agony, Razeal thought briefly. But I do not know how. Not yet. The voice of Silva cut through his thoughts. Oh, you can still dodge that. Her eyes widened slightly, a rare flicker of genuine surprise crossing her face. For a moment, her gaze softened into something that almost resembled respect. Your perception and your movement speed, even I have to admit, honestly am jealous. Then, her tone shifted back to its usual casual sharpness. But you know, I do not really care. If I want to, I can make it 2 times, 10 times harder for you. And I will not even have to try. She raised her bow again, the pink energy already swirling to life. This time, as she pulled the string back, the glow intensified, and the air around her shimmered. One arrow appeared on the string, then another and another. In moments, there were 10 identical pink arrows, each identical in form, and spinning with the same hurricane force as the first. They floated in the air beside her, perfectly aligned, each one aimed at a different part of the body of Razeal: chest, head, legs, throat. This time, she said, her smirk returning, I will be impressed if you can dodge this too. She loosed them all at once. The body of Razeal moved before thought could catch up. His palms slammed together in a sharp clap, and shadows erupted beneath his feet. The world blurred, and in the space of a heartbeat, he was gone. Teleportation. Out of range. He did not even bother looking back. There was no time to track where those arrows would land. That was not his concern, survival was. The lips of Silva parted slightly, as she saw him reappear at a completely different point on the battlefield. Oh right, she said flatly. I forgot you could do that. For a heartbeat, she lowered her bow. Then her smile returned, smaller this time, sharper. Well, fine. Let us do it your way then. If you can dodge this, maybe I will be convinced you are worth the effort. Her irritation showed in the faint twitch of her lips, but her hands moved with unshaken precision. She drew the string again. 1 arrow shimmered into existence. Then 10. Then 100. The air shimmered as more of them materialized. 1,000 now, each spinning violently, each glowing with the same lethal pink lavender light. The sound of them was like a constant low howl, the hum of wind compressed into deadly points. In seconds, tens of thousands filled the sky. They were not clustered in one direction, they spread outward, covering every possible escape route. Above her, behind her, to her left, to her right, pointing toward his direction. If he moved forward, he would be skewered. If he tried to retreat, he would be torn apart. Even his teleportation could not help him if every space he could land in was already saturated with death. And still, the bow of Silva remained steady. She is trying to trap me completely, Razeal realized, his wings twitching instinctively. If she cannot match my speed, she will make speed irrelevant. The gaze of Silva narrowed, and a faint flush of satisfaction touched her cheeks. No, this is not enough, she murmured to herself. I am being far too light on you. Her voice dropped to an almost playful whisper. Maybe, a little more. The disc at the center of her bow flared, and the world responded. Buzz. The air itself vibrated, the sound deep enough to rattle in the chest of Razeal. Out of nowhere, fresh volleys of arrows began appearing. Dozens, hundreds, then thousands more. They filled the sky in every direction, blotting out the sunlight in a lavender haze. From a distance of kilometers, it would look like the heavens themselves had turned into a field of shimmering crystal spears. Hundreds of thousands of gale arrows, each one capable of stripping flesh from bone in an instant, all pointed toward him. The eyes of Razeal narrowed as he took in the scene before him. The sky was not just dotted with arrows anymore, it was buried under them. Every patch of open air in front of him had been swallowed by a swirling, deadly tapestry of pink lavender light. Each arrow spun with hurricane force, edges shimmering with compressed wind energy, so sharp it almost made the air bleed. And every single one was aimed at him. She is definitely pissed, he thought. Any one of those arrows, if placed right, could pierce through the hide of a high-ranked beast, even the kind that took armies to bring down. And Silva had not summoned dozens, or hundreds, or even thousands. There were hundreds of thousands. If she turned this power toward a city right now, entire castle walls would look like sieves before the defenders could even rally. Kingdom fortresses, proud stone giants that had stood for centuries, would be nothing but ruins littered with neat, precise holes. It was not just an attack anymore, it was an execution sentence. From where Razeal stood, it looked like a solid wall of densely packed pink particles, a storm front of death that was only waiting for the signal to break loose. And the sound was worse, the combined whine of each arrow spinning together, merging into an overwhelming, teeth-rattling roar. It was like standing next to the eye of a hurricane, knowing you were not in the calm, you were in the kill zone. Down below, the crowd shifted uneasily. Even seasoned warriors felt their throats dry up. Somewhere among the spectators, someone gulped audibly. Nancy wiped sweat from her forehead without realizing she was doing it, her gaze locked on the endless sky of light. Monstrous, as always, she muttered, her voice shaky. Then her eyes narrowed slightly, as if the thought she had next hurt to even consider. How is elder brother supposed to even be in the same generation as her, she whispered, her pupils trembling. Chapter 136. Some were openly staring with slack jaws, their minds struggling to process what they were seeing. Until this moment, everyone had a personal ceiling for how powerful someone could be, a private mental limit of what strong looked like. Silva had just shattered it, ground it to dust, and casually swept the remains away. They did not even need to know exactly how much damage each arrow could do. The speed alone made their imaginations run wild. If something could move that fast, it was already dangerous. For most in the arena, forming a single arrow of that complexity would require emptying their mana reserves, perfect elemental control, and unshakable focus. Even then, there was a good chance they would fail. And yet Silva had produced not one, not 10, but a swarm. The old saying went, quality over quantity. But what if you had both? Down below, conversations broke apart into hushed disbelief. Some spectators could not even manage words anymore. Silva did not care. She was not listening to the crowd. Her focus was on the man in front of her. Her eyes scanned the formation she had created, and a small frown tugged at her lips. Ah, there is still space for him to escape, she murmured to herself. The words were almost playful, though her voice carried the edge of irritation. Better cover it too, just a little. It would be embarrassing if he dodged again after all this, right? Her smile was thin now, forced. This was not about fun anymore, not entirely. This was about pride. This irritating man had already avoided more than she liked, and if she failed again, the humiliation would be in front of the entire empire. Yes, just a little. I will not go too far, she said, nodding to herself as if convincing her own restraint. Her fingers curled around the bowstring and pulled it back further until the energy around it thrummed dangerously. And then it happened. A ripple burst outward from her bow, like the sky itself had been punched. The air behind Razeal shifted. The sides shifted. Above him, below him, more arrows appeared. Everywhere. From every direction, east, west, north, south, even directly behind him, the pink lavender points of wind began forming in synchronized waves. What had once been hundreds of thousands was now tens of millions. They were not scattered lazily. They were tight-packed, so dense they resembled a rainstorm made of crystal light. Only, the raindrops were sharper than any sword, spinning at speeds that mocked the laws of nature. The density was so great that if one compared it to rainfall, it had more arrows than actual drops of water. Even the arena floor was not spared. At the feet of Razeal, levitating inches from the ground, identical arrows formed and aimed upward, spinning with predatory patience. He was surrounded, above, below, and on all sides. There was no space unclaimed, no breath of air that did not hum with killing intent. Tens of millions of a rank-level attacks. That was not a number anyone could even process anymore. And yet, here they were, all waiting for the release command. Nancy's mouth hung open, her eyebrows twitching as she tried to find words. Where the beep is she pulling all these arrows from? Her cunt. She did not even notice the words coming out of her own mouth. Her attention was fixed on the impossible scene unfolding above. Language, daughter. Arabella raised her brows in mild offense, casting a sideways glance at Nancy, who still stood frozen with her mouth wide open. The sky above had turned into a solid sheet of lavender light, and the earlier crude comment of Nancy clearly had not been part of the etiquette lessons her mother had drilled into her. She waited for some sort of recovery from her daughter, but Nancy remained transfixed, jaw slack. With a sigh, Arabella leaned back in her seat and lifted her gaze to the sky as well. This, she muttered under her breath, is why I hate Fairliths. Up above on the battlefield, Razeal tilted his head in every direction, eyebrows furrowing. Wow, she is even aiming at my ass. He looked up, then down, then to the sides. Everywhere he turned, there were more arrows forming. They were not just in front of him anymore. They surrounded him in a perfect 360-degree sphere. Some were even pointed from below, floating just above the ground, and aimed directly at Well. She really wants to put a hole in my ass. He made a disgusted face, lips curling in judgment as his gaze slid toward Silva. The eyes of Silva caught his expression, and her head tilted slightly. He is still making that face. Not scared, not crying. She blinked rapidly. Did I misjudge him? Her lips pressed into a thin line. Maybe I should increase the output more? Just a little, to be sure. It was the same energy as a spoiled child wondering if their prank needed more glitter. Girl. The voice came out of nowhere. It was airy, amused, and deeply unimpressed. He is just a kid. Calm down, will you? Silva paused mid-thought. Yes, I know, but I was just. The voice sighed. Nope, do not bully kids. Did we train you for this day just so you could bully kids? This is enough. Doing more would just be overreacting. The cheeks of Silva puffed slightly, like a child caught red-handed. They will say we raised you to be unreasonable if you keep this up, the voice continued, gentle but firm. Attack with what you have prepared. Know the age and gender of your enemy. We are not bullies, okay? Yes, I understand, she mumbled, pouting. Hey, the tone of Silva shifted, playful again as she called out, are you ready? Razeal did not answer immediately. His eyes swept the killing field around him, every sense alert, mind already calculating dozens of possible paths and finding none. Ready for what? He wanted to ask, but he bit it back. Somewhere deep inside, an uninvited, primal urge whispered to kill this woman. Good, Silva smiled, ignoring his silence. Now dodge. Then I will believe you. This is impossible, and if you still manage it, she smirked, I will give you a kiss. She winked once and let go of the bowstring. Buzz. The sound hit first. It was like the air itself had started to vibrate, an endless hum that clawed at the bones. And then motion. Every arrow fired simultaneously. From above, below, behind, and every side, they came in blinding streaks of lavender, each spinning so fast it looked like the air was tearing apart in their wake. Even the audience did not have time to blink. Inside that storm, the focus of Razeal sharpened to a razor edge. He did not waste a heartbeat watching the swarm approach. His eyes slid shut. His perception expanded outward, sensing the faintest disruptions in air pressure, the micro-vibrations each arrow produced. He reached the absolute peak of his flow focus, muscles coiling, every nerve screaming with readiness. And then he moved. His hands clapped once, twice, then hundreds of times in the space of a second. Each clap was not random. They were placed with surgical precision, bursts of sound and force, that created ripples in the air exactly where he needed them. Every clap altered the flow around him, shifting his body fractionally, tilting him out of one trajectory and into another. It was a dance, but one only he could follow, his movements threading perfectly through the microscopic spaces between annihilation and survival. Veer. A sharp tearing sound filled the air as the sky itself seemed to condense. From the outside, the sea of pink lavender arrows appeared to suddenly curve inward, sucked toward a central point where the sound rippled from. The light changed. The pale glow turned into a deep, dangerous magenta as the concentrated energy compressed toward impact. It did not take a second. Most spectators did not even see it happen. But Razeal felt every fraction of the moment. He flowed with the ripple, his own ripple weaving between death at impossible speed. At times, arrows passed within centimeters of his skin, the sheer force of their spin tugging at his clothes, threatening to shear through the fabric. The body of Razeal twisted midair, searching for the perfect spot to slip into. His instincts screamed that holding still for even a breath would mean death. Just as he settled into a safe angle, his senses flared. Another arrow, faster and meaner, was cutting straight into his escape route. Without hesitation, he adjusted. He flowed, not just moved, following the residual sound ripples of his own earlier claps, letting them guide him like invisible stepping stones. His momentum bent in unnatural arcs, his body folding into a strange, almost contorted posture. One arrow whistled past between his legs. Another slid by so close to his neck that the rush of wind burned his skin. Then another, and another. Each dodge was delicate to the point of absurdity, the kind of movement no normal human body should be able to execute, each one chained into the next with no pause to think. The sheer complexity of his calculations in that single, unbroken instant would have melted most brains. Even so, there were consequences. A few strikes kissed his skin. A graze here, a tearing line across his thigh there. Tiny flecks of flesh vanished, where the sharper passes made contact, the blood threatening to flow, but never quite having the chance. His S-rank healing activated instantly. Knitting wounds closed almost before they could form. The real damage was on his wings. Those massive shadow wings, each longer than his body, were pocked with gaping holes as the arrows punched through them again and again. Shadows bled away into the air, the ragged gaps looking almost skeletal for fleeting moments before the darkness bled back in, reforming the missing pieces. Razeal did not have the luxury of protecting them. His full attention stayed on keeping his body intact. The wings could take the punishment and repair themselves. His flesh could not. From the outside, it felt like the whole world had slowed down. To the spectators, the battle blurred into a storm of pink light and black shadow, too fast to track. Many gave up trying entirely. Their eyes simply could not follow what was happening. And then, in a single heartbeat, the sound began to fade. The vicious slicing of the air dulled, the hurricane hum collapsing into stillness. The sky cleared as the last of the lavender rain shot past its mark and vanished into the distance. Silva stood on her perch with a satisfied smile and then froze. Because there he was, high above, framed against the fresh blue sky. Razeal still floated. He bore small cuts along his thighs, across the tops of his feet, and a few lines at his shirt edges, but every serious strike had missed. Some had come close enough to leave blood on his skin, but there were no deep wounds, no shattered limbs, no collapse. His shadow wings looked like someone had taken a shotgun to them, but they were already filling in, dark tendrils knitting the holes shut. And his posture, he looked relaxed. Phew. Razeal exhaled, running one hand through his hair and pulling it back into a ponytail. The motion was casual, but his voice betrayed a flicker of nerves. That was just scary. Almost got a free haircut out of that. That would have been beeped up. On the ground, the mouth of Silva made a perfect "oh beat me." She was not used to seeing her attacks evaded, especially not that attack. The gaze of Razeal met hers. He had heard something she had said earlier and could not resist. A teasing smile curved his lips. So, where is my kiss now? He did not mean it, not seriously. But he enjoyed watching the tiny twitch in her expression, the way her eyes narrowed ever so slightly, her easy smile sharpening into something else. Oh, she said slowly, you are mistaken about something. Her irritation was subtle, but it was there. That was not a one-time attack, you see. Her bow tilted sideways. The movement looked harmless, almost lazy, until her fingers hooked the string again. The disc of pale lavender embedded at the center of the bow pulsed, a ripple of light flowing across its surface. That light surged into the weapon, running like molten silver along the lines of stone and shadow until the whole thing glowed with an almost painful brilliance. High above, the millions of arrows that had vanished into the horizon suddenly stopped. Instead, they began to turn back. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound was low at first, almost like an insect swarm in the distance. The ears of Razeal twitched. Slowly, he turned his head and saw it. The sky, no, the world was filling again with pink light. Millions of arrows reappeared, streaming from every direction he had sent them past. They did not just come straight this time. They zigzagged, their paths weaving like serpents, each one unpredictable, designed to destroy any escape pattern he might try to repeat. His face fell. I hate her, he muttered under his breath. Chapter 137. Silva's eyes narrowed, locked on the boy floating amidst the storm. If he can dodge even this, then what am I supposed to do next? Tens of millions of arrows shimmered in the sky, each one pulsed with condensed wind and light. They wove in unpredictable, jagged paths. It was not just a storm anymore. It was chaos incarnate. It was a living web of death. Even Silva herself could not imagine escaping such an onslaught. Each arrow had been fired at a slightly different trajectory, angled so no single dodge could cover more than one. They came from above, below, behind, and even curved back to strike from impossible directions. To dodge a handful was feasible. To dodge hundreds was already a miracle. But tens of millions? That was not just improbable. That was impossible. Her lips pressed into a thin line. The perception, the reaction time, the body control needed to move through this kind of net. No human should have that. And yet, she had seen him do the unthinkable once already. Still, her sharp eyes noticed something. She saw subtle details most would have missed in the blur of speed. That strange black energy. Those wings of shadow. Silva leaned forward. Her curiosity overpowered even her battle focus. Are you guys seeing this? She asked softly. She did not speak to anyone visible, but to the unseen presences lingering around her. What even is that? Those wings, that black element. Is it an affinity? A voice answered. We do not know either. We have never seen or heard of such a thing, even in all these thousands of years. But one thing is certain. Whatever that is, it is like us. Silva's eyes narrowed further. She did not know what to think. Her chin tilted slightly as she rubbed at it in thought. And I think he has healing abilities too, and natural ones at that. Do you see it? She said again. She rubbed her chin. Leave that. I am still more intrigued by this elemental affinity. Maybe I should visit our home and speak with the elders. They must know something about this. This is not a small matter if a new element exists, and we do not know about it. Other voices agreed in low tones, theorizing. Meanwhile, Razeal sighed. He did not look excited or intimidated. He just looked a little annoyed. His eyes flicked to the sky, where the pink arrows danced closer. Their zigzagging speed made it impossible to judge distance. One moment they seemed far, the next they were at his throat. No choice. I have to dodge them again. What a bother. The system's voice intruded sharply in his mind. Why do you not use your high-level shadow skills, host? Shadow storage, shadow space, shadow teleportation, even shadow invincibility. Use them, and this entire mess becomes meaningless. The system's tone carried a rare hint of irritation. It sounded like it was tired of watching him play with fire. Razeal's lips twitched. He almost laughed. No, he answered silently. No, remember what we did 3 days ago. Remember the plan. I am serious about this. The system hissed, but he continued. Our life does not end after this duel. This fight is nothing compared to what is ahead. If I reveal my cards here, in front of them, it will only disadvantage us later. His eyes hardened. They focused on the incoming light storm. I am not revealing my unique skills. Not here, or at least this time for sure. We are not even sure about that plan though. Maybe we will. So let us make sure the deck is hidden well. He would have said more, but the sky gave him no time. The arrows were already there. A razor of pink energy whistled past his cheek. It sliced a single strand of his hair. Another shot upward from below, ready to spear him through the spine. His body bent and contorted. Sound ripples guided him in impossible angles. He clapped, whistled, and snapped, anything to create his signature vibrations. He rode the waves of air like a man balancing on threads. But this time, it was not enough. These arrows were not uniform. They curved mid-flight, zigzagging, filling every gap his movements created. His perception could keep up. He could see every path clearly. But his body had nowhere to go. The storm was too tight. Too much. For the first time, Razeal raised his hand. Blood seeped from his palm. It dripped not downward but upward. It floated as though gravity had lost interest. Thick crimson drops hovered, swirling, spreading thin, until they formed a delicate ripple of liquid film above his skin. The crimson shimmered faintly, as if alive. Blood manipulation, Razeal muttered, almost to himself. His palm pulsed. It was coated in a thin veil of deep red, gleaming like polished glass. The first arrow struck. Instead of piercing, it touched. The crimson layer quivered like the surface of a pond. A ripple spread across it, absorbing the force. Then, with a twist of his wrist, Razeal redirected the arrow. He guided it past his shoulder. It zipped away harmlessly. Another arrow followed. His body twisted aside. His hand snapped up, brushing the shaft with a feather-light caress. The blood veil rippled again, and the path of the arrow bent. It was diverted away. And another. And another. Some he dodged. The rest he turned aside. The technique was delicate. It was risky. It was not brute force. He was not overpowering the arrows. He was using flow, precision, and the strange properties of blood. Surface tension combined with his sound ripples, layering control upon control. It was a dance of physics and magic, a dance of flow. Each movement demanded perfection. He needed the gentlest touch at exactly the right point, or he would be skewered instantly. His body twisted like liquid. He dodged left, then right. He flipped midair as his blood-coated palms brushed against the most dangerous strikes. He diverted them just centimeters from his flesh. From the ground, he was a blur of shadow and crimson light, weaving through a neon storm. Arrows zigzagged toward him from every conceivable angle, but none struck true. Some curved away mid-flight, as if repelled. Others skated harmlessly off invisible ripples of crimson. He was no longer just dodging. He was redirecting the storm itself. The lips of Silva parted. Her composure finally cracked. Her bow trembled ever so slightly as she watched the boy weave between the storm of arrows. He is a monster, she whispered. Disbelief flickered in her voice. Her mouth hung agape, eyes wide. It was one thing to expect him to dodge a few hundred, maybe 1,000. But this, tens of millions of arrows, each zigzagging unpredictably, from every possible angle, every direction at once. And he was still moving through them. He was redirecting the ones he could not dodge, slipping between the rest like water flowing through cracks. This is unimaginable, Silva murmured again. The words escaped without her realizing. Down below, the crowd of spectators was frozen. Most of them could not even comprehend what was happening. To their eyes, Razeal was little more than a blur of shadow and crimson flickers. He was surrounded by a neon storm of pink arrows. Some thought he had already been skewered dozens of times, but then realized he was still floating there, unbroken, untouched. The few who could see clearly, the knights, the higher-ranked mages, the elders, were pale. They were frozen in shock. Their faces betrayed a mixture of awe and terror. No one should be able to do this. Arabella leaned lazily against her seat. One hand draped over the carved armrest as though this battle were little more than a casual play for her amusement. Her eyes, however, glinted sharply as she observed the boy dancing with death in the sky. She smirked, then turned her head slightly to the side. "Daughter," she said casually, as if discussing the weather. "You should have a child with that boy." Nancy, seated beside her, stiffened instantly. Arabella's tone was light and unbothered as she continued. "He is not that bad. Physically, perceptively, he is the Dragoniverse type. It is fine if he does not have mana or aura. Whatever those skills of his are, they are already more than enough to impress me." Nancy blinked at her mother in sheer disbelief. Arabella's smirk widened. "I would not mind him as my son-in-law. He is almost the same age as you." And she tilted her head, eyes flicking upward. "He is good-looking too, just as you prefer. He has that virulent charm written all over his face. What do you say?" Nancy turned slowly to face her. Shock and awe from watching Razeal still lingered in her eyes. But her expression shifted rapidly into a deep frown. Her lips curled in disgust. "What are you talking about, mother?" she snapped. "Ew. I would not even in a million years let someone like him come near me. let alone touch me. Her voice rose sharply, her face twisted with anger. And have you lost your mind? He is a rapist. Nancy spat the word with venom. How dare you? Arabella waved a dismissive hand, interrupting the outrage of her daughter. Who cares? She said with a shrug. I mean, rapist. He did not succeed, did he? I mean, she shrugged. Nancy froze. Her eyes widened at the sheer casual cruelty of the words. Arabella leaned back, sighing with a mock weariness. Look at him. He does not even seem interested in girls anymore. And besides, she gave Nancy a sideways glance, her grin sharp. If you do not like him, you can always kill him after having the child. Does not everyone do that? Use a man for what you need, then toss him aside. The choice is yours. I am not saying you have to. I am just pointing out, his bloodline is priceless. The face of Nancy twisted further. Disbelief gave way to anger. You are disgusting. Arabella ignored her tone and pressed on. Her grin widened, her voice dipping lower, conspiratorial. He is the only living male person carrying the direct royal Virulin bloodline. Her eyes gleamed. Do you understand what that means? Do you know how impossible it is? The Virulins only ever have 2 children per generation in the main line. 2. No more. No less. Just to keep their bloodline pure, their power focused. And now, she chuckled softly. One of those children was cast out. Do you see? This is our chance. If we take him in, if our family acquires Virulin blood, we will become unstoppable. Arabella leaned back again. Her tone was almost casual, as her eyes glittered with ruthless intent. All the other Duke families celebrated when the Virulins weakened. With Razeal cast out and Nova left alone, their main line was doomed. Everyone thought it was over. Their destruction was inevitable. Her lips curled into a smirk. But here he is, alive, powerful, a perfect vessel for the next generation. The disgust of Nancy boiled over. Her hands clenched into fists. No. Her voice was sharp as a blade. No, I do not care about his bloodline. I do not care how strong or powerful he is. He is beneath me in character, mother. I am not like you. I am not barbaric. I do not use men like toys and discard them. Her lip curled in fury. I am not that vile. Not that filthy. Her eyes cut toward Arabella. They were filled with nothing but contempt. Oh, come now. Arabella rolled her eyes. It is not such a big deal. You could even train him from the start. Mold him to your liking. Think of the family's future. That is all this is. For the family. Nancy snapped. If you want his bloodline so badly, then do it yourself. The eyes of Arabella blinked slightly in amusement at the venom in the voice of her daughter. The lips of Nancy curled into a vicious glare. Yes, you. You have already had plenty of experience, have you not? So if this is so important to you, then you should do it. She pointed a finger directly at the face of her mother. Do not you dare push your disgusting fantasies on me. Her voice trembled with raw fury. You want him so badly? Go sleep with him yourself. For a moment there was silence. Then Arabella threw back her head and laughed. It was loud, rich, and utterly shameless. Ha, bold words, daughter, she said, still grinning. Maybe I will. Nancy turned her face away in disgust. She muttered under her breath. You are insane. Arabella only smirked wider. Her eyes returned to the sky where Razeal danced amidst death. Above them, the expression of Razeal soured as he twisted past another cluster of zigzagging arrows. He redirected those that came too close with his blood-coated palms. His patience was thinning. This is getting boring, he muttered under his breath. His tone was laced with annoyance. Even as arrows ripped through the air around him, his voice was steady, almost irritated. Annoying. His eyes narrowed as another streak of pink light tore across the sky toward him. His body tilted effortlessly. He flowed past the deadly arrow. But even as he dodged, a thought surfaced in his mind. I think maybe using one skill will not be such a big deal. The decision settled in him. He raised one hand above the other. The upper palm was angled slightly so that it blocked the light from above. In doing so, a faint shadow fell across his lower hand. The lips of Razeal curved faintly. Slowly, deliberately, he clasped both hands together, as though seizing the darkness itself. His fingers tightened. He pressed into the intangible. He dragged it taut as if pulling on an unseen fabric. The shadow quivered, stretched, then bent under his will. And then he pulled. The darkness between his palms expanded outward in a ripple. It spread in a circular shape. It was thin and flexible like cloth, until it became a disc suspended between his hands. Its edges shimmered faintly. They rippled with unstable energy. Shadow storage, he whispered. The words vanished almost instantly in the roar of battle. Shadow storage. Use shadow to store items and objects. Items stored within will maintain their exact physical state at the time of storage. Size of the storage depends on the user's proficiency with shadow affinity. Razeal held the circular sheet of darkness in front of him just as another pink arrow screamed toward his chest. It struck dead center. But instead of piercing flesh, the arrow vanished the instant it touched the black disc. There was no explosion, no resistance, just the faint ripple of shadow waves spreading outward, as though a pebble had been dropped into still water. The deadly projectile was gone. It was consumed. And Razeal felt it. The arrow was still there. It was not destroyed, but contained. It was suspended in the abyss of his storage. He could sense its weight, its velocity, and its perfect preserved motion, waiting to be released. His lips curved in a sharper smile. Far below, where the Colosseum walls stretched high and cast long shadows across the arena floor, one pool of darkness rippled unnaturally. And then, buzz. A pink streak exploded upward from the shadow. It erupted with the exact speed and force it had carried a moment before. The arrow cut the air like lightning. It appeared directly beneath the feet of Silva. Its speed was absurd. Its trajectory was merciless. It was an unavoidable strike. The eyes of Silva widened. Her instincts screamed. At the last instant, the ground beneath her surged. It formed a razor-thin shield of earth just under her solace. Boom. The arrow slammed into the earthen layer with a thunderous impact. The force rattled the air. A shockwave rippled outward. It sent a gust of dust and wind exploding in all directions. But the thin shield did not crumble. Not a single crack marred its surface. And when the light cleared, the arrow was gone. It was dispersed into nothingness. Silva blinked down at her feet. Confusion flashed across her features. The shield crumbled back into soil. It disappeared into the air. She searched for traces of what had just happened, but the arena floor looked untouched. How? She thought. Her mind was racing. How did my own arrow attack me? The answer came before she could fully process the question. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 10 more arrows erupted almost simultaneously. Each one burst from the shadows below and screamed upward at different angles. The eyes of Silva narrowed. With a sharp gesture, the ground beneath her solidified once more. It formed a dome-like barrier around her lower body. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows crashed against the earthen shield in rapid succession. They detonated into shockwaves that shook the air and blasted outward in waves of pressure. Dust lifted in clouds. Wind howled. But the shield of Silva held. Still, her brows furrowed. Her gaze snapped downward. She caught it this time. The subtle shimmer of blackness where the arrows emerged. Not from the ground itself. From the shadows. Her lips parted. A whisper escaped. Shadow. Her eyes shot upward to Razeal. Her suspicions solidified in an instant. The arrows were not being blocked. They were not being destroyed. They were disappearing. Her sharp gaze locked on the black wings stretched from his back, and more specifically, on the strange, thin sheet of shadow he occasionally conjured before his body. Every time her arrows struck that darkness, they vanished. And now, they were reappearing beneath her. He was catching them, somehow disappearing in it, and somehow teleporting to a different location. The teeth of Silva clenched. Arg, you are so beeping annoying. Why are you beeping with me? She shouted. Her composure cracked. Her breathing quickened as frustration boiled over. She had thought she understood his limits. She had thought that sheer overwhelming firepower would crush him. Yet he kept slipping through, irritating her. All right, she hissed. Her voice dripped with venom. I give up. I will not hold back anymore. Her hand darted to the ring on her finger. With a sharp pull, she drew forth another disc. This one was a deep, dark brown. Its surface was engraved with jagged lines that seemed to pulse faintly with earthy energy. Her gaze hardened. Without hesitation, she set the new disc atop the pink one already fitted into her bow. As the two locked together with a soft click, the air around her trembled. Rumble. The space itself seemed to groan, as if the earth beneath the Colosseum were waking. The bow in her hands pulsed with raw power. The air beneath her feet vibrated in response. Silva exhaled. Her eyes were cold and merciless. You wanted to play with me? Fine. Then suffer the damn consequences too. Chapter 138. The instant Silva fitted the brown disc onto her bow, the air shifted. Buzz. A low vibration rippled outward, like a drop of water disturbing a still lake. Razeal, who had been dodging arrows effortlessly through the air, slowed his movements as the sensation reached him. Something big and dangerous was happening. The disc pulsed once, then again, and suddenly the space around Silva twisted. Crack, crackle. From the center of the disc, thick wooden barks and long, twisting vines burst forth, as though an entire forest had been hidden inside that single object. Saplings and roots sprouted, growing with unnatural speed, wrapping and winding around the figure of Silva in an ever-expanding spiral. The disc was no longer just an artifact. It was a vortex, pulling from some impossible storage, releasing an endless tide of ancient wood. Razeal hovered midair, his shadow wings beating lightly as he watched. For a rare moment, his calm gaze wavered. The pink arrows that had been screaming toward him a heartbeat ago were gone, dispersed into nothing as Silva redirected all her focus. His body stilled. He was not dodging now. He was watching. The spectacle was overwhelming. Crackle, crack, crackle. The sound of splitting bark thundered through the arena, echoing against the Colosseum walls. The vines thickened into towering trunks, bending and groaning as if alive. Down below, the spectators could hardly believe their eyes. Nancy leaned forward, her lips parting slightly as her voice slipped out in a breathless whisper. I am so jealous. Do you see that? I wish I had that amount of mana. Her brows twitched upward, her envy raw and unmasked. She could feel it. The mana was so dense it pressed against her skin, dancing in the air, brushing her cheeks like waves of invisible wind. It was suffocating yet intoxicating. All around the capital, mana rippled, as though Silva had become its center of gravity. Arabella only crossed her arms, her golden eyes narrowing slightly as she gazed upward with a lazy, knowing smile. Not hers, she commented softly, her voice carrying an edge of amusement. Nancy barely heard her, still staring skyward. Her throat bobbed as she swallowed. Just look at that wood, the quality. It is almost like platinum wood from the ancient forests. Even if I threw everything I had at it, I doubt I could leave a scratch. Her awe was edged with something else, fear and fury at herself for feeling weak just looking at that. Arabella chuckled, unbothered. She wants protection. That is why she is doing this. Her wind attacks are strong, and maybe she wants to make them stronger, yes. But her body is too fragile to withstand the backlash. Fearlith bloodlines always carry that curse. Immense power in mana and elements, but their bodies are like porcelain. So she shields herself with wood. Practical. Nancy turned her head, scowling slightly at the casual tone of her mother, but Arabella was not finished. She tilted her chin, her voice laced with a mocking sort of curiosity. If their bodies were like dragon weavers, unbreakable, indestructible, I cannot imagine how terrifying they would be. But no one is built perfect, are they? Her lips curled into a smile, enjoying the chaos far more than she should. Back in the air, Razeal hovered silently, observing as the structure around Silva grew. Her bow trembled once, then began to shift. The vines fused together, thickening, stretching upward as though trying to scrape the heavens. The discs embedded within pulsed with light, swelling, growing larger and larger until their size became ridiculous. The bow itself expanded alongside them, twisting and referging into something monstrous. The sky darkened. Even the lips of Razeal twitched slightly as he drifted backward, his body instinctively moving hundreds of meters away to keep the growing structure in his vision. And then he saw it. Where Silva had once floated gracefully, now stood a giant. The wooden titan almost finished forming with a thunderous crack that shook the entire Colosseum. A colossal humanoid figure of wood towered above, its body made of entwined trunks and ancient bark, shaped into the form of a woman. In its hand, it held a bow, enormous, absurd, its size rivaling entire buildings. From its back stretched radiant wings of pink energy, their span so vast they blotted out the horizon behind her. The sheer size made no sense. Razeal craned his neck upward, his gaze climbing higher and higher, his mind struggling to process the scale. This thing, he muttered under his breath. It is 300 times bigger than Glaciamite. The name of the colossal beast he had once faced slipped from his lips unconsciously, a point of comparison for something that dwarfed even his past horrors. Down below, the spectators went silent. The noise of the arena died completely as the shadow of the Titan fell over them. The Colosseum, once bright and filled with excitement, was now drowned in darkness. A collective sound spread through the stands. Gulp. Hundreds, thousands of throats swallowed at once as the sheer scale of the manifestation of Silva bore down on them. For a moment, it felt as though the presence of the giant alone might crush them. From the ground, the spectators could now see every detail of the colossal wooden figure towering above them. The polished surface gleamed under the light, each curve of its immense legs and feet carved with unnerving precision, as though it were not summoned but sculpted by master artisans of the divine. Even its wooden dress carried the likeness of flowing fabric, the grain of the bark forming elegant patterns across the form of the giant woman. The pink wings unfurled behind its back, glowing with radiant energy, their size so vast they seemed capable of blotting out the horizon. The crowd below could only gape, their necks straining, as they tilted their heads higher and higher, the shadow of the statue swallowing the entire Colosseum. And inside, within the chest of the statue, Silva stood at its heart. Her hands were clasped together tightly, her eyes closed in concentration. Around her, streams of vibrant green aura pulsed outward in waves, each ripple so dense with mana that the very air quivered. Her long sky-green hair floated freely behind her, weightless, pulled upward by the violent tide of energy. Within the hollow chamber where she stood, small plants began to bloom spontaneously. Tiny saplings sprouted from cracks in the wood, their leaves glowing faintly, as if drinking directly from the overwhelming well of mana surrounding her. Her expression was calm, but the tension in her clasped fingers betrayed the effort it took to maintain control. For 2 long seconds, she poured everything into shaping the form. The unfinished head of the giant creaked and shuddered before finally snapping into place with a booming crack. The eyes of Silva opened. A green sapphire glow spilled from them, lighting the chamber with an ethereal brilliance. And then, with a smirk tugging at her lips, she spoke softly. The Druid Plateau Colossus, the Verdant Sentinel. The name itself carried weight, vibrating through the wood like a declaration. But suddenly, inside her mind, another voice came, sharp and chiding. Aren't you just overreacting now? There was no need to summon a construct of this level. These are weapons reserved for war, girl. Actual wars. Do you even realize where you are? If you fall, if this thing collapses, you will bring ruin to tens of thousands of innocents. You could destroy part of the capital of the empire with one mistake. Silva blinked, feigning innocence. What do you mean, overreacting? I was only protecting myself. Did you not see? That boy, he attacked me with some weird method from another angle. What if I had missed? My body is not strong. My physical abilities are just average. I could have been seriously injured. I am just being safe. The voice snapped back, dripping with irritation. Safe. Safe. You call this safe? You have conjured a war-class colossus in the middle of a city. You could have just made a thin dome of wood or earth around yourself and been fine. Even those attacks of yours cannot even scratch that. This is absurd. Silva puffed her cheeks and whistled, her tone dismissive. Yes, I was going to make a dome, but well, my hand slipped. Yes, that is it. My hand slipped. She nodded rapidly as if convincing herself of the excuse. So it just got a little bigger than intended. The voice trembled with anger. You. Another voice chimed in suddenly, full of frustration. See, what did I tell you all? I said not to spoil her, but no one listened. And now look what she is doing. A different voice answered, dismissive and calm. It is not a big deal. It is just a statue. Why are you whining like a child? The argument spiraled, voices overlapping, bickering with one another. Silva tilted her head, pretending she was not listening at all. She hummed softly, turning her gaze aside, her smirk returning as though she were innocent of any wrongdoing. But outside the statue, Razeal was not wasting time. Oh, do you really think anyone cares about this nonsense? He muttered under his breath. His voice was calm, but his eyes had sharpened. In the next instant, his wings flared open. With a sudden snap, his body blurred into motion, a streak of shadow hurtling straight toward the chest of the statue. He had already pinpointed her presence inside. His hand moved with practiced ease, drawing forth his blade. A weapon forged entirely of shadow took shape, the black saber radiating a faint, rippling darkness. Tectonic 2.0. His whisper was swallowed by the wind as he funneled energy into the strike. Boom. The impact thundered as his blade crashed against the polished wood of the giant. The shockwave rippled outward, kicking up dust, rattling the walls, and forcing spectators to shield their eyes just from the shockwave of airflow. But Razeal froze. His sword had not left so much as a scratch. He pulled back slightly, staring at the unblemished surface, his lips parting in disbelief. What the? Just how hard is this thing? He did not have the luxury to finish the thought. A pulse of danger screamed in his instincts. Without hesitation, he jerked his blade back, twisting his body into a defensive stance. His wings snapped to shield his sides. Boom. The retaliatory strike slammed into him with monstrous force. A shockwave ripped through the air, flattening the arena floor beneath. Dust exploded in every direction as the body of Razeal was sent crashing downward. Crash. The ground erupted as he smashed into it, leaving a crater at the center of the Colosseum floor. Choking dust and broken stone billowed upward in a thick cloud, swallowing his figure. The crowd gasped, the thunder of his impact reverberating through their bones. Above, the colossal statue shifted. The verdant sentinel, towering like a deity, pulled its massive wooden arm back, joints creaking as if mountains themselves were moving. Its shadow fell across the entire Colosseum, making the audience shrink in their seats. From within the chest, the laughter of Silva echoed, amplified by the hollow chamber around her. Ha ha ha. Did you really think that just because something is big, it would be slow? She sneered, her green eyes glimmering with amusement, as she gazed down at the crater where the body of Razeal had struck. Her tone was playful, but her words carried the confidence of a predator. Inside the Colossus, she was not limited by her own fragile body. She did not have to restrain herself anymore. The material she was wielding was ancient, dense, reinforced by mana far beyond what ordinary wood could bear. The speed, the strength, the destructive force, it was all magnified to terrifying extremes. He has no chance, Silva whispered, almost to herself, her lips curling into a smirk. And it will be painful as hell, right? Can he even still stand? She did not care to hold back anymore. She did not know. Razeal himself gave her the confidence. Maybe he really would not die, even if she got rough. Until now, he had not gone down, even when she tried to hurt him. So now, most likely, even if she pushed harder, he would still find a way out of it. Below, dust and rubble spiraled from the point of impact where the body of Razeal had crashed into the arena floor. The murmur of the crowd grew louder, a ripple of uncertainty spreading across the seats. Some stood, craning their necks, desperate to see if he would rise. Among them was Selena. The breath of the young holy saintess caught the moment she sensed Razeal slam into the ground. Her body stiffened, and before she realized it, she was already half risen from her seat. Her fingers twitched, glowing faintly as if she were about to summon miracle magic. Her eyes, wide and frantic, searched the arena floor through the haze of smoke. Her chest clenched painfully. She wanted to run to him, but before she could move further, a large hand pressed firmly on her shoulder, forcing her back into her seat. Sit down, daughter. The voice of her father was calm, unyielding. She froze, torn between defiance and obedience. Her lips trembled, her heart screamed at her to go, to do something, but his grip anchored her. Slowly, reluctantly, she sat back down, her gaze never leaving the battlefield. Inside the private chamber of the virulent family, another storm brewed. Nova paced restlessly, her long coat brushing against her legs as she circled the room like a predator in a cage. Her normally expressionless face was cracked now with something sharper, a tension that reached even her cold purple eyes. The booming crash from outside made her pause. She turned her head toward the window, the muffled sound of stone shattering echoing faintly through the walls. Her throat tightened. All right, that is it, she whispered, her voice like ice. I am killing that bitch. Her tone was flat, almost casual, but the chill in it was lethal. For a brief moment, her stoic facade faltered. She looked toward the arena, though the thick clouds of dust obscured everything. She could not see him, not clearly, but she did not need to. She could feel it, the weight of that hit, the violent impact that would have rattled every bone in his body. Her fingers were twitching to do something. She remembered the cuts he had taken earlier. To anyone else, they had seemed minor, mere scratches. But she knew better. His body felt pain 40,000 times more intensely than normal. A small scratch could be enough to make someone take their own life, just to escape the agony. And those cuts, they were cruel, inhumane. Yet Razeal had not flinched. Not even a twitch of pain crossed his face, as if he could not feel it at all. But she was not stupid. Her analysis had been thorough. There was no spell dulling his pain, no trick hiding his nerves. His nervous system was fully active, so his body was feeling every single strike. He was suffering. She was sure of that. So why did he not show it? And the hit just now, it had not been light. It must have shaken his bones, rattled through his organs, tearing through muscles and sinew. That kind of pain would have been unimaginable. She bit her nails without realizing it, the sharp taste of iron filling her mouth. Her cold eyes gave nothing away, but inside, her stomach churned. Remembering every strike he took was like a blade cutting into her. Yeah, she was shocked at his performance. She was impressed by his skills and combat experience, by the speed of his movement, by the precision of his perception. She was even curious about the strange black element he wielded. It made her curious, intrigued even. Though she would never admit it, she felt a strange excitement, even butterflies in her stomach. But none of that mattered as much as the suffering he endured. That, above all, consumed her thoughts, though her face remained cold, expressionless. To anyone else, she looked unaffected. At last, she turned toward the window. Her hand drifted unconsciously to her waist, fingers curling around the hilt of her sword. The cool leather pressed against her palm as her decision solidified. Once again, my lady, a calm, firm voice interrupted. The matriarch ordered that no one shall interfere in this match. Forgive my rudeness, but you cannot. Nova froze mid-step. A tall woman with flowing dark purple hair appeared behind her, square glasses glinting under the faint candlelight. She carried herself with the poised dignity of a scholar, yet her presence pressed into the chamber like a silent wall. Her hands were clasped neatly behind her back, her tone respectful, but unyielding. This is the third time you have attempted to intervene, Marcella. Nova slowly turned her head, her expression unchanged, but her lips curved upward in a distorted smile that nearly cracked her cold mask. Her purple eyes glowed faintly as they locked onto the calm gaze of Marcella. Marcella adjusted her glasses with deliberate care, her own voice steady. Apologies, my lady, but orders are orders. I cannot allow you to disobey, and I believe you should let him. Young master, Nova corrected coldly, her voice like the edge of a blade. Marcella paused, then inclined her head. Yes, young master. Please, allow young master to finish. I believe young master would be deeply dissatisfied if you interfered. And if you truly wish to build a connection with young master, to start on the right foot, I would not recommend cutting this match short. It would be a poor beginning for a bond you clearly desire. Her words were professional, smooth, yet piercing. She knew precisely which string to pull. The eyes of Nova bore into her. Many seconds passed. Silence stretched. Finally, her hand slid from the hilt of her sword, the faint rasp of steel sliding back into its sheath whispering in the chamber. All right, Nova murmured, her tone still icy. But the next time you dare to stop me, I will kill you. Chapter 139. All right, Nova murmured, her tone still icy. But the next time you dare to stop me, I will kill you. Marcella bowed her head slightly, her calm never breaking. Understood, my lady. Back in the arena, the body of Razeal ached as he pulled himself from the cracked stone floor, dusting off his tattered clothes. His breathing was heavy, but his eyes burned with an unshakable fire. He looked up at the towering wooden colossus floating above. Its pink wings cast a colossal shadow across the Colosseum. It was less like a statue and more like a fortress the size of a skyscraper. His lips twitched into a grin. I guess size really does matter, if the material is the same damn hard. He glanced down at his black shadow saber. Its surface flickered faintly. His strike, Tectonic Flow 2.0, had been powerful enough to split small mountains. Yet, the polished wooden surface of the colossus did not even bear a scratch. The sword trembled faintly in his hand, cracks threatening along its edge. This is weak, he muttered, narrowing his eyes at the blade. If I am going to push my flow any further, I will need something stronger, something that will not shatter under its own power at least. Then, suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. His lips curled upward into a wide, dangerous grin. Oh, and I know just the way, he said. Above, the enormous wooden colossus floated like a god towering over mortals. Its massive presence pressed down on every soul present. The entire Colosseum lay under its shadow. But then, the shadow began to move. Just as Razeal said these words, the darkness flickered. It was subtle at first, like a mirage, then stronger. It rippled as though the shadows themselves had drawn breath. Across the arena floor, the edges of every shade began to writhe. Black tendrils rose up like smoke. The air grew heavy, oppressive, and unnatural. Host, the system voice cut in. It trembled with rare urgency. I do not think that is a good idea. Using shadow at that level will drain your mana at a terrifying rate. Razeal only chuckled under his breath, ignoring the warning. Oh, whatever. This is going to be fun. He slammed his foot against the ground, releasing a pulse of flow that made the stone beneath him crack. His injuries knitted closed instantly. Shadows threaded across his body like liquid armor. Then, the arena itself erupted. All at once, the darkness covering the Colosseum surged upward like a tidal wave. A river of shadow, thick as ink and cold as night, rose from every corner. It twisted and writhed into the sky. The crowd gasped, their screams drowned by the roar of surging shadows. It was as though the Colosseum itself had been swallowed into an abyss. The shadows swelled. Liquid blackness rose high into the air. It writhed like an ocean come alive. It clung to Razeal, spreading over his body until every inch of him was covered. His form disappeared beneath the swirling mass of darkness, consumed by it entirely. And then, boom, a silent pulse erupted outward from him. An invisible shockwave of raw dark mana burst across the arena, rippling like water disturbed by a stone. The wave spread wider and wider until it touched every corner of the Colosseum. It sent shivers down spines, rattled bones, and stirred whispers of confusion among the audience. What was that? One spectator gasped, clutching their chest. It felt wrong, another murmured, eyes darting as if searching for the source. Most were bewildered, but not Arabella. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. A flicker of sharp calculation gleamed within them. Beside her, Nancy stiffened. Did you feel that weird energy, mother? She asked, her tone hushed and uneasy. Arabella did not answer immediately. She simply stared ahead, her lips pressed in a thin line. Her eyes locked on the storm of shadows boiling at the center of the arena. She did not know other, honestly. Down on the arena floor, the body of Aryan twitched. He had been sprawled across the ground in a haze of agony, his consciousness fraying at the edges. But when that shockwave passed through him, his mind jerked awake. His eyes opened slowly, unfocused at first, but then widened in disbelief. His battered body screamed with unrelenting pain, yet the energy pulling at his senses was so alien it forced his mind back to awareness. Elsewhere, Selena paused mid-step. A chill ran down her spine as she pressed a hand to her chest. What an ominous energy, she whispered under her breath. Her sensitivity to anything except white mana was unparalleled. This energy was not just dark, it was wrong. It carried a weight, a repulsion so deep that her body itself recoiled instinctively. Back inside the chamber of Virilyn, even Nova, mid-conversation with Marcella, stopped cold. Her sharp eyes snapped to the side as her senses prickled. She felt the sudden eruption of that unseen force like a dagger grazing her skin. Her usual cold demeanor faltered for just a second. Her lips tightened as her gaze turned toward the arena. Marcella, standing behind her, adjusted her glasses with a faint, troubled frown. Even her calm demeanor wavered for a heartbeat. And in the royal viewing chamber, oh, now this is getting more and more interesting. Celestia leaned forward in her seat. Her chin rested on her interlaced fingers. Her eyes narrowed with interest. Just how many more things are you hiding? Her gaze sharpened as she studied Razeal in the middle of that writhing, living shadow. Did you have this since childhood? If so, did you hide it from everyone? Or is it just some opportunity you gained from another dimension? She frowned, deep in thought. Down below, the shadow tide thickened. The once fluid darkness condensed. It grew heavier and denser until it resembled a black liquid with impossible weight. Thick tendrils writhed like serpents, lashing outward before curling back, wrapping around Razeal, as though eager to consume their master. It was like staring into an ocean of ink, unending, suffocating, and alive. Slowly, the shadows began to gather. They rose higher and higher, climbing toward the heavens. At first it was a whirlpool, spiraling with eerie precision, then a column, a pillar of condensed darkness pushing skyward. It was supported by a massive pillar of shadow that connected it to the ground. The sight was otherworldly. The enormous ball of ink churned and rippled, ever shifting. It was impossible to tell whether the pillar below was feeding into it, or if the sphere itself was melting downward in rivers of blackness. Either way, it was endless, never ceasing, never still. The audience could only stare, their jaws slack, their eyes wide with awe and terror. Murmurs turned into gasps, and gasps into horrified silence. They did not understand it. None of them did. All they knew was that this sight was wrong. Shadows were not supposed to move like this. They were not supposed to breathe, to ripple, or to twitch like living creatures. Yet before them, the black mass writhed with a life of its own. Threads and tentacles curled, swirled, and wriggled within. The sheer alienness of it gnawed at the mind. It was terrifying, revolting, and unexplainable. And still it grew. The sphere swelled larger. Its surface warped and stretched until, at last, it began to shift. Slowly, steadily, its shape twisted into something recognizable. A torso, limbs, wings. The audience followed its metamorphosis with horrified fascination. The monstrous sphere of shadow reformed into a humanoid figure, colossal and towering, as if a god of night itself had stepped into their world. First came the wings. Vast, jagged, and blacker than midnight, they spread across the sky, blotting out what little light remained. Then the body took shape. Broad shoulders encased in armor, heavy plates covering every inch of its towering form. The armor itself was designed like that of a samurai, ancient and imposing, yet unlike any metal known to men. This was no steel. It was shadow solidified, darkness so dense it absorbed every hint of light, devouring it greedily. Finally, the head took shape. A helmet, curved and jagged, like the mask of a demon. No face, only void. And it was still growing. Way. The broken groan came from Aryan. Still sprawled on the arena floor, his battered body shaking with agony, he stared upward in mute disbelief. Pain racked his limbs, but even pain could not overshadow the horror of the sight above him. His voice broke, his mouth hanging open as if the words had been stolen from him. Above, two giants loomed in the sky, almost as if about to fall on him. The wooden colossus of Silva, radiant with pink wings and divine grandeur, and now this. A titan of darkness, born from shadow, armored like a demon lord, rising to match her in size. Nancy could only gape, her mouth dry, her voice failing her. She had never in her life seen anything like it. The size, the aura, the overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. It was on par with the Colossus of Silva. And she heard no words from Aryan. Her heart thundered in her chest. How is this possible? She whispered, barely realizing the words left her lips. Arabella, meanwhile, remained composed. She leaned back casually, her arms folding over her chest as she whistled low, totally ignoring the gasp of her son. Well, this lad keeps surprising me. Her eyes gleamed with genuine intrigue. I wonder how he is pulling this off without even a trace of mana. Her gaze narrowed, recalling the strange ripple she had felt moments ago. Is it tied to that energy I sensed? That shockwave? She tilted her head, yawning as if the entire spectacle was only mildly amusing to her. And just what in the world was that? The two giants now faced each other in the sky, their colossal presences eclipsing everything else. One a goddess of wood, radiant and ancient. The other a demon of shadow, armored in darkness. The mouth of Silva fell open, her lips forming an involuntary "oh" as her eyes widened in disbelief. Before her, rising tall into the heavens, was a giant of shadows just as massive as her own wooden colossus. No, even larger. The realization struck her like a blow. Did not expect he could do that, she muttered under her breath, forcing herself back to her senses. Her brows rose high as she studied the towering silhouette of darkness, a figure that radiated the same overwhelming pressure as her own creation. Her gaze sharpened. Size is not everything, she reminded herself. Narrowing her eyes, she tilted her head slightly. So is it durable? Even as the words left her lips, the great bow clutched in the wooden hands of her giant began to twist and shift. Groaning like bending trees, the weapon morphed. Its sleek arc split and rearranged into something new. The carved discs, once mounted across the body of the bow, slid with a grinding snap into the side of the handle, fusing seamlessly. The weapon grew longer, denser, harder, transforming into a massive blade carved of living wood, radiating a raw, earthen strength. Her colossus, Wudzod, wasted no time. With one smooth movement, Silva swung the enormous wooden sword down toward the shadow giant before her. The air cracked with the force. The swing was so mighty it ripped a gale across the Colosseum, a storming wind that hurled spectators from their seats. Some tumbled to the ground, others clung desperately to railings, and many were forced to bow their heads, unable to withstand the pressure. The sheer weight of the strike was enough to bend necks and crush lungs, even before the sword could land. And then, thud. A deep, resounding shock rippled through the arena. The colossal blade, heavy as mountains, was stopped mid-swing. The shadow giant had raised its own sword, a weapon forged entirely of condensed darkness, and blocked the strike head-on. The impact sent a shudder through the sky itself, and yet, the creation of Razeal only slid backward a few paces. Its feet dragged against the air, as if skating upon invisible ground. The sword of shadows held firm, refusing to break. Inside the darkness, Razeal himself smirked faintly, his voice echoing low within the void. First-time ride. I do not have much experience with things this big. His tone was laced with both amusement and exhilaration. Across from him, the brows of Silva shot higher. "Oh, it can block it?" she muttered, unable to disguise her surprise. Her shock was justified. That one swing had carried the weight of 100,000 tons of wood. If she wished, she could cleave through mountains, slice forests into pieces, or even raise cities to ash with such a strike. Yet this shadow colossus, this bizarre construct of liquid black, had stopped it with nothing more than a blade of darkness. Even if it had slid back, the sheer fact that it remained intact was absurd. "Oh, I am feeling the power," Razeal whispered within the core of the giant. Around him, thick streams of shadow swirled endlessly, a living current that pressed against his body like viscous liquid. The shadows clung to him, not as if burdened by his presence, but as if they delighted in it, rejoicing and trembling with excitement at his command. But alongside the exhilaration came an ache. His brow furrowed as he felt the shadows hungrily devouring his energy. It is consuming mana like mad, he thought, sharp and calculating even amid the clash. The larger the form, the more it needs. If I keep this up, I will be drained dry before long. I need to finish her quickly. A glint of resolve sharpened in his darkened eyes. And this is the perfect chance to use flow. Razeal had not forgotten his true purpose. His lips curled into a faint grin. Now that he was controlling a body of such vast size, his weapon too was grander. The shadow-forged sword stretched long and wide, its surface dense and unyielding, a perfect vessel for flow. He no longer needed to hold back. Drawing deep upon the endless shadows around him, Razeal leaned forward, his colossal form rippling with power. He pushed against the blade of Silva, his strength pouring into his weapon. The shadow sword surged, humming with dark resonance as he pressed forward. The eyes of Silva narrowed. Her mouth twitched in reluctant admiration as she felt the strain pushing back against her. The very air crackled with pressure, thunderous snaps echoing around them. Her colossal sword trembled under the weight of his retaliation. "Impressive," she whispered, voice almost lost beneath the storm. "I thought it would be hollow, just a big body with nothing inside. But this strength, it is real hard. It is definitely dangerous if hit." She pushed harder, testing him, feeling the resistance like a duelist gauging the skill of her opponent. But in that instant, crack. The shadow sword suddenly vanished from its locked position. Razeal had pulled back. Silva blinked in shock as her entire body lurched forward. Momentum dragged her colossus toward the shadow giant. Her strength, applied so forcefully, now betrayed her. She stumbled in her massive wooden body, her balance faltering as the gap between them closed. And then the voice of Razeal thundered through the air. "Take this, the tectonic slash." The shadow giant crouched low, its massive frame bending with terrifying precision. Its sword, coiled with unnatural darkness, lowered to the ground. Then, in one swift, brutal motion, it cleaved upward, a slash so immense it split the air itself. Razeal had unleashed but a fraction, a millionth of the true tectonic flow. And yet, even that fragment was devastating beyond reason. Boom! The world exploded. The wood cracked, splitting beneath the pressure of the strike. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, shaking wind, wood, and everything alike. The shadow blade tore upward, slamming into the colossus of Silva with catastrophic force. Crayock! A sharp, shattering sound filled the arena as the impact drove into the core of her wooden giant. Splinters the size of houses erupted outward, raining down across the Colosseum like hail. The force was so immense that her wooden titan, her proud colossus, was hurled skyward. Whoosh! It rose higher, as though blasted by the impact of a meteorite. Wind rushed downward, a gale so strong it might flatten the spectators below. Dust and debris swirled, the earth trembling beneath the sheer might of the clash. The once proud wooden colossus soared helplessly into the sky, a victim of overwhelming strength. No one had time to react. The strike landed before most spectators could even register what had happened or what was still happening. Only a handful of people truly understood. Inside her chamber, Celestia was the first to sense it. Her perception stretched far beyond ordinary time, and in that moment, everything around her slowed. The world itself seemed to hold its breath. Her eyes narrowed. Her lips formed the faintest frown. "Oh no," she whispered softly, her voice like silk in the silence of her chamber. Without hesitation, without wasting even the fraction of a heartbeat, she snapped her fingers. Shield of absolute platinum. Her tone was gentle, calm as a drifting petal, but the power that answered shook the heavens. In that instant, before the shockwave could descend, before the airflow could scythe across the Colosseum, before the capital below could be damaged or even feel a ripple of the shockwave, a radiant glow washed outward. A platinum shimmer, thin as glass yet infinite in depth, stretched across the capital city of the Empire of Etherion. It appeared faster than the human eye could process. It was faster than the wind itself. A barrier of translucent platinum curved over the city, sealing the whole capital beneath its protective embrace. And then, boom! The explosion hit. The impact slammed into the shield with such force that the very world seemed to cry out. The platinum dome rang like a colossal bell, bending and rippling with the weight of the blow. Wind, debris, and raw force, all of it struck the shield, only to curve harmlessly away, redirected into the skies above. From below, the spectators stared upward in disbelief as the half-spherical dome shimmered into view. Its surface glowed faintly as the storm of destruction rolled over it. They could see the airflow slam against the invisible barrier, bending sideways like water against rock. What the beep was that? One spectator screamed, clutching his head as the ground beneath them trembled. His eyes bulged, staring at the colossal shadow giant still looming in the sky. Another spectator, pale as death, stammered, "The other one, the wood giant, it is gone. Vanished. Where did it go?" They could not comprehend it. Something that massive, something that had blotted out the heavens only moments ago, had simply disappeared before their eyes. How could something so large vanish in the blink of an eye? None of them had answers. They only knew the sound, an ear-splitting detonation that had felt like someone had detonated a star beside their ears. The noise was so vast, so consuming, that it was beyond reference. Among the few who did understand stood Arabella. Arian never stood a chance. Arabella paused, whistling. Her lips parted in silent awe, her sharp eyes following every movement. Unlike the commoners, she had seen it clearly. She had seen the boy swing with a strength that defied reason. She had seen him launch 100,000 kilograms of weight into the sky as effortlessly as one might kick a ball. Her lips were twitching. Her mind reeled. Such strength at his age. Even she, with all her experience, with all her battles and knowledge, was surprised. She was a powerhouse, one who understood the depths of mana and the limits of flesh. And she knew, with absolute certainty, that even Arian, despite his aura, and despite his defenses, would have been defeated outright if struck by such an attack. Young generation these days, she muttered, her voice dry, almost bitter. Wild. Ridiculously wild. I know the imperial brats cheat. I know the children of the dukes and the imperial family are cheating. But this is not cheating. This is, how the beep did he do this? Her eyes narrowed. Was he not supposed to be cast out? And yet, he is this strong. She could not reconcile it. No normal person should be at this level at his age. No amount of talent and no amount of resources could explain what she had just seen. And she was not the only one left shaken. Selena, her face pale, clutched her chest as though trying to steady her heart. Nancy, her lips trembled, her normally sharp tongue failing her as she stared into the sky with wide, glassy eyes. Selphira, ever calm and composed, looked utterly shaken, her hands white-knuckled around the edge of her seat. Even Nova, the coldest woman in the Empire, the one known for her stoicism and for never once betraying emotion, sat frozen. Her usually icy mask shattered. Her mouth hung open, her purple eyes wide, as if she too had forgotten how to breathe. The entire Colosseum was united in disbelief. Above, the scream of Silva tore through the air. What the beep just happened? Chapter 140. What the beep just happened? Her voice cracked as her wooden colossus was hurled backwards, shot into the sky at speeds beyond comprehension. 800 meters per second, almost double the speed of sound. The impact reverberated through the construct, and though she was shielded, she felt the raw violence of it. Vines wrapped frantically around her body inside the giant, cushioning her from the worst of the inertia. Without them, the force alone would have pulped her flesh against the wooden chamber. Pain still rippled through her nerves, not mental but physical, a backlash from the damage her construct had endured. She felt it inside. The vines were not speed shock proof, and they were hard as beep. Her eyes darted downward, catching a glimpse of the wound. A curved gash had been carved deep across her colossus' stomach, bending inward as though a dull but unstoppable force had struck with impossible speed. It was not sharp, it was not precise, it was raw, brutal power. A blood slash delivered with such force that even her reinforced wood had buckled inward. For a horrifying second, she thought her colossus might shatter entirely, but the divine wood held. It cracked and splintered, but it did not collapse. And then, like a wound scabbing over, the gash began to heal. The living wood trembled and groaned, fibers twisting and stretching, reknitting themselves with frantic urgency. The wound closed, thick layers of bark sealing over as though stitched by unseen hands. Damn it, Silva hissed, gripping the control tighter. Her jaw clenched as her wooden giant flapped its massive wings, the sound booming like thunderclaps. The effort slowed her descent, each beat dragging the colossus back under her control. She tried to smile. Slowly, she forced the massive construct to halt its wild momentum. The giant steadied, hovering high above the battlefield, wings spread wide, body scarred but intact. Her eyes burned with a cold fury. She still had not recovered from the humiliation of being tossed aside earlier, and though confusion lingered in her heart, anger drowned it out. She did not care anymore. Her colossal wooden body bent forward as her wings of bark and branches spread wide. With a thunderous beat, she shot downward from the skies like a meteor, the tip of her enormous blade locked firmly onto the shadow giant below. Her speed was so great that to mortal eyes she would have seemed to vanish completely. A streak of living wood hurtling straight for her foe. But just as she closed the distance, the shadow giant was suddenly beside her. It had not moved in the normal sense. It had appeared, materializing out of nowhere like a phantom stepping between layers of reality. Its massive frame loomed at her side, its sword already mid-swing, posture flawless, timing perfect. Silva reflexes screamed. Her giant construct twisted violently, wooden arms snapping up as her sword came to guard. The impact landed like thunder. Boom. Her body was hurled back through the skies, pushed away as though she weighed nothing. But this time, she had braced herself, prepared for the impact. Instead of being flung helplessly, she absorbed the force, letting her giant stumble back, but remain steady. Still, the frustration burned. How? She thought furiously. How in the hell does he strike with such strength? I am a walking mountain, fully made of ancient wood. My weight alone dwarfs a little mountain. And yet, he bats me away like a child swatting a branch. Her anger boiled over, and Silva roared, swinging her sword with renewed ferocity. Mana surged through her wooden construct like rivers of molten light, hardening every fiber, sharpening every limb. Her colossus moved with impossible speed for its size, blade whistling as it tore through the skies toward the shadow giant. Razeal met her again without hesitation. His massive weapon collided with hers, each clash resounding like the cracking of worlds. The sky became their battlefield. Every strike thundered, shaking the air. Each blow exploded with earth-shattering roars, shockwaves ripping outward in concentric waves that hammered into the protective shield far below. Even thousands of meters above ground, the people of Etherian felt the storm of their battle, the radiant barrier of Celestia groaning under the relentless force. For minutes, they clashed without pause, blow for blow, strike for strike, neither yielding. And then, Silva began to laugh. Oh yes, yes. Her voice echoed wildly through the colossus, unrestrained and feverish. Her laughter rose like a storm, sharp and unhinged. It has been so long since I have fought like this. Her swings grew wilder, faster, as though driven by madness. She no longer cared for conserving mana, no longer cared for the cracks and splinters in her construct. Every wound her colossus suffered, she simply healed, replacing broken sections with fresh growth. Her fighting style became merciless, unrelenting. A hurricane of blades driven by the ecstasy of battle itself. And her weapon responded to her frenzy. The pink disc embedded in her sword began to glow. At first, a soft pulse, then a radiant gleam, until light wrapped the entire blade in a shimmering aura. Wind gathered to it, wrapping the weapon in slicing gales, making it faster, sharper, deadlier. The transformation spread. The aura crawled across her massive body, wrapping the colossus itself in a veil of wind and light. Piece by piece, it manifested into form, a flowing robe of luminous pink, draped across the mountain-sized goddess of wood. The robe shimmered like woven wind, trailing in the skies as she moved. Her speed surged, her power multiplied. She became a tempest given shape. Silva grinned wildly, eyes blazing emerald as she dove again. Now this feels right. Her colossus blurred forward, sword slashing faster than storms. But even with her enhancement, even with her robe, even with her madness, crash. The shadow giant blade met hers, and once again she was thrown back. She growled, furious. How is his strength still overwhelming mine? Where does this boy draw such unreasonable power? And yet, it was not one-sided. Her sword tore into the shadow giant form with disturbing ease. She split it down the middle, hacked through its limbs, cleaved its chest into ribbons. Every strike should have been fatal, but the shadow giant did not fall. Instead, its body reformed. Every cut sealed instantly, shadows flowing back together, as though its body were water. No matter how many times she broke it apart, it returned. Her emerald eyes narrowed. Where is he? Where is the real body? By now, they had exchanged tens of thousands of blows. She had cut the shadow giant apart hundreds of times, yet she still had not touched Razeal himself. The truth was simple. The body of Razeal never stayed still. Inside the giant, he was constantly shifting. The shadows bent to his will, carrying him from one corner of the colossus to the next, always a step ahead of her blade. Each time she swung, the shadows themselves obeyed, moving his body to safety, repositioning him just beyond her reach. And the stalemate became clear. Her defense was ironclad. His strikes dented, cracked, and splintered her wood, but never shattered it. Her material was too dense, too resilient. But his regeneration was endless. She could cut his giant apart all day, and it would reform instantly, unbroken. Maybe, in the end, it would all come down to who had more mana. And Razeal knew she could keep going for years if it came to that. There was no comparison, but his mana was burning like fire, raging, devouring itself. I need to finish this fast, Razeal thought. But just as he began to gather focus, his concentration split for a moment. And in that gap, Silva spoke. Her voice echoed, calm and resonant. Spirit art, the majestic sword of silence. From within the chest of her colossal construct, the emerald eyes of Silva blazed like stars. The words left her lips like a divine decree, and her weapon answered. Her eyes flared a brilliant green. The air itself seemed to pause as her power awakened. The soft pink glow that once flickered around her blade condensed into a radiant, terrible silence. Her entire colossus trembled as the aura expanded, transforming her sword into a weapon that could cleave the heavens. She smiled faintly, almost tenderly, her voice carrying like a whisper of doom. You should feel honored, she said. You have made me use my spirit arts. The giant statue of wood glowed with a violent emerald brilliance. And then silence. The colossus stood frozen, as if possessed by something beyond mortal will. Its head lowered ever so slightly, its massive frame leaning forward. Then, cut. In a single impossible instant, the air split apart. The statue arms blurred, its wooden blades moving faster than sight could follow. What appeared to be a single swing was, in truth, thousands layered together, overlapping like the strokes of 1,000 masters painting across the heavens. Emerald light erupted, and with it, a storm of wind slashes poured forth, all converging on the shadow giant standing before it. The sky turned into a field of green light. No, Razeal whispered, his face paling. His instincts screamed death. He willed the flow to tighten around him, weaving a shield of pure instinct and desperation. His arms crossed before him, his stance bracing as he felt the calamity descend. And then it struck. Boom. The world was ripped open. The shadow giant, his own creation, his battlefield extension, was shredded into millions of fragments within a heartbeat. The strikes did not cut once, they cut endlessly, tearing through shadow like it was nothing more than paper. Beat me. The body of Razeal convulsed. Blood erupted from his mouth as one strike, impossibly sharp and heavy, tore past his flow shield. A savage wound split across his torso, from neck to waist, nearly rending him in half. His organs screamed, blood spilling freely, yet still he lived. His obsidian skeleton held firm. It stopped the strike from claiming his life, though his focus shattered. And then he fell. Like a missile with its engine ripped apart, his body was hurled downwards at blinding speed, his fall carving a streak of black through the sky. The velocity was so great that to the crowd below it looked as though a star had fallen from the heavens, and wherever it landed, nothing could possibly survive. The arena trembled with fear. He will not die, right? I did not do too much, Silva muttered, her manic glee fading as clarity struck. Her colossal wooden figure slowed, her emerald glow dimming as she watched his form plummet. The shadow giant was gone, vanished into nothing, as though it had never existed. The realization tightened her chest. Regret tugged at her. She wanted to reach for him, to save him from the fall, but she knew, at that speed, even if she caught him, her own powers would crush him further. Wood, stone, water, even wind, no element at her command could soften the descent. It would only rip him apart further. Should I save him? Inside the royal chamber, the fingers of Celestia twitched as she watched Razeal crash toward the ground, his body limp. He looked like a man about to die. Her lips parted as she weighed the choice. She had only a second. She was just about to move when, no, he is all right. She snapped her fingers. The platinum shield that stretched over the empire shifted, molding like liquid light. It reshaped, sealing itself tighter around the Colosseum. A perfect cube of platinum walls formed, enclosing the arena, on all sides while leaving the sky above open. The audience gasped as they felt the shield shift. The square formation sealed them off from destruction yet left Razeal to crash freely into the heart of the arena. The gaze of Celestia softened, a rare smile ghosting her lips. Her eyes glimmered with curiosity as she whispered, "No, he is not done yet." And she was right. As his body tore through the air, Razeal suddenly twitched. His muscles coiled, his eyes snapped open, and his body twisted violently. With an impossible contortion mid-fall he spun, flipping backward in the air. His body rotated like a predator correcting itself in flight, every motion controlled. Then, boom. The Colosseum shook as Razeal slammed into the marble floor, the impact splitting the ground in every direction. Cracks spider-webbed outward, sharp and jagged, but no deep crater formed, only the etched scars of an impact that should have ended him. Dust lifted into the air, rolling outward in waves, and for a moment silence consumed the arena. Through that dust, his figure stood. The legs of Razeal were bent slightly at the knees, his stance wide and unbroken. Blood trailed freely down his chest, glistening against torn flesh. A deep, jagged gash ran from his collarbone down past his waist, splitting through muscle, and nearly carving into the organs beneath. His shirt had been shredded completely, leaving him half naked, his dark obsidian skeleton faintly visible beneath the torn layers of skin. It gleamed black, alien and unbreakable, shielding what should have been a life-ending wound. The crowd gasped. Even the strongest warriors would have been left broken or buried. Yet Razeal remained upright, his body trembling but alive. Slowly, before their eyes, his wounds began to knit together. Flesh crept across exposed bone, everything stitching itself into sinew and muscle, the horrific injury gradually closing. Arg. Razeal exhaled through clenched teeth, his voice carrying strangely casual notes despite the ruin of his body. Man, what the hell was that? Did she seriously just use those ancient spirit arts, or whatever she calls them? He forced a crooked grin, but then his words faltered. Something felt wrong. Air brushed against his neck, cool, bare, unnatural. His expression stiffened, and a cold silence fell across him. Slowly, almost mechanically, he raised his right hand behind his head. His fingers brushed against what should have been his long, thick ponytail. But it was not there. His hand closed on nothing. Only a few stray strands of hair dangling weakly. He pulled them forward. His fingers trembled. And then, in a slow, silent cascade, the rest of it fell. Purple strands rained around him, scattering across the cracked marble floor like fallen petals. His once long, flowing ponytail, his defiant crown of royal blood, lay severed in his palm. His hair, once reaching down his back, now hung ragged and uneven, cut short by the merciless strike. His entire body trembled. His hands shook violently as he stared at the strands in disbelief. The color was a royal purple, the shade he hated, the reminder of a bloodline he despised. Yet it had been his long, beautiful hair, and now it was gone. A silence heavier than steel spread across the arena. The audience, who moments ago had thought him finished, stared in disbelief. Not only had he survived, but he still stood after enduring what should have been death itself. Yet the moment they saw his trembling hands, his broken expression, something changed. His face lowered, shadows hid his eyes. Then, killing intent appeared in his eyes. But sadly, no one saw it. Their focus was entirely somewhere else. High above, they saw the aftermath of the attack by Silva. The green sword lights still lingered faintly in the heavens, fading into the distance like falling stars. And where once had stood the colossal black giant of shadow, there was nothing. Wiped clean, erased from existence. But suddenly, what is that? A trembling voice rose from among the spectators. The hand of the man lifted, pointing toward the arena floor, his finger quivering like a leaf caught in storm winds. His voice cracked midway, and the words died in his throat. But he did not need to finish. The entire audience followed his gaze. They too saw it, and once they did, silence swept the Colosseum like a tidal wave. For the first time, the body of Razeal was visible, completely visible. His upper clothes had been torn away, shredded in battle, leaving him bare from the waist up. At first, their eyes caught only the massive gash that split him from shoulder to waist, an ugly wound still knitting itself together. But as their eyes adjusted, they began to see more. Not one scar. Not two. His entire body. Every inch of him was carved with scars. Deep, jagged lines. Thin lashes. Circular burn marks. Twisted ridges of flesh where skin had been torn, cut, branded, and then healed only to be torn again. His back, his chest, his arms, front to back, top to bottom, were coated in the remnants of torment. Layer upon layer, as if he had been carved up again and again. These were not the scars of battle. They were the scars of torture. Relentless, merciless, cruel. The arena froze. Warriors who had seen death countless times, hardened killers who had spilled rivers of blood, all went silent. This was not the body of a soldier or a fighter. This was the body of a man who had been made into someone else's experiment. On the royal balcony above, Nova stood frozen. Her lips parted soundlessly, her pupils dilated, her chest tightened until she could barely breathe. Then her whole body began to tremble violently, as though the sight alone was striking her nerves with invisible lashes. The boy she had sworn would never suffer a single scratch. The boy she had dressed in the softest clothes, guarded with the greatest wards, shielded from every cruelty of the outside world. The one she had held close, even when she was told to harden him. And now this. Her mind flickered back 5 years ago. That day. That single, unforgettable moment when she had beaten him. Her hands shook even now remembering it. The way the whip cracked in her grip. The way she lashed him not because she wanted to, but because his mother had commanded it. Will you do it, or should I? She had chosen herself, to spare him the wound of being struck by his own mother. She had chosen to take that hatred onto her own shoulders, so he would not hate the woman who bore him. And even then, after that day, she had tortured herself endlessly for the pain she caused him. Her palms, even now, remembered the feel of the lashes. She had never forgiven herself. But this was different. These scars were not hers. These were not from her. This was. Marcella, standing just behind Nova, noticed the change in her. The perfect composure of the woman, who never let emotions rule her, was unraveling before her eyes. A purple aura, barely restrained, was leaking out of the body of Nova. It was not intentional. She was not summoning it. It was just slipping free, wild and unhinged. The breath of Marcella caught. I cannot believe it. She is losing control. Nova, the perfect heir, the flawless successor, is breaking her composure right here, right now. Her glasses caught the light as her sharp eyes fixed on Razeal again. Is this what happened to him during those 5 years he vanished? Was this because of me? Her hollow gaze locked onto him. But then, she froze. The wound across his chest, the one from the spirit art of Silva, was healing rapidly, shadows and sinew pulling together again. But then, as the flesh mended, something began to appear. Glowing silver letters, carved into his flesh like molten metal. Bread thief. The words stood bold across his chest, cruel and mocking, seared into his very being as if someone had branded him with molten steel. The knees of Nova nearly buckled. Her lips moved, her voice barely a whisper. Bread thief. The words twisted in her throat like poison. Her pupils trembled violently, and she felt her chest hollow out. She did not need anyone to explain. She did not need context. She understood all too well what those 2 words meant. The son of the world's second strongest woman, her brother, had been reduced to stealing bread, to survive. And someone had the audacity to brand him for it. Her throat closed. Her eyes burned. And a single tear, hot and heavy, slid down her cheek. Just one. But the weight of that single tear felt as if it could collapse the entire arena. Gasp. Marcella choked, her hand flying to her mouth. Her eyes widened in horror as realization struck. That is not steel, or silver. That is, her voice trembled despite her strength, that is foreverine metal. The words stabbed through Nova like a blade. Her sword trembled at her side, vibrating violently in resonance with her unraveling emotions. Her eyes shrank, hollow then sharp, collapsing into fury. And then, boom. The aura she had barely kept in check ruptured. A violent, explosive wave of violet light tore out from her body, shaking the air, rattling the balcony, sending a shock through every soul present. Chapter 141. Oh oh. The words slipped unbidden from the lips of Celestia, soft but heavy, carrying a weight no one present could mistake. Her platinum eyes, usually calm and composed, flickered with something raw as she stared at the bare chest of Razeal. A faint, platinum-colored aura seeped unconsciously from her body, swirling around her like mist caught in moonlight. It was true she had schemed to avoid marrying him, even going so far as to create situations that would break off the engagement at the worst moments. But that never meant she hated him. She simply did not want to marry. Their relationship, in truth, had always been close since childhood. He was one of the people dearest to her, and now, seeing his body branded with that grotesque engraving, her mana stirred violently. Her aura boiled against her will, her platinum eyes narrowing as calm fury rippled beneath her flawless exterior. He still matters to her after all. Foreverine carvings. The observation came from Arabella, her voice casual, almost bored, as her golden eyes flicked toward Razeal. The words were silent, but she made no attempt to hide her disdain at their meaning. Foreverine, one of the rarest metals in existence, banned across the known world. Not because it was weak, but because of what it could do. Foreverine metal, known once as the holy metal, Foreverine had regenerative properties. The church once used it for sacred relics and high-tier armor, until a darker use emerged. If melted down and brought into contact with living flesh, it engraved itself permanently within the body, regenerating endlessly like a parasite. It would bind to the host even after death, surviving until the corpse was reduced to ash. And even then, the metal would simply melt down, ready to be used again. There was no way to undo it unless the host gained a new body, or destroyed and regenerated it from the cellular level. With one exception, of course. The Saintess of the Church of Light. Only she carried gifts bestowed directly by God. Arabella thought this was going to be interesting, amusing, even. Still, she did not particularly care. Oh, someone's entire bloodline is about to be erased over this, she yawned, raising a hand half-heartedly to her mouth. What a predictable mess. Then, as if punctuating her words, the Colosseum trembled. Boom. 3 distinct auras exploded outward, flooding the arena with crushing pressure. From one side, holy gold surged from the chamber of Luminous. It was blinding, searing, burning like the sun itself had descended. But it was not calm, not balanced. It was furious, out of control, a storm of light unleashed by emotion itself. From another, bright platinum rippled outward from the royal chamber, sharp and cutting, controlled yet bristling with tension. And from the third, a dark violet wave poured from the virulent chamber, heavy as despair, suffocating as the abyss, and just as endless, if not more. The 3 powers collided, filling the Colosseum with such pressure that every spectator felt it in their bones. Fear sank into their marrow, into their souls, raising every hair on their bodies. Arabella licked her lips, delighted. I expected 2 of them to react, she said with a soft chuckle. But a third. Now this is interesting. Her gaze lingered hungrily on the platinum aura, the unexpected storm from Celestia. Meanwhile, Nova stood still, the tears on her face no longer falling but vaporizing in the raw heat of her aura. The sorrow that had cracked her composure moments ago was gone. In its place was a deadly, ice-cold clarity. Her purple eyes glowed faintly as she spoke, her voice stripped of all softness. Find me every location in this world where this metal was discovered. The command left her lips like a decree carved in stone. A figure appeared instantly behind her, silent as a shadow, cloaked in deep purple, masked, and kneeling with head bowed. An assassin of the Virulens. Yes, the shadow intoned. You have 2 hours. The shadow did not question. Yes. With a ripple of violet smoke, he was gone. The Colosseum remained silent, drowning under the weight of 3 exploding auras, each ruler emotion spilling unrestrained. The audience dared not breathe. They all understood what this meant. The scars on the body of Razeal had not just exposed his suffering. They had exposed a crime. And now, 3 powers of the world were about to collide over it. Nova did not turn around. Her eyes, sharp as frozen blades, fixed only on the window before her. She stepped forward with poise, but the aura around her had changed completely. The trembling emotions from earlier were gone, replaced by something terrifyingly cold. Her expression was carved from stone and discipline, utterly devoid of warmth. My lady. The sigh of Marcella broke the silence. She adjusted her glasses with 2 fingers, her tone not reprimanding, but heavy, as though weighted by inevitability. She had seen this many times before. The defiance of Nova, her recklessness when it came to some things. But just as Marcella had expected the next moment. Click. The faintest sound of metal sliding free. Nothing else. No surge of wind, no shift in pressure, no ripple of aura. And yet the blade of Nova was gone from its sheath. It appeared instantly at the throat of Marcella. The edge hovered like a sliver of moonlight, impossibly fast, impossibly sharp, directed with intent so precise it seemed the sword itself had chosen its target. The violet eyes of Nova were as cold as her steel, utterly unfeeling, merciless. But Marcella did not flinch. With a single hand, she raised her fingers and caught the blade between her thumb and forefinger. No air displaced. No shockwave cracked the marble beneath them. The sword had sliced through the air so cleanly it had left not even a vacuum in its wake, yet the grip of Marcella stopped it as though it were nothing more than a twig pressed against paper. Her other arm remained elegantly folded behind her back, posture never breaking. "Apologies, my lady," she said evenly, voice perfectly calm. "But these are the direct orders of the matriarch. Not even you may break them." For a heartbeat, nothing moved. The hand of Nova trembled against her hilt, her lips forming a thin line. "I will break it," she whispered, her voice low and venomous. "I will accept the punishment." Her pride stung, but she knew the truth. Marcella was immovable. Even Nova, with all her will and power, could not move her in this moment. Turning away sharply, she stepped toward the window, the fury in her heart hidden behind a mask of composure. And then the air changed. At first, it was subtle, like the faint sensation of pressure on one's lungs. Then, suddenly, it was suffocating. Boom! A violet aura fell over the entire Colosseum. Not the usual violent explosion of power, not the destructive waves that tore stone and bent steel. This was worse. This was a smothering blanket of invisible force that pressed on every soul. The audience gasped as one, mouths opening, desperate for air that no longer filled their lungs. It was not that the oxygen was gone. It was that the aura itself forbade them from breathing. A silent decree that their bodies obeyed against their will. And yet, no walls cracked. No debris fell. Not even the grass of the arena bent. The purple veil covered everything without causing destruction. At the highest broken pillar of the Colosseum stood a woman in a regal deep purple uniform. Her long, flowing violet hair drifted behind her in the windless air, and her robe fluttered like the mantle of a monarch. "This is my son fight." The words left her lips barely above a whisper. They carried no volume, so quietly that, under normal circumstances, no one 2 steps away would have heard them. And yet the entire Colosseum heard. "Let him finish it. Until then, no one is allowed to interfere. And this is an order." Her words were only for them. And just as she said in that instant, the 3 mighty auras that had surged earlier paused. Even in their rage and desperation, they yielded. The woman did not move or gloat, did not even seem to acknowledge the restraint she commanded. Her eyes remained fixed on the arena below, her face blank. No sorrow, fury, or even pride. But anyone who knew her, truly knew her, would have seen the cracks hidden beneath that mask. They would have recognized the storm she buried within behind that stillness. Down below, Razeal raised his head, his fist clenched tightly around the strands of purple hair torn from his scalp, the remains of the ponytail that had once hung proudly behind him. "Oh," he muttered, voice low, dangerous, trembling not with fear, but with fury. "At first, I was not fully sure that I wanted to kill you." His gaze rose, fixed on the towering wooden colossus that loomed over the battlefield, draped in a pink robe. "But now?" The words burned from his throat like a curse, his grip crushing the strands in his palm until they cut his flesh. "You are dying, bitch." His killing intent poured out, heavy and suffocating. A deep crimson aura flared violently around his body, leaking into the air like a rising storm. The crowd shuddered as the oppressive pressure rolled across the arena, visible in red flames of pure rage. His eyes glowed blood red, murderous and unwavering, as the battlefield itself seemed to recoil from his fury. "Villy, how much mana did I consume?" The voice of Razeal was cold, flat, but the killing intent leaking out of him made the air feel heavy. His eyes gleamed with suppressed fury as he forced himself to keep his tone calm. 1.8 billion mana points, host. Even though you only used it for 48 seconds, the scale of your manifestation was too great. A single shadow bullet alone consumes enormous amounts of mana. You, however, created a massive construct, solidification, flight, rearrangement, aura regeneration, shadow storage, and even acceleration of your shadows. The cost was inevitable. The system answered instantly, its voice light, almost prepared in advance. It sounded almost apologetic, as if bracing itself for his usual complaints. But Razeal did not complain. He did not even respond. Instead, he lifted his hand, palm curling. From the darkness around him, a sword of shadow began to materialize, its surface rippling like black water before solidifying into a blade that radiated hunger. The aura around his body thickened, swirling like a storm. "Use all 6 billion mana points left," Razeal ordered quietly, his voice laced with steel. "Reinforce my body, and forge me a sword worthy of what comes next." "No, do not, host. We still need mana for later uses. If you burn through everything now, the consequences will be catastrophic. It will be detrimental to your survival." The tone of the system instantly shifted to alarm. Razeal ignored it. He had already begun. Dark mana surged from within, seeping out through his pores like black smoke. It was not just smoke. It was heavier, deeper, darker than the shadows that usually clung to him. The dark mana did not explode outward this time. There was no shockwave, no dramatic blast for the crowd to gasp at. Instead, the mana condensed silently, invisibly violent, as if reality itself was being forced to acknowledge his control. Microscopic particles of shadow floated around him, swirling like dust motes, but each one carried deadly weight. Bit by bit, they stuck to his skin, sank into his body, and merged with his blood and bones. His sword grew denser with every passing heartbeat. The blade was no longer just a weapon, it was a manifestation of infinite condensation, a black hole of shadow forged into form. The shadows wrapped around his entire frame, building from the neck down, forming into armor. What emerged was no crude construct but a suit, tight, perfect, like second skin. His hands, his legs, his chest, all encased in living shadow, an ever-concentrating exoskeleton of power. The system fell silent for a moment. Then, almost in a whisper, it thought aloud, he is really pissed this time. You know, even if you use all that, your survival chance drops to 66.6%, a permanent 33.3% risk of death. This is madness. This is only a match. You could give up and still retain victory. Why do you insist on? The tone of the system had shifted from scolding to weary warning. Razeal finally spoke. His voice trembled not with fear, but with fury he could barely restrain. That bitch cut off my hair. His grip tightened around the freshly formed shadow saber. His eyes, dark and burning, lifted toward the colossal wooden figure floating above, cloaked in pink robes. You know how long it took me to grow it back from the very beginning, Philly? Years. Years. His words shook, venom lacing every syllable. No one touches my hair. He leaned forward, his body lowering into a stance. His blade tilted downward, the tip kissing the ground. The saber no longer looked forged but alive, breathing, feeding, absorbing every trace of light. Even the vibrant hues of the Colosseum dimmed, drained into its abyssal edge. The eyes of Razeal flickered, black flames burning in his gaze. The crowd fell silent as his presence warped the air. Far above, Silva felt her body seize. From thousands of meters in the sky, she saw his posture, his stillness before the strike. Her skin prickled, every hair on her body stood upright. Her heart pounded, her hands trembled uncontrollably. She had faced countless threats, yet something about this made her instincts scream. What is this feeling? Her lips parted. She looked down at her trembling hands in disbelief. Adrenaline? Without even realizing it, words escaped her mouth. Absolute elemental shields. With a wave of her will, massive walls of energy manifested in front of her, layer upon layer. Earth, wind, water, soil, wood, every element she commanded flared into existence, forming barriers that stretched kilometers across. They stacked and overlapped until she was encased in a fortress of pure elemental force. Instinct, pure and primal, had made her act. Below, Razeal exhaled. His voice was steady, almost serene. Tectonic slash. 100%. He raised his sword, grip tight, shoulders coiling with intent. Billions of condensed shadow particles, microscopic fragments not fully bonded, vibrated within the weapon. The very air trembled around it, threads of reality straining under its density. He swung. The motion was simple, a straight upward slice. But the ground beneath him reacted first. The reinforced marble floor groaned, cracked not into spiderweb fractures, but into a single shallow crater, a perfect pit carved by raw pressure. Then came the slash. A black light erupted, splitting upward. His sword dissolved into liquid shadow as it released, its form unraveling so the kinetic force suffered no resistance, no recoil. Every ounce of energy, every shred of destructive potential of whole tectonic, surged into the arc. It was not just a blade anymore, it was tectonic force unleashed. The black light shot into the sky, cutting upward like a blade that sought to cleave the heavens themselves. It did not move fast. It did not need to. Wherever it passed, the world itself dimmed. Colors bled away, replaced by black. The world had gone silent. Click. A single vertical sound echoed, as if the universe had been scored, a seam in reality itself. And then, flukke, cutting past all the shields like they did not even exist. Liquid hit the wooden floor. Silva froze. Inside her wooden colossus, her pupils shrank. Slowly, with terror she could not hide, she turned her head to the side. Her left arm was gone. From the shoulder down, it had simply vanished. She had not even seen it fall. The strike had cut so cleanly, so absolutely, that her mind had not registered the loss until blood began to drip, hot and wet, splattering the wooden construct beneath her feet. Pain crashed into her like a wave. Arg! Her scream tore through the Colosseum. Agony consumed her body. But worse than the pain was the suffocating aura that lingered around her neck, death itself, grazing her, whispering that she had been seconds away from annihilation. If not for her moving just now, she had survived only by a margin. A thin, merciless margin. And then, presumptuous, a roar of fury cracked across the arena, shattering the moment. Click. Another light, blinding and sharp, shot down from above straight toward Razeal. The world braced for the next collision. Chapter 142. The sword slash Razeal unleashed did not simply travel forward. It devoured everything in its path. A long, terrible arc of black, so sharp and absolute that the world itself seemed to split in two. The slash carved through the thousands of elemental shields Silva had conjured, layers upon layers stretching for kilometers in range. Her so-called absolute defense vanished in less than a heartbeat. It sliced through them as though they were illusions. Fire broke, water parted, stone crumbled, wood, even the giant goddess of roots and bark she had manifested, was sheared apart from the center as if it had never been whole. Every layer fell in silence, no clash, no resistance, just a clean, mocking severance. The arc of darkness climbed higher, cutting on without end, rising through the clouds above. The sky itself split, white clouds sheared apart into two halves, drifting with a visible gap between them as though a scar had been carved across the heavens. The spectators froze. The air itself seemed still, waiting for reason to catch up with the impossible. What the beep is this? Arian's voice broke the silence. His eyes were wide, disbelief painted across his face. He could not look away from the sight of the heavens cleaved in two. Even Arabella, who had been lounging lazily in her seat moments before, straightened. Her body shifted only slightly, but her narrowed eyes betrayed a rare gravity. She was not one to be surprised easily, and yet she found herself watching with a sharp frown as the endless arc stretched on and on. There was no end to it. The strike simply continued, an unrelenting cut extending so far into the distance that even her eyes, sharpened with perception few could match, could not find its terminus. She could only judge the trail it left, the severed defenses, the broken wood goddess, the parted sky. What unsettled her was not only the slash itself, but what it implied. Sylva's defenses, celebrated as the pinnacle of Feyrelatha's elemental mastery, had been reduced to nothing. The goddess of wood itself had been bisected without resistance. Even the clouds in the sky had been scarred apart as though the world itself had been forced to acknowledge the swing of Razeal. I cannot fathom this kind of strength, from just a kid who popped up 16 years ago. The eyes of Arabella narrowed, disbelief clouding her sharp gaze. Even a sword saint could not produce a strike like that. Just where the beep is he pulling this energy from? Her thoughts turned darker as her focus sharpened on the boy in the center of the arena. And more importantly, why the hell did he not explode from releasing it? A body that young should have been shredded, atomized, spaghettified under that kind of backlash. Yet he is standing there. Her eyes drifted lower, studying the ground. Strange. The arena itself was not destroyed either. No catastrophic crater, no ripped-apart battlefield, just a shallow crack where his feet had landed. Wait a second. She narrowed her eyes further. That ominous dark aura, that strange elemental coating he had wrapped himself in earlier, it was gone. It had disappeared the instant he swung. Did he dismiss it mid-strike? Or maybe, he severed the connection to his blade itself. She thought, fascinated. If he cut off the feedback loop, then none of that catastrophic energy would have rebounded into his body. That would explain it. Intriguing. Very intriguing. She studied him closely, watching his ragged breathing, his chest rising and falling. That strike, it had been pure physical force. A single swing, raw and unfiltered, that ignored everything in its path. She could not help but wonder, baffled, what the actual hell is wrong with this kid. It was unreasonable. But still, that did not matter. The duel is over, after all, Arabella declared, her voice calm, but edged with certainty. A faint smile tugged at her lips, as if she had already foreseen what was about to happen. And just as the words left her mouth, click, from above, a sharp emerald beam of light surged downward, piercing the battlefield with divine authority. How dare you touch my girl? The voice that followed was sharp and cutting, female, but heavy with a protectiveness so intense it bordered on madness. It was not simply anger. It was a righteous, furious promise of retribution, laced with audacity, and an almost divine wrath. The eyes of Razeal narrowed as the emerald light wrapped itself around the battered body of Sylva, cocooning her completely. The half-cut wooden colossus she had summoned dissolved into nothingness, vanishing as if reality itself had rejected its existence. Then, before he could even fully register the movement, her form flickered out of sight. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared 100 meters away, the green light carrying her through space itself. Sylva now stood within that emerald glow, her figure trembling, her breath ragged. Pain etched across her features as she clutched at her arm, yet even as Razeal looked, the wound was already gone. The arm he had severed had regenerated, restored entirely by the emerald power that encased her. Though she looked quite shaken, Sylva had always carried herself as untouchable. She was the child who had never tasted defeat, who grew beneath the protection of powers no one dared to challenge. But now she stood trembling, her breath shallow, her skin cold, her wide eyes unfocused. For the first time in her life she had felt it. Pain. Real pain. The kind that carved itself into her bones and threatened to tear away her pride. Two small beings perched on her shoulders now, their voices cutting through her trembling silence. On her right sat a miniature woman, no taller than a forearm, but impossibly radiant. Her body was woven entirely from vines and leaves, each movement causing a rustle as though she carried a forest within her. Tiny flowers bloomed in her braided hair, crowning her like a goddess of nature. She was so intricate, so alive, that even the great statue Sylva had made earlier seemed a crude imitation by comparison. The emerald eyes of the spirit burned with authority as she scolded sharply. Hey, it is already healed, idiot. Do not be this dramatic. It is all right. You are fine now. Her leafy fingers pressed into the cheek of Sylva. We moved you as fast as we could, but that was still far too close. But still not a big deal. Sylva flinched, her lips trembling. I almost died. The words came out as a whisper, fragile, as if speaking them aloud might shatter her completely. A traumatized expression twisted her face, and even the two shoulder spirits could sense it, the shock of one who had never been vulnerable, never truly hurt. She had never known what it meant to stare at death until now, and the weight of it made her shudder violently. The second spirit on her left shoulder leaned forward. Unlike the goddess-like Lady of Vines, this one was bizarre, and almost comical. A tiny, light brown creature with stubby arms, two disproportionately huge legs that dangled down the arm of Sylva, and a head like a miniature tyrannosaurus. Its oversized jaws were lined with sharp teeth, yet perched on its snout was a pair of round spectacles that made it look more eccentric than terrifying. It swung its legs idly, the glasses flashing, as it studied the expression of Sylva with concern. Do not let it shake you so much, it muttered, though its voice carried a strange mixture of gentleness and caring. You survived. That is all that matters. But before either could say more, a sharp, cutting voice rose into the air, a voice full of arrogance and fury. Hovering in front of Sylva was a being no larger than a palm. A fairy-like creature, her translucent wings buzzing like a hummingbird. Her form was almost an exact miniature of Sylva herself, right down to the proud arch of her eyebrows and the haughty tilt of her chin. Dressed in an emerald tight dress that clung like a second skin, she radiated beauty sharpened to a blade edge. Her high voice dripped venom as she pointed one delicate finger toward Razeal. You lowly human. I was merciful because I thought you smelled pleasant. I let you live. But you dared. Her tiny face flushed crimson with rage. You dared to hurt my girl? You will pay. Die. Before Silva could protest, the fairy swung her arm downward in a decisive arc. No, do not kill him. The cry of Silva cracked through the air, panic flashing in her voice. This tiny spirit was not only her closest companion, but also her most dangerous. Unpredictable, violent, acting on whims without the slightest care for consequence. Silva knew what one of her outbursts meant, and she remembered the warning of Arabella. If Razeal died here, that would be problematic even for her. But the spirit had already moved. A vertical slash of green light burst forth, searing through the air toward Razeal, with the speed of lightning. The pupils of Razeal shrank to pinpoints. He did not even feel the pain, only the sudden, sickening plop of something wet hitting the ground. His arm, his entire right arm, severed cleanly at the elbow, fell onto the stone floor. He looked down. The cut was too perfect, too smooth. His obsidian black bones stronger and tougher than anything, had been sliced as if they were butter. The severed surface gleamed with an unnatural polish, unnervingly flawless. Impossible. His voice cracked as his mind struggled to accept what his eyes saw. He lifted the stump of his right arm with his trembling left hand. Blood poured freely, hot and dark, mingling with the gleam of his sliced muscle and nerves. He could see the inside of himself, the grotesque cross-section of flesh and bone. The cold voice of the system chimed in his mind. Host, run. Current threat, 3 SS ranked spirits, 3,679 S ranked spirits, and millions of hostile lower spirits targeting you. Razeal did not waste a second. With a sharp motion, he bent down, snatched his severed arm with his remaining hand, and retreated backward. His face was pale, yet his eyes sharp. Do not worry, girl, I will not kill him just yet. The spirit, silly, crossed her tiny arms, floating smugly. Everyone deserves at least one hit for daring to touch you. Her tone was arrogant, almost playful, but the power she had displayed was unquestionable. And then the air itself changed. Clutch. The atmosphere grew heavy. The arena trembled as, one by one, spirits materialized out of thin air. Thousands of them, glowing in different colors and shapes, their gazes united. Every eye blazed with hostility. How dare you touch our friend? The voices of the spirits fused together, a thunderous growl that rattled the air like the wrath of 1,000 gods. Their combined killing intent was suffocating, so thick that even breathing felt like inhaling knives. Every glowing eye in the arena, thousands, tens of thousands, locked onto Razeal as if they were ready to drink his blood then and there. The expression of Razeal tightened. His lips curled into a half smile, half grimace as he lifted both hands high. One of them still clutched his severed right arm by the wrist, blood dripping steadily onto the arena floor. Oh, I forfeit. Why so angry, huh? Chill out already. He forced out the words in a mocking tone, but the truth was far from casual. His heart pounded like a war drum. He had not expected them to go this far, to really mobilize everything. This was ridiculous even for a Fairlith heir. Just how petty were they? Still, the duel was meaningless now. Victory had already been decided. And when his gaze drifted to Silva, a small, crooked grin tugged at his lips. He had still gotten his revenge. Her hair, once flawless, silky, and flowing in perfect symmetry, now uneven. On one side, cut jaggedly short in a vertical line. She had not even noticed yet, but Razeal had. And that was enough. A revenge is revenge. But her spirits did not care. Forfeit? The emerald fairy spirit scoffed, her tiny voice laced with venomous arrogance. We gave you a chance. And no. Her glowing wings flared wide, eyes narrowing to slits. No one leaves alive after laying a hand on our girl. The entire arena seemed to hum as the auras of the spirits synchronized, a chorus of impending doom. Emerald, crimson, azure, gold, lights of every color swirled and converged. Thousands of attacks forming at once, all aimed at one boy. The lips of Razeal twitched, the grin dying from his face. Should I run? The thought was not cowardice, it was survival. But another thought gnawed at him. His severed arm. Why the hell is not this healing? He glanced down again. The stump of his right arm remained as it was, blood dripping freely. His regeneration, S-ranked and unstoppable against all wounds he had ever taken, was utterly useless. The obsidian skeleton he had inherited, supposedly indestructible, had been cut like paper, and worse, the damage refused to mend. What the beep? He muttered under his breath. He did not know the reason, did not have time to figure it out. Whether it was his obsidian skeleton interfering, or the fairy emerald strike carrying some bullshit reason, he did not know. All he knew was that this was bad. Very bad. But worrying about his arm would not save him now. The situation had spiraled beyond repair. And as for why he had forfeited without hesitation, that was simple. Because Silva was no longer Silva. Before she had been herself, arrogant, prideful, rejecting her own powers out of sheer stubbornness. That had been a duel between two humans, however unfair her natural advantages were. But now she was not even conscious. Her body, her aura, everything was swallowed by trauma, and everything now taken in control by the beings perched on her shoulders. She had stepped aside, and the true monsters had stepped forward. Her spirits, her family cheat. Razeal clenched his jaw. It was not even that painful, he muttered, looking at her almost crying eyes. Is she about to cry just for that little? What the beep? And this situation? This was about absurdity. About impossibility. About being dragged into a battlefield. Because the true ability of Silva was not just hers. It belonged to her bloodline. The Faerlith family. The most broken ability of them all. Contracts. Yes. Those bastards could sign contracts with spirits, a privilege so rare that most families could barely manage one spirit per generation. And the Fairliths? They were not just allowed. They were not just compatible. They were built for it. Their family-unique bloodline ability, an inheritance carried through every generation, was known as absolute spirit integration. It was simple on paper, almost deceptively so. 100% mana and elemental affinity assimilation. In other words, every single member of the Fairlith family could seamlessly connect with their contracted spirits. No backlash, no side effects, no limit. Whatever mana pool the spirit had, whatever elemental control it wielded, it became theirs. Perfectly, effortlessly. And the worst part? There was no ceiling, no limit to the number of contracts they could forge. Every spirit they bound became part of their arsenal, their mana, their power. 1 spirit, 2 spirits, 10, 100, it did not matter. All of them flowed into the Fairlith body, as naturally as blood through veins. A living paradox, a walking army, a single person wielding the power of thousands. The ultimate cheat. And this woman, she was sitting there with 3 SS-ranked monsters perched on her shoulders, and thousands, literally thousands, of S-ranked spirits swarming at her command. As for the rest lurking below, best not even mention them. This was cheating. I told you beforehand. Just leave the match. Why are you still bothering with this? Did we not already win? Why drag this out against a walking cheat code? The voice of the system buzzed in his head, sharp and annoyed, but underneath it there was something else, unease. Remember, she is the holder of this generation ultimate elemental body, not to mention the crowned princess of the forest of Sylvasil. She has the highest natural attraction to elemental spirits, the highest affinity. Why would you ever want to fight her in a straight hand-to-hand duel? Sigh. The lips of Razeal twitched. I just wanted to enjoy the fight, he pouted. And besides, she does not even like using her cheat code, remember? Girl with attitude issues, right? And what about now? The system asked, this time not sarcastic, but genuinely concerned. Well, I do have a plan. It is just, he said, his voice low, his mind already pulling toward one of his hidden cards. But before he could act, Nova. The lips of Marissa parted, her voice soft as silk yet carrying across the arena like thunder. And just as her words faded, click, the sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath came. Nova turned. A cold, bloodthirsty smile spread across her face. Chapter 143. Click. The sharp, metallic hiss of steel leaving its sheath sliced through the air like a warning bell. Nova turned her head slowly, her lips curling into a smile that was anything but warm. Cold, bloodthirsty, her expression sent a chill into the bones of anyone who happened to glimpse it. Her eyes, wide and unblinking, reflected the sword in her hand as though the blade itself had been waiting for this exact moment. Across from her, Marcella did not intervene this time. She merely stood with a calm smile playing at her lips, though her eyes betrayed a strange glimmer, a flash of light that flickered behind them. She already knew. She had already presumed what was about to happen. Her silence was permission enough. And that was all Nova needed. Without another word, the body of Nova blurred. One moment she was standing at the side of Marcella, and the next, she was gone. Air collapsed in her wake with a sharp pop as her figure vanished entirely, reappearing within the arena grounds as though space itself had folded to let her through. She passed by the shoulder of Razeal in the process, so close that the faint edge of her killing intent brushed against him. Yet Razeal, trained, battle-hardened, did not even notice until it was too late. His perception lagged. His senses felt like they had been shackled, as though time itself had slowed in her presence. He could do nothing but blink, heart-lurching as the impossible unfolded before him. The platinum dome that protected the arena, said to withstand the combined might of Silva and Razeal at full power, cracked the instant Nova touched it. Her body grazed its surface, and the mighty enchantments of Celestia, spells that should have been unbreakable, shattered like fragile glass. A hairline crack spread outward. CRKK. The dome splintered, and then it broke entirely, collapsing inward with the sound of 1,000 panes of glass shattering at once behind her. The eyes of Nova flicked toward the spirits circling above, S-ranked beings, embodiments of power and arrogance. She tilted her sword ever so slightly, and then she moved. Swish, swish, swish. Her blade carved through the air, each stroke fluid, unstoppable. She did not hesitate, did not slow, every motion perfectly aligned with her intent. She became a blur of violet steel, a cannonball of death aimed directly at Silva. Boom. A sonic boom detonated as the atmosphere itself tore apart under her speed. Whoosh. Air screamed in her wake as she descended like a falling star. And in the very next heartbeat, Silva was already on the ground. Her body sprawled across the stone floor, blood pooling around her. Both arms and both legs were gone, severed cleanly from her shoulders and hips. The agony struck her all at once, an unending wave crashing over her nerves. Arga. No. What is this? The scream of Silva tore through the arena, raw and panicked. For the first time in her pampered life, she felt real pain, and not a scratch, not a wound, but the agony of her body torn apart. Her limbs were gone before, and now again this time. Both arms, both legs, severed cleanly at the shoulders and hips. Blood spilled freely across the stone, each pulse of it carrying fire through her nerves. Pain devoured her whole body, searing from her neck to her fingertips, from her hips down to where her legs once were. She writhed helplessly, eyes wide, tears spilling as she turned her head frantically. Her spirits. Where were her spirits? The guardians who had always promised to protect her were not to be seen. Useless. Gone. Her mind reeled. What just happened? When had she fallen? How had her limbs vanished? How had this monster appeared above her without her even seeing? Above her, Nova pressed her boot harder into the throat of Silva. Her gaze was steady, expression unbothered, her eyes alight with wild delight. 40,000 times the pain, was it not? The voice of Nova dripped with mockery, her lips curving into a cold smile. Let me show you what real pain feels like. Unflinching, she raised her sword. The steel trembled in her grip, dark ripples of violet light coursing across the blade. The very air around it warped as if recoiling from the power she summoned. Mind arts, she whispered, her grin stretching wider. Matter. Her sword vibrated violently, purple ripples flowing outward like waves through a pond. The arena floor beneath Silva cracked beneath the weight of the presence of the technique. Mind break. She brought the sword down. Shunk. The sound of steel sliding through flesh was wet, chilling. The blade sank directly into the chest of Silva, piercing through muscle, bone, and heart in one unrelenting thrust. The scream of Silva tore through the air, high-pitched and raw, carrying with it the sound of a mind beginning to shatter. Her world fragmented. Pain consumed her body, but the true terror came from within, her thoughts splintering, collapsing in on themselves as the technique of Nova invaded her very psyche. Memories blurred, emotions twisted, identity itself began to erode. The heiress of a duke house, the girl who had been pampered, arrogant, untouchable, now lay broken beneath the boot. She screamed again, but the sound turned into pitiful sobs, the cries of a child stripped of all protection. Nova only watched, calm, detached. Her lips curled into a smile as if she were enjoying the sound. She did not care, not about the blood soaking into the earth, not about the 1,000 horrified eyes fixed on her, not about the consequences that would ripple across the empire for harming the heir of a duke. Why should she? Her mother had given her permission. She was the princess of Virulence. Consequences were for other people, not her. If she wished to play, she would play. If she wished to kill, she would kill. If she wished to ruin the mind of a noble forever with an art forbidden for her age, she would. Even if the mind of Silva fractured beyond repair, even if she was reduced to a hollow shell of her former self, none of it mattered to Nova. Because this moment was not about politics, houses, or titles. It was about a bitch daring to harm her brother, and the most daring part, in front of her eyes. The audacity. The pleasure of turning pain back onto the one who had inflicted it onto him. The pleasure of hearing arrogant screams twist into pitiful cries. The pleasure of taking revenge and being able to take out all her anger. Her sword twisted inside the chest of Silva with a slow, deliberate motion. The pupils of Silva dilated, her voice reduced to pitiful whimpers as the last fragments of her consciousness slipped away. Nova leaned down, her smile sharp and merciless. You touched someone you should not have. Her words dripped with cruel satisfaction, sealing the fate of the once proud heiress. Honestly, Silva had not even hurt Razeal that badly, but that did not matter. For Nova, it was as if every ounce of frustration, every buried sorrow, every piece of anger she had swallowed until now, all of it came flooding out in that one instant. And Silva was simply unlucky enough to be standing in her path. It was unreasonable. It was cruel. But Nova did not care. Nova knew exactly what her skill did. Mind break was not simply a cut, a wound, or even a spell that damaged flesh. It was worse. It forced the brain and the consciousness into a prison of endless agony. The victim would feel as though they were being tortured every second, every heartbeat. For their mind, a single minute under the skill stretched into an eternity of unending torment. There were 9 levels of mind arts. Even though Nova had only used the 4th rank, it was more than enough. For someone without a mind barrier, or without the willpower to withstand the illusions, the technique shattered them. Their identity would unravel, their sanity dissolve, their soul break. And that was exactly what was happening to Silva. A sadistic grin spread across the flawless face of Nova, sharp, cruel, and triumphant. Blood streaked her cheek, her boot pressed firmly against the throat of Silva. Every scream from the writhing heiress only widened her grin, feeding the dark thrill burning in her violet eyes. She pushed the sword deeper, giving it a slow twist, grinding the blade inside the chest of Silva. Was not this what you wanted? The voice of Nova was soft, mocking, but her words struck like knives. Trying to hurt my brother. What now? Are you enjoying it? Pain radiated from the body of Silva, but her mind was drowning in something far worse. She writhed on the ground like a fish out of water, her limbs thrashing uselessly, her body pinned beneath the boot of Nova. Every movement only tore her flesh further around the sword lodged in her heart. And yet green and gold light flickered from the wound. Her body was healing. The powerful regeneration granted by her spirits was already at work, her severed limbs reforming, her chest stitching itself together beneath the steel. But it did not matter, because the pain did not lessen. The agony in her mind only grew sharper, deeper. The illusions of torment devoured her sanity, and for the first time in her life Silva thought of escape, thought of ending it herself, thought of smashing her own head against the stone just to make it stop. Her mouth foamed with broken sobs, her eyes rolling wildly as she tried to crawl away, to run from a prison that existed only inside her skull. And then, stay away from her, you disgusting bitch. A shrill, furious voice split the air. One of the spirits of Silva hurled itself forward, wings torn and mangled, half its body covered in gashes, remnants of the earlier strike of Nova. Despite its wounds, it surged toward the girl with reckless fury. Wind gathered in its outstretched hand, spinning into a dense spiral. Wind tornado bullet. 2 more spirits appeared beside it, their bodies marked with deep sword scars, but their voices rang out strong, resolute. Earth mercy, nature fury. 3 spells launched at once, sharp, focused, and precise, designed to strike Nova without harming Silva, who still lay beneath her boot. The force of their combined magic cracked the arena floor, their power undeniable even in their battered state. Nova only laughed. Schlei ice. The sound of steel scraping free echoed as she pulled her sword from the chest of Silva, the motion slow and deliberate. Blood sprayed across the floor as she brought the blade up, holding it before her body. The attack slammed into her. Wind howled. Stone burst. Roots lashed. The force hurled her backward, her body twisting mid-air. She landed lightly, boots skidding across the cracked stone, a mad smile still fixed on her face. Beep, Razeal spat as his eyes fell on Silva, writhing in blood on the arena floor. Of course, that psychopath sister of mine. But then again, the strength of this woman was unreal. How the hell did she break my perception? Even through the flow, I only felt her ripple so late. Just how fast is she? Razeal wondered, but then again, he did not have the luxury to think it through. Because at that moment, 3 SS-ranked spirits launched themselves at Nova, their power surging, their attacks already tearing across the battlefield. Beep, he spat again, his pulse spiking. He spun on his heel, running backward fast, his instincts screaming. Shit is about to get bad. I do not have time. I will have to do what I planned already. His decision was instant. No hesitation. Razeal stopped, putting distance between himself and the chaos. The ground beneath his boots cracked as he forced himself to steady, his chest heaving. He lowered his head, closed his eyes. I need to do it now, before anyone can stop me, he whispered. Chapter 144. I need to do it now, before anyone can stop me, he whispered. He shut everything out. He reached inward, past flesh, past blood, diving into something deeper. A sharp hiss filled the air, like steam venting from a furnace. And then it began. A glow surged out from the body of Razeal, deep royal purple, dark and eerie, pulsing with a rhythm that was not natural. The air around him warped as the glow flared brighter, until it seemed like his very skin was burning, not with fire, but with a flame of something rawer. It crawled up his arms, across his chest, until it seemed as if his body itself was lit from within. His veins bulged, hardening beneath his flesh. They twisted, writhed, and moved, until they no longer looked like veins at all but living serpents of molten metal slithering under his skin. The sight was horrifying. Nova felt it instantly. Her head snapped around, eyes locking on him. The moment her gaze registered what he was doing, her composure broke. Her blood ran cold. No, she whispered, horror flashing across her face. Then louder, panicked, her voice cutting across the battlefield. You beeping idiot, what are you doing? For the first time that day, the voice of Nova was not cruel, or mocking, or calm. It was frightened. She even moved one step forward, half a lunge, as if to run and stop him. But then she froze, because she knew. Her heart dropped like a stone as she recognized it. Bloodline extraction. Her lips parted, her throat dry, the words falling from her tongue like venom. No, 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 no. Her mind spun in a frenzy, every instinct screaming that this could not be happening. But it was. And once started, the process could never be undone. Every scholar, every warrior, every record across the history of the known worlds told the same story. Those who attempted it were doomed. Not one soul had survived. Because bloodline was not just flesh. It was not muscle or bone. It was deeper than that. Bloodline was everything: consciousness, spirit, soul, essence. To extract it was to tear out the very foundation of one being. To forcefully tear it free was to rip apart the core of life itself. The pain alone was unspeakable. It was not like being burned. It was not like being stabbed. It was not like being torn limb from limb. It was all of those things multiplied infinitely, applied to every part of a person being. Body, mind, spirit, soul, essence. There was a name for it. The true pain. A torment so absolute that no one in all the recorded history of the worlds had ever survived it. Gods, kings, bloodlines of every level, all of them had broken. Because it was pain beyond endurance, beyond sanity, beyond existence itself. And now, Razeal had chosen it, which meant only one thing. He would die. Surely, inevitably. A storm of emotions twisted across the face of Nova. For someone who had worn her cold mask like a second skin since childhood, the sudden flood of feelings was unbearable. One after another, expressions she had never allowed herself to show flickered: confusion, despair, fury, panic, disbelief, desperation. It was as if her entire identity had cracked open, leaving her vulnerable and human in a way she had sworn she would never be. It was the first time in her life she felt so many things at once. She wanted to scream. She wanted to rush toward him. She wanted to shake him, to demand why, to stop him even if it meant tearing him apart herself. But her body stayed rooted, because what could she do? The process had already started. No matter how much power she threw at him, no matter what miracle she tried to force, bloodline extraction was unstoppable. She clenched her fists, trembling, nails digging into her palms until the skin broke. Her mind spiraled. Why would he do this? He was strong, so strong now. Strength was all he had ever wanted, and he had finally achieved it. He had carved his own path, discovered ways no one else in the world had ever imagined, just to make himself stronger. And now when he had achieved it all, when he had gained what others would call impossible, he chose this. Throwing it away. Throwing himself away. He had even gained the holy promise, and tonight he could have erased the stain from his past forever. And yet here he was, ending it, choosing to die in the most excruciating way imaginable. Her lips parted, trembling, but no words escaped. Why? Did losing such a meaningless duel break him this badly? Was that why he was trying to die in the most painful way possible? Or was it that he wanted to die, but not as a Virulin, so he chose a death that stripped the Virulin blood from his body first? Her thoughts spiraled endlessly, clashing and tearing each other apart, until nothing was left but confusion. Her cold, composed mask, so much a part of who Nova Virulin was, shattered. She looked lost, like someone who had forgotten everything, a stranger wearing her face. The shift in her aura did not go unnoticed. The 3 8th-ranked spirits ignored the transformation of Razeal completely, glancing at Nova instead. Her confusion, her helplessness, it was so unlike the merciless monster they just saw, it unsettled even them. They exchanged no words. As if by silent agreement, they ignored both Razeal and Nova. Instead, they turned and drifted, floating past her without striking, their focus entirely fixed on Silva. Blossom, heal her fast, Silly urged, her eyes full of worry. But when she looked down, she realized most of the wounds of Silva had already begun to mend. The passive contracts of the girl with her legion of healing spirits were working ceaselessly, stitching flesh and knitting bone. Still, the pain twisting the face of Silva was unbearable to watch. Let me do more, Blossom said softly. The small spirit delicate vine-like hands glowed with verdant light as she pressed them gently against the forehead of Silva. Warm waves of life essence poured through, slowly soothing her spasms, easing her pain. Terex, his small form looming beside them, his earth-colored head bore a deep gash, a reminder of the merciless attack of Nova. His voice was low and bitter. I told you we should have made mental protections for her. But no, you all insisted on focusing only on spirit arts, on elemental techniques. We are always with her, we can help anything. Look at her now. The face of Silly twisted with guilt, though her voice came sharp, defensive. Nope, we were just too weak. That woman, she is a monster. If not, I would have protected her. Her teeth ground together, as she glared at the distant figure of Nova. But she did not move. Instead, she knelt, laying her glowing hands against the chest of Silva where the blade of Nova had pierced through. Flesh healed, but the clothes of the girl remained torn, pale skin bared. With a snap of her power, Silly conjured fabric of shimmering pink essence, wrapping it gently over her mistress to restore her dignity. Meanwhile, Razeal stood utterly still. His body glowed with that eerie purple fire, veins writhing beneath his skin like metallic snakes, but his face showed no pain, no grimace, no scream. If anything, he looked almost casual, as though he could have whistled if not for the crushing concentration the ritual demanded. Host, you know your mental stats will collapse after this, right? Even if you have never gained advantage from this bloodline, it is still a part of you. Razeal did not flinch. His eyes stayed closed, voice steady. What kind of meaningless question is that? You know why I am doing this. The ability of the Imperials, you remember. If I keep this bloodline, I will never be free. I know that, the system voice stretched out before softening into a gentler tone. I just thought it mattered a lot to you. I mean, this was your bloodline. It was your identity. The voice faltered, dropping lower at the end, unfinished. Guilt lingered in its tone, because deep down, it knew it had played its own part in leading Razeal into this situation. Razeal fell silent. Then, with an unsettling calmness, he spoke. Do not worry. I really do not care. Yes, I had memories with those people, but love, trust, feelings, they cannot be forced. If they had truly believed in me, I would never have let this bond go, not even for the abilities of Imparis. But now, it is meaningless. The bond was destroyed the day they refused to trust me. They are dead to me. His voice was steady, unshaken, carrying a finality sharper than any blade. What disgusts me most is not them. It is just where I see this. I feel like I still have not moved on. That I still cling to something already dead. But now, let me sever it completely. At least then, I will be able to look into the mirror without shame. The system hummed low, its tone small, guilty, almost ashamed. It could not find the words. Its presence dimmed, unable to comfort him. And then, crunch. The sound tore through the air like thunder. The veins of Razeal erupted. Tiny ruptures burst across his skin, spraying blood in dark crimson rivulets. His pores wept red. His ears, his nose, even his eyes spilled streams of blood, streaking down his face in horrifying rivers. The metallic veins beneath his skin bulged grotesquely, splitting flesh as they writhed. One after another, they popped, bursting under the strain. He looked like a man who had stepped into a rainstorm of blood, except the storm was his own body tearing itself apart from the inside. Blood drenched him, slicking his skin, dripping from his chin, pooling at his feet. His figure, wrapped in that royal purple glow, looked like a statue carved from gore and flame. Silva stood frozen, his gaze locked on her as faint words slipped past her lips, soft, fragile, almost trembling in the air. Nova, the woman everyone in the Empire called ruthless, infamous, and untouchable, walked toward him with unsteady steps. The sword she had been clutching slipped from her hands, striking the stone floor with a sharp, scraping clang. The sound echoed across the arena, a chilling reminder of how much weight she had just let go of. What does she want now? Razeal frowned as he watched the woman approach. But in his deep concentration, his body refused to move. He was still trying to read her intent when suddenly, the arms of Nova suddenly opened and wrapped tightly around him. Why are you leaving us, idiot? Her voice cracked, trembling with suppressed emotion. You did not even give me a chance to apologize. Razeal froze. His concentration wavered for just a moment as disbelief shot through him. Nova, hugging him? I am sorry, her voice cracked, desperate and raw. Without a care for pride, image, or the hundreds of eyes watching from the stands, she held him carefully, as though his body were made of the most fragile porcelain. Her arms trembled, tightening, but gentle all the same, like she feared he might shatter if she gripped too hard. Her forehead pressed against his shoulder. He could feel the hot streaks of tears falling against him, dripping one after another like endless rainfall. For the first time since he had known her, Nova, the infamous cold-blooded woman, feared throughout the Empire for her ruthless decisiveness, crumbled. She was not the untouchable, merciless warrior in this moment. She was not the monster who once stood above others with a blade in her hand. She was simply a woman, desperate, afraid, and breaking apart. Her body quivered violently as the reality set in. He would die, right here, right now, in front of her eyes. And there was nothing, absolutely nothing, she could do to stop it. I am sorry. I really am sorry. I will never forgive myself for what I did. I just. Her words fractured, tumbling over each other as she choked on sobs. The sentences were incomplete, incoherent, but the emotion behind them was undeniable. Gasps rippled through the stands. The citizens, the nobles, the high-ranking elders, all watched with wide eyes. For the woman who built her reputation on merciless cruelty, the woman who never bowed, never faltered, never let emotion slip, now to be crying openly, cradling someone in her arms, it shattered everything they thought they knew. The breath of Razeal nearly stopped. What the actual beep? Not even in a million years had he imagined this sight. Him, of all people, being hugged by her. But he could not say anything, could not move. His body was bound to his concentrated work. So he did the only thing he could. He closed his eyes and focused. A deep, eerie purple glow began to seep from his body, wisps escaping like smoke rising from a dying flame. Slowly, the glow concentrated, forming at the center of his forehead. At first, it was no larger than a grain of sand, shimmering faintly, trembling as though alive. And then it grew. The grain became a bead. The bead swelled into a pearl. Inch by inch, the glow condensed until a 2-inch orb pulsed at his forehead, vibrating with an ominous, royal brilliance. The air around it warped, bending unnaturally, as though the very fabric of space trembled at its presence. A suffocating pressure spread across the arena, forcing weaker people to feel weird feelings. The royal bloodline essence, one of the rarest existences in the world, an object so rare it could not be measured by value. To form it, one had to die. And not just die, but endure a death so agonizing it was said to strip flesh, spirit, and soul apart simultaneously. The pain was beyond comprehension, far surpassing the limits of any mortal or immortal body. And Razeal was doing it willingly. Even normal bloodline essences were near impossible to obtain. For a royal bloodline, the act was nothing short of insanity. No one would do it. Not to say a person who has a royal bloodline to give up everything like this. The tears of Nova did not stop. The moment the pearl appeared, her trembling worsened. She could feel it. His time was almost gone. Her lips opened, but the words lodged in her throat. There was so much she wanted to say. Years of words left unsaid. Questions unanswered. Promises broken. Memories unspoken. All of it threatened to pour out now, but the time was slipping away too fast. The thoughts of Razeal, meanwhile, were far less poetic. Of all the beeped up things in this world, why the hell do I have to be in her arms? Every nerve in his body screamed in repulsion, his veins burning, as they hardened into metallic strands that slithered under his skin like living snakes. The pain was meaningless to him, but still it was a weirdly uncomfortable feeling. Yet somehow, it was still less intolerable than the suffocating awkwardness of this hug. Damn it, I swear I would rather hug a rock made of obsidian agony than this woman. Still, he gritted his teeth and kept his focus. Just a little more, almost done. The trembling lips of Nova pressed closer to his ear. Her voice, broken and hoarse, whispered with desperation. I am sorry. I cannot do anything for you. But do not worry, I will find a way to bring you back. These past years, while you were gone, I have found many things. Just you wait. You will be back, and when you are, I will not let you leave me again. Her grip tightened, her body pressing closer, heedless of the blood that seeped from his bursting veins onto her own flesh. It will not be forever. Till then, just know I loved you. I always did. And if I could go back in time, I would stop myself from doing what I did. Please, just do not hate me. Her voice cracked, the plea breaking something deep within her. Those words you said that day, I hate you, and the look in your eyes, those hate-filled eyes, please, do not look at me like that. Never. Not like this after I got you back from death. Please. Her words never stopped, pouring endlessly, desperate to bridge the impossible gap before the inevitable end. The jaw of Razeal clenched. Beeping hell, this is unbearable. Finally, at last, he felt the last wisp of his essence tear-free. His entire body screamed an uncomfortable feeling as the final fragment left him. It is done. His voice was ragged, dripping with frustration. Finally, the royal bloodline essence pulsed at his forehead, now fully formed. But then, click, the air distorted. A ghostly figure materialized several meters away, almost invisible, a bow in its hands, arrow notched and aimed directly at the head of Razeal. But before it could, how dare you? The scream of Nova tore through the air. Her head snapped back, purple eyes blazing with a fury that shook even the strongest spirits. Tears flung into the air as her hair whipped with the force of her sudden movement. Without hesitation, she launched herself at the ghost, her killing intent erupting like a tidal wave crashing through the whole imperial capital. And then, slice. Chapter 145. The moment Nova appeared before the spectral ghost, her body shimmered with a deep, violent glow. A ripple of purple aura coiled around her arm, swelling and tightening until it condensed into a cutting edge sharper than any blade forged by mortals. She did not hesitate. She did not care what stood in her way, or what the consequences might be. Her hand, shaped into a slicing motion, swung downward in a vertical arc. SHHHHRRK. The purple aura shrieked as it cut through the air. The ghost never even had time to release its arrow. The vertical strike from Nova cleaved it perfectly down the middle, from skull to waist to foot. For a creature that was supposed to be untouchable, immune to both physical steel and magical force, the sight was impossible. Yet the rippling energy of Nova ignored every law, cutting the incorporeal form apart as though slicing through paper. The body of the ghost shattered into dust, dissolving into invisible fragments that faded instantly into the air. But her strike did not stop there. The purple arc tore forward like a judgment from the heavens, an unrestrained slash brimming with destructive force. It roared toward the spectator stands. The crowd had not even realized what had happened yet. Most had not even seen the ghost at all. They only saw Nova appear, her hand swing, and then an impossible wave of energy racing straight at them. The speed was so absolute, so merciless, that no one had the chance to scream. By the time their instincts caught up, death was already upon them. Celestia was the first to move. Her perception, honed beyond most people, caught the danger in the fraction of a heartbeat. Her heart seized. No. Her hands blurred through a dozen seals, her mana pouring out of her body in a flood. She wove it instantly into her paper transformation magic, folding her power into a construct harder than steel, denser than diamond, or many harder magic metals, unyielding even against most S-ranked strikes. In a single breath, an invisible shield expanded before the stands, a wall of impossible strength that gleamed as though forged from divine will. Arg, she roared, her voice shaking as she anchored every last drop of her energy into it. The purple slash met it head-on. Crack. The sound was deafening. The shield rippled like a pond struck by a meteor, distortions writhing through its surface before. Shurip. The entire barrier split down the center. The strike of Nova carved through it as though it were nothing more than paper after all, ripping the proudest defense of Celestia in half. Her eyes went wide with horror. The slash did not slow as it met the next protection dome. Even the platinum invisible protection shield was ripped in half. Now it was directly rippling past every piece of protection. The spectators stared in frozen terror, the blade of energy reflecting in their wide, helpless eyes. It was so close now, mere feet away. In another blink, it would cut through the stands, through thousands of bodies, and continue on, tearing through the capital itself. At that speed and intensity, it could level miles. It was unstoppable. Until, TCKK. The sound cut through, sharp and irritated, carrying the weight of tangled emotions from moments before. She snapped her fingers, her platinum hair shaking with emotion. She knew she could not stop the strike. But, and then, in an instant, the spectators vanished. One moment they stood frozen before death. The next, every soul in the stands reappeared atop the opposite side of the Colosseum, blinking in confusion, trembling with shock but alive. The slash roared on, but the Colosseum itself remained in the path. Boom. The destructive wave carved through stone reinforced for centuries, formations layered into every block. Walls that could withstand armies and calamities alike turned instantly to dust. A tenth of the Colosseum vanished, erased in the blink of an eye. A clean, circular gash ripped through its structure, as though a piece of cake had been casually sliced and removed. And still the slash continued, roaring beyond the arena, toward the capital itself. Until Marcella appeared. Her presence was calm. One hand rested casually behind her back. The other extended forward, palm open, as though she were brushing away nothing more than smoke. The purple wave struck her palm, and disappeared. Just like that. No explosion. No struggle. No clash of titans. It was as if the destructive force had never existed in the first place. The calm gaze of Marcella swept over the devastation, the missing slice of the Colosseum, the scar cut deep into the earth. Her lips parted only slightly. No words came. No judgment. No anger. Only silence. The monumental structure of the empire, one of its historical symbols, lay wounded. But the woman remained still, her calm unmoved. Back at the center of the arena, the chaos had not ended. The body of Nova had barely finished cutting down the ghost archer when another figure emerged. This one wore a ragged black robe, a long, cruel scythe glinting in its hands. The blade swung instantly, with no hesitation, aimed directly at the neck of Razeal. The movement was impossibly fast. There was no build-up, no warning, no aura to sense. No, the voice of Nova rang out, sharp and desperate. Her instincts screamed after sensing this being. This one was different. The pressure of its presence marked it as an 8th-ranked being, a powerhouse. Worse, its scythe was already descending, mere millimeters from the throat of Razeal. Even with her speed, she knew she could not make it in time. Her body blurred into motion anyway, burning everything she had to close the distance. Her heart screamed that she would not let him die like this. But reality was cruel. The edge of the scythe gleamed against his skin. It was too late. Her heart trembled. She could not save him. It was too close. Even knowing the fate of Razeal was already sealed, that his body was dying from the extraction, seeing him about to be erased like this tore at her soul. She wanted nothing more than to reach him, to stop it, to drag him away from the jaws of death. But the enemy was not a normal foe. These were the ghosts. Soul-type beings without physical or magical bodies. They existed in a state of non-presence, invisible and undetectable until the instant they struck. That was why no perception could find them, no matter how high the rank of the observer. They were assassins of legend. The ultimate killers, moving in and out of reality at will. Only in the moment of their attack did they become tangible enough to harm, and in that instant, their target usually had no hope of resisting. Their attacks were slow compared to true powerhouses, yes, but they cut directly into the soul. Physical barriers and magical walls meant nothing. Their scythes could pass through flesh and armor without resistance, severing only what mattered, the essence of a person. The wounds they inflicted lingered forever. At best, crippling. At worst, death. And now, one of them stood inches from completing its kill. The blade of the scythe kissed the neck of Razeal. Nova appeared in front of him, but her hand was still too far away. Her eyes widened, despair flooding her. The strike was already made, and she was too slow. Her hand stretched forward desperately, but compared to the inevitability of that scythe, her movements felt unbearably slow. But just then, a ripple, a deep, purple ripple of energy burst outward. Not with sound but with pressure, an overwhelming, reality-crushing pressure. The force struck Nova like a hammer. Her eyes went wide as her body was blasted away, thrown like a feather caught in a hurricane. She slammed into the wall of the Colosseum with the thunder of an explosion, stone cracking and crumbling around her as her body left an imprint in its side. "Touching my son?" The voice was calm, quiet, but it resounded across the entire arena like a divine decree. From the shadows of despair, Marissa appeared. Her hand, delicate yet trembling with suppressed fury, gripped the neck of the SS-ranked ghost. Its body, normally intangible, untouchable by both physical force and sorcery, was pinned in her grasp as though it were made of fragile flesh. The scythe mid-swing pushed back in absolute defiance of its nature, coming out from the flesh of Razeal it had almost cut off. Marissa tilted her head ever so slightly, her purple hair shifting as she gazed at the creature, with eyes burning in restrained madness. "The audacity of the Death Reaper clan. Has it reached this high?" she whispered, her voice quivering between sorrow and rage. Tears slid down her face. Or rather, they had. The shimmering droplets of grief did not fall to the ground. Instead, they evaporated as they left her cheeks, transforming into drifting wisps of violet energy. Each tear became a fragment of power, dissolving into the air around her like the smoke of a fading fire. All this time she had been crying too, watching her son about to die. But unlike Nova, who could let everything go and simply rush to hug Razeal, she could not. Shame and guilt weighed her down. What would she do or say standing there in front of him? How could she, when he was dying? Was she not the reason for all of this? She tried to move, but her body refused. She was breaking down, lost in the storm of how to act, how to face him. She had not been able to do it for the past 7 days, only daring to watch him from afar. And now he was slipping away. She had the strength to stand against the world, yet in this moment, she could not summon the heart or the courage to stand before him. But the sudden appearance of someone trying to harm her son, she just instinctively shot toward it. Now, her eyes cut toward Razeal from the corner of her gaze. The wretch had already struck, the blade grazing the neck of Razeal, not his body, but his soul, torn ever so slightly. She said nothing. She only watched, silent, as her son bled from his little cut neck, which already healed visibly. He was saved from the strike. This ghost was not able to kill. Still, her grip on the ghost tightened until the empty void that made its body trembled. She tilted her head to the side like a predator staring at prey. And then, her lips parted. "Mind arts." Her voice carried like a whisper from another world, heavy enough to make the entire arena still. "9th rank, ultimate spell, universal infinite lock of forever torment." The words themselves were power. The eyes of the ghost widened, true terror breaking through its hollow expression. It struggled against her grasp, its form flickering violently, as if trying to slip away into nothingness. But it could not move. Her words bound it. The rank of the spell alone struck it with despair. And then reality itself cracked. Above the Colosseum, the air split open. A jagged tear ripped through the sky, revealing not light, but abyss. A gate, immense, shrouded in endless darkness, loomed in the heavens. From within, chains erupted. They were colossal, forged from a material not of this world, colored in shades of crimson and dark purple. Each link bristled with spikes that dripped with a corrosive glow. The chains shot downward at speeds too great for mortal eyes to follow, rending the very air with their passage. The moment they appeared, a tremor shook every heart in the empire. From the lowest beggar to the most exalted beings, from the weakest recruit to the strongest powerhouse, all felt the same thing, instinctive, primal fear. Their chests constricted, their lungs froze, their souls screamed as if dragged toward the abyss. Even Arabella, sitting high in her seat far above, bit down on her nail. Her voice was irritated. That mad woman, she actually used a 9th rank ultimate spell, for a mere ghost. Her eyes locked on the sky, on the abyssal gate that bled malice into the world. Her heart throbbed with a fear she could not contain or resist. Even she, one of the strongest, felt it. It was not rational. It was not logical. It was instinct, etched into every living being. Whatever lay beyond those gates was not meant to be known. The chains struck the ghost. There was no resistance, no evasion. The creature that could slip through matter, that could vanish from perception itself, could not slip free from those shackles. They pierced its incorporeal form as if it were solid clay. Its body shriveled instantly, collapsing inward as the chains dug into its essence. But not a sound left its lips. Not a scream or cry. Silence, terrifying silence, as the being was consumed by the spell. The chains pulled, dragging it upward. The form of the ghost was yanked into the abyssal gate above, disappearing into its eternal prison. And then, seal, a colossal sigil, purple and vast, bloomed in the sky where the gate had opened. Runes twisted across its surface, pulsing with the authority of judgment itself. The ghost was locked away forever, condemned to endless torment within that otherworldly prison. There, it would endure a torment no being in existence deserves, no matter the crime. All of this happened in a fraction of a second. No one present had the chance to react. The ghost was gone, and the Colosseum was silent. Finally, after everything, Marissa took a deep breath, trying to steady her emotions. She forced herself to ignore what had just happened, shifting her psychological focus to her son. Anger and fury rippled through her, so strong she had even used an ultimate spell. She paused, her boots clicking softly against the broken stone as she turned, and now stood face to face with Razeal. The shadow of her figure fell over him. "Mother," Razeal whispered instinctively, seeing Marissa towering over him, her tall figure casting a shadow across his body. The moment the word escaped, he snapped his mouth shut, realizing what he had just said. "Arg, it must be because of that damn soul attack." Razeal shook his head hard, trying to steady himself. His entire body felt wrong, shaken to the core, not exactly by pain, but by a weakness that spread through his veins like poison. The scythe of that ghost had not even cut him fully, but it had grazed his soul, and the aftermath was devastating. Blood already covered him in smears and splatters, though his flesh had healed over. It was not the physical wounds or anything that crippled him, it was just everything else. His senses were all shaken, unbalanced. His thoughts spun in circles, his mind whirling as though it had lost its anchor. And on his forehead, that eerie, glowing purple pearl pulsed faintly, releasing invisible ripples that distorted the air around him. The very essence of his bloodline was ripped out of him, severed from its rightful place. The natural reaction of his body to suddenly losing its bloodline was overwhelming, and yet miraculously he was still conscious, still standing. It was almost unthinkable. Any other person, even the most powerful, would have collapsed instantly if they had survived death. But still Razeal, somehow, by sheer willpower alone, by an unyielding refusal to bend, was still upright, still holding on. "It is a miracle I have not passed out already," he thought bitterly. "But I will not collapse. Not in front of her, no matter what." Even though his body wobbled, even though he felt as if he might faint any moment, he forced himself to remain steady. Not a tremor, not a weakness was shown before this woman. He refused. He straightened his back, lifted his chin, and met her gaze. Cold, unflinching, expressionless. No warmth, no softness. Even though it was the first time he had looked into her face like this in years, his eyes carried only steel. Marissa, on the other hand, looked down at him in silence. Her expression was unreadable, calm to the point of stillness, as though carved from stone. But inside her, millions of thoughts clashed like storms. Her eyes lowered briefly, falling upon the small deep purple pearl embedded in his forehead. The last fragment of his bloodline, the essence he had extracted, shearing apart the bond that once tied them together as mother and child. That pearl represented everything: survival, defiance, and also distance. He is alive, even after bloodline extraction. The realization struck her like a wave. A rush of enormous relief surged through her chest, so powerful it almost made her stagger. Her entire body, which had been locked in tension, slowly eased as the truth sank in. He had survived. Against all odds, against the law of history itself, her son was alive. But her eyes did not soften. She saw the state he was in, his soul wounded, his mind spinning, his body exhausted beyond endurance. She saw him struggling, refusing to collapse, fighting his own weakness just to stand tall in front of her. And she saw, most of all, his face. That cold, emotionless mask he wore for her, a wall of ice, a refusal to show her anything, no pain, no longing, no anger, nothing, as if trying to lie to himself. And above all, she saw the pearl again, the severed bond, the undeniable proof that the connection between them had been broken. It stung her, honestly. Her mind swirled with millions of emotions, relief, guilt, sorrow, pride, shame, but her face betrayed none of them. She remained as expressionless as him, an unyielding mask. Then, slowly, she raised her hand. The silence stretched for a heartbeat. And then, slap. The sharp sound cracked through the air, echoing across the fractured battlefield. Her palm connected directly with his cheek, turning his face to the side with the force. Chapter 146. Marissa slowly drew back her hand, the sting of the strike still fresh on her palm. She stared at it for a heartbeat, trembling faintly, unable to believe what she had just done. 5 long years she had imagined this meeting, countless times replaying the scene in her mind. If he was alive, how she would embrace him, how she would scold him softly, or how she would simply stand in silence, grateful he was alive. But this, her first touch after half a decade being a slap. Out of everything, this was the one scenario she had never dared to imagine. Her chest tightened painfully. "Why did you do this?" she asked at last, her voice measured, her face acting to be calm, though she was struggling to control herself. Inside, her heart was a furnace of anger and grief. Her eyes, no matter how much she tried to steady them, kept flicking to the dark pearl pulsing faintly in his forehead. That pearl of his bloodline essence. Razeal spat blood onto the ground, his jaw working as he tilted his head back toward her. The echo of her slap still lingered across his cheek, but his expression remained cold. "Because I can," he said flatly. "Why do you care?" Not even a shred of warmth. Not even the barest hint of respect. The eyes of Marissa sharpened. Without thinking, her hand lashed out again. Slap. The sound cracked sharply in the tense silence. His face snapped to the side from the impact, Is this the way you speak to your mother? She demanded, her tone cold and firm. But his eyes burned with defiance when they returned to hers. You are not my mother, he spat back. So do not beep with me. You have no right to touch me, or to ask about me. His brows furrowed deeply, his face twisting in anger. Marissa froze. His words cut deeper than any blade. For a moment, she could not move. She could not even breathe. Why am I even slapping him? She thought, shaken. She did not even know. Every fiber of her hated it. From the moment he was born until now, she had never once raised her hand against him. Not once. Not even in anger. But this, today, was the first time. And it tore her apart inside. But then again, why? Why was she doing this now? Looking at him, at the pearl that severed their bond, at the state of his broken body, at his face filled with defiance, something inside her boiled. Rage she could not control. Not hatred for him, never that, but a fury so fierce she could not suppress it. Her eyes ran over him, over every wound that scarred his form. His missing arm, which he held tightly in the other hand. His body, drenched in blood. The countless old scars layered across his skin, a history of torture she had never been there to protect. And then her gaze froze, on the carving etched into his chest, cruel words carved with foreverine metal. Words that no mother should ever have to see on her child. She almost looked away. She wanted to. She did not want to read them. She did not want to imagine what he had endured. But she forced herself to look, even though it broke her heart. Her rage only rippled harder. She clenched her fists until her nails dug into her palms. And yet, she forced herself to breathe. She forced herself to calm down. Not now, she told herself. Not here. Not when he is already on the edge. He almost killed himself just moments ago. She exhaled, a long, heavy sigh escaping her lips. She shook her head slowly, her shoulders sagging slightly. For now, she would push the anger back. For now, she would try to reach him. Why did you run away? She asked quietly. Why did you not come back? You could have. I never cast you out. I never said you were no longer my child. Her voice wavered, but only slightly. Yes, mistakes happen, she continued, and I would never keep you away from me forever. Whatever I did back then, it was not to throw you away. It was to teach you, to make you a man who could stand tall, who would not walk this world with black stains on his name. I wanted you to hold your dignity, to be someone who would never bow to shame. She took a step closer, her eyes still fixed on him. You have seen the world now, have you not? Then tell me, if you were in my place, if your son had done what you did, would you not have punished him? Try to teach him. Tell me honestly. Her words grew sharper, firmer. No mother punishes her child without reason. No mother wishes for her son to suffer. But what you did, I punished you because I had to. Because it was necessary. Because it was the duty I bore not just as your mother, but as someone who wanted you to grow without corruption. Her voice trembled then, but she did not stop. I never put all the blame only on you. I carried it myself too. Do you remember? That day, when you forced my hand. Do you know what I did afterward? She clenched her teeth, her voice lowering with raw intensity. I, who never once bowed my head to gods, kings, or even my own parents, I bent my head and apologized. To a girl, a child of 11 years. Her eyes blazed as they bored into his. Do you know the meaning of that, Razeal? She demanded. The silence between them was suffocating, filled with the echoes of the past. I will not apologize for the punishment I gave you, Marissa said firmly. And I will not stand here and pretend it was wrong. Trying to force yourself on someone, that is an act beneath any being. Man, monster, or God, it does not matter. Every one of them deserves punishment for such a crime. Her hand trembled as she pointed at him, though her face remained composed. And I, as your mother, bore that duty. The duty to correct you, to punish you when you strayed from the path, to drag you back, no matter how much it hurt either of us. Her voice grew softer now, quieter, but no less sharp. Even now, she whispered, if you were to repeat that same mistake again, I would punish you again. Chapter 147. Even now, she whispered, if you were to repeat that same mistake again, I would punish you again. The voice of Marissa dropped to a chilling calm, her eyes never leaving Razeal. And even if you did not stop, I would kill you by my own hand. Her tone began soft, almost tender, but sharpened with each word until it was as hard as steel. Even if I had to live with the guilt for the rest of my life, I would do it. And I mean every word. Her gaze did not waver. Calm, steady, unwavering. A declaration not born of hatred but of principle. For now she ignored everything else. She ignored his severed arm clutched in his other hand, the blood dripping down his torn body, the deep carved letters etched into his chest, the countless scars that screamed of torment. She ignored even the pearl embedded in his forehead, the very proof that he had ripped his bloodline essence free, a deed that should have killed him. All of it, she pushed aside. Not because she did not care. Gods, she cared more than words could express. But because she knew if she let herself be pulled into all those questions, how he survived, where he had been, who had hurt him, why he had gone so far, she would drown in them. No. The most important matter right now was this. She needed him to understand her stance. She needed him to hear it directly, with no room for doubt. Yes, she loved him more than life itself. Yes, she wanted to cradle him, to protect him from the world, to demand answers from the heavens themselves for what he had suffered. But that love did not mean she would turn a blind eye if he walked the wrong path. She would rather bury her son with pride than live to see him become something vile, something that would make even her, his own mother, feel shame and disgust when she looked at him. The lips of Razeal curled into a bitter snarl, his expression dark. And that would be true if I had tried to rape someone, he growled, his face twisting with fury. A vein pulsed on his neck as he spoke. But I did not. I never did. So why the hell should I have received punishment for it? The words burst from him before he could stop himself. Deep down, he had not wanted to react or even say anything. But the accusation, the eternal weight of that single claim, always clawed at him. And standing here before her, he could not hold it back. Marissa drew in a slow, shaking breath. Are you still holding on to that? She asked, her voice softer now, almost pleading. Razeal, let it go. You already received your punishment. It is finished. Done. You do not need to carry it anymore. Her voice gentled, the stern edge fading, as she spoke like only a mother could. You do not need to feel shame about it. It is all right. Mistakes happen. Everyone stumbles. What matters is you stand up again. I will not judge you for it anymore. I never wanted you to live under that shadow forever. Please do not run from it. Do not bury yourself in it. It is over. Just forget it. She stepped closer, her eyes soft, her voice almost breaking. No one will hold it against you now. Not me. Not Nova. Not anyone. You are still my son. You will always be my son. But the head of Razeal snapped up sharply, his eyes burning like storm clouds. I said I did not do it, he snarled. And if I said I did not, then I did not. His voice shook with anger, and his expression twisted with something darker. The punishment you gave me was unreasonable. It was you, all of you, who were wrong. Not me. His lips curled into a cruel, contradictory smirk as he forced the words out. Anyways, I do not even care anymore. Not now. You are all dead to me anyway. Every last one of you. And if you were really a mother, you would have believed in me. The words landed like a blade plunged into the chest of Marissa. Her lips trembled, but she forced them still. Believed in you, she repeated softly. Her voice was low, but her eyes narrowed sharply. Do you think I did not? Do you think Nova did not? We were the first to stand beside you. We were the ones who declared you innocent before anyone else did. She shook her head, her tone rising, heavy with pain. Razeal, we tried. We tried every way we could. Every test, every method, every proof that could be called upon. We used them all. From the Holy Church sacred trials, to the eyes of truth of your fiancé, no, the imperial princess herself. Again and again, we searched. Again and again, we fought for you. Her voice broke, but only for a moment. She steadied it, pushing past the ache in her throat. And every single one declared you guilty. She looked at him, eyes trembling with both fury and grief. Do you understand what that did to us? To me, to Nova. She pressed a trembling hand to her chest. Do you know what it feels like to put all your faith in someone, your son, your blood, and watch as every test, every truth, tells you that trust is broken? Her lips quivered. She wanted to scream. She wanted to hold him. She wanted to shake him until he understood. But she did neither. She swallowed it all down. We believed in you until the end, she whispered hoarsely. We never stopped. But the world shattered that belief. And you, she clenched her fists, stopping herself before saying more. She shut her eyes tightly, shaking her head as though trying to steady herself before she said something she could never take back. Silence hung heavy between them. So you believed in them more than me. The voice of Razeal was calm, almost too calm, and that calmness carried more venom than a scream ever could. His lips twisted into a mocking smirk as he shook his head slowly, eyes locked onto Marissa. I grew up with you and Nova, and in the end, you chose to believe in them. The words struck like daggers, sharp and merciless. The body of Marissa tensed. No, she said quickly, almost desperately. We did not believe in them, Razeal. We trusted the methods But before she could finish, Razeal cut across her, his voice sharp as steel. I even told you to read my memories, to look directly and see for yourself if it happened or not. And you refused. You said you could not because of the rules, that the direct line of Virulin blood could not have their memories intruded upon, that it was forbidden. You could have done it. You had the way to know I was innocent. But you chose not to. You chose rules over me. His smirk widened, cruel and bitter. I do not even care about the others saying I was guilty. They never mattered to me. But you, his voice cold as ever. You were supposed to stand by me. And you did not. He spat the words like poison. You are a disgusting person. And even though you are not my mother, whoever mother you are a very disgusting mother. You should be ashamed of yourself. Where do you plan on carrying that pride of yours? What use is it? What worth is it, when it could not even protect your son? The words pierced deeper than any blade could. For the first time, the eyes of Marissa faltered. The unshakable gaze of the woman hailed as the world's second strongest almost broke under the weight of her own son accusations. Her heart trembled violently, as though every word had been carved into her soul. She forced herself to hold his gaze, though her breath came unsteady. Finally, she drew in a long, shuddering breath, as if dragging air into lungs that did not want to move. I admit it. Her voice cracked, quiet but clear. I was wrong back then. Her eyes softened, though her body trembled from the weight of her confession. That is one of the greatest regrets of my life, even to this day. I wish I had done it. I should have broken the sacred rule. I should have read your memories that very day. Her voice shook, but her resolve sharpened. I wish I had chosen you over the rules. The admission hung heavy in the air. For a woman like Marissa, unyielding, principled, unbending, it was like tearing off her own armor and exposing her bare chest to a blade. But hear me now. Her voice steadied, growing stronger. You are more important to me than any rule. More important than the Virulin line, than the sacred traditions, than anything else. And I will prove that to you now. Her eyes blazed with a new, unshakable resolve. Let me read your memories. I will break the rules. Here and now. As the words left her lips, the air itself seemed to shudder. Thousands of voices suddenly echoed in her mind at once, strong and commanding, screams in protest. But Marissa ignored them all, her focus narrowing to one thing only, her son. Her eyes locked onto his. If you are innocent, I swear to you, I will tear every single one of those people who condemned you into shreds with my own hands. Trust me in this. But, she inhaled deeply, her gaze unwavering. If you are guilty, then we will not speak of it further. You will come with me, silently, and you will accept treatment, because your body is breaking apart. You need healing, and you need to reabsorb your bloodline essence before it is too late. Her voice dropped, sharp and serious. That is my promise, as your mother. The body of Razeal jerked as though struck. He staggered a step backward, his knees nearly buckling, his legs trembling from exhaustion. Blood dripped steadily onto the ground, forming from his cut-off arm. Yet even in that fragile state, he forced himself to stand tall. Do not you dare, he hissed, his voice low and shaking with fury. I do not need that. I do not need you. And I do not care about your promises. You do not have any right to touch my mind. Not now. Not ever. He took another staggering step back, his face twisted with fury. I do not care what you think I am. I do not care what you or Nova or anyone else has to say. Who are you to decide whether I am guilty or innocent? Who gave you the right? No one has that right. Not you. Not them. No one. His voice cracked with rage, his chest heaving as he glared at her. I alone know who I am. I alone know what I did. And I do not need you, or anyone else to decide that for me. The words tore from him with such intensity that for a moment, the air itself seemed to tremble. Inside, though, his heart pounded with fear. Because he absolutely knew, that Marissa could do it. She was the strongest mind user in the world, and if she chose to invade his thoughts, there was nothing he could do to stop her. No defense, no trick, no resistance. His fear mixed with his fury, fueling his defiance. His entire body screamed in weakness, his vision blurred from blood loss, yet still he stood, his eyes blazing with the last shreds of strength. Marissa did not move at first. She just stood there, her usually unshakable composure cracking at the edges. Her eyes followed Razeal closely as he swayed, his legs trembling beneath him. For a brief moment she thought he would collapse right there, his battered body finally giving out. Almost without realizing it, she took a step forward, her hand half extended. She was ready to catch him, to keep him from falling. But just as her fingers nearly brushed the air between them, Razeal staggered backward on his own, forcing his body upright again. He stood tall, not steady, not firm, but still standing. And in that stubborn act, he made something very clear. He did not want her help. Razeal, she whispered, her voice low, almost fragile. Slowly, she drew her hand back to her side, her gaze falling on her own trembling fingers. Every word he had spoken earlier echoed inside her head like a storm that refused to calm. Words sharp enough to cut through armor, words that shook her more than any battle ever had. She did not understand. How could a boy, her boy, carry such venom, such unyielding sharpness in his voice? It was not just anger. It was judgment, rejection, a verdict passed down from the one person whose opinion she valued most. Her thoughts drifted back to what he had said about memory reading. She looked into his eyes, truly looked, and what she saw there stopped her cold. Repulsion, not fear, not worry, not doubt, but raw, unmistakable rejection. He did not want her to look into his mind. And Marissa, she froze. Because even though she could do it so easily, with just a thought, she could not bring herself to cross that line. For years, she had regretted not doing it, haunted by the thought that she could have spared him, or proven him right, or proven herself wrong. And now he stood in front of her, alive but broken, and still she wanted nothing more than to reach into his thoughts and know the truth. But one look at his face was enough. He truly, deeply did not want her to, and she could not betray that. Not again. Her chest tightened. Did he really hate her so much? Was his rejection just hatred for what she had done to him? Or was it because he was guilty after all? The thought made her entire body shiver, her mind, her unmatched, indomitable mind, spiral with uncertainty. She could not decide which was worse, that she had punished him unjustly, or that he truly had committed the unforgivable, and now simply wished to hide it. Her eyes grew heavy, sorrow quietly dimming the fire within them. She wanted to speak, but no words came. Razeal, meanwhile, stood firm in his silence. He did not need to prove anything. Not to her, not to Nova, not to the world. He believed, no, he knew, that no one had the right to judge him. His actions, his sins, his truths, they belonged to him alone. A sudden sound broke the tension. From the rubble of the shattered Colosseum wall, a figure emerged. Nova, dust coating her hair and clothes, stepped into the light. She shook off fragments of stone from her shoulder and straightened herself. Though her body bore the marks of the earlier clash, her expression was steady. She had been listening the entire time, silently watching the fragile exchange between mother and son. Her heart had ached to step in, to speak, but she had held herself back, knowing her presence could make things worse. Yet now, seeing how the air between them had grown heavier and heavier, she knew she could not wait any longer. Her lips curled into a small smile, hiding the storm of emotions inside her. Relief washed over her that Razeal was still alive, standing, even if barely. That alone mattered more than anything else. Still, worry flickered in her eyes as she looked between him and Marissa. If things continued like this, the situation could spiral into something even worse. So she stepped forward, determination firming her expression. If words alone could not mend this rift, then she would act. One way or another, tonight they would take Razeal home. Chapter 148. Nova had just taken a step toward them, but then she stopped. Her boots froze against the cracked stone, her eyes narrowing as she caught sight of the face of her mother. The expression of Marissa was rare, unbelievably rare. Nova had seen her mother through battles, negotiations, even executions, and never once had she shown this many emotions at once. Normally, she was the embodiment of cold, unshakable steel, unbothered and unmovable. Yet now, her face carried hesitation, sorrow, and something that looked dangerously close to regret and discomfort. The gaze of Nova shifted to Razeal. His expression was completely different, harsh, unyielding, almost venomous. He radiated rejection so strong it was almost tangible. His eyes were not just defiant, they were repulsive, pushing Marissa away without a single word. Nova hesitated. Maybe I should let her handle it. The situation felt too fragile, too sensitive. She clenched her fists at her sides, fighting the urge to interfere. But she knew herself too well. She did not have the composure of her mother, nor did she have a gentle voice. If anything, her words always came out sharper than she intended, cutting instead of healing. The last time she had spoken with Razeal, she had tried, truly tried to be gentle. She had wanted so badly to reach him, to show him she cared. But in the end, her tongue had betrayed her. She had slipped, lost control, and her words had come out vicious, crueler than she ever meant. She regretted every single one of them. That memory still stung. The look on his face back then was burned into her mind. If I open my mouth now, I will ruin it again. She bit her lip, her chest tightening with frustration. Maybe mother knows better how to handle something like this. Maybe this is her chance to fix it first, and we will get some help from mother, of course. The admission tasted bitter. She wanted to care for him, wanted him to know how much she cared, but if her personality only pushed him further away, then what good was her presence now? And then there was the embarrassment. She was happy, of course she was, that Razeal had not died. But she had cried, literally cried, in front of everyone. Just remembering it sent a shiver through her. She wished she had not lost control like that. The shame made her want to smash something. I cannot believe I did that. I looked pathetic, weak. Arg, she muttered under her breath, shaking her head sharply. Her eyes darted away from her mother and Razeal, landing instead on Silva. The girl was sprawled on the floor, her chest rising and falling in shallow, ragged breaths. Even though the spell binding her had been dispelled by that 8th-ranked spirit healing sleep, she still gasped as though choking on invisible air, haunted by the memory of that kind of pain. Immediately, the 3 spirits who followed Silva shifted forward, their eyes glowing with defiance, as they placed themselves protectively between her and the gaze of Nova. Their posture was clear, do not you dare touch her again. Oh, I should teach her a better lesson. Make it an example for why everyone should not touch him, Nova thought, her eyes flashing. She took a step forward, intent on carrying it out, her aura rippling faintly. The spirits tensed, sparks of elemental energy igniting around them. But just as Nova took her second step, a voice cut through the air, mocking and sharp. Oh, I never imagined I would see you crying someday. What a cute baby girl you looked like. The click of boots echoed against the ruined stone floor. Slow, steady, deliberate. Nova paused, her brows furrowed, and she turned sharply toward the sound. From behind, a figure emerged. Arabella. Her crimson uniform clung tightly to her frame, the long robe trailing behind her with arrogant elegance. Her hands were shoved casually into her pockets, her steps unhurried, her posture relaxed yet full of mocking energy. She walked like she owned the ground beneath her feet. The eyes of Nova narrowed, her lips pressing into a thin line. She already felt the hostility radiating from the woman, sharp and deliberate. Not that it mattered, Arabella had never been a friend or anything she cared about. And even if they had been, Nova would not have given a damn. What do you want? Nova asked coldly, her voice flat, uncaring, as if the presence of Arabella barely warranted acknowledgement. The lips of Arabella twisted into a smirk. She raised one hand lazily to cover her mouth, yawning in mock boredom. Nothing much. Just thought I would give a few pointers to the younger generation. Her eyes glinted sharply as she tilted her head. The duel is already over, and here you are, attacking another participant, trying to kill her? In front of the whole beeping empire, no less. Her smirk deepened. Tell me, are you sure you are not just doing this because your precious brother you just cried for lost the fight? Are you ashamed? Humiliated? She took another step closer, her words deliberate, cutting like blades. You are breaking the sacred rules of the duel of honor right in front of everyone. Just how fragile is the pride of the great virulence? Her voice dripped with venom as the final words left her mouth. Pathetic. Oh, I see where this is going. A wild grin split across the face of Nova, sharp and unrestrained. Her eyes flashed as she suddenly thrust out her hand toward the far side of the arena. Clang, clang. Dozens of metallic blades, light purple and gleaming faintly with a strange crystalline sheen, lifted from where they had fallen earlier. They shuddered in the air for a moment, then flew directly into her grasp. The main sword landed in her palm with a heavy thunk, and she clenched her fingers around its hilt, the veins in her arm tightening with force. She leveled the blade toward Arabella, each step forward measured, deliberate, filled with fire. I guess I will have to show you, she said, her grin spreading wider. What happens when you dare put your horns against a virulin? She did not hesitate. No second thoughts, no calculations. She walked as though the gap in their power did not exist, as though sheer defiance was enough to close it. Arabella tilted her head, her smirk only deepening. Her hands still rested casually in her pockets, as she studied the furious girl striding toward her with all the pride of her lineage blazing around her. Hot-tempered little shit, Arabella thought with faint amusement. What do they even teach these children? This is the Virulin household, one of the strongest lineages in the world, and yet all they do is throw their egos around like toys. And they say dragons are egoistic. Look at these bird feathers. Her smirk widened into something sharper, crueler. Let me teach you some manners, girl. Slowly, deliberately, she pulled her right hand from her pocket. The air rippled faintly as threads of heat shimmered around her palm. Her eyes glittered with amusement as she added, I wonder, have you even started growing hair down there? To have such a massive attitude problem? Or, she tilted her head mockingly, her voice dripping with poison, is it purple too? The insult landed like a slap across the arena. Gasps rippled through the scattered survivors of the chaos of the duel. The eyes of Nova were cold, her grip on her sword fierce enough to make her knuckles pale, but her steps never slowed. The eyes of Arabella flicked briefly toward Marissa, who was still locked in her tense standoff with Razeal. A sly thought crossed her mind. Good. She is occupied. She will not interfere until I go too far. Even the great Marissa Virulin, cold as steel, was just beaten in an argument by her own son. Let us see how far this can stretch. The air between Nova and Arabella crackled as they prepared to clash, sparks of violet and crimson aura colliding invisibly. Then, click. The sharp, crisp sound of a shoe striking stone echoed across the Colosseum ruins. A figure appeared between them, her presence quiet but commanding. A woman with sleek black hair tied neatly at the back, square glasses resting on the bridge of her nose, and a tailored deep purple uniform that marked her unmistakably as a high-ranking Virulin official. Her left hand remained calmly tucked behind her back, her right hand adjusting her glasses with measured precision. Marcella Virulin. Her presence was like ice poured over the fire. She did not flare aura or draw a weapon, she did not need to. Authority radiated from her as naturally as breathing. Facing Arabella with a poker-straight expression, she bowed her head lightly in courtesy before speaking. Her voice was clear, even, and sharp enough to slice the air. Apologies, Duchess, Marcella said evenly. But from this point forward, this field falls under Virulin jurisdiction. Any hostile action taken here will be regarded as an offense tantamount to a declaration of war against the Virulin household. Her tone did not waver, did not rise, did not crack. The last word, war, was delivered with such icy authority that the air itself seemed to hold its breath. So, I suggest behave. Her eyes remained calm and unclouded, her final words carrying the full weight of authority. Arabella paused mid-step, her smirk flickering faintly. She tilted her head, studying Marcella. Oh, the second in command of the Virulin household herself. She let out a low chuckle. You are quick to escalate, are you not? A declaration of war over such a trivial scuffle? Is that not petty? Before Marcella could respond, another voice thundered from above. A radiant light broke through the dust-choked air. A figure descended slowly, as though carried on invisible rays of sunlight. He landed beside Arabella with quiet grace, long golden hair cascading behind him like a shining banner. His white and gold garments glowed faintly, etched with symbols of holy authority. His very presence exuded sanctity, the embodiment of order and righteousness. Duke Luminous, the current patriarch of the Luminous household, and father of Selena Luminous, the saintess of the Church of Light. He stood with calm dignity, but his brow was furrowed, his usually warm smile absent. His voice, though steady, carried sharp disapproval. And this, he said firmly, gesturing toward Nova with a hand of light, is what you call honor? An heiress of the Virulin family, attempting to assault another contestant after losing? In front of the entire empire? His gaze hardened, cold and condemning. Such disgraceful behavior, even among Duke households, this is unacceptable. We, as peers, have every right to intervene. His words carried weight, not just authority, but a righteous sting, the kind that turned spectators into judges. Marcella did not flinch. She turned slightly, her lips curving into a professional smile devoid of warmth. With all due respect, Duke Luminous, she replied calmly, no rules have been broken here. Her voice grew firmer, her words precise and deliberate, because, as of today, the rules of the Duel of Honor are being revised under Virulin authority. From this moment forward, it is permissible for the defeated party, or their family, to teach the victor a small lesson if they so choose. Consider it a corrective measure. The Colosseum went silent. The face of Marcella remained utterly unreadable, her tone cool as frost. Thus, the actions of Nova Virulin fall well within the boundaries of law. Chapter 149. The face of Marcella remained utterly unreadable, her tone cool as frost. Thus, the actions of Nova Virulin fall well within the boundaries of law. Shameless. The word came sharp, cutting through the tension like a blade. A second figure descended from the heavens, sky-green hair flowing as if carried by unseen winds. Her entire body shimmered faintly with emerald light, a rolling tide of elemental energy surrounding her like a living crown. She floated effortlessly beside Arabella and Duke Maximus Luminous, her very presence shifting the atmosphere. Seraphina Fairlith, matriarch of the Fairlith household, the one the world called Queen of Spirits. Unlike the taunting presence of Arabella, or the holy glow of Maximus, the aura of Seraphina was suffocating in its silence. She did not waste words. She did not need to. Her sharp eyes slid past Marcella and Nova without pause, locking instead onto her daughter, Silva, who still lay collapsed on the arena floor. The chest of Silva heaved with shallow breaths, her body trembling faintly as if clawing free from some fresh trauma. The three spirit guardians who had formed a protective barrier around her stiffened instantly under the gaze of Seraphina. One by one, their heads lowered, their proud forms shrinking back as shame weighed them down. Even mighty spirits bent under her eyes, as though their very existence sought forgiveness. At last, Arabella spoke. Her words, though calm, carried the sharpness of poisoned needles. Rather than rewriting rules to cover your arrogance, she said, her gaze flicking toward Nova, why not teach this purple ball of fury to control herself? Perhaps improve her character before unleashing her on the Empire. Her lip curled faintly, the insult precise and cutting. Or is she always this temperamental, always thrashing about as though she were perpetually on her period? Arabella smirked as if in delighted cruelty. Arabella did not stop. Her voice sharpened further. No wonder the Virulens never marry outside their bloodline. Who could tolerate such an attitude? Give her to me for 1 year. I will teach her how to behave. If she stays like this, who will marry her? Even her own brother seems to hate her now. Have you considered what that means for the next generation of your family? Or perhaps, her tone darkened, the so-called purity of your line is already cracking. Her words lingered like poison in the air. The effect was immediate. Both Duke Maximus Luminous and Seraphina Fairlith turned their heads sharply toward Arabella, shock flickering across their usually unreadable faces. Even they were stunned that she had crossed that forbidden line. Even the face of Maximus fell a little, his golden brows furrowing in amazement. He had not expected this level of venom. Everyone knew, to insult the purity of a Virulen was to court annihilation. The head of Nova turned slowly, her violet eyes locked directly onto the eyes of Arabella, cold and sharp enough to kill. Her expression betrayed nothing, her face carved into a mask of absolute stillness. I see. Her head tilted slightly, her tone detached, devoid of any emotion. Marcella. Yes, my lady, Marcella answered immediately, her voice crisp, as if she had been waiting. If she says one more word, the violet eyes of Nova never left the face of Arabella. Kill her. Her command fell like a hammer, absolute and final. The lips of Marcella curved ever so slightly. Behind her glasses, her purple eyes flashed with dangerous light. She adjusted her stance, squaring herself toward Arabella. As you wish. Her tone was polite, calm, but the threat beneath it was suffocating. Her posture loose, her smirk faint but daring. Please, she thought with amusement, say one more word. Cross that line. Give me the excuse. Inside, Marcella felt a ripple of admiration. Nova never disappointed. She had no regard for limits or political caution. She embodied what it meant to be a true Virulen. She was the same girl who had once cut off the Imperial Empress mid-speech because she disliked her tone. Wild, unrestrained, drunk on power, and yet, utterly magnificent in her defiance. Arabella, for once, said nothing. And the silence that followed was heavier than any threat. The three dukes turned, their gazes locked on Marcella, whose faint smirk and glinting violet eyes behind her glasses betrayed just enough satisfaction to unsettle them. Are you serious about this? Maximus finally spoke, his voice sharper now, his golden aura flaring faintly. Do you mean to start a war over a petty matter like this? He gestured broadly toward Silva, still lying on the ground. His tone hardened into open accusation. This is not just a brawl between children. She did not fight just anyone, she beat the young heiress of the Fairlith family, and in front of the entire empire. And now, rather than upholding your role as enforcers of law and discipline, you are covering for her disgrace. His eyes burned into Marcella, then Nova. Are you not afraid that His Imperial Majesty himself will grow dissatisfied with the Virulens yet again? The words hit hard, political accusations, not insults. Marcella opened her mouth to answer, but Nova stepped forward before she could. Her movements were unhurried, her chin lifted high, her sword sliding back into its sheath with a deliberate click. Her violet eyes fixed on Maximus, unflinching, unbending. Look. Her voice was calm, but it carried a razor edge. She tilted her head, regarding him as if he were no more significant than an insect buzzing too close. As much as I care about Selena, I could not care less about her father. Her eyes narrowed faintly, her lips curving into a faint, mocking smirk. Or about you, or anyone else standing here. She raised a single hand, brushing a strand of violet hair from her face. So do not think that your daughter friendship with me gives you the right to speak to me as if I owe you respect. Her voice grew sharper, crueler. If you think those ties can help you and can talk in my matter. No, they do not. I do not give a shit. No one here is an idiot. The voice of Nova cut through the tension like a blade, low but carrying to every corner of the arena. Her violet eyes swept across the three dukes, each word sharpened with disdain. Are you really trying to play mind games with the Virulens? The atmosphere shifted, the air itself feeling heavy under the pressure of her presence. The duel, Nova continued, her voice rising just enough for every noble to hear, was with Razeal. That was all. The Dragon Wevar family stepped in, because it was their son, fine. But the direct presence of a duke, coming here in person, just for that. Bullshit. The word rang like a slap. Nobles gasped, horrified. Let us say, Nova went on, tone dripping with mockery, that Arabella only came here to babysit her precious son. But then you took Silva as a substitute, directly involving the Fairlith family. And then, you forced Selena into performing the blessing ceremony on her. That makes it direct involvement of the Fairlith family too. Her lips curled into a cold smirk. 3 duke households, all stepping in, against one child. And now, her gaze narrowed, unflinching. The three of you standing here, in person, together. Tell me, is that not already a direct declaration of war? Her words dropped like stones into a still pond, the ripples spreading outward. The murmurs in the stands broke into stunned silence. The three dukes exchanged glances, their expressions carefully schooled. For the first time, none of them spoke immediately. Finally, Maximus exhaled and spoke with calm, deliberate precision. We acted as we did because we already knew the virulins would cheat. As the rules of the duel of honor stand, your fighter lost. Therefore, the royal bloodline essence of the virulins belongs to us. He is expelled from your family, and no longer under its protection. This does not violate any law. He paused, his gaze steady on Nova. We were not wrong. And now, look at you. Look at your arrogance, your disregard for order. You have only proven us right. His tone never rose, he did not need to shout. Maximus Luminous, Duke of the Radiant House, spoke like one pointing out simple fact. To him, Nova was just a girl who could not control her emotions, blinded by power she had not earned. He and the others thought the same. Any one of us could erase her with a single hand. Yet she stands there, acting untouchable. But Nova did not give a damn. You know what, she said suddenly, her voice sharp with contempt. She raised her hand, fingers outstretched. Slowly, deliberately, she pointed one by one. First at Arabella, then at Maximus, finally at Seraphina. Beep you, and you too. Her hand dropped, and she tilted her head, an expression of absolute mockery twisting her lips. Now what are you going to do about it? Go on. Let us see. The silence that followed was suffocating. The entire Colosseum froze. Thousands of eyes locked on Nova, as if the world itself had stopped turning. The laugh of Arabella broke the stillness, soft at first, then sharper. Do you really think you can protect her, Marcella? She said, voice taunting. Maybe if it was only one of us. But three. Against us. Are you sure you can hold the line? Her crimson eyes flicked toward Marcella, daring her. Marcella turned, meeting the gaze of Arabella, with a smile that did not reach her eyes. She adjusted her glasses, then deliberately removed them. She folded the square frames, and slid them into her uniform coat pocket with measured calm. Her violet eyes gleamed dangerously as she finally spoke. Not a single one of you will touch her. Her voice was soft, almost polite, but her words rang with deadly finality. That, I promise. Both Arabella and Maximus flinched, their eyes twitching ever so slightly. They said nothing, but the silence between them was telling. A single wrong move now could ignite something far beyond their control. It was Seraphina who finally broke it. Her voice was cold, smooth as glass. Oh, I am interested. You may be able to hold us back. But what about others? Her pale green eyes flashed, and the space itself seemed to warp. The temperature dropped sharply as if the world was being drowned in spirit energy. In an instant, the arena was filled with them, spirits. Thousands of them, rank 8, their ethereal forms appearing like a storm tearing through reality. They surrounded the arena, every angle, every space, their luminous bodies humming with restrained power. The pressure made the weaker nobles collapse to their knees, clutching their chests as the suffocating force pressed down on them. The Queen of Spirits had spoken, but Nova only chuckled, as if amused. Slowly, she reached into her coat and pulled out something small, a flute, dark black and streaked with sinister purple veins, no longer than her finger. She lifted it to her lips, her expression almost casual. Oh, you are quite mistaken if you think you can beat with me, she said lightly. Then she shrugged. War it is, then. The three dukes froze the instant they saw the flute. Their composure cracked, their eyes widening with alarm. Wait, all three spoke at once, voices overlapping in rare unison. But Nova did not care. She put the flute to her mouth and blew. The sound was faint, almost eerie, a whisper of a note. It was not loud. It was not even music. Just a single haunting call. And then, Spaak. The air shattered with the sound of countless arrivals. In an instant, the Colosseum changed. From the walls, from the pillars, from the stands themselves, they appeared. From outside the arena, from rooftops and shadows, they poured forth, silent and absolute. Men. Hundreds. No, thousands. Tens of thousands. Every inch of space filled, from the ground inside the Colosseum to the terraces above where nobles sat, even spilling outside the walls. Each one wore the same dark uniform, black interwoven with royal purple. Their faces were covered, their weapons sheathed neatly behind their backs. On their chests gleamed the unmistakable crest of the Virulin family, a silver raven with a third eye, soaring above a shattered mirror. The Virulin Assassination Unit, the most feared blades of the Empire, whispered about in dread, never seen en masse. And now they stood here, surrounding everything, silent and still, a wall of death awaiting command. The expression of Arabella looked irritated, her voice low, almost involuntary. Crazy bitch. Her eyes flicked upward, to the assassins perched on the Colosseum terraces, their hidden gazes all fixed directly on the three dukes. Every noble present felt the chill sink into their bones. One word, one command, and the most efficient killing machine of the Empire would unleash hell. The stage was set. Chapter 150. The sudden appearance of the arrivals startled everyone. A suffocating wave of killing intent rippled through the Colosseum, radiating from every corner as the virulent shadows filled the arena. The sheer density of their presence made the air feel heavy. A dread pressed down on the hearts of even the strongest warriors present. Every movement and every silent breath carried an unshakable aura of discipline and death. They brought more than just numbers. They brought the weight of inevitability. Arabella, Maximus, and Seraphina paused. Their eyes turned slowly and calmly surveyed the scene. Their expressions betrayed little, like ripples beneath the surface of still water. Only the control of Arabella cracked. Her forehead tightened and a vein popped as her lips curled in annoyance. This little woman, Arabella thought, irritated beyond words, summoning an entire assassination legion. For what? A childish scuffle, a bruised ego. It was the peak of petty recklessness, a display that went beyond arrogance. Arabella thought this, though her smirk betrayed the faintest spark of amusement beneath her irritation. The silence finally broke. I accept, Serafina said. Her voice was calm and composed. Her gaze swept over the gathered virulins before fixing on Nova. Her light green eyes met the burning eyes of Nova. One side showed pure calm, the other etched with madness. Luminous never stands down when challenged. The golden eyes of Maximus glimmered with dignity. The lips of Arabella curved wider. A sharp and unrestrained smirk spread across her face. Then let us go to war. They were powerhouses standing at the pinnacle of the world, and now a child flying only on the wings of a family she never built challenged them. Of course, they would not let it pass. On the other side, Razeal felt the eruption of countless new auras flooding the Colosseum. The sudden surge made the air tremble. His eyes sharpened immediately. He looked past Marissa and turned his head toward the direction of Nova. Three dukes already stood firm with dignified expressions carved into their faces. They were silent pillars of might now dragged into this farce. Razeal narrowed his eyes. He did not need anyone to explain. He watched Nova and the dukes exchanged glances and felt the tension clawing at the air. He understood perfectly what was about to unfold. This is the best time. Cold calculation spun in his mind. His gaze flickered to his mother from the corner of his eye, then back at Nova and the power gathering around her. His heartbeat slowed. Decisions aligned themselves in his head with terrifying clarity. Without hesitation, he raised his hand. The bloodline pearl, etched proudly into his forehead, shimmered. With one swift motion, he ripped it free. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the pearl across the Colosseum toward Arabella. She blinked, surprised. Her head snapped toward him as her hand shot out instinctively, catching the gleaming orb midair. Her brows furrowed and lifted in quiet astonishment. Here, Razeal said. His lips curved into a smirk. His voice carried loud and clear, sharp as a blade. Take it. I lost the duel. Your family can have it. A shocked silence followed, heavy and suffocating. Ha! The eyes of Arabella narrowed. Her gaze snapped down to the pearl in her palm. She felt it immediately. The raw and ancient weight it carried. The royal bloodline essence of the Virulin family. It was now sitting directly in her hand. Marissa stood closest to Razeal. She did not move to stop him even though she saw it clearly. She just stared, silent, watching him hand away what should be the most guarded treasure of their family. Her eyes betrayed no panic and no outrage. She just silently watched him do it. The smirk of Arabella deepened. Her earlier irritation evaporated and was replaced with a flicker of amusement. Smart child, she thought, shaking her head slightly. Reckless, yes, but clever. The tension, already thick enough to choke on, twisted tighter the moment the pearl came into her possession. The Colosseum seemed to hold its breath. The expression of Nova froze. The face of Marcella darkened. Every single Virulin who had appeared, without exception, shifted. Their gazes locked onto Arabella. They were cold, sharp, and unified in hostility. Even Maximus and Serafina turned their eyes toward Arabella now. Subtle glints of contemplation flashed in their gazes. The pearl had changed everything. It was as if someone had tossed a bone into a crowd of starving dogs. Everyone knew exactly what that meant. That little creature did this knowingly, did he not? The eyes of Arabella narrowed as she rolled the pearl in her palm. The weight of it was unmistakable. By the rules of the duel of honor, Razeal had already won. He had no obligation and no need to hand over his bloodline essence. Yet, he had ripped it from his own forehead and tossed it away to her, of all people. Most likely, she thought darkly, he did this to shift the weight, to drag the storm away from himself and onto me. Clever bastard. Her lip curled, torn between annoyance and amusement. He is crazy too, giving up his bloodline essence like that. For what? Was it arrogance that he lost and became angry, and now he is fulfilling his bet? Arabella clicked her tongue, staring harder at him. Honestly, she could not quite understand this child. He was unpredictable in a way that irritated her but also made her smirk. Then the next realization hit her. It was one that actually surprised her. He was still alive. Even after ripping out his bloodline essence with his own hands, he was alive. He stood steady with eyes sharp. That in itself was madness. Anyone, including them, would have died if they tried. Yet he stood there rolling his eyes at her like it was nothing. The whole empire called him useless. She chuckled in her head, incredulous. What a joke. He is extraordinary in himself. Still, she shook her head and dragged her thoughts back to the situation. The air was already molten with tension. The bloodline pearl had set fire to everything. Now was not the time to get lost in analyzing the boy. She could not help but smirk. Raising her voice, she called out teasingly. Well, thank you, child. I did not expect you to actually go through with it. You could have just ignored everything and well, whatever. Honestly, we could have made children together one day, you know. But now, she chuckled, winking at him, since you have given up your Virulin bloodline, I guess you have lost your golden chance. The words dripped with mischief as she chuckled. Her mood was oddly lighter thanks to the ruined composure of Nova, caused by this sudden move from Razeal. He only rolled his eyes, ignoring the words of the wild woman. Whatever, he did not care. Razeal knew the truth. Whether he gave it away to her or anyone else, it would not matter. In the end, his mother would make sure the bloodline essence ended up in her hands. If he tried to keep it, she would never stop watching him. Sometimes he wondered if they were caring toward him now only because they wanted to secure the future. If not, who would bear the children of Nova? If he disappeared, the next generation of Virulans would be at risk of losing their purity. They might even try to force him into it. That was also one of the reasons he had given up his bloodline essence. At least now, they would not hunger after his body for the sake of purity. Let them use the pearl. Let Nova choose someone else and use it on that person, and then keep the family blood intact that way. If their only concern was that his absence would leave no heir, now they had an option. If all that false care was just an act, now they would have no reason to keep pretending. Their true faces would eventually show. That was why he tossed the pearl to Arabella. As for why he did not hand it to Marissa directly, it was simple. Chaos. Let them fight each other. The more disorder, the better for him. Marissa inhaled deeply, watching Razeal with quiet eyes. Her voice was calm and gentle when she finally spoke. Why are you playing this game? Do you truly think the reason we are here is only to claim you back for that? Her words carried no anger and no reproach. They carried only a softness that cut deeper than shouting ever could. It was as though she had read his very soul. That slap you received earlier, her gaze did not waver. It was not about the purity of our bloodline. The bloodline is significant not because it carries the purity of family blood, but because it carries the bond between us as a family. If it were about the reason you are thinking, I would not need to stand here convincing you, explaining myself. I could just control you, force you to do whatever I want. And you know you could not do anything. But I did not. Because what I want is you, not the benefits you bring. Her eyes locked with his, steady and unwavering. Honestly, I cannot understand why you would even think that. That is beneath us. She said this while looking straight into the eyes of Razeal. At the words of Marissa, Razeal only smiled faintly. His lips curled into a grin that did not quite reach his eyes. His voice was laced with a casual mockery. Oh, what is there to understand? He said lightly. It is very simple. I just do not trust you. He tilted his head slightly, as if the answer should have been obvious to everyone. His dark eyes, however, were sharp and unflinching. Who knows? Maybe it is not me who is wrong, he added, his tone calm yet biting. Perhaps the real question you should be asking yourselves is this. Why would I even think that way in the first place? He shrugged as if it were all trivial. His indifference was more cutting than anger. Clearly, he had no intention of explaining further. To him, this entire conversation was a waste of breath. Marissa, however, did not let his words slide so easily. She wanted to argue, to press deeper, but no words came. Instead, she simply locked her gaze with his. She searched his eyes as though she might peel back his layers and see the truth buried inside. Did he truly mean what he said? Or was this just another wall he had built to keep them out? The silence that lingered between them was thick with unspoken things. Then, on the other side, a sharp voice broke through. Hand it over yourself, Nova said coldly. She was the first to move, her eyes glinting as she leveled her sword directly toward Arabella. Her tone carried no pretense, only demand. That might be the best option for you right now. Her voice echoed across the Colosseum, tense and unwavering. Arabella only raised a brow. Her lips curved into a dangerous smirk. Oh, was it not already war? She said lazily, twirling the pearl in her hand. The bloodline essence gleamed faintly, dancing between her fingers as though mocking everyone who watched. What more are you going to do, Nova? Arabella chuckled softly, her voice dripping with amusement. This is mine now. My son won it, and he gave it to me willingly. What right do you have to ask for it back? Her words were like knives, sharp and deliberate, cutting directly into the growing desperation of Nova. The owner of the pearl himself gave it to me, Arabella continued, holding it up for all to see, letting the light reflect off its surface. So no. Whether I use it, keep it, or shatter it into dust, that is entirely on me. She smiled wickedly, savoring the flicker of fear on the face of Nova. The hand of Nova trembled slightly as she gripped her sword tighter. Her knuckles turned pale. Her heart pounded with a confusion she could not quite put into words. She did not know why, but the thought of Arabella destroying that pearl struck something deep inside her. It struck something raw and desperate. Why? Why did it matter so much? Why did her chest tighten as if she could not breathe, as if the mere mention of its destruction could tear her apart? She could not answer. She did not understand. But the desperation was there, plain in her trembling sword, and the fire in her eyes. Arabella, noticing that reaction, smirked wider. Look at you, she whispered almost mockingly. You look like you are about to break. Before the tension could snap, the calm voice of Marissa cut through the chaos. Say whatever you want, she said firmly, though her eyes never left Razeal. But you, she paused, her tone resolute. You are coming home with me today. Her words carried the weight of inevitability, her will ironclad. I do not care what you are thinking, Razeal. We will speak of that later. For now, her gaze finally shifted toward the growing conflict. Let me solve this small issue first. Razeal said nothing, only leaning back in silence. His face remained unreadable. His smirk faded, replaced by a calm detachment. Marissa turned slowly. Her steps were deliberate as she faced the center of the arena, where Arabella still played with the pearl, and the three dukes stood like mountains in her path. Her voice dropped into a cold calm, carrying an authority that pressed down on everyone listening. If you dare to believe I will not act simply because of rules, she said, her gaze sweeping over Arabella and the others, then let me remind you, Her eyes narrowed slightly, not fierce, but frighteningly calm. The thing you hold in your hand is the bloodline of my son. And for him, I will break rules. Her words fell heavy into the air, undeniable and absolute. The smirk of Arabella flickered, just for an instant, before returning sharper. Maximus and Seraphina exchanged a glance. Their expressions were thoughtful. The Colosseum, already tense, now seemed to choke under the weight of the declaration of Marissa. I do not think you will, Arabella said with a mocking smirk, shaking her head. She knew Marissa too well. This woman would never break the rules, not even for her son. Empty threats, nothing more. To the shock of everyone, a grin spread across the face of Marissa. Then die, she whispered. Her eyes flared with a deep, violet purple light. Power crackled in the air like a storm about to split the heavens. The atmosphere warped, crushing down on everyone present. For the first time, the confidence of Arabella faltered. Her fingers tightened around the pearl as if it might shield her. The dukes reacted instantly. Tension flooded their bodies. Even the sword of Nova rose to protect her, her instincts screaming that her mother was serious this time, deadly serious. Then, stop. The single word rang across the Colosseum like a divine command, still and absolute. Click, click, click. The sharp sound of heels echoed against the stone floor, calm, measured, drawing closer with each step. In that instant, everything froze. The storm of energy Marissa had unleashed locked mid-surge, suspended in the air like a shattered painting. The dukes, Arabella, and even Nova seized, unmoving, their limbs bound by an unseen force. It was as if time itself had been halted. The smirk of Arabella vanished. Her eyes widened as disbelief flickered across her face, as if she understood what was happening. Even the faces of all the dukes turned ugly. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.